Death and reincarnation. I am Matt, an indie game developer. I died in a bus accident on my way home. You died, an old man says. He reminds me a little of Santa Claus. Oh, I did. It is a plain white space. Reminds me of the scene where Morgan Freeman plays a god, so I look at him and ask, "Are you God, and is this the pearly gates?" Yes, I am a god. My name is Mozart, and I'm the administrator of the soul transmission system. Mozart, what a name. A soul transmission. Wait, reincarnation. Yes. Like all the Ice Sky stories you've been reading. Oh, that's a good way to explain it. Thinking about all the other reincarnation stories, I could not help but feel a little excited. Would I get to build a harem? Oh, nice. So what am I reincarnated as? What special powers do I get? Roll this. A big disc appears with weird characters on them. It is like a giant wheel of fortune, complete with colors. Huh, what is this? This is the race wheel. The result of your roll tells you what you get to be in your next life. You can be a mosquito, or a dragon, or maybe even a minor deity. Why not a human? That's how it normally is for Ice Sky stories. You did not qualify. What do you mean? Based on the kind of life you led, you do not qualify to be reincarnated as a human. So, oh, that sucks. But why? That's just how the rules are. Roll the wheel. You will be randomly allocated a race to reincarnate as. I could not comprehend what are the words on the wheel, so I look at Mozart. More accurately, I stare at him seriously. Is this a trick? Just roll. Or you can be a mosquito. That's permissible. Or a small gecko. Fuck that. I will roll the wheel then. I am just about to roll the wheel, then I stare at him again. I do recall having died in a bus accident, so there's quite a few other guys on the bus. Am I being singled out here? How are the other guys in the bus? Dead. They are going to be reincarnated as well. After you. Oh, so do they need to roll the wheel as well like me? Nope. They will be reincarnated as humans or elves. Hey, I am being singled out. That's quite unfair. What? How come? They have been chosen by the gods and those who pray for heroes. Selected as champions of the world they're going into, so they get special powers and stuff to fight a big bad guy. How about me? You are not a champion. You just happen to get on the same bus as the kids. Wait. I'm collateral damage. That reminds me that there are quite a few teenagers on that bus. It's a route that passes by a mall, and it's late, so they probably are on their way home after an outing. Why them? Why do they get to be champions? Because they are young, courageous, good-hearted, and have a desire to do good, not yet tainted by the evils of society. Wait, so you chose kids to bear the burdens of the world. That's the criteria the gods and the people look for, so that's what they get. Damn, I roll the wheel. And it stops at some random word that I did not understand. Wait, the word transforms now. A tree. I understood what it said. What? Hey, this is not going the way I thought it would. I am supposed to get superpowers and get reincarnated. Yet trees have souls too. Mozart seems rather nonchalant about it. Trees are not bad, actually. How about grass? Oh, grasses of a critical mass have souls. Before that, they don't. For trees, it is their age. Once the trees reach about a certain size, they get a soul. There are world or species-specific exceptions, of course. Anyway, tree, goodbye. Blackness, darkness, kind of like a TV screen gets turned off in the old CRT days. And then a menu. What is a reincarnation story without a menu, right? It shines against the dark backdrop and reminds me of old DOS interfaces. Oh, a clock, year 1, month 0. Skills: hibernate, germinate, autopilot. Species: normal tray. Level 1. Wait, skills and levels. Yes, I get to do awesome shit. At first I thought it would take some loading time. Maybe this dark space is like a loading screen. But then a good 2 hours later I am still in this darkness, and I do not feel a damn thing. No sensation, no vision, no sound either. It's still dark. Am I supposed to do something? I try to open my eyes, but it is still dark. I kept waiting. I don't seem to tire physically, but I felt mentally exhausted. An hour, a day, 2 days. 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 6 days, a week. The clock just keeps ticking and nothing freaking happens. Darkness, black, black, black. Frustrated, I tried using my skills. Germinate. Not the right season. A pop-up appears. What is the season then? Once I had that thought, next to the clock a seasonal calendar appears. Another DOS-like menu, but with a slowly moving indicator that says winter. Curious, I click autopilot, and suddenly a pop-up appears. Autopilot engaged. You have activated hibernate, and I recall falling into a sleep-like state. And when I woke up, a good 4 months passed on the clock, but still darkness. At least the season menu says spring. Autopilot has activated germinate. Nothing happens. It is still darkness to me, and with autopilot active, time passes quickly. At first I thought I misunderstood the clock, but it soon became quite obvious that 1 second is actually 1 hour, which is really convenient because there is absolutely nothing to do. And so time passes. A year passes. Another year passes. And another year, year 4. In the 4th year, a string of notification appears, instantly kicking me out of autopilot. Amber Lee has died. You received a fragment. Samantha Chundran has died. You received a fragment. Peter Varoufakis has died. You received a fragment. Huna Park has died. You received a fragment. Reed Constance has died. You received a fragment. Shaw Rassel has died. You received a fragment. Mai has died. You received a fragment. Lee Kang Ho has died. You received a fragment. Shane Andrew Fillon has died. You received a fragment. Pink Fong has died. You received a fragment. The Demon King Asmodai has been defeated and sealed back to the demonic realm. Oh wow, at first I do not recognize these names at all, but when the Demon King's notification popped up, that is when I realized that the kids won. And nothing, again, darkness. I thought something would happen, perhaps it would prompt me that our mission is complete and we would move on to the next reincarnation, but nothing. A year passed, another year, and another year, year 8. A notification appeared, similar to the others previously. It just says Seda Maru died, year 9. Mark Antoinette died, year 11. Samantha Charleston died, year 14. Kim Possibrew died, year 15. A Demon King appeared. Demon King Astaroth has spawned. Frankly, I think I should panic, but somehow being trapped in this darkness, I can do absolutely nothing. Year 17. A string of notifications again. Azares Fox, Sarah Cole, Pamela Sayes, Lucy Braveheart, Winston Chow, Donald Stump all died. Cumulatively, a total of 20 fragments now. It seems to suggest that they have been defeated by the Demon King. Year 20. An interesting message appeared. The gods has summoned 20 new heroes from beyond to answer to the threat of Demon King Astaroth. Oh God, more kids. Year 25. Indeed, 5 years after they were summoned, Demon King Astaroth is defeated. But in the process, another 11 kids died, and now I have all these 31 fragments with their names sitting in my menu. I get the feeling that this circle never quite ends. Demon kings appear, and the gods summon heroes from beyond to answer them. In the next 10 years, another 5 died, and their death seems to be spread out, suggesting either they somehow fought and killed each other, or someone or something killed them. Year 45. Another Demon King appeared, Demon King Dantalion. Somewhat predictably, on the 47th year, another 4 names died, and that brings my total to 40 fragments. Year 47. The gods summoned another 15 heroes to this world. Year 50. Demon King Dantalion, and of the 15, 10 of them died, and I have a total of 50 fragments. Thankfully, it seems my menu has changed such that the fragments now have their own dedicated menu. It seems like if the world had another Demon King attack, the gods will always summon heroes to answer them. Year 52. I am jolted out of the darkness by a spirit that I can actually see. It is like he is a light in a sea of darkness. Hello, a young boy no older than 10. Hi, oh my God, did you just talk? He shouts and then runs in circles for a while. Wait, I think everyone else will think I am crazy if I say a tree can talk. Yes, of course. Frankly, I can only see his spirit shining against the dark background. Do you have a name, O tree spirit? At that point, I wonder whether he sees me as a tree or as a person. My name is Matt. What is yours? Indra, I am 10 this year and I am a druid. Hello, Indra. He seems quite willing to talk, I see. How come you can see me? I think that is because I have a unique skill. It is called soul communion. Sounds really special. It does not do much actually. Just allows me to see and talk to ghosts and stuff. Oh my, I think I better go back. Looking at the time, it is quite late at night. Well, drop by if you feel like it. It is nice to talk to someone. Okay, Indra nods and walks off. Indra would later come by every week and we would talk. Can I ask for a favor? He asks one day after a few months talking. Would you mind being my magical companion? How does that work? I get to summon you to aid me in battle. I would love to, but I think I do not do much. I am not sure if I have any combat powers. It's okay, nobody I know have a tree familiar. I think it should be quite cool. Fine then. Indra starts mumbling some things, and that is when I have a pop-up. Indra has requests to enter into a familiar contract. Do you accept? A menu to click yes or no appears, and I mentally choose yes. Indra smiles. Yay, I have a tree familiar. This is so awesome. I bet nobody else has a nature aspect familiar. Later that week he returns and sits next to me. My teachers took a look at my tree familiar form, and so I might be going away for a long time. It seems the Druid Council wants to see more of my tree familiar abilities, as it is fairly rare in the world. Oh, good luck then. Is it that special? Yes, it is quite different from other forms as it has mostly defensive and healing skills. I didn't even realize he used my skills. Seems like once I agree to the familiar contract, I don't really need to do anything. At which point I wonder whether I could see what my tree familiar skills look like. Pub. A menu appears, Tree Familiar. Level 1. Skills, Ironbark Skin, Healing Fruit, Minor Regeneration. Seems my familiar contract skills are quite different from my own, or maybe the familiar form has its own skill tree. It is my first time going so far away from home. Are you scared? Yes, but I think it is also an adventure. My mom tells me not to worry though. I will be going with the town's lead druid to the capital. Sounds like fun. Spend more time with your parents before you go, okay? Never know when you will see them again. Since the day I died, the people I miss the most are my parents, and then followed by my friends. You're right, I should spend more time with my family. I should go. Indra nods and gives me a small bow. Bye, good luck with your trip. Stay safe. Unfortunately, that is the last time I ever saw Indra. About 3 years later, year 55, I got a notification. Indra Sinahalia has died. All the experience accumulated by Indra when using your familiar form. You have gained 13 levels. A fragment of Indra's unique skill has been bequeathed to you in accordance with the familiar contract. You have obtained unique skill, lesser spirit vision. You have also received the skill-limited telepathic communication. For the first time in forever, I can see. It is not the kind of sight that humans normally have, but I can now see spirits of people if they are really nearby, and the pitch-black background is now replaced with a black background with faint outlines. So that's how I come to the realization that I am in some kind of park, or a garden, and people. They are all a distance away, but every now and then they would pass me by. At a distance, they are all a blob, kind of like a wisp, but as they walk nearer, the details improve. It's kind of like short-sightedness, but for spirits. I attempt to communicate, but so far all just run away. It felt like they all thought they are being disturbed by ghosts. Disappointed at how the people around refused to communicate, I went back and examined my levels. A tree with the skills. As a result of those levels, I gained skills that upgrade the effects of my familiars, boosting my telepathic powers, gaining some other skills and some healing skills. Sadly, very few people actually walk near enough for me to communicate with them. It seems I'm placed quite deep in the park or garden, so everyone seems to be quite a distance away. Even with some additional skills, they pretty much need to be next to me to hear anything. So, nothing happens for quite some time again. Year 56. A fight breaks out. I could vaguely see lots of spirits in the distance fighting some soulless creatures. They appear as a rough moving shadow. The battle seems intense as many of the spirits get extinguished, and the battle spills over into the park as well. One of the human fighters stands next to me, and excited, I took the chance to communicate. Maybe he needs help, and I can get him to agree to a familiar contract. Damn demons at this distance, I could hear what he says, and I could tell from my inspect skill that he is wounded. Needs some help, huh? He looks around, one hand still clutching his wounds. He then looks at the tree. Talking tree, you need help? Ah, yes. Healing fruit. As a result of my skills, I now have the skill to create a small fruit that gives some healing affect. Familiar contract. The battle is still ongoing, so I figure that they do not have much time. I did not see that guy again after that, and 10 days later, I got a notification. Samara Falk has died. You gained 1 level, level 15. Oh, that's it, eh? The soulless monsters appear every now and then since that day, and the people repeatedly try to fight them off. Some days I could see those monsters everywhere, even around me. Thankfully, they did not indiscriminately destroy everything, so they did not attack me. I wonder what happens if they attacked me then. Perhaps I would die. Then a few days later the humans or whatever would come back and chase them away. This lasted for a good 2 months as the battles ebb and flow, and then eventually the humans won. A lull, and then a person approaches me. Is this the tree? Yes, I see. I don't have much, but he also asks me to bury his trusty sword next to you. Starrick digs a hole and then places the sword inside. Would you like a familiar? I ask. It is okay. I already have a familiar spirit of my own. Ah, damn. After he leaves, a few days later, a spirit appears next to me. Hi, it's that Samara guy. Huh, why are you here? Oh, I'm just a part of Samara that is embedded in the sword. The real me died and passed on. Huh, it's complicated, but the sword has been by my side since my youth for the past 30 years, so a fragment of me is in it. Oh, so how long will you be here? Maybe a few more months. I will eventually fade away with time. With Samara next to me, we end up talking. A lot. Samara is a lot more knowledgeable about the world compared to Indra, so he had more to share. That is how I learn a bit more about the world I am in. This world has many gods and religions, and magic is commonplace. Demons and monsters appear frequently as a result of the world's proximity to the demonic realm. And due to stellar movements and astronomical forces, the barrier that protects the world from the demons occasionally weakens, and that results in stronger demons entering the world. That sometimes leads to the entrance of demon kings. Gods and kings of the world respond to this by summoning heroes from another world. The heroes rise to defeat the demons, and usually they do succeed at great cost. The world today has 5 remaining heroes. Arsene Amir, Valerian, Rona, Ashley Cole, and David Bex, and it seems after the defeat of Demon King Dantalion 5 years ago, they have since fallen out with each other, and are now fighting to be the most powerful ruler in the world. Demons and monsters still appear frequently. Even if the Demon King has fallen, demons and monsters are still a huge threat to the world. And Demon Kings are not the sole threat, though they are extremely powerful and seek to destroy the world and remake it in their homeworld, so in a way they are the most dangerous of them. Those 6 months pass a little easier with Samara to share his knowledge, but good times do not last very long, and so Samara fades away after those 6 months, disappearing back into his sword. Year 57, month 1. On the first day of the year, a young elf kneels before me. O tree, I Salada Stapu of the elvish tribe, humbly request for the blessing of the tree spirit. How did this random elf know of my existence? And his name is Salad. How did you know about me? O He seems a little embarrassed, but then kneels. You have been listed in the register of benign spirits by the local council, following the reports of Captain Steric to the town council. I am in a register of the town council. Seriously. I feel like a botanic garden exhibit. Fine, familiar contract. Thinking about how Samara's spirit accompanied me for 6 months, I add a condition. You must leave an item with strong personal connection to yourself with me, and on your death your weapon should be buried near me. He nods and buries a small wooden chain next to my roots. This is a small chain I made when I was a kid. Is this fine? Yes. I frankly do not know what is the criteria to recreate Samara's case, but I say yes. And then I offer him the familiar contract. Maybe I'll gain a skill that lets me tell someday. He kneels and he leaves, feeling happy. I sigh, and I go back into my autopilot mode. Year 57, month 8. Another elf comes to find me, another boy by the name Chrysanta Fillings. Same deal with Salada, I offer a familiar contract and he buries a small metal ring. Happy, he then walks away. I wonder how long do I have to live as a tree? Would I live longer than them? A pop-up appears. Trees are eternal if they do not get killed. No shit. Year 57, month 11. I gain a level 16, but nobody died. Strange. Year 57, month 12. Somebody visits. He does not respond to me, but he seems to be trimming some of my branches. But since I do not feel any damage, I let him be. He also then collects the trimmed branches and leaves. Year 58, month 1. I gain one level 17, and I acquire a skill called self-awareness. Unlike what it says for a tree, it means being able to look at myself. That is the first time I can see all my branches and my roots. I am actually pretty big, about the size of a small house. Being able to see myself, I also realize that guy trimming my branches are crushing them to make some kind of tea. Maybe that is why I am gaining levels. Year 58, month 2. Another elf named Corna Corolla comes and asks to be my familiar. Turns out elves have a thing for tree spirits, which is quite rare, and on discovery of a tree spirit in the town of Motten, quite a few migrate to live near me. Anyway, I agree to let Corna Corolla have a familiar, so I give her the usual terms, but I also made a special request, which is I want her to come back every 6 months and tell me what happens. Year 58, month 6. I gained another level. Nothing in particular happened. Level 18. Year 58, month 7. A human kneels. He asks for blessing to heal his child of his disease. I am not sure whether I can, but I can try. Bring him to me. A small baby, probably 8 months. He looks really sick. I create a magical healing fruit with all the nutrients I can gather. The man feeds it to his child. The child still is sick, and the man leaves with the child. 3 days later, he comes back with the child. The child's spirit looks better. Turns out, due to the war against the demons, there are no more healers in this small town. Most of them died some time ago, and those that survive now serve in the royal army, on the king's army. Child is actually just having a very bad fever. I gain a level 19. The man returns a few days later again with poop. Cow poop, and he mixes it into the dirt. Fertilizer. I feel nothing, and I thank my lucky stars I cannot smell cow poop. Year 58, month 12. Winter. During this time I cannot create fruits. A man kneels and begs for help for his wife, but I cannot do it no matter how much I want to. I tell him to hang in there and return when spring comes around. Year 59, month 1. The man returns and curses me. I guess she did not make it, so I do not respond, and after the exchange I gain a level and a skill. Level 20. Minor winter resistance. Yeah, that man is going to hate me. Year 59, month 2. A young lady drops by and begs me to protect her husband. Her husband will be going to war soon, to defend the country from a demonic rift that appeared somewhere. Her voice sounds like she wants to cry, but I am a tree, so in my mind I can only empathize and explain that I am not a god. I do not have the power to provide blessings. I am just a tree living here. Is there really nothing you can do? Does he want a familiar? Oh, I'll ask him. The next day a young man comes, along with the young lady. Is this the tree you've been visiting? He glances up and shrugs. Doesn't look very impressive. Please, Andy, a familiar might protect you. He shakes his head. Do you have no confidence in me? It's not that, but if something can give you a bit more protection, will you not take it? Andy sighs and walks really near to me. This is so weird, talking to a tree, but hey, if you hear me, can I get a familiar, just so that my wife feels safer? I wonder whether having a familiar would offer any protection, as they might overestimate their own abilities and end up taking more risk, but I offer a familiar contract anyway. Andy seems a bit surprised. Oh wow, there really is a spirit here. The wife smiles. Please come back to me, Andy. Yes, yes, he accepts, and the couple leaves. Year 59, month 3. The man with the sick wife returns, with something in his hand. He scolds and shouts for a while and starts hacking at me. I don't feel any pain, however, and it is then I realize that my trunk is really, really hard. After some time, he gives up and leaves. It is about that time I wonder how did that other guy manage to trim my branches. Year 59 month 4. Corna Kerala returns, and when she touches me, I actually get the experience accumulated so far on the familiar. I gain 3 levels. I am now level 23. She tells me that there is some heavy fighting going on at the moment, and that the town of Motten may not last for very long, as the town is located near the border with the wastelands. Year 59 month 9. A bad month, really. The month started with 3 deaths. The 3 elves all died within days of each other. Corna Kerala has died. Salada Stapu has died. Croissanta Fillings has died. I gained 12 levels. I am now level 35, and my species transformed from normal tree to spiritual tree. At this point, my skills are still mostly things like healing and defense, but I also gained a skill that is a sort of insurance called Tree Rebirth. Year 59 month 10. Death comes to the town of Motten. I see monsters attacking the town every day, and as much as I want to help, nobody got near enough for me to grant a familiar contract. I see some fighting in the distance, but it looks like the defenders are losing. On the last day of the month, it seems the war is getting really bad. Arsene Amir has died. You gain a fragment. Oh, one of the reincarnators has fallen. Year 59 month 11. Demon King Baal has entered the world. 9 years after the fall of Demon King Dantalion, another Demon King enters the battlefield. Is it me, or it seems to be getting more frequent? Motten at this point is deserted. There's absolutely not a single soul that I can see from my spirit vision. I hope it's more of a case of people fleeing rather than killed, but the past month's battle makes that seem rather unlikely. Year 60 month 2. My surrounding is absolutely barren. Monsters now wander everywhere, and a few tried to cut me down, but thankfully my bark is really strong, and these monsters give up once they realize it's pointless. Year 60 month 9. The town of Motten is no more. The destruction of the past few days has been massive, and I think I see the Demon King. Oh shit, he's huge. A massive, massive presence. He looks like he is the height of a 3-story building. Even at a distance, I could see his burning presence, and I could see a soul, but unlike human souls which normally appear faint white in color, the Demon King's presence is a bright red one and is surrounded by a reddish fire. The Demon King Baal. A red name hovers right above his soul. Oh damn, it really is him. He turns, notices me, and he walks towards me. Tree. He roars and the earth shakes. Oh shit. I felt myself shiver and tingle, and I do not even know how I can feel the tingle when I got no sense other than vision. He raises his arm and slashes. Ugh, I yelp in pain. For someone who is a tree, I am amazed and frightened that I can feel pain. It felt like I got hit by a car or a truck. The top has been chopped off. For a brief moment, I thought I see his burning soul smile, and then he walks off. I am in immense pain, feeling like I am being pulled in multiple directions, but a short while later, I am just thankful that I live. I am just a tree stump now, but trees do not die so easily. He disappears into the distance, and once he is out of sight, I fall into some kind of sleep. Year 65 month 2. Oh shit, I've been sleeping for the past 4 years. I am still mostly a stump, but now a few small shoots emerge from the sides. There's a notification menu that thankfully records all the string of messages I missed. The 4 remaining reincarnators has been killed, but amazingly, they managed to slay the Demon King Baal as well. Also, I gain a level 36, and an achievement, Demon King Survivor. Moving house. Moving house. Year 65 month 8. The shoots are not growing very well. In fact, they survive for no longer than a week and then die off. And because the shoots is a result of a lack of nutrients or sunlight, frankly, I'm not sure what my body needs. My ability to stay conscious is really poor. Still, a random elven druid visits. Oh tree, are you still there? He touches the stump, carefully inspecting the damage from the Demon King's claws. Yes, I am. I reply, but he doesn't seem to understand me. Ah, the damage must have really weakened you. He touches the stump and seems to be using some kind of druid magic. I feel invigorated, but only temporarily. It seems that energy is quickly drained away. The Demon King's presence has tainted these grounds. That is why you are unable to recover. To survive when the fire still burns and the grounds corrupted shows you must be a strong tree. I do not sense the Demon King's presence, but maybe my ability to see is impaired as well. As I still could not really keep myself awake for very long, I didn't dwell on it. I will help you, and that will include moving you out of these tainted lands, he says and leaves. I wonder how he plans to move me. Year 65 month 9. Few men arrive, all of them appear quite old. Oh, and that druid from last month. This is the tree I mentioned. It is amazing that it survives an attack by a demon king. Indeed, I believe the druid council would like to examine it further. Another man speaks. He seems to be holding some kind of wooden staff, and he kneels over me. These fires are interesting. Should we move it back to the druid council garden? I rather not. I rather not have the others discover this. Druid home already has another tree spirit. I would rather we keep this for ourselves. True. Would be troublesome if the other group finds it. Where do you propose? I'm thinking either Salaz's mansion or the Adventurer Guild's garden or Temple of Gaia's garden, the Adventurers Guild. I think that won't be a place they will expect. I prefer the Temple of Gaia. Easier to explain why we are moving trees, especially with the reconstruction happening there. The caretaker would want to have a look at this as well. They vote and eventually decide on the Temple of Gaia. I feel a little headache from following their conversation. The 5 of them spread out in a circle, surrounding me, and they start mumbling something, and then I feel the entire ground shake and crack. Then the entirety of the earth around E floats, and one of the guys take out some kind of sack, and then it is just all black for me. Maybe they somehow suck me into the sack or some kind of druid tree moving magic, I'm not sure. Turns out once my roots no longer touch any land, I just lose consciousness. Year 65, month 10. How is it reacting to the transplanting? Better than expected. Color seems to be returning somewhat and the taint of the Demon King is fading, but the fires remain. Did I say I am amazed it can resist the Demon King's fire and attack and also its corruption? Yes, you did, but I think most druids would be. That's what makes it worth studying. The guys are talking and I could still hear them faintly, but I find my consciousness fade every now and then, so I could not catch everything. They come over every other day to check on me, but some days I just cannot keep myself awake, though I do seem to be gradually recovering. Year 66, month 2. I feel much better now and I can actually keep myself awake. Those guys still come over regularly, and now I notice they have been casting some kind of spell on me. I think it sounds like some kind of appraisal. On top of that, they seem to be poking me with weird contraptions, and they seem very interested on my stump, mumbling about fires of hell and stuff like that. Still, I'm too sleepy to think too much, and every time I do I get a headache. Year 66, month 3. Is this the tree an old man comes to visit? Seriously, I'm really popular with old men. Is it a thing in fantasy worlds for old men to constantly poke at interesting things? Yes, he touches the stump and seems to be rather deep in thought. From Motten you say, yes, it survived a Demon King's claws, the scars on the stump still char a little with the demon's fires. A fascinating sight, to see the Demon King's fires still burn on the stump. Wait, the Demon King's fire is still burning my stump. I took a good hard look at myself, and that's when suddenly I feel a surge of pain. It seems autopilot cut off a portion of my senses, so I did not notice that I am still being burned. Status, the fire of Baal. Woe and owa, 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 owa. It feels like touching a hot kettle for a long time. Pain, pain, autopilot. Autopilot is suppressing the sensations from the burning surface. These fires, we should learn more about them. The old man says, seemingly touching the fire with a small stick. The younger man scratches his chin. The Demon King will return someday. We can better defeat them if we know what we face. What do you have in mind, caretaker? Can we defeat demons with their own power? The caretaker muses, twirling the stick in the fire. The question stuns the younger man. It must be possible, for demon kings must demand the obedience of their minions, so they must have a power to control or punish their minions. So the fires of a demon must be able to damage any other demon, or else they would have no way to keep order. Caretaker, to channel the demon's powers, that may be seen as witchcraft and perhaps blasphemy. Best not to repeat it. The younger man shakes his head. Perhaps you are right, the caretaker sighs. Good reminder, acolyte. To stay the path of Gaia is my duty, caretaker. Year 66, month 9. The past months is filled with people all investigating the endlessly burning fire on my stump. Usually it's the same few old men with different contraptions or spells. The investigators and researchers would try things like dousing me on holy water or trying to extract my stump surface. Still, the conclusion they seem to draw is that I am strong enough not to die from it and not let it burn the rest of me, but not strong enough to extinguish the fire. The fire of Baal also interfere with all my attempts to telepathically communicate. I suspect they seem to hear something, but they could not make out any details. The stump is actually constantly regenerating a sheet of fire-resistant layer, and that layer gets replaced by another layer once the fires completely consume the upper layer. So it's kind of like a Zerg rush and a wall of turrets. Maybe that analogy doesn't quite work. Year 67, month 1. It happened in the middle of the night. A group of masked men sneaks into the temple grounds. They dress like typical cults in dark hoodies and masks and carry weird religious-like items. This is it, the tree that carries the fires of Baal. 1 point, so the rumors are true. The Temple of Gaia is really experimenting with demon fire. To find demon fire, the master will be pleased. He takes out a kind of vase. I think it is a vase because it looks like a vase from the outline. The cultists seem to mumble some kind of weird chant as the one holding the vase leans close to me. He opens the cork on top of the vase and it seems to suck up all the fires into it. It has a cork. Does it make it a whiskey bottle instead? I wish I could see properly. Harvest the fires and let's go. Yes, yes. About 10 minutes later he is done, and strangely at that point someone shouts, "Stop, what are you doing? Oh come on, why do guards always spot them only when they are done?" "Let's split," the cultists shout, and they all flee in different directions and then into the distance. The fire of Baal removed. Negative effects on some of your passive recovery, skills, spells, and abilities removed. The next day, who is behind this? The fires are gone. Did you hear me? Who is behind this? Anyone able to collect the fires of Baal must be affiliated to the demons. Perhaps the demon cults. No shit, genius. No one spotted them. The guards did. They are dead now. We found a few of them killed in the alleys. With the fires gone, I am not very interesting anymore. Nobody even comes over to visit, and quiet returns. I'm not hot anymore. Year 67, month 3. A small boy sits on me. I offer a familiar contract, and he rejects. Damn. Year 67, month 5. Without the fires of Baal, I am able to now regrow a proper trunk in the past 5 months, right next to my stump. With this, I feel a bit more energetic than before. Year 67, month 8. This is the tree that has a seat. With the trunk growing rapidly, I am now like a small tree with a stump stuck at the side. In a way, I look like a chair, or maybe a stump plus stick combo. It seems quite a few people do come over and sit on me, but most seems to ignore all my familiar contracts. I wonder why, and then a pop-up explains. Believers of Gaia cannot accept familiars of nature and are naturally resistant to telepathy. That explains why everyone rejects me. An old man approaches me one day on the last few days of the month. Hi tree, he looks a little crazy. His soul looks really messed up. I am dying, and I am looking for a place to be buried. Can I bury myself here? I have no idea how to respond to such a question. Seriously, should I say yes, please bury yourself here, or should I say no, don't bury yourself here? He touches my growing trunk. Yes, I will bury myself here. Okay. You made the decision, so I'm not saying a thing. Hey, maybe you'll end up a spirit next to me like Samara. Year 67, month 9. That same death wish old man sits on me and then falls asleep. He did not wake up, and I could see his soul fading. He is discovered later in the evening by the temple guys. Oh dear, this crazy old man really died here. A young temple initiate complains. He'd been telling the caretaker he wants to be buried here. Call the caretaker. I am guessing the caretaker is some kind of position in the temple of Gaia, but no one answers me. Caretaker from before returns and kneels over the old man's corpse. Old friend, I will bury you here as you asked. The two initiates complain. But caretaker, he is not a believer. What gives him the right to be buried in the temple grounds? He was a believer. His 3 sons fought valiantly against the demons, a part of the warriors of Gaia. But their death made him curse us, curse the temple, for bringing doom to his family, so he stopped believing. In his dying days, I believe he has come around. If you say so, caretaker. They dig a hole next to my roots a day later and buried him next to me. Strangely enough, it is not in a coffin. Perhaps they do not have such culture here. Come to think of it, I do not recall ever seeing coffins. I feel relieved that I won't get chopped up to be made into coffins. I wonder whether he will end up being a spirit. Year 67, month 10. Hello, tree spirit. Oh, hello, old man. The old man really did become a spirit, even though it did take him a few weeks. I wonder why it takes him so long to transform from dead man to spirit. Is there like some kind of incubation period? Have you been here for long? No, I just appeared today. I think your roots are in my body now, so now you can see me. My roots? Oh, did you know I am here? No, I just like the look of the tree and the location. It seems like a nice place to be buried. Yuha, what a thing to think about. That sort of thought never crossed my mind. You are a tree. Death must be a strange thing for you. Never mind. Why are you here and why are you not moving on? I want to, but I have a lot of regrets. So much. Anger and hatred. Frustration for the temple of Gaia. Anger at the gods and demons. Anger at how weak I was to let my children die. Must be a foreign concept for trees with no family. I understand it quite well, but I choose not to interject. Life and death. To lose your children to monsters. To flee when your children are fighting. Do you know how much I regret it? No. Why did you flee? He wants to vent, so I let him. To protect my younger children. I ran with them. I ran with their wives, their kids, my grandchildren. Then you did your part. No. I felt I should have been the one fighting while they fled. An old man like me, choosing to run instead of fighting. That torment, it burns me. Is that called running? Sounds pretty honorable to me. And if you did stay and fight, would it have made a difference? Maybe. I am much older, but when the demons attacked many years ago, I still could hold a sword very well. I could have. I am much higher level and I have better skills. It is wrong for them to entrust the protection of their wives to me. I, the dying old man, should have been the one fighting and holding off the demons while they make their way out. They must have believed you can protect their wives and kids better than them. They wanted to stay back. Hey, I didn't sign up for spirit counseling. Is this guy going to vent at me for the next few months? Because if he is, I am going to hibernate. So what? I should have knocked some sense into them. I have to cut this guy off. You are dead. Let it go and move on. No, I cannot. I must not. I spent the last few years thinking back to that day when we parted in Allbest. I should have stayed and they should have left. 13 years, every night I think about it. If I made a different choice, if you are dead, I am a spirit. There must be something I can still do, something I can still change. That is why I am still here and not in the underworld. What would that be? I don't know. The old man, his name is Jua, and he spends a lot of time being upset over the death of his 3 sons. I occasionally humor him, but I mostly ignore him and go into hibernation. Year 67, month 11. Andy Shulan has died. You gain 9 levels. You are now level 45. Oh, I totally forgot about that guy. The guy whose wife came and begged for protection. He lived really long, have you heard? Lieutenant Commander Shulan of the South Army died in battle against the demons. Some initiates chatter in the garden, and with the levels my vision and range of hearing improves. Ah, wow, that boy became quite high-ranking. The demon must be really strong. Indeed, and he is back at his peak with his power returning. This seems to suggest the demons gather strength out there, and they will only get more ferocious. You seem to be interested in the conversation. Jua's spirit sits next to me. Yeah, I am. Have you heard of Andy Shulan? Sounds familiar. Oh, wait, I remember now. He got a bit famous a few years ago. He led the defense of Parsala Pass against a large demon attack. What's that? A battle where the demons attacked one of the many passes that connects the Humanlands to the Rift and are successfully repelled despite being outnumbered. It is human battle history. Not surprised you never heard of it. Oh. Don't armies have mages and healers? What's so special about him? Seems strange that a familiar can make such a difference. Oh, you seem to know how to fight. I'm actually quite impressed by this Jua's analysis. Every generation has to fight multiple demon kings and lords throughout their lives. Combat ability is a necessity. True, I seem to forget that multiple demon kings have appeared since I came into this world. What a cruel, harsh world. A mage can cast shield that provides a half reduction in damage as a passive enchantment, but someone like Shulan can create a wood barrier to counter specific attacks that reduces the damage by much higher amount. Makes a lot of sense. So why are you interested in Andy Shulan again? We used to have a familiar contract. I mean, I gave him a familiar a long time ago before he became famous. Jua's spirit paces around me, seems to be thinking. It seems that statement triggered some kind of eureka moment. So you and him have a familiar contract. Are you the source of his defensive powers? He looks at me with some hopeful, curious eyes. He never looked at me like that before, so it freaks me out a little. I am not sure, but if it is some wood-based ability, I believe that is most likely from my familiar. I see. Jua walks in circles around my trunk, and it makes me a little dizzy. He stops. Can you give your familiar contracts to more people? That's a strange question. Where are you going with this? Jua gives me a kind of stare. It's weird for a spirit to stare. What? He stares some more. Seriously, what? You have some power to reduce casualties in battle. Imagine if the world had hundreds of warriors with incredible defensive powers. We would see less death, and we would have higher leveled warriors all round because they all survive longer. Am I wrong? No, Jua does have a point, so I mentally wonder how many familiar contracts can I give. You can presently grant 12 familiar contracts. There are no familiar contracts utilized at the moment. What are your concerns, tree spirit? Or do you not care about human lives? Ju pushes. Grant more familiar contracts. Let those with your powers protect more people. Why should I? Okay, I guess giving familiar contracts makes sense because I gain experience from it, but frankly, I do not know why I am hesitating, so I end up looking at Jua. Feeling a little headache at having to make a decision, I decide to take a nap. Year 68, month 1. Your naps are really long. Time moves differently for trees like me. I respond instinctively, but then I wonder why I did. Maybe reincarnation means an entirely new set of experiences in this world. So familiars, Jua kept pushing and I ignore him. I still wanted to think, and he mumbles something about me and my absurd timeframes. A druid drops by. Ah, you are doing well. The new part of my tree reaches a reasonable size now, right next to the stump. The surface of the stump is still charred black, but it is healing. Hi, I reach out telepathically. The druid startles and he looks around. Is anybody there? No one, only me, the tree. He stares at me. You talk, yes. Do you want a familiar contract? I am blunt like that. No, okay, I'm a little too blunt. Are you a tree spirit? Yes, the druid walks in circles. So what kind of tree spirit are you? What kind of question is that? The druid looks puzzled. I mean, like, are you looking for help with breeding or spreading your seeds, or the type that wants special nutrients or fertilizer, or like you want help with pests? Tree spirits are usually not chatty, and they only give familiars to those who has done a great deal of service for them, like after helping them through a difficult winter or battle a horrible disease. Oh, so do you need help with something? That's why you are offering familiars. The druid walks in circles a few more times. I heard you survived a demon king's attack. Maybe you need help with your wound, is that it? It seems he is caught in some kind of monologue with his own mind and presuming that I need help. Why is this guy asking and presuming I need help? He kneels, hovering over the stump. Your wounds are fully healed, though. Tree spirits, always being so vague and need us druids to guess what you need. Wait, I know, I will give you some time and I will come back next month, okay? Trees need time to think, right? The druid bows and walks off. Wait, oh come on, I am literally shouting and he just walks away. Are druids normally so dense? I look at Jua, a little frustrated. Jiwa shrugs. Mages tend to be stuck in their own world. Magic is everything and it consumes them. But for them to ignore me like that. Another move. Year 68, month 2. The temple is abuzz with activity, but the mood is tense. Injuries and wounds by the cartloads as people keep getting carried into the temple. Me in the garden, I can somehow picture the image of blood everywhere and the stench of it. Or maybe it is just the newer initiates saying how strong the smell is. How many more do we have? A lot more, caretaker. The caretaker is like the lead priest of the Gaia temple, and he handles most of the administrative matters. Demons. The caretaker perch over one injured man, using some kind of healing. Some initiates start putting up tents in the garden and classifying the wounded by the severity of the injuries. Those needing less immediate attention are relegated to the garden, and so quite a lot of the wounded and their carers are within my range. First battle, he nods. I just froze when that beast roared like that. I did not expect that. Their roar has a fear effect. You should not have stood so far away. You are lucky to get just a few cuts. Yay, just a gash, probably will heal and be a manly scar later on. Maybe you can get girls with it. Another soldier tries to lighten the mood. Girls do not like scars. One of them says who? I met girls who like scars. They say it looks really tough and they feel safe when they see it. No way, you guys are disgusting. A female soldier comments. She turns to another side and face another sleeping female soldier. Hey, we did not die facing those beast demons. Cut me some slack, I am just happy to live another day. Yeah, did you kill any of those beasts? One soldier turns to ask another. There are about 30 of them in the courtyard, resting in makeshift tents. Most of them here are not very serious, light scratches or some gashes and won't die if so quickly, but they do need some medical attention to prevent disease. No, their hides are so thick. If I had one of those magic swords, maybe I would have gotten a kill or two. Your skills, did they not work? It did, but it is not enough. When do you think the healers will come for us? One of the soldiers that can walk asks. He sits next to another soldier. Once the heavily injured ones are dealt with, an initiate interrupts, handing out water and some light food. Yeah, we understand. The soldier nods. How is in there? Bad. Quite a few will not live through the night. The soldiers glance at each other. They sigh, but most are secretly relieved they got out of it mostly fine. The initiate looks at the tree. I think that tree produces fruits every now and then. It is edible, so feel free to take it because we are short, do not have enough proper food. Based on my current pattern, I produce 2 or 3 small peach-like fruits per week, but if I want to, I can trigger a small bloom to produce more overnight. I felt like helping these guys and hopefully lead to some familiar contracts. The next day, I have about 10 small fruits, all containing mild healing effect. The soldiers did not hesitate to take and consume them. Tastes kind of bland. Feels like I am eating some kind of disgusting forest herb. I felt a bit slighted at the comments, and at that point, I realized I did not select any skills that enhance the taste of my fruits. Such human aspects should be considered after all. I feel a bit better though. I think the fruit has some mild healing. Appraise, one soldier holds up his half-eaten fruit, looking at it inquisitively. There are skills like appraisal too, and I wonder what is the difference with my inspection skills. A loud horn blares. It is so loud that my trunk vibrates and my leaves rustle. Oh, that is not good. A few of the soldiers look at each other. Another attack looks like it. Some of the soldiers stand and walks. We should go. An initiate runs out. No, you guys must rest. Going there injured will be bad. I am fully healed. A few of the men with light injuries have recovered as a result of the fruits. The initiate looks at them. Let me get the caretaker to verify before we let you out. I can't sign you out without his approval. The soldier nods. Yes. Normal tracking procedure. Please hurry and get the caretaker. The army needs our help if it is anything like the previous attack. The initiate runs in, calling the caretaker. The soldiers look at the rest of the recovering soldiers. You guys better eat more of that fruit then. Need you people back on field once you are fine. Yeah. One of the soldiers shrug. Stay safe and don't get killed. We won't. Since he's just next to me, I pounce on the opportunity and immediately offer a familiar contract. Some of them laugh and walk away, but 2 others walk over and give me a pat on the trunk. Similarly, I offer both of them a familiar contract, and they accept. Hey, did the tree just? One soldier look at the other. Yes, the other nods. What happened? Those who are still injured seem a bit curious because they seem a little startled by the weird expressions on the 3 soldiers' faces. I think this tree, it gave 3 of us familiar contracts. Really? What does it do? Ironbark skin, one of the soldiers' skin glisten in a brownish shade. Some defensive skills and healing skills. It is a tree familiar. Yeah, don't let it get your head though. One of the injured soldiers say. Let me check. Everyone please come over. The caretaker arrives and starts looking at the soldiers that say that they have recovered. A while later, he nods. It seems you guys are fine, free to go. The recovered soldiers go off and the remaining soldiers, about 20 of them, look at each other. After a while, they start talking again. You think this tree can give us a familiar contract? One of the injured soldier approaches. I still can give a few more if you guys are not believers of Gia. I reply to him telepathically. The injured soldier loses his balance and falls. It talked. It did. I did not hear a thing. It talked into my head. What did it say? I think it said it can give a few more if we are not followers of Gya. But we are in a temple of Gya. Is this tree not a Gya's spirit? I'll go call the caretaker again. The caretaker approaches me and then looks at the injured soldier. You said this tree can give you familiar contracts if we do not believe in Gya. Yes. I attempt to reply on behalf, but somehow is repulsed by some kind of telepathic barrier. The caretaker looks at me and then touches my trunk. Detect evil and detect spirit. His eyes widen. It really is a spirit. He looks at me, and then he calls an initiate to bring some materials over. He then seems to chew on some kind of leaf. After a short while of chewing, he then looks at me. Ethereal vision. Hello, tree spirit. The caretaker looks at me, and then he notices Jua next to me. And you too, old friend. Hey, Jua smiles. Hi, who are you and what are you? I am a tree, but you have a spirit. That is rare. That contradicts the statement I received from Mozart. I thought he said trees of a certain size has spirits. Yes, I do have a spirit. I do not know whether I am rare. You told the soldiers you can't give them familiars if they are believers of Gaya. Yes. Your believers will reject a nature familiar. The caretaker thinks for a while and he says, I do recall one of blessings of our God is we can only use familiars of God, but I must confirm that later. He then looks at the soldiers. Any of you not believers? I'm not. A soldier walks over. Not yet, at least. Can you give him a familiar contract? The caretaker asks me. Will help me assess what I should do. I offer him a familiar contract. The caretaker bites a different kind of leaf. Accept the contract and open your menu. Eat this leaf. The soldier nods, accepts the familiar contract, and munches on a kind of leaf. Seriously, do they have weird drug-like leaves in this world? Wait, they must have. It's a fantasy world. Then his menu appears for all to see. It is far more complicated than the menu I have. I wonder how I could see it, but I just do. Tree familiar level 1. Element earth and wood. Rank nature aspect. Alignment neutral. Active skills ironbark skin, healing fruit, minor regeneration, wood shield. Passive damage resistance, improved healing, earth magic, and wood magic enhancement. Hey, there are more skills than I used to remember. So is the tree evil caretaker? Should we revoke the contract? No, probably not, but it is just not aligned to Gaya. Trees have alignment as well. The caretaker shrugs. No idea. Still, you soldiers can accept the familiar if you want to. I think it will be helpful for the battle ahead. As for me, I need to go talk to some druids. Year 68, month 3. Move it somewhere else. The caretaker sighs. Yes, caretaker. This is really necessary. Yes, I brought this up to the temple counselors, and the conclusion is that we are a temple cannot accept a spirit that does not accept Gaya in our compound. It won't be perceived negatively by the common folk if a tree tells people not to believe in Gaya to receive a familiar. It is a tree. I would have chopped it down if it's just a tree, but it has been helpful and I do not see a need to destroy it. So moving it to more neutral location would be better. The druid nods. Understood. Inside his head, he scrambles to think where to emvo the tree. Still, did not take long for them to decide. I see a few druids come over, surround me, and once again they move me. Caretaker says you're a spirit, so we got to move you. The druid says apologetically, we will be gentle and you will not come to any harm. Before I could respond, he casts some kind of magic and the earth shakes. And once again, I lose consciousness. Seriously, being moved around is annoying. Frika Elf Village. Frika Elf Village. Year 68, month 4. Frika, a small village with less than 50 souls out of town. Elves, all of them. It seems that the presence of a spirit tree does not go well with a lot of people in the city, so the druids decide to move me out of the city. It seems a spirit that is not aligned to the religions of the world are seen as heretical to some of the believers, and so I think I am quite lucky that there are druids who look after tree spirits. The elves are happy to have a tree spirit in their small village, and I could tell from their conversations. The leader of the village requests I be put in the center of the village, apparently for the protection a tree spirit can give. The elves are quite chatty, and from that I learn that the leader of the village is a middle-aged man, Ricola. A tree spirit is good fortune to our small village. Somehow he gives me a very pleasant feeling, so I immediately offer him a familiar contract the moment I could. An honor, O tree spirit. If anyone else wants a tree familiar, please let me know. I telepathically speak. Certainly. Of the village's warriors, I give out all my remaining familiar slots to 8 more of the men and women. It helps them in protecting the village from the frequent monster attacks. Year 68, month 5. Ricola's wife, Lawfin, is pregnant. They come over and ask for my blessing. I reply I can't give blessings, but if they fall sick, they can come to me for some healing fruits. Year 68, month 6. The elven kids decorate me for a festival to the earth. The elves in this world are a little animistic. They believe in spirits of nature, and their god is the nameless great spirit of nature. Trees are spirit of nature, so this festival is also dedicated to you. An older female elf, Kashern, leads the ceremony. She seemed to play the role of the master of ceremonies and also a living record of the elvish traditions. They eat fruits, vegetables, and some hunted meat, and pray to the earth for good harvest, a good hunt and protection from demons, monsters, and humans. They too serve some kind of fermented sap, which sends some of the men in some kind of high and dance throughout the night. Year 68, month 8. The tax collectors visit the elves. Ricola pays them with what little gold or silver coins they have. Some of the elves in the village sell their excess foods in the city for coin, just for the purpose of paying taxes. After the tax collectors leave, Ricola sits next to me and sigh. These tax collectors are blood-sucking leeches. We get no protection from the army, yet we are forced to pay taxes, lest we suffer the wrath of the kingdom's tax enforcement force. Ah, do you have demons here? I suddenly wonder, how do elves deal with demons? O tree spirit, we do face demons, but demons are usually drawn to places with a lot of souls for them to kill. Sparsely populated places like our village is usually spared of their wrath. It is only when the demon king descends, when the elves throughout the continent gather to fight it. I see. One of the elf kids run over and knock on my trunk. Hey tree, do you think you can give me a familiar? Ricola pats him on the head. Brislatch, please don't disturb the tree spirit. He has given all his familiars to the adults. Brislatch pouts and walks away. How's Laufen doing? I asks, but actually I could see from my spirit vision that she is well. Spirit vision is good at telling the overall health of a person. She is doing well. It's been a few years since the last birth in our village. Everyone looks forward to it, especially Brislatch and Wallen. They cannot wait for someone younger than them to appear. Year 68, month. Harvest season before winter. Harvest is better than last year, and Ricola says it is because of me. I can't tell because I do not see a skill that boosts harvest, but apparently as village head, he has a skill that lets him know what effects are affecting the area. Maybe it is race passive for spiritual trees or something, that things grow better around it. Year 68, month 11. Being at the center of the village, the elven villagers frequently come over to chat under the shade. I am growing quickly, and am quite close to my size before I got chopped by the Demon King. The ladies now start to do some of their leisure activity under the shade. This means things like sorting or cutting through their harvest, or occasionally, processing hunted animals. Some of the elderly also use the shade to teach their kids. It seems elves believe that the tree spirit improves learning, but I suspect that might be a placebo. Year 68, month 12. Winters are mild. I can produce some healing fruits, but their effectiveness is rather poor. The men fight some monsters during this time. It seems winter comes with its own set of monsters. Nobody gets seriously hurt, so the mood is fine. It seems one of the guys, Jura, is the village's best fighter. He's really good with a sword and says he's going to be level 40 soon. Laufen and the ladies would collect whatever winter fruits I produce to make some kind of tea. Year 69, month 2. Another festival to mark the end of winter. The elves are preparing some kind of fruit cocktail. The elves come over to vent their frustrations, mainly about how things are done by other elves. Elves are people after all, and at times they come into conflict with each other over rather petty things. I generally just listen. I'm not going to play counselor. Year 69, month 3. Laufen gives birth safely. It's a baby girl and is named Lausanne. The elves throw a small party, and apparently tradition has it that elvish babies are supposed to be given the juice of a spirit tree, if there is one. I make her a healing fruit with all the healing abilities I can gather. Year 69, month 4. One of the elves sat next to me and tells me dire news. He just returned from the city from their weekly market visit, and the demon attacks are increasing. Rumor is that the Demon King will descend very soon, and based on past trend, that does seem likely. More worryingly, for some human cults have also emerged. Some of them profess to be able to control demons and have taken control of some distant villages, and some are religious puritanical zealot who cannot accept other races. Still, the focus seems to be on the demons. A time for human unity, they say, as the Demon King will rise once again. To some extent, I wonder why do these humans bother when the gods summon heroes to defeat the Demon King? It is not humans of this world who defeat them. Will the gods summon heroes to defeat the Demon King? The elves sigh, probably. Why do you sigh? Every time heroes descend into this world, we trade the methodical destruction of the Demon King for the reckless destruction of the otherworldly heroes. Elves don't look at them as heroes too. The elves are in two minds about it. A faction believes the gods' heroes, some of which appear as elves, are God's blessings to the elves. Another faction believes that the gods do not want to summon the heroes, but because the destruction wrought by the Demon King is too great, they had to. So heroes are a desperate response from the gods. What do you believe? The heroes, they are a blessing. Has the Demon King fallen to a hero from this world before? The elf stares at me. Legends has it that the Demon Kings of the past all defeated by the summoned heroes. Oh, I suppose summoned heroes must have some special thing about them that allows them to slay Demon Kings. Year 69, month 6. A small group of soldiers arrive. The villagers are tense. Ricola talks to the captain, and it seems the city is trying to gather the numbers to fight in the Demon Pass. No one goes with the captain. Captain is not happy, but they leave after a while, having many other places to go. Year 69, month 9. Baby Lozan starts mumbling. She's really cute. I can't help but remember my own nephew back on Earth. Ah, home. I wonder how things are back there. The elves live hard lives, but generally are happy, and many of the ladies enjoy spending their time playing with the baby. Year 69, month 10. I also gained two rather strange skills one morning: Nourish and Secret Hideout. The Secret Hideout creates a small room right beneath my roots, probably can fit 2 adults. I wonder whether it is because the kids, Brislech and Wallen, frequently play hide and seek with my roots and trunk. Maybe they should play a bit more if that leads to skills. Harvest this year is better than last year, and it seems when I am around, the soil replenishes its nutrients a little bit faster. Year 69, month 11. Lozan is feverish. I grow a small fruit of healing, for the Laufen and Ricola to feed the juice within. Ricola has an argument with the tax collectors over higher taxes this year, but eventually pays it. Year 70, month 1. The men report seeing more human armies on the move, and the frequent movement is disturbing animal movement. They say it's rare for armies to move about when winter has not cleared, so the demon's attack must be really intense. I gain a level 48. I have my first attack skill, Root Strike. In the distance, a demon king. In the distance, a demon king. Year 70, month 2. There is great unrest in the human cities and the elves too. They look up into the sky every night, and Kashern, the old lady, explains that it is an ominous sign. 6 stars align in a hexagonal shape is the mark of the warp. The warp signifies a weakening, a breach in the rift that separates us in the demon world. In other words, the demon king is returning. If I could sigh, I would, but all I could is sway my branches, or shake. It probably looks like a shake. Worry not, the gods will look after us. Kashern nods, sipping a hot cup of tea. It's still cold this time of the year, and I get a new menu. It's a temperature bar, and it reminds me of weather widgets on my Android phone. How do you know for sure? They always have, Tree Spirit. Legends have it that we have been invaded by demon kings since time immemorial, and every time our world triumphed. As a financial advisor once said, past performance is not indicative of future returns, but I let Kashern continue. The stars. Despite the warp, in the distance there is hope. I wonder how the stars look in this world. Year 70, month 3. Baby Lozan tries to crawl around and over my roots, and I get nervous every time she looks like she's going to have a fall. This feeling really reminds me of my babysitting days. I wonder how my nephew is. Maybe he has grandkids by now. After all, 70 years has passed. On a more serious note, the men fought a few lesser demons while hunting, and the presence of demons so near their home worries them, so they made some changes to their hunting practices. The summit of the elves will not be long from now. Summit of the elves. When the demon king is about to descend, the elven nations summon warriors from all over to take up arms and defend the elvish lands from the demon. We are not in the elven nation, are we? I vaguely remember not being in the elven nation, but since being relocated to Frika, I have no idea whether that statement is still valid. We are not Tree Spirit. But some of the men still feel a desire to answer the calling, to test whether they can be the shield of the elves. Jura, perhaps, maybe. But while we are happy with our sons and daughters who answer the call, the village has to figure out its defenses without their best fighters. Ah, that is indeed a problem. When demons roam about, villages are without their best defense. Yes, she sips her tea, and her wrinkly arms touch my protruding roots. I can vaguely feel her touch, but my sense of touch is hardly accurate. How old are you, Kashern? I suddenly realized I do not know her age, but then again, age is just a number. In fact, I ask that question, then realize how disconnected that question is with the previous topic. Ah, I'm old, Tree Spirit. I do not remember the exact year anymore. But elves live up to 500 years. Humans, if they have magic in them, can live similarly long. So magic extends one's lives. Our conversations tend to drift. I would ask about things that I spot along the way, and Kashern generally lets me go off tangent. Perhaps she just thinks it is how spirits think and talk, or maybe my mind is jumbled up by being a tree. Indeed, it is a blessing and a curse. Live long enough to see so many demon kings come and go, and they are as natural to this world as a typhoon or a massive earthquake. Long enough to see tree spirits die. Have you ever met other tree spirits? Kashern looks up to the night sky again, looking at stars I cannot see. Once, but when Demon King Astaroth descends on my town, then the tree spirit died. Ah, tree spirits play an important role in a proper elven society. An elven village or town without a tree spirit within is nothing more than a temporary gathering of elves. Can you explain more? The elves, we believe that the tree spirit is the guide after death. A birth under the tree spirit's blessing is stronger than one without, and on our death we believe that our souls would be guided by the tree spirit, and through it, return back to our nameless mother. Our warriors are stronger, our druids wiser, our walls sturdier. Our inbuilt potential is best expressed when a tree spirit is present to channel and guide us. If I could gulp, I would. In fact, I feel like going for a nap then. I do not think I can play such an important role that elves demand of me. How are other tree spirits? The one I met is imposing. Its presence dominates the town, and its protection allows the town to resist years of human attacks. A powerful tree spirit, like a strong fortress, its roots seep into the walls, healing it from damage. Still it fell. Yes, but not to any threat. It fell to a powerful demon lord of Asteroth, a monstrous being shaped like a corrupted demonic dragon. It burned the tree and the entire town. Oh, I survived Demon King Bale. Does that make me super impressive? Or maybe I got lucky. I think I got lucky because the Demon King did not press its attack and left with one strike. It just figured cutting me off and leaving that fire on me is sufficient to kill me. So any high-level demon should actually be able to kill me fairly easily. After all, I am immobile, so dodging is out of the question. It is either I have a powerful offense, a powerful defense, or at best, both. Or if I am lucky, I won't have to fight demons. Year 70, month 4. Humans come around again, this time a smaller group of 4 led by one captain. The king decrees that each village is to dispatch 5 able-bodied men to join the king's royal demon-slaying army. We cannot spare 5 men. 5 men means we will lose our ability to defend ourselves or hunt for food. This is not open for negotiation, villager. The king commands and its people answer. The captain is stern. His face looks like he has heard this 1,000 times. We cannot give 5 men. Then I shall mark your village as disobeying the king's orders. How about 2? No negotiations, villager. The captain turns to leave. Let me discuss with my people. The captain nods. An hour. That is all you have. The villagers huddle and words fly. They speak and argue, but eventually Ricola meets the captain again. We will send 5 men. Ricola answers. But not today. Not today, villager. Send your 5 men to report at Hammerhold Fort in 2 months. The captain nods, pass them a letter, and the small group leaves on horses. Bring that letter along. Without it, your village is deemed not to have provided your men. After the captain leaves, Ricola and the men kneel before me. It seems the decision bothers them greatly, and now they seek my counsel. O wise tree spirit, do you some words for us? Oh damn, I am no wise great tree spirit. I do not know what to do at this time. Oh wait, so what should I do? I don't know, Ricola. When do the men need to leave? Hammerhold Fort is a month away, so a month from today. I took a nap, and I had a dream. A nightmare, actually. I rarely get that in this world. A demon, a large demon, lots of them. In my dreams I could see them in color and detail, and they remind me of monsters out of Diablo. Huge, I see dead people all around them. Their path, one of destruction. Dead people. Dead bodies, all scattered all over the floor, burning forests, and a tree. A tree on fire with corpses pinned on its branches. A large, monstrous demon walks through the corpses. Its steps crush every corpse in its way into pulp. I feel afraid. I shiver. Is it coming for me? Its head turns, its red eyes look at me, and a notification pop out. Demon King Andros awakes. Fire, death, destruction. 1,001 screams. It's as if the world screamed as one, and it's deafening. I feel my ears hurt, even though a tree should not have ears. And then I snap out of it. I snap out of my dream and I see Castron touching my trunk, looking worried. You were shaking, tree spirit, after you went to the dream world the past few days. What ill news you bring? Demon King is here. Oh, Castron's old wrinkly hands shake and she shouts a call. The villagers all react in shock and they rush out of their houses and surround me. Ricola looks at me and leans in. Is there something you wish to tell us, tree spirit? Demon King is here. Ricola sat. He then asks the children to go back home and only the adults remain. He then faces the rest of the villagers, explaining what I told him. The villagers look at each other. Jura is the first to speak. Then we should join the king's army, crush the Demon King before it gets too strong. Another man shakes his head. Only heroes can kill the Demon King. The best the army can do is clear a path and take out the rest of the Demon King's champions. Ah yes, but all the heroes died in their battle against Demon King Baal. Until the gods summon new heroes to this world, there is no way of defeating the Demon King, so this army is doomed. Indeed, so we should not join the army. Would you rather face demons or what's left of a destroyed army? If we stay at our village, maybe a hero might emerge before we are attacked. I didn't really say anything, but hey, it seems that is what they wanted anyway. Year 70, month 5. The men are hard at work, creating fortifications around the village. Hunting will soon be difficult, as the demons will spawn more regularly. The Demon King's presence is always accompanied by a surge in demons entering the world. It is just the way Demon Kings are with their corrupting powers. Many will die. Indeed, every Demon King has led to death. Countless deaths. Why? Because it is so. Why is there no Angel King? I sometimes wonder why the enemies are always Demon Kings. That would be heroes. Castron looks at me, thinking I probably asked a stupid question. Year 70, month 6. An injured group of adventurers arrives at the village. The group of 4 fighters are all bleeding heavily, and 2 lost their arm to what appears to be a huge monster bite. Ricola immediately brings them to me. Their spirit is weak. What is normally a white spirit fades on and off like a flickering light bulb. Healing fruit, I create 4 fruits. Ricola and another elf assists to feed them. Their wounds stabilize somewhat, but the lost arm cannot be undone. What did this? Ricola sits next to one of the adventurers, helping him eat the fruit. Demons. It looks like peace is going away very, very soon. A fiery destruction. A fiery destruction. Year 70 month 6 continued. The adventurers. They speak of a new breed of demons, large, ferocious, and with teeth able to chew out any creature. Giant, walking on 2 feet, massive, magically reinforced jaws, and armored with thick skin. Some have horns along their backs. Demons. Are all demon kings the same? I ask Cashern, to which she shakes her head. The adventurers are stable physically. The 2 of them who lost their arms are emotionally unstable, lamenting about their lost future as adventurers, and they would be nothing more than beggars now. It is so bad that Ricola separates the 2 one-armed adventurers in a room so that their negativity don't spread. Have we met any demons described by these adventurers? I think the description is pretty standard. Fangs, claws, scales, horns. Year 70 month 7. The adventurers eventually come around and they leave. The king's demon-slaying army starts their march for one of the heavily contested passes for the rift. No worry about the demon king so far. Strange, maybe they did not get the message. Year 70 month 8. A raid, a demon raid. It starts in the morning, a small trickle. One of the elves spot a group, 30 demons led by an elder demon. This will not end well. The elves quickly assemble for battle, whilst the young men and women without combat skills quickly retreat to the fortified village hall. The demons, these group is different from the earlier ones described by the adventurers. These are winged, mild fire wielders, using axes forged of dirty metals. The 2 forces clash and the elves throw everything they have at them. Every skill, all their familiar powers they have unlocked. And the demons fall, but so does the elves. The demons are tough and they have 3 times the toughness. Even with the advantages provided by the fortifications, familiar blessings and other tactical, for every 4 demons killed, one of the elves still get a fatal blow. The dying elves, they still try their best, everything they have. And I try to help, but the battle is fought mostly outside of my very limited range. I see their fading spirit and I try to reach out to it. Hey, don't die on me. They walk closer, their spirits turning deathly pale, the wound on their body too deep, too serious. The tide turns, the elves now outnumber the demons, and with numbers the deaths stop, and the elves win. 4 of us too many. Ricola kneels of their dying bodies, all of them placed next to me, right next to my roots. I try to help with every single healing ability in my disposal. I sigh if I could. Maybe my branches droop a little, the wounds too serious, the damage too great, the bleeding too much. Cashern leans and holds onto one of the dying fighters. Death comes to us all, but for some earlier than others. Death may come, but your spirits will never die. O tree spirit, take good care of them. I gulp if I could. The 4 soon pass on. I see their spirit fade to darkness, and a brief flicker of light at the end like the last hurrah of a match. And they fade, their spirits drift into the ground below. The mood turned grim since then. The men focus on repairs and sharpening their weapons. The women focus on their children. The loss of 4 men is too much for some, and the only way they could cope is to hold it in. But at night, when the house is quiet, some of the women and some of the men come to talk to me. How do I move on? I have known him all my life. Things just cannot be the same, can they? I have no answer. I am just a tree spirit, but I have no words who can calm the hearts of those who lost someone. I nod and I try employ some empathy, but I know it is no cure for the hole in one's hearts. Level up, level 50. You gain the following skills: calming voice and haunted tree. Year 70 month 10. More demon attacks, but mostly small groups, so no biggie. Year 70 month 11. Death comes, but not from demons. Village of Frika. A roar breaks the morning quiet. You have failed to send what your king required of you. 5 soldiers and you failed. Ricola and the villagers, those who wake up early, quickly wake everyone up. Elves. The king should have known that elven villages have no loyalty to the king. Only humans know what it means to live under His Majesty's protection. A small platoon of the army, about 400, comprising a mix of knights, archers, and other fighters. They carry insignias and wear standard issue armor. The army surrounds Frika. There is no retreat with their large numbers. Ricola sighs they must have taken out their sentry. Ricola offers to talk, to explain the demon king has come. Without heroes, the army is doomed. Hush, villager. No, let me correct that, traitor. Laughter from the human army. They are confident, as they should be. They outnumber the fighting force almost 20 times. I will not listen to your excuses. Those who dare defy the king will be punished. The army has not tried to make its move yet, so the women and children quickly hide. Lausanne, Brislech, Wallen, Laufen, and 2 other younger ladies squeeze into the secret hideout beneath my roots. The rest, even the older women, grab whatever weapons they could. Are you ready, elvish scum? We are going to kill all of you now. Fire. Fire arrows. The humans, they do not plan to fight us. The burning arrows fly and explode mid-air in a fireball. The fire torches the roofs, the houses, the furniture. More arrows, and the elves try to deflect the arrows. We must break through. That is our only chance. Jura yells. The rest of the elves follow, creating a wedge, and all of them head for it. Their only chance of survival, rather than being trapped in the inferno created by all the burning arrows and burning homes. They could dodge the arrows, but as the fire spreads, it is either make a break for it or be cooked alive. The elves and the human army fight, and it seems some manage to escape, but I also see many die. Unlike demons, humans have levels and skills with actual military training. This is a force that has done these sort of rebel suppression many times. As for me, I could only watch in horror as the humans remain firmly outside my root strike range. The fire spreads, and I think a part of me is on fire. But such mild fires cannot kill me, even if they do burn my branches and leaves. More fire arrows, and the surrounding is just ablaze. I check in on the 3 children and 2 women now squeezed into my secret hideout, shaken but still safe. It seems my roots and bark protects them. Good, the fighting intensifies, and I see Ricola. He staggers towards me bleeding. His spirit is weak and an arrow pierces him. Oh dear tree spirit, I will soon leave this world. I try to heal him, but with multiple arrows through his body it is not working. And it seems the fact that my branches are burning also weakens the power of my healing. Please, take care of my children and my wife. Protect them from the demons and these monsters too. Yes, yes, don't die, I respond telepathically. From the blaze an armored knight emerges. He holds up a sword. Why won't you die? He stabs and stabs and stabs again. The blood splatters all over my trunk. I feel anger. What is this stupid human doing fighting each other when there is a demon king out there? Root strike, a root surges from beneath, impaling the knight, and he dies. There is still fighting in the distance as some of the elvens run for their lives as Frika burns in a swirl of fire. Hot, but not enough to kill me. Somewhere along the way I gained fire resistance 80 and mortal normal fires cannot kill me. One of the elves fight, but she takes a few hits. And deciding she cannot make it, she retreats and she soon stands next to me. Cashern, I mentally yell. O tree spirit, she is wounded, 2 daggers still in her chest. I thought of choosing my place of death. Let me die beside you, spirit. She coughs. I think blood came out. This is madness, man against elves. When there is a demon king around, 2 human knights with spears close in on Cashern, they attempt to lunge at her. Root strike, I strike at both of the knights, killing them, but not before one of them used a skill and drive a spear through Cashern. We will meet again, tree spirits. Elves who die with their tree guardians never truly die, and she collapses, a spear through her chest. The fire rages on and the battles soon come to a conclusion. The humans win overwhelmingly. One by one the elven fighters die, and once the battle is over, the humans drag the corpses of the elves towards me. Hang them on this tree. A commander of human army says. I count about 25 bodies. Maybe 15 or so made it and managed to flee, then burn it. How about those that got away, commander? Should we give chase? Let them. Let them spread the word, disobey the king, and face dire consequences. The commander surveys the corpses and walks well within range of my root strike. I have 3 root strikes left for the day, and in my anger I attack. 2 root strikes right at the commander. The roots shoot out of the ground, and though he sees it, he is not fast enough to dodge. He activates some kind of shield and barrier, but it is not much use. My roots struggle a little, but eventually crack the barrier. It pierces him right through the heart and the other through his pelvis. A druid. Fan out, there must be a druid that is still hiding. The vice commander shouts and he runs. Lucky he did not suspect the tree. Arg, he goes out of my range. 1 root strike remaining. I see a bloody soldier. We should totally do this more often. You know, killing elves. Always hated these long-eared dudes. Rather than talk shit, why don't you find where is the druid? Chill the fuck out, dude. The druid probably used the last of his magic to take out the commander. If he is still around, he is defenseless now. These people seem really apathetic to the loss of their commander. Or maybe death is just a common thing for them. True, still some of them manage to run. The village is now totally no more, replaced with burnt ash. This tree is pretty sturdy, even though it's all black. We should just impale the elves on the tree. Teach these long ears the power of humans. That's a little too much, man. You killed elves too. I am merely enjoying the process. Seriously, elves on a stick, like a barbecue. I agree with the other human, and in my anger I strike him with my last root strike for suggesting such an abhorrent idea. In a flash it kills him as it went right through his armor and his heart. Fuck, the druid is still around. The soldiers look around and they spread out. An hour later they all return. What should we do with the bodies? Pile them up with the tree and burn them. Don't want them turning into undead or zombies or food for the demons. Fire. The humans stack and pile the elves around me and then start a fire. I feel helpless, so very helpless. The fire did not hurt me much, even though I look like I am charred. And more importantly, the 6 in my secret hideout is still safe and alive. Fire. The humans left after 3 hours, deciding their raid is over. The elven corpses, the heat and fire cook and roast them, and slowly they turn into ash. The fire rages. The elves in the hideout shivers. They are afraid, I can sense it. Their body weak, so I use nourish, restoring their body strength. So many dead. Is my fault? Why did I not ask them to send the 5 men to the army anyway? No, I may have a part, but they decided it. Maybe I have a role, my lack of knowledge of the tensions between humans and elves, and weakness and inability to protect those who give me a place in their lives. So many dead. The fire burns into the night. Though intense, my trunk and branches are fine, the surface blackened. This pain pales in comparison to what I felt before. Death. The death that I see stirs something, a desire, a fury, a need. I must change. I have wasted my last 70 years in this world, taking things as they come. As a result, everywhere I go, I am a bystander, with too little power to intervene meaningfully. I must be a whole lot stronger, else these deaths of those around me will never end. Ricola Searwind and 6 others died. You gain a total of 13 levels. You are now level 63. You have unlocked the next species change, upgraded from spiritual tree to magical tree. Secret hideout upgraded. Camouflage illusions upgraded. Spirit collection upgraded. Essence harvesting obtained. Recovery. Recovery. Year 70, month 11. A day after the human raid. The bodies are now a mix of ash and charred flesh. Freaka destroyed, the inferno engulfed all the wooden houses and halls. The 6 crawl out of the secret hideout after the fire burns out. Tears. Laufen is crying. So is Lozan, Brislech, Wallen. The 2 younger ladies also squeezed into my secret hideout. Emil and Belariv, fondly referred to as Bell, also cry. Death. The air stinks of it. The charred smell of burnt bodies. The girls seem to gag whenever they get too close to a burnt body, and holding back their urge to vomit. What are we to do now? Laufen looks at Emil and Bell, who are in their teens. Their eyes are wet, their faces dirty from all the ash and soot. Everyone is covered in ash and soot. Well, everything is coated in a layer of ash and soot. Keep Lozan in the hideout. It is too dirty and dusty. Laufen sighs, her hand still holding on to what looks to be a burnt memento, Ricola's personal belongings. Emil carries her, and once the hideout door opens, she gasps. Laufen, the hideout looks different. Laufen shakes her head. Not now. Belle goes over and she too gasps. The hideout changed. It is not like that when we came out. Brislech and Wallen jumps and walks over. Yeah, it changed. A proper room. Still too small for all of them, but more comfortable than the space earlier that is about the size of a cellar. I just gained a skill upgrade for secret hideout. I think all of you had to come out for it to reset and change into the new one. A magical space, a creation of the tree spirit's ability. 10 feet wide, long and tall. It is a lot more comfortable than the 5ft by 5ft space earlier. In the center of the ceiling is a glowing fruit that provides a faint light. With more space, at least the elves have a place to stay for the night. The elves nod and say a prayer of some kind. Lozan is now 1.5 years old and can walk by herself. Brislech and Wallen babysit her, while the 3 older elves go around, surveying what's not lost. The 3 ladies are trying to recover whatever usable items they can find. Perhaps some manage to survive the blaze, somehow protected by other rubble above them. But most important is food. We are gonna starve, Emil asks. All our food is gone. Laufen sighs. She is the oldest, so in a way she is in charge. She kneels before my black trunk. Oh, tree spirit, are you there? Can you make some fruits? Yes, I respond, my body recovering from the damage. I hear Emil's concerns, and you may eat my fruits. I will make some. From a few of the black branches, a burst of life, fruits. May not be satisfying or tasty, but fruits to deal with their hunger. Later on, the elves recover one of the hidden chests buried beneath the houses, a place where elves store their most personal items. Multiple chests survived, as the fire tend to range above group, so only the floor is burnt. In it, some clothes, some weapons, and some personal items. All go into the hideout. Don't go too far, girls. We don't know how far the humans went. Laufen warns, still cautious. They nod and mostly walk about the remains of their village. I could sense their sorrow. Every now and then they would cry. Perhaps they still have not come to terms with the destruction. Brislech, the little girl, asks Tree Spirit, are you okay? You are all black. She's playing with Lozan and Wallen with some sticks and stones. I am recovering, Brislech. Rain will wash off these black stains. Why are the humans so evil? They killed us. Brislech looks at me and asks, why did they do this to us? A question about the nature of man. If I could answer this, maybe I could win a Nobel Peace Prize or something. I don't know, Brislech, but you must be stronger. All of us must be stronger. Laufen, Emil, and Bell spends their time sorting through the rubble, and at the end of the day, everything usable is now in the hideout. It didn't take long for them to sleep, exhausted. As for me, once asleep, I look at each of my skills and abilities and test out each and every one of them. Essence harvest. From the ashes from the burnt wood, faint energies emerge and they join together into a ball. Obtained essence of lesser courage X1, essence of the sword miner X1, essence of the spear miner X1, essence of lesser fire X2, Essence of Death X1. Oh, what does these do? Essences are a type of material used to permanently create and teach skills, enchant or imbue creatures and items, or combine them to create stronger essences. The next day, a small pack of demons appear. Without the walls and the fighters, and with the smell of death lingering in the air, certain demons naturally gravitate to such places. Just 4 demon hounds, a tiny pack really, but with only Lawfen having any knowledge of combat, they decide to run into the hideout. Lawfen had no confidence in taking them all on her own. Run. Lawfen stands at the hideout's entrance with her only weapon, a dagger. She grips in hard. Hide, Lawfen. She nods but stands next to the entrance. Her survival instincts are kicking in. Root strike X4. The roots surge out of the ground, spearing the lesser demons who are trying to find the hidden elves. With my extra levels, I can use root strike a total of 10 times. 3 of them die instantly. 1 still barely alive, maybe I missed a critical body part. The root still impales the hound though, and it growls, dying. Lawfen emerges from the hideout and she lands a killing blow, a stick to the head. The events from the day before drive her into a state of rage, and she bashes the hound's head repeatedly with the stick until it broke. Arg, arghh, she shouts. The hound is dead, but she kept smashing. Arghhhh, die, she shouts. Lawfen sis, calm down. Emil emerged from behind. She's frightened. Lawfen pants, her breathing ragged. I am sorry, Emil. I just need to vent my anger, my frustration, and my sorrow at something. Emil nods. She too walks up to the dead hound and kicks it. Damn you demons. Anger, maybe this is how they are coping with grief. You gain a level 64. Grief, we all have it. Yet if I am to protect these elves and help these elves protect themselves, I need to get them to gain a lot of levels. In short, some assisted power leveling is required. Year 70, month 12. Rain and winter with no food supply. Fruits. Lawfen sighs. I think she is getting a little sick of fruits. The earliest she can start planting crops is in early spring, and it is freaking cold outside. Her winter wear is all destroyed in the fire and raid, so they can only step out in short bursts of time. At least it is warm here. Emil nods, thinking positively. Secret hideout is temperature controlled, and comes with a small tap on a corner which supplies water, which is drawn from the roots below. Frika is nothing more than a flat area now. The dust and soot is gone, and the constant rain had washed it all away. All of them, except baby Lozan, have a familiar contract with me, and they attempt to hunt whatever animals that emerge during this time. But these girls and one young boy are inexperienced at hunting, and so the animals all manage to run away. So no meat, only fruits for today, just like yesterday. In the meantime, I get them to make a spear to test the essence I harvested earlier. I think it is ready, tree spirit. Lawfen and Bell hold up a spear, a repaired one, a wood stick, a large metal tip. Essence of spear minor, I use one of the essence, and a small ball of light emerge from the lamp fruit on the ceiling and then lands on the spear. The spear shakes a little and absorbs the ball of light. Lawfen, how is it? Equipment inspect. Lawfen apparently helps with maintaining the weapons the men use, so she has this skill which reveals more equipment-specific details than my general inspect. A tree spirit, I think it absorbed it partially. Compatibility stat is at 50, but it grants a +2 to spear combat, so it is pretty good. Huh, that sounds like gibberish. It reminds of when one of the pure technical guys sit down next to me and start explaining about their database infrastructure. Try using it. Lawfen shakes her head. I think Emil should use it instead. I have a thing with spears. Emil nods. She means she accidentally hurt someone a long time ago and now she has a phobia when using spears. Oh, Emil, would you? Yes, tree spirit. Emil grabs the spear and swings it around, and she seems rather skilled with it, or at least her movements look really fluid. But then again, flashiness is not always a sign of skill. How is it? Wonderful. I need some time to build affinity with it, but once I do I should be good. What's affinity? That's a new term I had to ask. Oh, it is the familiarity of a person with a weapon, so with low affinity your reaction time, energy use, and overall ability is weakened. At full affinity you could use it like an extra limb. We get extra damage, speed, and parry with high affinity weapons, so getting new stronger equipment does not mean it should be used immediately. Lawfen explains. How do you know this? It still baffles me. It's combat basics. Everyone knows it when learning how to use a weapon. I think the only exception to this are the summoned heroes. The legends say weapon King Valerian has 200 affinity with any weapon he touches instantly. Oh, what does that do? I don't really know, but I think the stories say the weapons are able to exceed their own limits, and in his hands, the weapons often do things normally not possible. Oh yeah, reincarnators have cheat-like abilities. I wonder whether I could get one for myself. Which of the summoned heroes were elves? Our last 11 champion is the Rona the Druid. Let me guess, she controls nature like a druid. Yes. She's like the most powerful druid ever. Her power over the forests and tree spirits is incredible. It is said that every tree spirit that meets her will instantly like her and will obey her. In the battle against the demons, she transformed an entire forest into an army of super treants. I somehow feel a strange pain in my head. I also need to learn more about this world's powers and creatures. There clearly is a gap in my knowledge. Anyway, please practice with it. Emil nods, but her face seems a bit sullen. Okay, Lawfin gives her a hug. It's just us now. I know you always thought you did not have to fight. The guys would protect us. The thought of having to defend herself kind of saddens her. Yeah, we all miss them. Yes, we do, but we must live on. Else their deaths is wasted on us. Emil nods and both of the girls cry a little. Year 71, month 1. Now it is really cold. The elves frequently hide within the hideout, as cold winds now frequently sweep through the place. According to Lawfin, Frika is located on one side of a mountain range, and so occasionally when the winds get strong enough to cross the range, it tends to get really cold. Previously, the village buildings create a kind of a bubble from the cold winds. A large bear appears. It looks curious at the disappeared village. Oh, there is a bear. I telepathically notify Lawfin. She is playing with Lozan and she shakes her head. It's too cold. We cannot catch it now. Oh, the bear walks really close and it rubs its fur against my trunk. I could kill it now, but me killing it would not be the point. Root strike X4. Using 4 root strikes out of my daily 10 is quite overkill, as a good well-placed hit through the chest would have killed it. But the point is to disable it and get the elves to kill it. If they gain some levels, they get to be more useful, and I can save up on the mana used to generate the fruits daily. The bear screams in pain, but the 4 strikes means all it could do is flail its head now. Emil, can you come out with the spear? She nods, and once she opens the latch that leads out of the hideout, she yells, "Oh my god, it's a brown bear." At that point, I wonder whether it is possible to use essence harvest on a bear, so I did. Fragment of bear essence obtained. Collect 20 to form 1 bear essence. The whole RPG grinding mechanics. The bear struggles, immobile, and Emil stab it right through the head. Wow, Emil's hands shake. Perhaps a mix of adrenaline and fear. We have bear meat. Lawfin and Belle comes out to assist her in cleaning up and processing the bear meat. More importantly, they cut out the pelt and fur, which would help them in this winter. Did you gain any levels, Emil? Nope, but I did get a skill spear thrust. They do not seem to be gaining levels that easily. Year 71, month 2. The elves are happier with the bear meat as another type of food in their diet. Spring is coming soon, and thankfully some of the crop seeds should be good for replanting. I take every opportunity during this time to let the elves land the killing blow on any stray demon or monster that pops up. Still, their leveling is slow. I wonder whether I am leeching off all the experience, and so I decide to change the manner of my training. Instead of injuring the monsters, I use Constrict, a new ability I gain after disabling so many beasts. I suppose there is some sentience in this system that tries to make things easier over time, but because Constrict required multiple routes to act, I can only use it twice a day. The first time I use it, Emil, Lawfin, and Belle end up spending a good half hour trying to kill the trapped lesser hellhound. It seems a full strength and health hellhound can take a bit of damage, especially from these unexperienced elves, but I could sense the hellhound weaken considerably once Emil used her spear thrust. After killing it, the 3 elves do in fact gain a level in skills. This is hard, Belle said, recognizing that between Lawfin, Emil, and herself, she seems to least adept at using a spear or sword or a stick. Still, I had to do it. Power leveling is slow in this world. Year 71, month 2, week 4. There is a village here, must be a mistake. A human merchant group passes by. The map says there is an elven village. An old man turns his map around a few times, thinking that he read it wrong. Come have a look at it. Another guy goes over and looks at the map and nods. Yeah, this is the place. Frika, there is just a tree in this place. It looks creepy. The merchant group, about 8 of them. They look defenseless. At this point, I telepathically ask the elves, what happens if you attack innocents? Nothing much if you did it once or twice. Do it often, you might get a criminal title, which makes it hard for anyone to go to town or cities where they have a detect criminal. Should I kill these human merchants? Lawfin pauses. I could sense she is conflicted over her hate on that humans that killed her husband, but at the same time, these merchants have nothing to do with it. Never mind. She shakes her hand, but I could see her squeeze her staff a bit. Maybe she really wants to, but a moral just part of her still is holding on. As for me, if these elves want, I would let them have the last kill. It's a really creepy tree. One of the merchants shake his head. We should not get near, I feel it's dangerous. So what do? We are supposed to rest a day at the village before we go on. We make camp here. It is a nice open space. Preferably some distance from that tree. The merchants at least have the sense of set up camp a little further up from where Frika is, and that night one of the merchants actually walks up to me and stands really close to me. Why does this tree feel different? He is one of the older ones, probably in his late 50s. He has some arms and looks like he can fight. Are you some kind of rare wood? He touches my trunk but then pulls back instantly. He touches his hand, then he tries again. It's a normal tree, one of the effects of camouflage, so I appear as a regular tree. Else even animals with any sense of danger would not dare come close. I feel spirits. Danton, get your ass back here and stop masturbating at the creepy ass tree. Hey, fuck you, I ain't masturbating. The old man sighs and then he unzips his pants, and he pees on my root. At that moment I am tempted to kill him. He walks away and back to the group. Year 71, month 3. You gain a level 65. You obtained learning aura. Boosts XP gained by 20 for those lower level than you. All that guided power leveling led to a new skill. Still, Laufen is only level 27, Emil and Bell level 18. Wallen and Brislech are level 6 because they are still too young to be fighting. Despite their levels, their skills are actually mostly unrelated to combat, and only their recent levels and skills led to more survival and combat abilities. Now that winter is over, they start to plant crops around me. It almost feels like things are getting into a new routine. Year 71, month 4. I see an elf, a familiar one, walking through the woods, alone. It's Jura and he looks like he's been through hell. One of his left arm is gone and his body is covered in scars and cuts of all kind. He walks up to me. Tree spirit, you're still here. I tell Laufen to wait, even she wants to run out and hug him the moment they saw him. I just want to be sure this is not a trap. Yes, how are the rest? Did any get away? Jura kneels, his face looks really defeated and sad. I only managed to safely send 10 of them to the Elven Kingdom. Demons, monsters, and humans. There are too many. You have done what you could. Jura clutches his left arm, the one that is lost. I wish I could do more. Is everyone dead? No. Laufen says she could not hold back, so she ran out and gives him a hug. Glad to see you, old friend. Laufen, you all are alive. Jura weeps. He is overjoyed to see survivors. Yes, we live. It's been really tough, but the tree spirit watches over us. Jura enters the secret hideout with the rest of them, and he gives everyone a hug. I cannot believe it. To think some of you still live. The rest died horribly. Jura shakes his head. Things have not been well for us either, or anyone, even the humans. Laufen sits, The demon king emerged during the depths of winter, and his swarm of demons crushed the king's army. A few human cities near to the West Rift has been destroyed, its people slaughtered. That made our escape difficult. Laufen shakes her head. Serves the humans right. So the demons and the death that followed made our travel to the Elven Kingdom really challenging. With little belongings and no money and plenty of other refugees, we were attacked, robbed. A few of us died to robbers and bandits who think we have money. Emil and Bell both nod. Oh, Jura munches on a healing fruit, so we had to fight other people and demons. About this time, a few riders emerge from the woods. I instantly let Jura and Laufen know, cutting short their conversation. Oh no, I was followed. 6 of them, they look like bandits. Their attire is messy and seem like they did not carry any armor. The tracks of the elf leads here. I like his sword. I want it. Find him. One of the older bandits gallop around on his horse. Where could he have gone? I thought there's a hidden village of elves we could raid. Should have strike him when we had the chance. They are at the edge of my range, but then I asked Jura to come out. Jura did, holding his sword, taunt them. I whisper into his mind, stand next to me. Hey you scums, you want a piece of me. The bandits laugh, so there you are. I wanted that sword. Give it to me and I might let you live. Dream on, come and get it, you foul-smelling scoundrels. The bandits charge, all of them. Great, they are really comfortably within range now. Root strike X6. 6 roots shoot out of the ground, stabs each and every one of them. The leader, though, had some kind of magic armor, and the root merely knocks him off his horse. Ox, he coughs as he lands on the ground, the armor bent a little. Oh, you're some kind of druid, eh? Jura is visibly surprised as well, but then he smiles. Yes, come and get me. Can you win? I ask telepathically. Maybe. With one hand I am not as good as before. The bandit leader slashes. Jura dodges and counterattacks, but the bandit dodges his attack. They trade a few more strikes, but they seem even. Jura coughs. You're pretty good. If I still had my arm, I would have won this easily. But you don't. The bandit smiles and activates some kind of skill. His body radiates a kind of aura. Now you die. Jura struggles to fight back and he gets a cut. I decide to step in. With all my remaining root strike, my roots impale the bandit leader. His armor did not protect every part of him. 2 roots through the thighs, 1 through the gap between his armor, and another punched through the dent made earlier. To think you still had a trump card. That was not me. Jura stands and taps the trunk, and the bandit leader dies. Level up, level 66. Root strike range extended. Jura, Laufen asks him to sit. You would have beaten Guy easily. Jura shakes his head. Not anymore. I have a curse. Tormented fighter. It weakens all my abilities and skills. A curse? Jura sighs. At first the effect is mild, but as time goes on I have nightmares every day and now I cannot even wield my weapon properly. Emil then asks, Jura, can it be healed? Maybe. Curses can go away in time, or if something breaks the curse. Indeed, Jura later demonstrates that curse affects how his skills are now cut short, and combos he easily pulled off in the past can no longer be performed. Tell me what you've seen out there. I ask Jura. Maybe fighting is not something we should be doing now. Year 71, month 4, week 3. Jura's daily routine is talking with me, playing and helping with the crops. I suspect the curse is something like mental pain and wonder whether my calming voice can help resolve it. It seems the curse is so bad it actually interferes with his ability to use familiars. Still, an extra hand around to help do things, and he seems to really enjoy having the kids around. He is kind of like Lausanne's uncle and spends time playing with them. The first batch of crops are ready for harvesting even though they were just planted 2 weeks ago. I do in fact have a lot of levels, so perhaps they do have an effect on the crops. I am trying to train these girls in combat. What is the best way to do it? Well, actual combat experience is the best. Otherwise will be mock battles. Why are they gaining levels so slowly? I asked Jura, even though I asked the others before. I don't think they are slow. Based on what they have been doing, it seems they are gaining levels quite fast already. No way to speed it up. If there is a tutor or a master, you could, or if they somehow get hold of any of the artifacts of the heroes. Artifact of the heroes. Yeah, I once heard Cashern talk about how the heroes' artifacts can cause explosive leveling in skills. Why? No idea. Year 71, month 5. Demons, a sudden surge in demons. I see them enter my field of view in the thousands. At this point, Jura and the elves are hiding inside the hideout. That is their only chance. Thousands they sweep through, killing everything in its path. They look like hounds and thousands of them, so many of them. They approach, but their claws and teeth fail to damage my bark. And even as more demons sweep through, all I could do is just watch. A large demon, one wielding a fiery axe. It looks like a demon lord from Dota. It swings its axe at me, yet it bounces off. No damage. Annoyed, the demon lord hacks at me multiple times, but every time the axe just bounces off. Eventually, it gets tired and it too continues the march. The army, the swarm of thousands of hounds and other kinds of lesser demons continue passing through for a week. I only have a limited number of root strikes, so with no means of killing a massive army, I thought pretending I am harmless is the best way to protect the elves. The elves never felt so afraid in their entire life, yet are simultaneously amazed at how these lesser demons are unable to damage me. Hiding inside, whilst the demon marches overhead, is probably the most scary thing they ever had. Every moment they wonder whether a demon will burst through the door. The demons, a week. That's easily an army of 20,000. Jura calculates. For me, I did not bother. It seems I am the only surviving tree as far as the eye can see. The humans won't make it. Loffen sighs. If Frika is still here, it won't either. Jura nods. Thankfully, I only saw a few mid-tier demons. It seems to be a massive army of low-tier hounds, something an army of half the size can handle. Later that month, one bigger demon appears, taking the same path as the hounds earlier. A large lizard-like creature. It resembles a gigantic Komodo dragon but has red horns and eyes. That's a giant red-horn demon. Again, all the elves are hiding, and I secretly thank my lucky stars that we have secret hideout. It sees me and it stares. Then it opens its mouth and breath fire. It feels kind of warm, but with 80 fire resistance, it can't kill me. It's monstrous, about the size of a 3-story building, bigger than me, and it tries to bite me. But its fangs could not get through the bark of my trunk. Then it uses its claws, again no damage. Infuriated, it slashes and swipes with its claws and then mixed with a bit of bites. Still, the bark holds. I'm amazed at my bark. There must be some kind of anti-demon buff. Annoyed, I use 4 root strikes at it. It pierces its thick hide and it roars in anger, biting and swiping at my trunk repeatedly. But once again, its attacks does nothing. Tree spirit. How do you withstand such fearsome strikes? I don't know. I am starting to suspect my Demon King survivor have a thing to do with it. Maybe it grants me resistance to demon attacks. It's injured from my root strike and it's angry. It breathes fire again. Nothing. And this time when it attempts to bite me, I send 2 root strikes to the mouth, probably what is its upper mouth. And it pierces through, a root strike up from the mouth and through the head, kind of like how a stick goes through the brain. The giant red-horned demon starts to burn in a strange fire, and after the fire is done, all that is left is its fangs and horns. Hey, why does it do that? I ask Jura and Loffen, both ecstatic to survive. So it is Demon King's summoning, not a natural demon spawn. A creature mostly made of the Demon King's mana. When slain, it reverts into its mana form. I see. You gained 5 level 71. You unlocked the following skills. Rooting Field. Local Rootnet Access. Poison Field. Whoa, more offensive abilities, except that local Rootnet Access. Demon Boss Battle I assisted. Demon Boss Battle I assisted. Year 71, month 6. Attempting local Rootnet Access. Grassnet found, connecting. Sunsin steps tip sunsin night sun. What the fuck is this? Sunsun ad infinitum. Oh, after a while it reminds of a pinging. A constant pinging where the Grassnet transmits what it currently feels. Damn, disconnect from Grassnet. You unlocked a new skill. Create Rootnet node. The elves spend a lot of time hiding as more demons pass through, this time from the other direction. Once the Demon King appears, the #1 activity worldwide is fighting demons. There is no peace until the Demon King is slain, because his very presence triggers demons to appear. For our little group, we would attack if the size of the party is small, and get the elves to help take a few down or land the killing blows. If it is too big, we would hide, since the lesser demons cannot hurt me. I checked my skills, and it seems that I get various defense buffs from all the levels. Year 71, month 7. The huge army of demons traveling through from last 2 months are retreating. So I take the opportunity to test out my new skills, Poison Field and Rooting Field, which effectively create a field with tiny roots that attempt to tangle and dislodge any passing monster. And then the same roots also has tiny thorns with poisons. The hounds generally pass through unharmed, as their small size, flexible and nimble paws, and more importantly, they appear to have some poison immunity. Mid-tier demons, though, generally are larger and unable to avoid the tiny thorns, so quite a bit gets hit, and the poison causes a few to collapse onto the ground. The root field then slowly cuts at the collapsed demons, eventually killing it. All this happens over a period of a few hours. About a week after the demonic swarm retreats, an army of humans now appears, which I believe to be chasing after the swarm. A tree, an old warrior speaks. He rides on an armored horse. He rides up next to me and look at my trunk. Even when thousands of demons pass through here, nature survives. 2 other warriors ride up to him. Yes, Lord Rajiv. Amazing that a tree can live when so few trees survive the hound swarm. They look at the barren field around them. All the trees has been either burnt or destroyed by the demons, though signs of recovery is seen. We make camp here then. It is a good omen from the gods. Perhaps this tree is blessed. A superstitious bunch, but it reminds me of the founding mythos of many ancient cities. Yes, my lord. The lord and his trusted lieutenants all camp within my striking range, and the remainder of the army beyond it. My root field and poison field expired a few days ago and still is on cooldown. What should we do? The elves are slightly panicking because a large group of humans somehow trigger a bit of fear. Hide, we have enough food. Lofen insists, not wanting to face the humans. Lord Rajiv sits next to me with a drink. O tree, I suspect you must not be an ordinary tree to survive. Perhaps you are a tree spirit, like the guardian trees of the elven capitals. Perceptive. Ah, wait, if you truly are a tree spirit, proper introductions are necessary. I am Rajiv Nung II of the Kingdom of Nung. I am a minor lord, I come in peace, and I am here to push back the demon army that has brought tremendous destruction to the world. Perhaps with some deeds the king would elevate my status. I guess I should reply. Hello. He jolts in shock, his drink almost spills. Ah, you are indeed a tree spirit. Well met, the demons they passed through, directly asking a question on military intel. Yes, a week ago. A week. We are still too slow after all. Why so? We are trying to catch up to them, but if they are still a week away means we have not gained on them. How many of them would you know? No idea. Maybe 10,000. 10,000? We can still take that. He takes out a map, and though I can't see the writings on it, I could still notice him pointing here and there. Things are all just a lot of outlines to me after all. Maybe I can learn a skill to see normally. The Demon King is very far away, but he has multiple champions that lead his campaigns against the world. It seems after the champions are slain, their armies tend to scatter and weaken in coordination, so taking out the demon champions are a good way to reduce the threat of demons. The champions are then given multiple lieutenants, such as giant demon lords or just massive demon beasts. What if you meet the Demon King? Lord Rajiv laughs. Then we run. We run as fast as we can. Is fighting him that scary? Unless you happen to have the weapon of the gods or are a summoned hero, there is no chance. Why fight a doomed battle? Good point. Well, Rajiv and the army departs a day later, marching towards the demons. Year 71, month 8. Lord Rajiv returns. He is injured and so is his army, and a demon swarm is on his tail. Set up camp, defensive structures. The army set up a makeshift trench and wall by digging into the ground. They would have added spikes, but all the trees are gone except the small trees growing nearer to me. Scouts, where are the demons? Should be here in 3 days. The army spend most of their time setting up the trenches, hoping to trap the hounds so that they can stab them easily with spears. Those with higher levels and skills will be deployed against the mid-tier demons. In a way, a defensive battle against demons is advantageous, but the trenches will overflow with bodies, and soon that defensive advantage will dwindle. I don't know whether we can survive this. Rajiv sighs, polishing his sword. The men must be ready to fight to their last. We beat them here, or the towns behind us will die. Fear not, Lord Rajiv. The reinforcement army is on their way, one of the lieutenants assure him. Rajiv and a few lieutenants stand underneath me, the only natural shade in the now empty plains. Once it is a forest, but the demons destroyed all of it. Rajiv, do you need a familiar? He looks at me. Yes, that would help. It would really help. I also grow a few healing fruits which the humans happily consume. Meanwhile, the elves continue hiding. What should we do? Lofen asks, one hand carrying Lozan. Jura sips a cup of water. With such a large human army, we should just hide. It's safer here if the size of the demon army is like what we've seen before. Yeah, just feels like all we have been doing is hide. Loffen sighs. Should we fight for a change? No, I intervene. Hide, I will protect you. Seriously, just hide. 3 days later, a black line emerges in the horizon. Hounds, a lot of them. They charge at the human army like a tsunami approaching the shore. Ironbark Skin Lord Rajiv shouts, enchanting his nearby lieutenants. His lieutenants then joins the line, barking their commands. Spears ready. The defenders raise their spears, creating a spear wall. The swarm of hounds close in and enter the firing range of archers. Archers unleash a volley of arrows at the swarm and quite a few die, but not enough. Spears, defensive line Lord Rajiv shouts, and the soldiers feels a surge in strength, a hardening in their skin. Some lieutenants and sergeants activate their skills. The swarm smashes right into the line of humans. Death. Some hounds skewered. The battle continues. Hounds in the thousands, they bite, swipe, and growl at the humans. The defenders switch to short swords and cut the hounds that are close. Still, the momentum of the hound's charge is intense. The first line breaks. The swarm is just too much and now smacks into the line behind it. Tactical reorganization, morale boost. Rajiv shouts as the line around him breaks. The second line of humans step in, reinforcing the line that just broke. More fighting, more blood, more death. The hounds outnumber the army, so they seem to be winning, but it could go either way. The second line falls back to the third, another wall of spears. Rajiv waits for the moment to activate his skill. Timing is crucial, but help came and the odds shift rapidly. A horn, and a stream of charging knights on horseback, 5,000 strong. They descend from behind the hounds, crushing them with their heavy lances. Rajiv looks like he has tears of joy when he hears them. Hold it together, men. Lord Rajiv lifts his sword overhead. It glows in a bright flash. The flash stuns the army of demons briefly, allowing the defenders to regain some ground. The charging knights lose their charge momentum, and a vanguard group is holding back the hounds. A pack retreats, but then turns back with speed. Lord Rajiv lifts his sword again. Men, advance and attack now. Another flash of light, and he stuns the hounds that glance at it. The demons, sensing defeat, start to flee. And the knights chase after the laggards before reuniting with the main army. Glad to see you, Lord Rajiv. A heavily decorated rider rides up to him. Me too, Captain. You came just right on time. My pleasure. You seem to have them in your hands anyway. Perhaps, but I rather not gamble with my soldiers' lives. Your charge helped a lot. Let's burn the dead before they start transforming into zombies. The humans gather their dead into a mountain and set fire to it. It seems that is one of the ways to prevent the demons or the undead from defiling the dead. As the fires burn, a huge creature appears on the horizon, a large demon, perhaps drawn by the sight of the smoke. The sight of it instantly sends the army into a panic. A demon champion, Lord Rajiv pales. The hounds appear beside it, but unlike before, they did not charge at the human army. They wait, perhaps for a signal. The demon champion is massive, the size of large building. Looks like it is a giant earth golem, but reddish in color and has spikes and horns throughout its body. It is like a grotesque mix of a golem, a hedgehog, and a demon. It steps closer and the earth shakes. Every step, the earth shakes from its massive steps. Oh shit, I feel a shiver down my spine, like a demon king. Okay, that understates the presence of a demon king. Maybe a lot less than a demon king, maybe one of a demon king. The champion, a giant demonic earth golem, walks closer. Each step leaves a deep scar in the ground, like Godzilla's massive steps. It feels like I am face to face with a kaiju. It roars and it sounds like an exploding volcano. Get the general force to retreat. All our top fighters and mages gather to me. This will be a battle of champions. Rajiv commands. Send a courier to inform HQ now. Tell HQ to gather heroes and champions if they do not hear from us in 2 days. The regular soldiers are more than happy to retreat far away. There is no shame in running from a giant monster that can crush you underfoot. Together with me. I telepathically inform Rajiv. Together, I think we have a chance. I think that's instinct. Rajiv nods, protect us, tree spirit. The captain dismounts and his force of riders mostly retreats as well. Gathering around him is his highest-leveled warriors, healers, and mages. I offer him a familiar contract, too. In fact, I offer everyone I can a familiar contract, maxing out my limit. The captain leans in. Tree spirit, do you have empower allies? No. The captain then takes out a scroll. Loan skill empower allies. You have been loaned empower allies for 24 hours. Oh, the golem approaches. The human fighters and lieutenants stack themselves with all the buffs and healing they have. The earth shakes. Little pebbles jump at every step. Jura climbs out of the hideout, deciding this battle is one he should take part in. The humans are surprised to see an elf appear from nowhere, but there is no time for that argument. The golem roars, it is within range, and it throws its fists at the humans. Whoosh! You dodge, but the punch has such force that it creates a small shockwave, catching some of the unprepared lieutenants. The captain activates Quick Step, allowing those too near to run away. The captain and the lieutenants attack, but it barely scratches it. Normal sword attacks or arrows do no damage against its large and horn-covered bodies. Slash. The humans attack its feet, and those with leap attempt a few slashes at its body. Punch. The golem punches the ground, the earth shakes and rocks fly everywhere. Slash. One brave lieutenant tries to climb up its back, but a rock arm appears and punches him off. Punch. The flying rocks is like a scattershot. Some smaller rocks and stones still land a hit and it hurts. About 15 hits in, the humans realize the folly of using regular weapons and attacks on the golem. Don't swing at it blindly. Reserve your strength for magical attacks. Lord Rajiv yells, and he knows some of these lieutenants have never faced a high defense and regenerating golem. Maybe he should have said that earlier, but he panicked when it starts to punch. It tries to punch the fighters, yet its bulky size gives up its intent, so they manage to avoid its punches directly. They had to just account for the shockwave and the flying debris as well, which is harder to dodge. Holy Strike. Lord Rajiv lands a cut, and with the holy damage it leaves a small tear, but only a small one. Energy Lance. The captain lunges at the demon with a magically enhanced charge, and it leaves a small hole. The golem does not dodge very much, mainly because its thick rock hide is just incredibly tough and it regenerates. The golem swings its large arms and 2 lieutenants are caught. Arg, they cough, probably blood. Empower Defense. Ironbark. Would shield. I activate all the defensive abilities I have, and the golem's arm lands on some kind of barrier. The golem now is almost next to me, and so it then punches at me. Ouch, I really felt that. A dent in my trunk. A punch. I feel myself groan and twist, and it punches at me again. I activate Wood Shield, and the Wood Shield shatters instantly, but no direct hit. The humans keep using their skills, and it scratches the golem, but nothing too deep. It manages to grab one of the lieutenants and crushes him. Arg, the captain charges with another magical attack. Again, like all the previous attacks, just a small dent. It's too tough. None of our attacks can break through it. I have a special Holy Charge skill, but I think it is not powerful enough to kill it. Rajiv pants, dodging a swipe of the demon's large arm. The demon stomps the ground and the earth shakes. Some of the fighters lose balance. It then throws a few loose boulders. It can do that. One of the fighters yell, frustrated that after dodging rubble, they now have to dodge boulders. I activate Wood Shield, and I manage to shield a few from the boulders, but 3 of the lieutenants still get a boulder right in their face, and the boulder crushed them instantly. We are losing. The captain screams, assessing that the damage dealt to the golem is less than what it is dishing out. If it keeps picking them off, they would lose eventually. They can only harn it with skills, but the demon's regular punch could knock any of them out. A battle for attrition or endurance is a losing one. The humans need special skills. The golem stomps the ground, everything shakes, me included. It roars and a burst of flame emerge around it. A few lieutenants catch fire, but one of the mages then puts it away. The mages attack with some fireballs, but it seems to be resistant to fire. Rajiv stands next to me. Tree Spirit, do you have any strong attack? Well, I only have one attack, so I use Root Strike. It strikes at the demon, breaking maybe a rock or two from the golem's massive body. Though it chips a bit of rock out, it does not really hurt it. The golem retaliates, punches me right in the trunk again. My entire body shakes and another dent in my trunk. Ugh, that really hurt. I felt like somebody just punched my gut and some. I feel a little drowsy and dizzy. Pain, pain, I suddenly recall that feeling of being chopped by Demon King Baal. The golem has smaller appendages on its back that swipe at any attackers, and though Rajiv and the rest try to take to chance to attack, it mostly does nothing. The human fighters throws a few more magic attacks at the golem, but mostly just a scratch or a small dent. Trust me, Rajiv shouts, he dodges and then runs next to me. Holy Power X, Bless Strike V, Demon Slayer III, Energy Burst V, Fatal Strike, Heaven's Punishment, Holy Blessing. Rajiv uses a string of power-ups on me, and I feel a strange surge of power and magic in my roots. He chants and mumbles it out, while dodging the giant golem's attempt to interfere with it. The Tree Spirit's Root Strike on its own can damage the demon. With enough magic enchantments, it can deal a strong hit. He shouts and continues channeling some kind of holy magic. Imbue holy power. I feel really lightheaded. The captain nods, makes sense. He dodges and he too runs next to me. Energy Boost, Piercing Strike, Magic Damage III, Attack Boost III. All that enchantments makes me feel really quite engorged, like my roots are about to blow up. The earth shakes. The golem punches me again. If I am human, I would cough blood now. And another punch, I feel my barks bend and buckle. Pain, but here goes, I honestly feel like exploding, and I'm not sure whether it's from all the magic or the punches. That's it, Tree Spirit. Give it everything you got, Rajiv shouts. I let it all out, Root Strike X9. All my remaining Root Strike, all at the same time, and it appears like 9 flashes of light. 9 flashes that shoots into the sky, piercing through the demon golem. 9 magically overcharged Root Strikes. It tears 9 massive holes through the golem and it stops, and then it crumbles. The massive golem shatters into multiple pieces and crumbles into rubble. All the rocks that form the golem fall like a puppet whose strings were cut. The golem falls, Rajiv shouts, woo-woo, ah. The human army roars in joy. The hounds disappear from the horizon, perhaps taking cue from their defeated champion. Rajiv, the captain, and the remaining lieutenants gather next to me, but I just could not respond. But I felt really dizzy. It's as if everything just went blank, and I fall into a kind of sleep. Level up, you gained 15 levels. Level 86, you unlock the following skills. The following skills have been upgraded. Waking and more reincarnators. Waking and more reincarnators. A dream. A dream that contains visions of what looks like my home world. It begins in a vast sea of stars like the Milky Way and more, a galaxy and a nebula in the distance. From the vastness of space, it zooms in on a solar system, then a planet. Earth, or is it? The dream does not linger, and it moves a bit too fast. The scene zooms in on a hospital or a clinic, a doctor, a nurse, a child, and probably the child's family. The child smiles and nods, a few around him cry, and the child sleeps and those around him give him a hug, crying. Then it zooms out again, back to the view from space. Stars, 13 streaks of light, all from the planet. They shoot up, and then the view speeds up like a warp or a slipstream. A white layer emerges around all the streak of lights, and just as it exists the slipstream, a black barrier appears. It shatters like glass, and a green planet is seen. 13 streaks of light, they fly towards a point, but one's brightness starts to flicker and move a little slower, and that one streak of light loses speed and starts to drift apart from the rest of the group, and it crashes into the planet. A little while later, the 12 streaks of light crash on the planet as well. 12 reincarnators have arrived. Year 71 month 10 2 months. I've been asleep for 2 months. The elves, what happened to the elves? Oh, I still feel them here. The elves are alive, thankfully. I had a scare whether my fruits or secret hideout or nourish would be disabled when I woke up, but everything seems to be all right. Jura, Lawfen, what happened? Oh, the elves jump, surprised. Tree spirit, you are awake. Ah, yes, I've been sleeping for 2 months, yes. All of us are really surprised that you did not respond earlier, and one of the captains mentioned it could be a kind of mana sickness. Then, oh, the humans left after the battle 2 months ago. They want to talk to you, but they all left after waiting for a few days. After the demon champion is defeated, it's quiet around here for a moment. The demon hordes in this region are in disarray, and their behavior is erratic. Other than that, nothing much. We mostly continue hiding here. Your fruits and nourish ability is still working, so we knew you were merely sleeping. So we've been keeping ourselves busy since. We gained a few levels too. Jura did participate in the battle against the demon champion, so it makes sense for him to gain levels. Ah, how many levels did you gain, Jura? Oh, levels, I think I gained 4 levels and a skill. Well, that's a big difference. Is it because I landed the finishing blow? Lawfen and the rest shake their head, no levels for them. All they did is just hide after all. If you didn't participate, you don't get levels. Sounds fair. In fact, this whole fuzzy logic behind leveling incentivizes hard work and participation. It's probably designed by a school teacher somewhere to reward kids, no? Lays off, don't take risks, and you get nothing. Year 71 month 10. A few days after I wake up. Ah, that reminds me, I have new skills. Kind of forgot about them in the days of waking up. It feels like a bad hangover, really. Wood magic. A wheel pops up in my mind, at the center of it a leaf shape. There's a lot of grayed out skills and menus that grow out of that wheel. Ah, I unlocked the magic type, and I have under it 2 skills, bind and bloom. Rise of filtration. This is a passive skill, will extract minerals and other items via roots, and automatically filter out negative effects in the ground. Dream tutor. May use dreams to learn and to teach. Requires a collection of spirits, memories, and objects to unlock more dreams. Essences can be used to bestow certain skills via dreams. Target must be sleeping for the ability to kick in. If sleep is interrupted, learning may not be effective. I immediately test it out on the elves once they go to sleep at night. Year 71 month 11. The effects of Dream Tutor seems quite varied. It works very well in the case of Jura, as he gains a new attack skill. For Lawfen and Emil, they seem to be feeling a little lost. The dream felt more disorienting and confusing than enlightening. But they seem to say they are learning something. For the youngest Lausanne, it seems to cause her nightmares, so I choose not to use it on her until she is much older. Perhaps dreams are just scary when you're 2 to 3 years old. Nothing much happened this month. It is really cold again, and the elves spend time mostly resting in the expanded hideout, which now has an additional room. Occasionally, they would pop out to kill whatever creature that comes too close. Power leveling. I should get a skill like that. Year 71 month 12. Meller Marin has died. You received a fragment. You have 56 fragments. What? That is way too fast for one of the reincarnators to die. It is only slightly more than a month since they arrived. Are they in danger? Or maybe a conflict broke out. I asked Jura to gather more information, but he wants to be here with the rest of the elves. I don't think it's good for me to leave Tree Spirit. It's better if we stay in this hideout. It's really the safest place with you around. Oh well, the nearest town is a human one, and maybe the elves won't be so well received anyway. Your root has harvested some materials. Raw iron X5. Do you want to disable all similar notifications? Oh, okay. Materials like essences are used for making stuff, and it's part of my wood creation, so the iron and essences get absorbed into the wood, and the wood then forms itself into the item I want to make. It's a slow process. Year 72, month 1. I create a wooden ring with iron and essence of lesser fire. It's more like it's been growing within a branch, and once it's finished growing, the outer layers peel off to reveal the inner product. A pop-up appears. Material compatibility is low. Effects are reduced by 50. Lawfen, being the resident inspector, then advises on its effects. Honestly, it felt like I am at a MasterChef competition waiting for Lawfen's judgment. Boosts fire magic minor and attack stats increase. Not bad. Maybe I won't get disqualified this round. The rest of the time, it's a lot of resting and the occasional monsters. Woodcrafting upgraded. Oh, that's easy. Week 4. Demons, a group of hounds. I kill them and let the elves kill a few. Obtain new skill, power leveling I. Finally, the elves other than Jura gain a level. Year 72, month 2. Quiet month, more demons, more killing, more levels for the elves. Other than that, the elves can't wait for spring. Winter is finally ending. Essence of Winter minor X1 obtained. Essence of Cold minor X1 obtained. Auto mode essence harvesting. My new discovery that most of my harvesting material type skills have an auto mode. I mean, I am a tree, and the cells of the tree extracts mineral without the need of my conscious interference. It's kinda like breathing. Year 72, month 3. Near me, a few small bushes and trees start to grow. The remains of the previously destroyed trees, now regenerating. The recovering bushes and trees start to add some texture and features back to the previously empty field. This is also the season when the elves start to plant their crops, so that they have a better variety of diets on top of my fruits and nourish. Surviving on fruits alone is possible, but not the most tasty way to do things. Demons, or more accurately the hounds, appear like locusts, swarms of them here and there. I kill those that I can and ignore those clever enough not to come too close. I mean, it's not like I can chase them. Into like a Venus flytrap. Gotta wait for my stupid prey to come near. Maybe I can get a lure skill someday in the future. Level up. Level 87. Healing fruit upgraded. Healing vines upgraded. Obtained a new skill. Solar healing. Oh, I feel like a bulb-shaped monster now. Year 72, month 4. A horseman passes through. He rests a while under the tree. He sleeps under the shade right on my trunk. I drop a fruit on his head. Ouch. He grabs it, examines it for a while, and then eats it. Skill, fruit attack obtained. Oh, year 72, month 5. More demons? Seriously, these things never end. How do these guys deal with so many demons? The demons appear on average twice a week. That's pretty okay. When demons are actually terrorizing us a few years ago, they appear daily. Wait, I keep forgetting my sense of time is different from the elves. Killing all the demons, though, gives me a new skill. Obtained skill, Root Surge. Obtained skill, Lesser Demon Suppression Aura. Year 72, month 6. Big harvest, the elves have crops, and some of the trees around me are growing larger. It's quite unnatural to see them grow so quickly, but apparently a common occurrence if there are tree spirits around. Apparently I've grown taller as well, and I am now about the height of a 4-story building. Excess mana harvested by tree spirits who usually do not spend their mana is dumped into the land around it, and that turbocharges all other plant growth. Year 72, month 7. One thing being a tree, I am mostly immobile, so in a way I really spend a lot of time doing mostly nothing. It's really a waiting game, hoping for things to happen. Do trees always feel like this, just waiting? Or maybe a rock, so I usually try to use my plentiful idle time to help the elves by using my skills Dream Tutor, power leveling, and wood creation. Right now, Jura is level 54, Lawfen level 31, Emil is 26, Bell is 25, Brislech and Wallen level 11, and Lausanne is still unknown. Lausanne, the now 3+ baby, can talk quite well but still does not know how to access her menu. Maybe in a few more months she will tell me what level she is. Tree. Lausanne would walk around, her steps now quite stable, and crawl up and down the roots. Lawfen would then pet her daughter's head. Now that's not how to refer to a tree spirit. Tree. Lausanne mumbles. Tree. I kinda like that name, I should call myself that. Discovery Adventurers. Year 72, month 8. Small group of young adventurers appear, 6 of them on horses. Heavily armed, their horses exhausted, they made camp next to me. It seems like being the only large tree in this vast field does seem to draw attention. I think that tree in the middle of the field looks nice. I think so too. Let's go have a look. These 6 adventurers, they stand next to me, examine my trunk and the leaves and the trees that now flourish around me. At this distance, I make out that there are 4 girls and 2 boys. One of them look around and she sits down on one of my protruding roots, then admires the view of the fields. It's a nice view, even though it's probably one made by the demons. Yay, good place to take a nap. Our journey to the rifts is still a few days to go, and we best enjoy this peace and quiet while we can. True. So they then set up camps next to me and rest that night. The next morning, a group of 15 demons appear in the distance, and I learn from Jura that these large winged creatures are known as manticores. They make their presence known with a loud roar, and that wakes the adventurers. Silly, these manticores. They should just keep their mouths shut and attack the adventurers while they sleep. The adventurers, though, seem unshaken, as if it's a normal occurrence for them. In fact, it seems the adventurers already set up some kind of magical defense, and a huge thunderbolt zaps the manticore that intrudes into the area marked. A long-haired girl shouts some kind of chant, and an orb of red lightning floats between her two palms. The red lightning leaps out of her two palms in a flash, and it zaps 3 of the flying manticores and fries them instantly. They fall onto the ground, charred. The leader of the adventurers, a guy wielding some kind of war staff, he raises it and creates a force field that blocks all the manticore's acidic spits. And after that another chant, which cause all the manticores to move sluggishly. The other guy of the adventurers then takes out some kind of contraption that resembles a very long rifle and fires a high-speed orb. It explodes mid-air and blasts a few of the slow-moving manticores caught in the explosion into pieces. A short-haired one wearing a thin armor flicks something that looks like a fan, and a huge gust of wind appears. The force of the wind pushes all of the manticores, and they fall onto the ground in a smack. The 2 remaining girls both pull out a pair of short swords, and they slash the remaining grounded manticores to death. One of the twin sword girls smile. I gain a level. I get a skill. She jumps around, happy. Oh, what did you get? The other twin sword girl taps her on the shoulder. Flawless dodge. Oh, cool. I didn't get any. The guy that cast the force field sigh, and he sits on one of my roots. He takes out some kind of cloth and starts to clean his war staff. Stop whining, you're level 75. I am just level 63. The twin sword girl shouts. Meanwhile, the mage girl is harvesting the remains of the manticore corpses alone with a small dagger and a bag. After going through a few of the manticores, she notices she's doing it alone and then glances over at the rest of her teammates and asks, "You peeps not helping to collect them loot?" The rest of them unanimously shakes their head. "You do it, we'll just ruin it." The mage girl rolls her eyes. You know my ability works as long as I am around. Ain't taking that risk." They banter for a while and rest. After cleaning up their camp, they soon set out towards the demonic rift. Year 72, month 8, 2 days later. 5 demon knights on hellhounds arrive. It seems they are following the scent of the adventurers. These demon knights are previously human, but their body has been corrupted by the demonic forces and then transformed. As they are once human, they still speak normally to each other, with the only difference is their voice. They were here. One of the riders pat his hellhound, tracking their scent. They are headed for the southern rift. Another rider examines the dirt and some of the little remains from the battle. 6 of them still on horses, probably rested here for a day. No sign of any injury. Looks like the manticores are unable to hurt them. We'll need more powerful monsters. The rest of the demon knights nod. 2 of the demon knights start chanting some kind of spell. It looks like some kind of communication spell. At this point, I wonder whether I can beat these demon knights. You think we can take them on, Jura? Jura shakes his head. They have abilities and skills like a normal human, so I am not sure of our chances. They could be very strong or just like a normal human. I've never fought one, so I honestly can't say. Somehow I decide to let them go. Year 72, month 9. A huge explosion in the distance, then another, and another. The earth shakes constantly, even though the explosion is so far away. The sky above is filled with streaks of colors. It's not a pleasant sign, one of fighting, perhaps monsters. Tree, these explosions, they are starting to get nearer. More explosions. The vibration and shaking gets stronger. In the distance, a huge rupture as rocks shoot up, and Jura sees it. 2 large flying creatures, each breathing some kind of elemental attack at a small group. It's the 6 adventurers. The earth shakes so badly. My roots increases its grip on the earth, reducing the shaking. More explosions and spells crisscross the skies. The explosions and destruction sends huge plumes of dust into the air, and it creates a minor dust storm, blocking some of the sunlight. More explosions, and I could sense the adventurers fall back. The adventure group retreats while retaliating with ranged attacks. The 2 large demonic wyverns are also accompanied by a huge swarm of hellhounds and lesser demons, but they keep their distance. It seems the wyverns' elemental breaths deal a whole lot of collateral damage. Bam! An explosion right at one of the demonic wyverns' chest, and it falls onto the ground and the earth shakes from the impact. Yes, the adventurers take the opportunity to run, and 3 of them are heavily injured. The remaining wyvern try to chase, and a nicely placed fireball from the mage girl managed to tear one of its wings. Unable to fly, it chases after the adventurers on its 2 large foot. Luckily, it's a lot slower this way. They run towards me, and at this time they notice a large group of demons appearing on the other direction. The demons have the adventurers surrounded with hellhounds. The tree, let's fight there. The fangirl points at me, and they try to run as fast as they can. Well, any cover is better than no cover. As the adventurers reposition themselves around me, I can now sense that the gunner man and twin sword girls are injured. Their spirits is wavering, flickering, and one of the twin sword girls' spirits seems engulfed in some kind of demonic fire or rot. I'm not sure. Around me, it's hordes of hounds and lesser demons. Only the now lumbering demonic wyvern approaches, but this is after a moment of hesitation. The rest don't seem to be approaching. Great, one of the mage girls seem really surprised, and she scrambles over to help her injured compatriots. You guys deal with it. I need to look after them. The wyvern roars, and then it charges at me and the adventurers. It's already injured from all the ranged attacks, so the moment I feel like I can get a good shot, root strike. It stabs it right in the abdomen. Some of its inner matter splurt out, but nothing too serious. Yet, it's not dead yet, but the stab slows it down. Root strike X2 hit the abdomen of the wyvern again, and this time one of the roots managed to pierces through and stabs the wyvern right through the chest, and it falls. The death of the wyvern scares the rest of the hounds and the lesser demons and causes them to be afraid to approach. Oh wow, the force-filled man touches my trunk, a tree spirit. We're saved, the mage girl shakes her head, still trying to look at her friends. They are dying. Bring them to me, I mentally tell the mage girl, and she uses a kind of magic to levitate all three of the injured adventurers next to me, and a small branch reaches out, touching them. Solar healing. Hailing fruit. Nourish. The wounds start to close a little, and I could sense their spirits start to stabilize. Two of them recover quickly, their wounds and cuts heal, except the twin sword girl who took a deep stab into her chest. She's the one who I seem to see some kind of demonic presence in her body, gnawing away at her. She yelps in pain. Don't die. The mage girl holds her hand. The twin sword girl smiles weakly. I keep trying to heal her, but that demonic energy is interfering with the healing. Or more like it's just undoing whatever healing we apply. No, the mage girl holds her hand tightly. No, no, no. The demons keep trying to get close, but without the giant demon, the rest of them are just small fries, easily defeated by the force-filled dude and the other wind-wielding girl. I extend of my thinner feeler like branches, touch the wounded girl on the head, and activate my healing abilities. The wounds recover a bit, but it lasts only for a short moment, before it somehow opens again. The demons, damn them, they use some kind of special demonic rot attack, and the effects are still in her body. It will keep burning away at her body, despite our attempts to heal her. To really heal her, we need to remove that demonic rot, and in the meantime, all we can do is keep her alive. The mage girl curses and then glances up at the tree. We need to coordinate our healing. We cast healing alternately, so that her body does not deteriorate too much. With the other twin sword girl and gunner healed, the remaining 4 adventurers unleash their fury and slaughter the remaining demon swarm. The huge numbers of the hellhounds mean very little for this group of powerful adventurers, now fueled by anger and desperation. The demons' numbers fall quickly, as the 4 healed adventurers unleash wave after wave of attacks. The hellhounds start to flee. It seems they too are frightened of the adventurers. And about 2 hours later, there's not a single living demon in sight. They have all either fled or died. That then shifts the focus to the injured twin sword girl, still battling against the demonic rot inside her. It's not getting any better. Mage girl sighs. We've been trying to heal her. We have to take her somewhere to the town. No. Mage girl shakes her head. I don't have enough mana to keep healing her. We won't make it back to the town in time. If I stop healing her, the demonic rot will kill her within 3 to 4 hours. We can maintain it now because the tree spirit's healing abilities gives me room to recover my mana. The fangirl holds the injured girl's hand. She's asleep at this point. I can use a mix of healing and regeneration abilities I have as a tree to keep the injured girl alive, but I am unable to remove the demonic presence gnawing away at her body. So it's a constant battle between the healing forces and the demonic rot. So here's the plan. The 3 of us will stay, and the 3 of you find the rest and find a cure for demonic rot or anyone who has any inkling of what sort of cursed power that demon champion used. The 3 of us will be here because she needs healing, and working with the tree spirit, we can keep her alive. I will stay back for protection. The 3, 1 twin-hair girl, the fangirl, and the gunner guy nod. Best chance we have then. Let's go, no time to waste. At that point, it occurs to me that they never asked whether I agree to the plan, but fine. Since these adventurers will be here for some time, I ask Jura and Loffen to come out. Elves, we live here. Tree spirit says we should meet you. Jura and Loffen introduce themselves. We heard your plan to stay with the tree spirit. We mean no harm. We need the tree spirit's help to keep my friend alive, the mage girl explains. I can't do this on my own. Jura and Loffen look around and nod. Then please come in. Come in. The elves bring them into the secret hideout, and the injured girl is placed on the floor of one of the rooms. Oh, okay. At that moment, the room shakes a little, and multiple branches appear around the injured girl, attaching itself to her. What's happening? The force-filled dude asks. He seems worried and reaches for his war staff. Explain. The branches all form into like a hospital bed-like shape, and a few little wooden feelers attach itself throughout her body. The feelers supply a mix of condensed healing fruit juice and whatever regeneration ability I have. It also gives a minor version of whatever passive healing ability I have. It's like the force-field dude and the mage girl look at each other. A hospital bed. Jura and Lawfen shrugs. It seems the tree spirit agreed to help you, so we'll be okay. We just hope you're not like the other humans. We promise we won't bring you any harm. We just want to save our friend's life, and I pray we won't take too much of your time or space. The force-field guy nods and sits down. Mage girl looks at her injured friend, and after a while she too rests next to her injured friend. She's stable. The tree spirit is using some kind of constant healing, channeled through the branches connected to her. The mage girl observes, using some kind of spell. Lawfen passes them some fruits to clear the tension. What's your name? I am Lawfen. Hendry. Force-field dude then munches on the healing fruit. Alexis. Mage girl too takes a bite, and she then points at the injured girl. She's Mila. This place, it's a magical pocket dimension inside the tree spirit, right? Alexis asks. She's into the whole theoretical basis behind magic and finds it really fascinating on how magic works and interacts. Lawfen scratches her head. Lawfen had never thought about such things. It's bigger inside than the tree itself, yet not underground. It has to be. Alexis explains, and to be honest, that is the first time it occurred to me as well. Mila's asleep, as I use a mix of liquid healing fruit extract that I feed into her body via the branches, and occasionally solar healing via a leaf that is right above her head. Alive and asleep. With the healing powers between myself and Alexis, we could heal her completely, but the demonic rot would just reopen the wounds again. Whatever it is, this demonic rot is pretty nasty. Exhausted, both Alexis and Hendry soon fall asleep, but not before casting a wide range of precautionary spells. They are careful and prepared. You gain 2 levels. Level 89. The next few days. They wait. Their 3 friends will take some time to come back to them with any kind of cure. Alexis would peep at Mila, who is still asleep, every few hours to check on her. Hendry seems restless, paces about and takes long walks around and seems to be talking to himself about demons and monsters. He would go on long walks where he slaughters any lesser demon he comes across. Worried, yes. Alexis munches on a bread that she pulls out nowhere. I don't want to lose her. We don't want to lose her. It would be unbearable to me. Lawfen nods and tries to reassure her. Your friends will be back with a cure. I hope so. What did you fight that caused such a bad wound? A demon champion. Some kind of earth snake that seems to be corrupted by huge amounts of demonic energy. It had a special weapon, a kind of venom. A demon champion, Lawfen gasps, her hands to her mouth. Yes, we killed it, but not before another hidden assassin demon retrieved that special venom and stabbed Mila with it. Wow, must have been a big expedition into the rift. Alexis pauses. Yes, demons on the horizon. Hendry comes back into the hideout. A lot of them. Hounds and a lot of mid-tier creatures. Maybe they will hide some powerful demons inside as well, so we should be careful. Demons can do that. Jura seems surprised that demons are capable of such sophisticated tactics. Yes, Hendry nods. Jura shrugs and then looks at the 2 adventurers. I think we should hide. Normally they will ignore us. Our tree spirit has all sorts of defensive buffs and the demons can't scratch him. Tree. Lozan interjects and Lawfen catches her. It's Tree. Yes, Tree has all sorts of defensive buffs. Very well. Hendry retreats inside and the demon swarm approaches. They fan out, covering most of the area, destroying the regrowing shrubbery. Some come close to me, but they mostly walk past me. A few attempt to attack my now thick and large trunk, but not a scratch. Hendry seems surprised when the swarm eventually leaves. It's really neat, right? That's how we survive so long out here. Emile smiles, her words a little hint of bragging. The demons just pass by us like we are not there, and even when they do notice the tree, they can't hurt us. That is so strange. Hendry sits, he rubs his chin and then his head. Later on, Lawfen eventually tries to make some conversation. So how long you think it'll take for your friends to find a cure? Hendry and Alexis shake their head. Alexis rubs her chin and explains, not sure. None of us have any specific anti-demon abilities. We don't even know the specific magical nature or the mechanics of the disease or demonic rot that Mila is having. We'll just have to try whatever they bring back. Lawfen felt like she just asked a question that led to a technical question way out of her depth. Mila screams in pain and all of them rush over. Mila, are you okay? Hendry and Alexis grab her arms, Alexis quickly using some kind of diagnostic spell. As it turns out, the constant heal-destroy cycle actually results in a surge in pain, as the body regains the sense of the healed area and then gets damaged again. And that sensation accumulates, abruptly jolting her into an intense pain every now and then. I don't have any kind of pain reduction spells. Alexis sighs. If only we had a pill or something. Hendry shakes his head. Mila, you got to hang in there. Mila collapses, unconscious. The demonic rot is also weakening her spirit. I suspect that also contributes to her inability to remain conscious. Tree spirit, do you have any pain reduction spells? No. But I wonder I can produce saps or materials that can suppress the pain. I recall quite a few medical products that are derived from plants. Tree's natural abilities unlocked. Tree extracts saps. Oh wow, a menu pops up and shows me a huge list. Rubber, oils, poisons, fragrances, saps. Wait, found it, pick some leaves and make tea. I mentally tell Lawfen. A small branch with odd-colored leaves appear right next to the wall. Huh, oh, okay, tree. Lawfen runs to get hot water, quickly snap a few leaves off the branch and quickly mashes it. The process of making the herbal tea takes about an hour, but eventually the fragrance of the tea starts to come out and they feed Mila the tea. She yelps from the hot tea, but as the tea flows into her body, it releases a pain suppression effect. Alexis grabs the remainder and examines it, just to make sure it's nothing dangerous. Ah. Mila falls back into slumber. They make the tea for Mila every 6 to 7 hours, as the pain would pop up every now and then, and a few more days pass by. Year 72, month 10. Mila's still in a state of assisted living, her body still affected by the demonic rot. Tree saps extracts upgraded. Don't worry, I won't die. Mila smiles, looking around the room. This feels like a hospital. It's a familiar place. Alexis shakes her head. No, we'll get you fixed up again, okay? Henry frequently spends his time climbing up my branches and sometimes just sitting out in the sky. This is probably his way of coping with being trapped here, his friend wounded in this manner. Apparently the stars are beautiful and there are more moons here. Later that month, we had demonic visitors again. The demon knights, Henry grips his war staff, riding on the hellhounds, 8 of them. They wield a mix of weapons, 3 with swords, 2 with spears, 2 with bows and arrows, and 1 with a staff. Alexis holds him back. No, you can win, but we must hide. We do not want the entire demon swarm coming down on us. The demon knights are looking for us, you know it. Hide, not fight, not with Mila injured. Henry sighs but agrees. The demon knights ride up to me. Their scent fades here. Some went that way, but not all of them. 2, maybe 3 is here. They look at me, and 3 of the demon knights raise their sword. Their sword flashes into a burning sword, and the 3 of them slash my trunk repeatedly, and it feels like an itch. The demon knights pause as their slashes do not seem to work. Strange. To be honest, I've always found my defense against demons extremely strange too, but hey, not complaining. They slash a few more times, before the demon knight with a staff walks close and casts some kind of spell. Detect resistance. Oh, there's such a spell. The demon knight pauses. Oh no. The other demon knights turn and look. What? This tree. It has demon immunity, mid-tier and elder demon damage reduction 84. I'm shocked too how one of the demon knights ask their attacks now stopped. They probably realize it's futile in face of that sort of resistances. It looks just like any other large tree. At this point, I realize I probably should not let these knights run, and a few root strike surges out of the ground, right through the hellhound and into the demon knights. One managed to leap, but still the root crushes through his demonic armor. Turns out these demon knights are just pretty much humans in armor, so in an instant, all of them are dead, skewered by roots. They probably are tougher than regular humans by a bit, but against my root strike it's still just paper. After the battle, Hendry and Jura asks, Tree, how did you get your demonic damage reduction? I don't know. Is it an item you have? Alexis asks. Some items reduce damage from demons. Wards. At this point, I can only think of my fragments. I attempt to take out one fragment, but an error pops up. Fragments cannot be separated. It's fused to your body. Oh, but I can move where they all are. Alexis, Lawfen, I'm going to show you something. Help me examine and inspect it. They both nod and the roof shakes a little, and the wooden roof move in a circular fashion, revealing a lantern-like object made of intricately shaped wood, with dozens of little lights floating inside. It pulses in a regular fashion, with tiny flashes within. Oh, it's beautiful. Inspect equipment. Lawfen uses her only inspection ability and then shakes her head. I can't see a thing. It's just filled with unknowns and question marks. Thorough examination. Alexis has a far superior identification spell, and after she uses it, she loses her strength and sits on the floor. You okay? Hendry tries to hold her. I am. Alexis points at it. I'm just stunned. That thing is your heart, isn't it? Oh, I think so. It kinda does feel like it is my center. They are right now inside me anyway. The tree's heart and spirit lantern. This is the heart of the tree, adorned with the fragments of 56 heroes. It gives the tree 2,800 increase in experience gain, 560 extra damage against mid-tier demons, 280 extra damage against elder demons, partial demon armor negation, immunity to lesser demons, damage reduction against elder demons, and significantly reduced damage from fire. So all the fragments do have a function after all. Hendry pauses. Alexis, are you sure? She nods. We must tell the others. We must revisit how and where the battles with the demons is fought. This ability transforms this location into a favorable battlefield for us. We can save lives. Jura and Lawfen sit. Tree, I didn't know you're so amazing. Alexis then looks at Mila, who's still asleep. Tree, can you please move your heart closer to Mila? It is right next to her now. A prompt appears. Do you want to absorb Mila Adams? I shake off the prompt, answering no. Alexis looks at Mila's condition. No effect. The rod is still there. It seems the resistance is not shared by the glow. Oh well, I keep my heart back, suddenly realize it's probably very dangerous for me to reveal it that way. Perhaps if it is destroyed, I would die. I think so. Now that I know the source of my past effectiveness is due to the fragments, that means against non-demon enemies, I'm actually significantly weaker, and someone of incredible power like Hendry or the humans could probably easily destroy me. You gain 3 levels. You are now level 92. Skills upgraded. Secret hideout healing chamber adaptation. Obtained skill, summon insect warriors. Obtained skill, super anti-demon root strike. Obtained skill, customizable branches. An army passes by again. An army passes by again. Year 72, month 10, last few days. A delegation approaches from the distance. It's the beginning of winter, and yet it is warmer than usual, so warm that I could feel something is in the air. My leaves, the warmth confuses them, and so they shrivel up a little. Somehow this warm air is rough, and my trunk and bark feels a bit rougher as a result. A delegation of soldiers, 100 strong, carrying all sorts of materials and goods. An expeditionary force, friend or foe, tree spirit. A voice calls out, one I vaguely recognize, but once he got closer, I soon identify the voice as Lord Rajiv Nung. Is it still asleep? Jura. He seems to be better conditioned than the last time we met. Maybe he gained some levels. The elves are hiding, a little intimidated by the presence of so many men. I too somehow share that emotion and am on my guard as well. Should I go out, tree spirit? Jura asks while that Rajiv calls for him. It is best I respond. Perhaps letting Jura hide is a better idea, but then I turn to Hendry and Alexis. Do you guys want to go out? It's a bunch of humans, maybe they can help you. Seems quite reasonable. Yes, what brings you here with a small army? I telepathically speak to Rajiv. Lord Rajiv smiles. You are awake. Great, we have much to discuss. He dismounts from his warhorse and walks closer, gesturing to my roots. May I? Yes. He sits on the flat surface of the few protruding roots. So since our last battle, the defeat of the demon champion at our hands greatly improved our king's opinion of natural spirits are a means to fight demons. He pauses. And so we are wondering whether you are open to relocating yourself outside of our capital city. No, I hate moving. I have to be decisive in rejecting this. I suspected as much. Well, are tree spirits able to produce offsprings or saplings which we can cultivate into a tree spirit? Would a branch of yours grow into a split version of yourself? That is a good question. I recall producing fruits and they do have seeds, but they only seem to grow into normal plants. If they did somehow grow into their own tree spirits, I sure did not detect their presence. Rest assured we will take good care of your offspring or saplings. We only ask it comes to our aid in battle. But Rajiv is asking a very good point. Could I procreate in a sense that allows me to create other tree spirits, or my offsprings do not inherit any of my abilities or qualities? I am afraid I am unable to produce any spirit offspring. So for my offsprings and seeds are just normal trees. Yet, or maybe I do not yet know how. That would be a disappointment, but not unexpected. Rajiv stands and looks around the area, but that is not why I came all this way. Rajiv takes out a small map and points. I can't actually see the map though. The demon champions, 3 of them. They seem to be gathering somewhere in the region near here. We will set up a base of operations here and then attack the demons. No, a large army here? That would be bad. Not a choice, tree spirit. I am just informing you. The king has decreed this land and its surroundings to be the staging ground for the military operations against the demonic champions. We have the heroes themselves and they are on their way. We are just the advance party to prepare this place for the upcoming campaign. This news is unpleasant, but then again, what choice do I have? If indeed a large army will be here, what chance do I have to protect the elves? Can I fight off an army? I feel the answer to that is no, so it looks like I have to put up with it. Heroes? The reincarnators. Yes, the ones with God's gifts. Not sure when they will get here, as the king said, as they are visiting all the kingdoms along the way, but they are headed here and then towards to demon champions. Slay them, heroes gain power and levels and weaken the demon king. Reincarnators. I would like to see what sort of cheat-like abilities they have. Oh wait, that means the days ahead will be a whole lot of death and war. Well, from what I learned about this world, it's always been filled with death and war, so I should not complain. The elves too shake their head. From within the hideout, they can actually eavesdrop on any conversation next to me. Hendry peers out through a small peephole. That man is from the kingdom. Yes, Rajiv Nung of the kingdom of Nung. Hendry shakes his head, don't know him. Do you, Alexis? Alexis shakes her head too. I guess we will keep hiding. No need to draw attention unnecessarily. Lawfen gives Lausanne a hug and she looks at the rest. It sounds like there will be a lot of fighting. This place is going to be a battlefield again. It's just not too long ago we had so much death. If I can keep you elves safe, I will. I assure her, even if I do know what's going to happen is going to be very unpleasant. Rajiv, oblivious to the conversation within the hideout, then motions his men to start work. Tree Spirit, may we meet again under far better circumstances. Some of my men will remain to start setting up the area for the coming battles. After the men rest for an hour or so, about 70 men follow Rajiv's lead and ride towards the demonic rifts. The plan is to spread out, monitor the demon's movements, set up magical markers, and be on the lookout for any large demon armies. The remaining 30 or so men start to build a campsite, featuring multiple large tents. Further out, they build a low fence, making where this future army is going to be. These men appear to be builders and mages. A few of them use magic, mainly to manipulate the ground and dirt into a makeshift dirt wall and trench. Alexis and Hendry looks out of the peephole. Heroes are coming. Yes, that's what he said. Oh wow, I can't wait to meet the heroes. I wonder what they are like. Emil and Belle both seem quite excited to meet heroes, and that excitement caused both Alexis and Hendry sigh. Have you guys met them? Emil asks. Alexis and Hendry glance at each other. Ah, yes, we have. They must be handsome and dashing. Oh wait, don't tell me. Emil seems somewhat infatuated with the concept of heroes. Hendry and Alexis smiles. I think fairy tales and reality usually differ quite a bit. Meanwhile, I activate my Summon Insect Warriors skill, and a few beetles appears on my branch, hidden from the soldiers. They seem rather tough, and they are mostly mindless creatures mentally linked to me. We'll need to test them in actual combat to know how they fare in reality. Customizable branches. A pop-up appears. You currently have 3 slots for customizable branches. The branches can be customized for specific functions, such as producing certain materials or essences, host certain insects or animals, or become some kind of accommodation if the branch is sufficiently large. Ah, there's actually a long list of materials extracted and essences harvested, hidden inside a separate notification menu. I think I recall asking to hide those notifications, else I'd be overwhelmed by them all the time. Hendry chooses to mostly stay inside, wondering when his friends will return. Mila's still surviving, her body in a constant battle with the demonic rot within. Alexis spends time talking to Mila and playing with the younger elves, Brislech, Wallen, and Lausanne. The older elves are still apprehensive of the humans, but the younger ones do not hold such prejudices. Perhaps not yet. A week later, year 72, month 11, week 1. 20,000 strong, an army passes by. Half of them set up camp here, but from the chatter it seems they are meant to leave very soon. The other half march on, nearer to the rift where they will set up smaller camps closer to the rift. With the numbers comes traffic. The traffic in this area is much higher now, as messengers are needed for certain types of communication. There is also a small group of dedicated mages, and it seems their role is to facilitate long-distance secure communication spells. And winter is delayed this year. It's still warm. Something strange is happening to the weather. Alexis suspects it's the demons, and refugees start popping up, an outcome of more demon raids, destroying villages that are closer to the rift. The rift, as Alexis elaborates, is a flux, a rip in space, and it joins our world with that of the demons, and it expands and moves, usually slowly but under certain circumstances, quickly. The longer the Demon King remains in the world, the rifts will remain open and expand, and after their death, the rifts will shrink and eventually close. So a world cannot wait forever for the heroes to slay the Demon King, else the rift would expand so large and appear all over the world. Year 72, month 11, week 3. From the bits and pieces of information I gather via eavesdropping the refugees and the soldiers, it seems no one knows I am a tree spirit. They presumed I am a normal tree that somehow survived this location, and that is interesting. Should I reveal my presence to the soldiers? I ask this of the elves and the 3 adventurers. But what would revealing your presence achieve, Tree? Belle asks, still peering outside. Meal's been talking about the heroes for some time now, and she is wondering where in the world are they. True, I stand to lose more than gain. Given that I can't really move, I can't exactly run away, can I? If you have powers, it's best to keep it a secret. Alexis said, holding Mila's hand. People will seek you for your power, and you become a tool, not a person. Your power will define who you are to the masses. Fair point. She sounds really sad when she said that. Sounds like personal experience. It is. Alexis holds Mila's hand a little longer. Year 72, month 11, week 4. Another 10,000 or so soldiers arrive. They do not stop here for long, and they continue marching towards the rift. At this point, this surrounding area is pretty much a makeshift fort. The humans with earth magic mold a 2-layer wall complete with towers and ramparts, and staff them with soldiers. Traffic is still high, and refugees seem to be constantly streaming in. The refugees don't stay for long, as the food available is meant for the army, and is barely sufficient, so they move on to safer and hopefully more prosperous lands. There are minor demon attacks, small packs of hellhounds easily disposed by the army encamped in this place. From the chatter, I gather new types of demons are appearing near the rift. Larger, more Earth-like versions of hellhounds, and a half-golem, half-demon variant. Perhaps the Demon King has some Earth elemental powers, since his minions does display Earth-like features. I wonder whether this has something to do with the mild shakes and tremors we have been feeling occasionally. Where are they? Hendry is frustrated, though Mila is stable. It seems he is raring to get a shot of the demons, but is also torn with Mila's present condition. Our friends will come back for us. Alexis assures him it's fine like this, a bit of a break from all this killing. And maybe the hero's power can help Mila. Hendry scowls, but then he pauses to think. You might be right, Alexis. The hero's divine holy powers may be able to counteract the demonic rot. Heroes and a surprise attack. Heroes and a surprise attack. Year 72, month 12. The heroes arrive, accompanied by an army of adventurers of 300. It is normal for heroes to have a huge group of tag-alongs. These people seek the glory and glamour of being associated with the heroes, but will probably be the first to flee should shit get out of hand. The heroes themselves, 5 of them, are 3 boys and 2 girls, and they look no older than 20, or maybe slightly over 20. The gods chose young teens for their demon-killing tasks this time, and in a way that's better than choosing high schoolers. They ride into the makeshift camp, and one of them stops and stares in my direction. Though I cannot meet his eye, I could sense his probing gaze. I feel a familiar presence. One of the heroes mutter and rides his horse closer. You were here before, hero. An adventurer accompanies him and asks, no. The armored hero places his hand on my bark, and I feel my body shiver a little. Just someone familiar. Heroes sends. The hideout shakes a little, and everyone freaks out. It seems this hero has some kind of magical touch, and my body reacts to it defensively. The shaking causes Hendry to sigh, and he decides to goes out to talk to the hero. Hey, hero. The hero's eye widens and stares at Hendry. Hendry, the adventurer next to the hero, raises his sword at Hendry. Hey, who goes there? It is fine. Lay down your arms. He is one of us. The hero stares at Hendry. Hendry, it's been a while. Yes, it has. Anyway, take your hands off the tree, and I might need your help. The hero takes his hand off. Well, nice to see you again. Hendry pauses and sighs. Nice to see me. I take that means you stopped blaming us for her death. The hero shakes his head. I'd like to think we have come to terms with it. Really, Hendry takes a step back. We were all too eager, too excited to be given this opportunity, this chance to make something of ourselves. The hero walks closer to Hendry. Hendry pauses. Really, just like that, the hero puts his hand on his shoulder. Yes, and the hero punches him in the gut. Thud, I knew it. Hendry groans in pain, but he recovers and throws a punch back at him. The hero dodges. The adventurers stare. Hero, should we do something? The hero yells, no, this is between me and him. They punch each other a few times, then it escalates, and they start throwing high-speed punches into flashes as both attack each other with their abilities. This caused the adventurers to stare at the high-speed exchange of blows. A few more heroes come over. Max, stop this. 2 female heroines shout, and Max, the hero, jumps a few steps back, and that ends the barrage of punches. Hendry, one of the heroines, seems to cry a little. Hey, Hendry stops and sits on one of my roots. The heroine runs over and gives Hendry a hug. Been a while, we've been looking for you guys. The heroine smacks Hendry on his shoulder, running off like that. At this point, the adventurers ask, who is he? Max laughs, yes, please ignore us. He is a friend. You guys go ahead, we'll need to talk privately with our friend here and so we'll be fine. Max started by elaborating. You guys should not have left like that. We're angry and we're still sad. It still is a lump in our hearts. But we are willing to let it go, for on hindsight, we had a part to play too. We failed as well, we all did. I think a part of the way we acted is because we were angry at ourselves. At this point, I'm confused at what their conversation is about. Perhaps there is some historical bad blood. Hendry nods, his eyes a little teary. Water under the bridge now. Well, Max, like I was saying, I need your help. Do you still have anti-demonic powers? Max thinks for a while, I still do, why? Alexis, right on cue, comes out with Mila. She's asleep and supported by Alexis's levitation. It's actually for Mila. She's received some kind of demonic rot or maybe demonic poison. She's weak in battling that demonic rot internally and currently supported by a whole lot of healing magic. It seems to be some kind of magic meant for us. The heroes gasp. Mila. Max runs over, looks at her, and holds her hand. He then proceeds to use some kind of magical ability on her. Then their 2 bodies start to glow faintly. The hero chants and mumbles a little. His palm glows like a monk trying to use some kind of mantra. Divine touch. The ability causes Mila's body to glow in a faint light. I can't remove it completely. It contains a strong taint of the Demon King. You are right, this is made to kill us in this. This makes this Demon King more dangerous than ever. He sighs and everyone else follows. Alexis holds Mila's hand, who's gradually opening her eyes, but I can suppress and weaken the effect of the Demon King's poison such that it will stop hurting her. Max smiles. Nice to see you too, Mila. Reincarnators. These adventurers are reincarnators as well. Now that they are right next to me, I feel strange. Are these people from Earth too? The kids, those few when I came so many years ago, they have all died. These people, a similar fate probably awaits them. What should I do? Should I reveal myself as a reincarnator? But what good does that do, other than unnecessarily involving myself in the demon war? There's also the question about the fires of Baal that I had before, and how I can recover from it, yet Mila fails to. Why? Is it because the fires are just generic demonking fires, whereas Mila's Demonrot is a customized superweapon for reincarnators? I have no answer to that, unfortunately. At this point, I decide to wait and see. I mentally ping Alexis. So, may I ask what is happening? Are you going to leave with them? Right now, there's still 3 of us that is out there looking for a cure. 3 of us out there. Or maybe there is no cure, and only killing the Demon King will wipe away all traces of it. Oh, anyway, I think Mila's in no condition to fight yet. Her demonic rod is still present, but now weakened by a counteracting holy power that Max has. But until we know what that means in combat, we do not want to risk it. Mila's body seems to be fine, with no observable negative effects so far, but I think there's a high chance that whatever Demon King magic it will probably interfere with our divine gifts. So attempting to assault the demons without being at full strength is folly, so we plan to stay back and attempt to regroup with our other 3 friends first. Our Alexis is a lot more technical when it comes to magic. Sorry, can you repeat that in simpler terms? So I think me and Mila will stay back. We will wait for the remaining 3, and then we will join up with Max and group. The fact that the Demon King has a special weapon designed for us is worrying. The next week. Year 72, Month 12, Week 2. News and reports of the demon champions come in. The heroes, adventurers, and the soldiers move out towards the rift. Mila and Alexis remain. Alexis is playing the role of Mila observer and monitors her body's condition. Mila would try use her abilities, and they discover that with the demonic rot still present, her abilities are weakened by about 20 to 30. Alexis's hypothesis is right after all. The camp is now a lot quieter. About 1,000 soldiers remain. These are the communication mages, the logistics coordinators, and just some guards to keep the stray demon hounds at bay. Year 72, Month 12, Week 4. The heroes defeat one of the champions, and then the next day the camp is attacked. 6 large demons, part golem, part demon, lesser versions of the golem demon champion, accompanied by tens of thousands of the new rock hybrid hellhounds. The 6 demons, their bodies made of a mix of rock, lava, stone, and flesh, their synchronized steps shake the ground. How did they appear so suddenly? 3 at the front, 3 at the back. They have the camp cornered on both sides, and their sudden appearance sends the camp into a panic. Mages quickly send out requests for help, but any request will be too late. Reinforcements will take some time to get to us. Alexis and Mila look at each other. How'd they get behind us? In fact, that's on the mind of the 1,000 or so soldiers now trapped in the camp. But at this point, there are more urgent questions to be answered. The 2 demon forces march on the camp. Their footsteps cause the earth to rumble. How did all the shaking go unnoticed? I summon insect warriors. My insect warriors appear, crawling out of my branches. 3 of them, they will deal with the hellhound hybrids and hopefully not die too easily. The humans scream when they see my giant insects but did not attack it. I try to survey the field of demons. I need to save my super anti-demon root strike for the lesser champions. The guards try get ready as the demons close in. The mages in the camp blast magic spells at the golems, and the camp soon descends into a chaotic battlefield. The 6 giant demons are exceptionally resilient, enduring volleys of spells and weapons from the mages, and escaping with minor wounds and damage. Alexis and Mila both join the battle, using their special abilities to wipe through the hellhounds with ease. Once it gets messier, Jura too joins in. But there are probably tens of thousands of them, even with Alexis's numerous AoE spells killing hundreds per shot. And it is from this battle I see the sheer opness of these reincarnators. Alexis could blast waves and waves of magical explosions, almost constantly. Mila, even with her weakened form, could swirl and twirl, and her slashes somehow go through all the monsters like they had absolutely no armor and is made of chiffon. It's rather ridiculous how they can sweep through hordes of demons like nothing. One large golem is destroyed. A point-blank fireball from Alexis destroys its body. One large golem passes me, and I take the chance to use my new super anti-demon root strike. It shoots out of the earth and slices the golem in half. Whoa, I felt a little pleased with myself. Mila cuts down one of the large demons with some kind of flashy slashing move. My insect warriors seem to be perform as expected. They are able to take down about 20 or so hellhounds before they get torn apart by the hounds. Alexis managed to blow up another golem, and another fireball from Alexis blows up the last golem. She really is the true MVP in this battle. We did it. Now, Alexis turned her attention to the regular hybrid hounds and joins Mila and the soldiers in exterminating them. Then the earth shakes and sparks of lightning shoot out from the rubble of the destroyed giant demons. The lightning connects to all the other remains, and the remains of the destroyed golems float into the air and join together. Alexis sends a few fireballs instinctively, and it knocks some of the rocks off, but something is still pulling it together. The remains of all the fallen golems and hounds merge into a giant 6-story tall centipede made of earth, rock, and stone, covered in sharp, jagged rocks and stone throughout its body. In a way, it's part centipede, part porcupine. It then charges into the battlefield, crushing both allies and enemies alike in its charge. Once it loses momentum, it tunnels underground. Shit. Alexis and Mila run, waiting. It can appear anywhere. They look around, but mostly at the ground, waiting. The earth shakes and it shoots out of the ground, killing more soldiers and also hounds. But the death of the hounds is beneficial to the giant rock centipede, as the debris and corpse of the fallen hounds would then merge into it. It's a scene reminiscent of giant spice-producing sandworms, yet it does not approach me. In fact, the moment it heads underground, I know exactly where it is, and it seems that my roots create a kind of hard rock that it is unable to tunnel into. I could sense it tunneling from one side to another, trying to get through the wall. My roots is able to detect its motion and predict it, and I think I can beat it. I instinctively seem to realize that my root strike is more powerful underground, but it moves really quickly underground, shaking up the dirt above ground as well. Its speed is something I cannot deal with, but if I could just get it to slow down, I think I can take it. Gather around the tree. The monster is unable to tunnel close to it. Alexis yells, seemingly coming to similar conclusion as me. She activates a weird console-like magic and calls all the surviving mages to her. The demonic centipede surges out of the ground again, and Alexis yells. Now, the mages all coordinate a magical blast on the demonic centipede, and a few large chunks gets blasted off. The demonic giant centipede tunnels again, and I try to follow its movement. It's really fast, but it slows down for a moment before it surges upwards. That's the best time for me to hit it, and it shoots out of the ground again, killing more soldiers and also hounds. I strike it with 2 root strike S and manage to knock a few chunks off. The centipede regenerates from our attacks. Rocks that we knock off would get pulled back, but I could feel that its magical energy balance dwindles each time. Defeating it means getting its magical power down to 0 by blasting its chunks off. It attacks a few more times as I try to figure out the timing. At this point, almost 70 of the humans are dead, and almost all the demon hounds are destroyed or absorbed by the demonic giant centipede. It's between us and the centipede now. The centipede splits itself in 2 along its length, and then both tunnel underground. Underground, the split centipede reconnects itself, become one very long and lean centipede, and this time it pops up out of the ground and uses its now longer body length like a whip, slamming into the soldiers, mages, and also into my trunk. It can't tunnel near me, but it can whip its body to attack the humans around me. I feel my trunk shake when the body of the centipede slams into me, and some of the mages quickly let out a blast. Once again knocking some of the rocks off this demonic rock centipede. It pulls back, curling itself like a snake, and using its longer body as a spring to attack the mages and soldiers. Grand Fireball. Alexis activates her signature superpower, a blue fireball, and it blasts right into the demonic centipede. It breaks and burns from the fire, but the momentum of the centipede's attack still pushes through, and stabs Alexis right in the chest, and pushes her back, slamming into my trunk. Alexis screams in pain as her body is stabbed by multiple sharp rocks. Those same rocks are burning from her grand fireball, and it spreads throughout the centipede's body. It flails, but still pins Alexis to the trunk. Alexis somehow still manages to cast another grand fireball, creating a huge explosion right in front of it. It blasts almost all of the rocks at the head of the centipede away, but a skeleton of super hard rock remains, and it pierces Alexis's chests. It flails, but does not want to let go of Alexis, so it pushes and pins her body into the ground. I use Constrict, holding onto the centipede so that my root strike can catch it, and then all my remaining super anti-demonic root strike. They pierce through the centipede, and this time, together with a third grand fireball, it successfully depletes its magical energy, and it crumbles, turning into ordinary rock. Alexis explodes into a huge fireball, and then suddenly a vacuum-like effect appears as all the fires swirls back and merge into a human shape, revealing Alexis whole and unharmed. She groans, unharmed but very visibly drained. I always hate using body of fire. Mila smacks her on the back. That's why you're always the bait. Everyone aims for the mage. Reincarnators. You gained 8 levels. You are now level 100. You have evolved into an ancient soul tree. The next evolution rank up is at level 130. If conditions and materials are met, you can still gain levels without ranking up. Healing powers upgraded. Secret hideout upgraded. Extra rooms, special purpose rooms and hideouts unlocked. Customizable branches option now has external room. Soul absorption upgraded. Soul realm unlocked. Symbiotic extension unlocked. Essence collection upgraded. Essence mastery and generation obtained. Customizable branch options now include Essence Generator. Materials obtained. Essence of Giants X1, Essence of Starlight X1, Essence of Sword X4, Essence of Knights X1, Essence of Fire Magic X1. Interlude Level 100 Soul Realm. Interlude Level 100 Soul Realm. Level 100 in the rank up brings change and a lot of benefits. One of the key changes is a UI change, as my interfaces become much more organized and menus expanded. There are more tooltips as well, and information about my skills improved. Size-wise, the rank up brought about greater size and range. Twice as large, almost 8 stories high, and my roots extend wider. And deeper roots, which leads to my discovery of how the demons appeared. Deep tunnels. The rock centipedes dug tunnels deep beneath the ground, and used them to move their forces without being detected. They covered the entrances, but these tunnels, their reach is well beyond my range, and perhaps even into the demon lands as well. Valuable information, perhaps I can trade something for it. The sudden increase in size overnight scares the humans, but they are too preoccupied with the dead to do anything. It seems to camouflage, and illusion confuses them. With this new size, I have 8 large branches, and the new skills allows me to set some of them as an essence generator, creating essences of the moon, the sun, and nature. These can later be used as part of the forming process of the items and things I want to create as weapons. From the little I gather of the heroes and warriors, demons are generally weak against stellar materials, like metals of an asteroid. My healing room too changed, and now it has something like a pod, where a body can be fully submerged within, rebuilding bodies someday in the future. Attached is also a lab-like area, a small underground room filled with roots, pods, and other things like a spawning pool. I activate Soul Realm. I feel my consciousness shift, and I appear in a vast space filled with little floating lights. These little wisps, they float and swirl around, and they seem to whisper and chatter endlessly in a language I do not understand. What is this place? This is your soul realm, and this is one of the strongest powers of a spirit tree. A wisp floats before me. It is different from the other wisps in that it is green while the others are white. Here are all the souls of those who have died in your vicinity. Here they lay dormant, resting, waiting for their onward travel to the afterlife. Tree spirits, as the elves once advised you, are the beacons of souls, attracting those who died. You also function as a pit stop, refreshing the souls, and souls who are stronger are more likely to make the travel to the afterlife, where will they re-enter the cycle of life. Your very existence here prevents the presence of regular stray ghosts, but in turn the ghosts exists all in and within you. I pause and I look at this green wisp explaining all this to me, and you are. He first guides us to a tree filled with little lights, like fireflies in a swamp. These are souls of the recently dead. The faint white ones are humans, and as you can see, it's currently mostly humans, but we can also see that there are little souls with different colors, and these are the mixed race humans. Wisp floats over to one black tree branch, with tiny little lights there. These lights are smaller than the other souls. They look like little blinking sparks on a dark tree. These are the leftover souls, fragments and souls that have degraded, or some that just do not want to be reincarnated. At their current state, they have lost their identity and awareness, so they become just a shell. So they can be used to create things, custom familiars infused into weapons, merged together, quite versatile, all in. And after that, Wisp led me to another black branch that's split in half. This is the Soul Forge, where you can make even more things with the remnants, but it's inactive at the moment, as you need to either connect to a magical ley line or gain more levels such that you can power it yourself. It connects to the pod in your secret hideout. I pause and I ask, why is the Soul Realm a powerful ability? The Wisp twirls. The soul is at the core of power in this world. It is souls that gain experience and levels, and the body expresses that extra experience and levels. But why do people train their bodies then? Because the body changes the soul. It is a feedback loop. A strong, healthy body nourishes the soul and vice versa. Okay, you said this is a strong ability. Why? The wisp pauses and twirls around, and it twirls and spins a while more before it pauses. Because to change a soul is to amend destiny. Interlude 2, Alexis. Interlude 2, Alexis. Perspective of Alexis. The Demon King is out for their heads. She knew it. She felt it. Every battle with the demons, their eyes seem to contain a deep, feral rage all directed at them. Is it just how they always look? Even when they are not fighting, it feels like she could sense where the Demon King is. It's as if there is always a cold wind that blows from that direction, but there's no actual wind. After the constant ambushes and attacks, she now also suspects, so can the demons. It's the only plausible reason why incredibly powerful demons appear where they are, and somehow can always strike when they are apart. It's a coincidence, Alexis. Max waves off the idea. They have hunter demons and demon knights constantly tracking where we are. That's why they know where we are. Maybe. But is it? As a mage, there is a logic to everything. This system, even if it does not fit anything from where she came from, has its own rules and laws. And those rules means all power must have some kind of feature or law which it obeys, including that of the gods' blessings. The blessings of the gods. The blessings, they offer some degree of protection from demons, they enhance stats growth, boosts experience gain for easier leveling. These are common knowledge that heroes get perks like this to make it easier to defeat the Demon King, for them to gain the power necessary to destroy the demon. Lately, she had occasional moments of clarity, and she now suspects the blessings do more than they say they do. Her friends, those who came together with them, they all were headed for a cafe when the truck lost control and the huge container came undone and slammed into all of them, their friends. After a brief meeting with the gods, they all woke up in this world, and her friends, herself even, went all in on this divine quest to slay the demon. Heroes, her friends, and even herself. So engrossed with that goal, such that all the death, pain, suffering, all just a side note, a number, the vast destruction around her, all they seem to do is enhance their resolve to destroy the Demon King. It's as if all of them heroes have been mentally altered, made immune to the destruction, and all that negative energy and emotions is funneled into achieving their goal of defeating the Demon King. Mila, even with her near death, went back to the battlefield happily, as if her brush with death never really mattered. Alexis did not realize this before, but lately that brief clarity of mind. It's only when she reread her daily journal that she realized her own strange mental processes, the strange way she is reacting to all these senseless death all these time. We're on the way back, Alexis. A communication mage walks up to her and passes the message. Alexis nods. The heroes, all of the summoned, they will converge soon back here at the tree. Alexis scribbles on her journal. For the moment, destroying the Demon King aligns to her and her group's interest. After all, they are hunted. That sense, that ominous feeling that the demons are coming, still permeates her. Wait, if her suspicions are true, the Demon King will look for them even before they are ready. What would she do? What should they do? Can they keep running? She glances up and looks at the tree. It's larger, far larger now, and she feels safe. If they had to fight, this is the best place for it. If the plan is up to her, they would fall back and fight here. Still, can the demons find them? She sits and closes her eyes. Stilling her mind, she concentrates on her breathing, the prickling senses on her skin, the beating of her heart, and she searches for a subtle signal, a presence of their own. Are they leaking some signals behind? Are they like a nuclear bomb leaking radiation which the demons can pick up? If the gods had a hand in this, where would they do it? If they could hide their presence, maybe, just maybe, they could deal a surprise attack. Alexis, are you busy? Mila asks. She looks like Ran. Alexis snaps out of her concentration. Yes, I would like some time. Mila nods. Oh, okay. She sighs and walks away. Alexis closes her eyes and tries again. Demons, anger, destruction, fire, death, fields of dead men, the voices of all the grieving humans saying the Demon King must be slain. Alexis shakes her head. Not again. All of them, all the heroes get this every now and then, as if the world reminds them of their duty. She walks closer to the tree and lifts a small wooden teapot. She pours herself a cup and sips on it, tea, and the voices go away. The lab. Year 73, month 1. Jura steps out of the green liquid pod in the lab. He's been submerged in it daily and undergoing experimentation. How do you feel? Fine, tree. Did you do anything? My status is unchanged. No, in truth, all I do is look at his body in great detail. The first time he steps in and submerge himself, the pod floods me with data and details, and it's fascinating. It's like looking at the body of the person with an electron microscope and some kind of radio wave imaging machine. It's incredible to see every strand of fiber, the organs, the bones. In a way, this is also the first time I have an actual idea how Jura looks like, outside of my somewhat pixelated spirit vision. The details, the effects of all the parts on his body, and how it influences his fighting abilities and magic. Another thing I spend a lot of time on his soul, and how it interacts with his body. It is like the source of a river. Higher levels result in a bigger source, and the water from this source flows into each body part, which then gives each body part toughness and awakens magical properties. And in his body, as if there is a polluted drainage pipe, releasing dirty water into that river, and so each body part is not getting clean water. I reach out to it, and then I knew. It can be fixed, but I will need the right materials. Later that evening, I ask Mila for her help. If I could see Jura's body in such great detail, I wonder what I would find from the heroes. This request, however, seems to make Alexis a little suspicious, so she insists to be around as well. There's no helping it, so Jura guides both of them to the new laboratory underground. This looks like. Both of them had a stunned look, as if they did not expect to see something like this, not in this world. A lab. I recall only the elves been to this new room, different from the medical ward-like area that Mila once rested in. Jura nods and points to an open pod. Please, if you don't mind. Mila glances at Alexis, but then, okay. Jura smiles and then leaves the two heroes alone. Mila undresses and then steps into the warm green liquid, and then the pod slowly closes in. Alexis stares on, cautious, but she looks like she is thinking, and a torrent of data washes over me and it stuns me for a moment. How long will this take? Alexis asks. About 2 hours. I snap out of my shock and start my investigation into Mila's body, wondering what makes her tick. First, physique. Her body starts as that of a normal human, but as she gains levels, her body changes with it. Already I could tell she is about 3 to 4 times physically stronger than Jura, before any magic spells that would further push her into crazy strong territory. Her skeletal structure tougher than steel. It's as if she has an adamantite frame, and her muscles all store tremendous amounts of physical energy. Then, the soul. Her soul is like a massive spring, with the 2 waterfalls from the Ether pouring even more water into that lake, and it flows downwards like a raging river. Yet it is not fully clear. Right next to that spring, a small whirlpool, sucking some water away. It is now barricaded with some kind of energy, so only a small portion water is drained away by that whirlpool. This is taking too long. Alexis mumbles and uses some kind of magic. Is she all right? Yes, she's fine. A bit more. I could analyze and revisit the data later. I reach out to sense that black whirlpool and I feel an ominous presence. Demonic. It attempts to burn me. I investigate the waterfalls instead and I sense a kind of unknown power, perhaps divine. Or is it astral? These reincarnators, their souls, must have been modified by the gods that summoned them here. Their size and capacity far exceeds that of a normal human, if compared to Jura, but I would need more samples. Alexis looks nervous. She does not seem to like seeing Mila in the pod. I am done. The pod's doors opens like a reverse Venus flytrap and Mila's eyes open. Alexis immediately grabs her. Are you okay? Mila rubs her eyes a while and say, I feel pretty nice actually. It's like a massage. Secret hideout biolab upgraded. Oh really? Yeah, I do. You should try it. Alexis shakes her head. Never mind. Why are you worried? The tree saved my life if it wants us to just dip into a pool. No, Alexis turns. If we are done, let's go out. The 2 reincarnators leave, and I then telepathically reach out to Laufen for her turn to dip into the pod, and then I task Jura with a request. Capture a demon hound. Capture? Yes, I want it. Alive, really. Its teeth can chew through any rope or net we have. And a net appears next to him, woven from my bark and fiber. Should last a bit. Use this as well. I hand him a wooden container containing paralyzing sap. Jura nods and set out. Around this time, some message spells bounced back and forth between the heroes, and both Alexis and Mila leave, together with the remaining army. It seems one of the nearby cities are under attack from a demonic army, so the rest of the heroes change their plans and head straight there instead. And this is great, because the elves finally get to have their space again. Year 73, month 1, week 3. Jura finally caught one. It's tough trying to find a hellhound that is in a manageable small pack, but he got it. The hellhound lost 4 limbs but is still barely alive. So what do I do with it? Jura looks at me quizzically. Bring in down into the lab. Jura pauses. Inside. Yes, he gulps but carries it in. The rest of the elves look curiously. Laufen, Emil, and Belle all ready for battle, just in case the hound tries something funny, and Jura throws the hellhound into the pod. My branches and roots, they move to wrap and attach itself to the paralyzed hound, and its struggling stops. One of the roots administer a dose of sedation, knocking it out. Then I peer into its body, the body of a hybrid hellhound. The first thing that I notice is the unusual nature of its body, a mix of normal flesh but with a smattering of earth. It's made of a layer of flesh, mixed with a latticework of interconnected rocks, and this mixture is present throughout its body. Some parts near its skull and its teeth, the rocks are much more present, and the type of rock appears to be some kind of compressed stone that is magically augmented. A thick layer of sap coats its major vessel, and this is how the paralyzing sap disables this hound. Then the soul. If the magic from Jura's soul is that of a water tap and Mila's mana is a fire hose, this hellhound would be best described as a dried watering hole. Parched, dry, its body devoid of the natural mana. Instead, there is a small red fire that hovers right above where the spring would be, and it emits a kind of heat that powers all the magical augmentation throughout its body. As I reach out to touch it. Demon, a pushback from that tiny fire. A wall, I keep pushing. The wall bends, it's not strong enough to resist me, and for a moment I see a glimpse of a faraway place. A red planet, a surface filled with fire and brimstone, a large glowing red stone, and then the fire disappears. At that moment, any sign of life in the hound disappears. It's like somebody pressed an off button. Yet the hound is still there, as if it's turned off, its body is floating, its 4 limbs still severed. You gained a level. You are now level 101. Secret Hideout Biolab upgraded. Additional pods now available. 2 additional pods pop up next to the one with the floating hound. It's dead, yet its body remains. Perhaps the pod interferes with its natural decay into mana. Jura steps in, wondering what is the sound he heard. It's actually the two new pods that popped out. It's fine. The hound's dead. Huh, anyway, good that you are here. Dip in. Jura pauses. Oh, okay. 2 days later, a horde of hellhounds appear, together with about 50 or so larger demons. Their target is not me, but based on the strength of these demons shown to me so far, I can defeat this horde. And so I did. A mix of Root Surge, Super Antidemon Root Strike, and Jura 2 participate in the battle. A few of the demons survive, and Jura assists to capture them for my experiments. Year 73, Month 2, Week 1. Rajjiv Nung has died. You gain 3 levels. You are now level 104. Obtained skill, Lesser Holy Enchantment. He died. That's strange. He is with the heroes. I would have thought he should be quite safe. Must be a rather fierce battle. This actually also reminds me of the familiars I grant, and so I pull up a menu that shows all the granted familiars. And it seems I have been neglecting them, so I call Jura and Laufen over, and have both of them show me their familiar forms. A familiar allows access to the spells and abilities of that familiar, which is by and large based on their grantor. They've gained levels. Jura's familiar is level 30, and Laufen's familiar is level 13. They manifest in many ways, usually depending on the user. When they did, a prompt appears before me. Jura's tree familiar has reached the limit of level 30. Do you wish to elevate the familiar to the next phase? How long did it stay at level 30? Oh, for quite some time already. My familiar reached level 30 during the last attack by the demon centipede. Why did you not tell me? I thought you knew. Jura rubs his head. Damn it, communication breakdown. I need to get these elves to tell me more about themselves. I mentally say yes to the prompt, and Jura pauses, his eyes wide open. I did not even know a familiar can rank up. While I get to choose its next form. I know too little about familiars. One of my branches has been converted using customizable branches into a room, but it serves its function as a jail cell for all the captured hellhounds. On top of the dead hybrid in one pod, I subject the remaining hellhounds onto more investigation, and if I do not attempt to sense the fire, it'll stay alive. Year 73, Month 2, Week 2. Shake, the ground buckles and bits of rock fly. My roots, they attempt to hold on, but the shockwave that causes this is way too strong, so throughout the plains, the ground buckles. Shake. Jura rushes out in the direction of the shake. I ordered him to look out for what causes it and retreat immediately. A part of me feels afraid. Shake, shake. The earth keeps shaking, and as the day goes on, explosions get louder. Something is coming, or a battle is coming. The shockwaves propagating through the earth gets even stronger, and my root knit is flooded with pain. The rumbling continues even at night, and Jura runs to us in the darkness of night. No good, 3 demon champions appeared. The heroes are engaging them in battle, but they seem to be retreating this way. 3, that is far too many. Fighting one almost killed me and knocked me out for weeks. But can't the heroes beat them? Did you see the heroes? Yes, they are retreating here. Why? I don't know. Maybe they're trying to lure them away from the cities. The explosions and rumblings continue. They seem to be fighting even when retreating, so whatever they are fighting can keep up with them. How far? A day. Shit. What should we do? If 3 demon champions are here, can you hold them back? Tree. No, if they are anywhere like the giant golem earlier, I may not last very long. I can take a few hits, but it will be a matter of time before it kills me. But you're stronger than last time. Jura pauses. Maybe you can take one, and maybe that's why they are coming this way. They need your help to even up the odds. Don't they have an army of adventurers? Jura shakes his head. I think they are either dead or they have fled. I don't think any sane adventurer would want to battle 3 demon champions together. It's foolish, and only the bravest of adventurers would attempt it. And the world expects the heroes to. Heroes have special powers. They are different. This does not make sense. I thought they killed some of the demon champions already. How is there 3 appearing out of nowhere? Jura pauses. I don't know. I am guessing the heroes don't either. The earth shakes. More rumblings. I could feel it. They are going to be here in a while, maybe less. What's our plan? Jura paces the room. If I remember correctly, a few of them can take 1 demon champion with no problems, so there must be more to it. How many heroes did you see? I couldn't get a good look at them. It's too chaotic. 3 demon champions, if they are of a similar strength as the golem, it's going to be a real challenge. They are going to be here maybe in about 2 hours, so the heroes must have something in mind. Are they wounded? How do I defeat these demons? I look at the hounds in the lab, strapped to the pod. Jura, what's known to be effective against demons? I actually asked this before. I recall the answer that there are weapons created by the heroes that have special effectiveness against demons. There's also natural weapons like the usual holy magic, or star weapons like metal swords made from asteroids. Do demons have an off switch like the hounds? If I could extinguish the fire in their body, they would shut down. Okay, following that metaphor, if their source of power really is that fire, would water therefore destroy them? And so I test out on a hound, pouring my mana in through the connected roots. It enters its blank soul realm, and some of the mana evaporates in the process. Is it the heat of the soul? But after the initial evaporation, I could see the fire shrink and eventually it's extinguished. It works for one, but from this I realize it's slow and not as effective as a simple strike. A strike would have destroyed that hound for far less mana, and if a demon champion is larger and more powerful, I would not be able to do it. The dead hound's body cracks, the rocks on its body falling off like it's shedding skin, and then convulses or vibrates. It twists against the vines and it starts to suck in mana. My mana, it twitches and it stops, and I see its body regenerate, the wounds heal, and its limbs and fangs regrow. The rocks that once decorated its fur is replaced with a strange, wood-like texture. A shiver runs through me. Jura, lab now. Jura immediately jumps and runs for the lab armed. He sees one of the hound. Which one? And the hound opens its eyes, and it's green. Hellhound forcefully adapted into your subordinate minion with your natural mana, and has transformed into Woodhound. Wait, Jura eyes the hound, his arms grip his weapon. A hound should be an easy battle, but never could be sure. The pod opens and the healed hound crawls out. It looks at Jura. I mentally command it to sit, and it does. It feeds on my mana to survive, and I could sense that mana link between me and this. Woodhound. It's a similar link to my summoned insects. Fascinating. Skill obtained, natural mana overwhelming. But no time to waste. I still don't have an answer for the 3 demon champions coming my way. The earth still rumbles and shake, and the explosions can now be seen in the sky. Think. I have familiars, essences, souls, soul realm, a few root attack variants, saps, leaves that can function as tea, wood magic and forming abilities, healing powers, spirit vision, a secret hideout, a lab and healing chamber, insect warriors, rootnit, barkskins, defense, wood shields, some other lesser defense items, and a whole list of passive stats buff. Can souls and essences be made into a weapon? Soul forge required to form high-efficiency weapons. Not that. How about essences? Can I convert them into a weapon? Currently, the essence of fire, essence of death, and essence of starlight can be converted into a single-use weapon. Fine, combine them. Vessel required. I would want to use it together with my super anti-demon root strike, so I quickly form a sharp, pointy piece that will serve as the piercing edge of my root. With the piece of wood, the essences are then added to it, forming a sharp, 3-pointed wood. The earth rumbles, and streaks of light can be seen in a distance. They are here. Streaks of light in the distance now become explosions, and the heroes zoom toward me from the distance. Using some kind of speed burst, they retreat and dodge the explosions. 3 demon champions appear, a large golem, a huge horned stone centipede, and some kind of stone turtle with spikes. They stand in the distance, surrounded by a horde of lesser demons, minor golems, and a few other lesser centipedes. The true power of heroes. The true power of heroes. Year 73, Month 2, Week 4. Heroes champions. 11 heroes, they run, leaving destruction in their wake. Explosions deflected by barriers. Fires blocked by magical shields. The heroes, they try. Magical thunderbolt here, lightning blast there, and the lesser demons fall like flies. Yet there are easily tens of thousands of them and only 11 heroes to stand against it. The fan lady twirls and she mutters a kind of chant. The demons attempt to disrupt her, but the other heroes cover her. Swoosh. A blast from the sky and hundreds of the demons crushed instantly, and a blue giant fireball streaks through the demon's swarm, roasts all in its path, then explodes, killing a few hundred more. The giant tortoise demon stomps its feet, and the earth shakes tremendously, and a few dozen massive boulders fly at high speeds towards the heroes. A wall of light emerges, disintegrating the boulders and also the lesser demons in its path, an ability that both Hendry and Max use together, a holy wall of some kind. The tortoise stomps its feet, and a few dozen more boulder fly towards the wall. Hendry and Max both winces. It's using up quite a lot of mana. Alexis. The heroes retreat closer, and Mila runs up to me. Tree Spirit, please aid us in battle. What if I refuse? Then the demons will kill you too. So do you have a plan? Yes. The heroes retreat into a formation behind me and start some kind of chant. The horde of demons charge in, the thousands flood the fields. My insects and Jura together with my roots form a protective layer, drive the demons away from the heroes. The 3 demon champions seem particularly disturbed by the chanting, and so they join the battle. The centipede, the fastest of the 3, is unable to tunnel too near due to my dense subterranean root network, and so it chooses to attack us directly, trying to ram the heroes. My wooden shields appear to block the centipede's strikes, and they shatter on impact, but it is sufficient to deflect it away, as I land a few wholly enchanted root strikes on its side, and it knocks it back a little. I have its attention, and it tries to ram me instead. Wham! That hurt. A few barks crack. I had all my defenses up, but not fatal. Another root strike, this time to its body, and a big chunk of stone chips off. It rams me again. Wham! It shatters the 3 layers of wooden shields I create in its way. Whatever the heroes are planning, it better work. The giant centipede rams me again, while smaller centipedes try to attack the heroes. A white dome appears over the heroes. They protected themselves with a magical barrier. Great. The smaller centipedes ram into it, but nothing happens. Its ideal subterranean attack nullified by the root network, it can resort to ramming and swiping the dome with its stone thorns. The larger champion centipede is still focused on me. It's bigger than the centipede before, but so am I. My larger form flows into additional power for most of my abilities, so Jura and the heroes are right that I can hold my own against these creatures for a while. The golem champion is now in range, and it tries to punch the white dome. Constrict. My roots shoot out of the ground and grab hold onto the golem champion, and the tangles hold his punch back. I activate Constrict on the giant demon centipede too, and it retaliates to it by twirling its body around my trunk. It coils around me. My branches, roots, and vines also wrap themselves around the giant centipede, so we are both stuck. Or more like, the centipede is stuck. It feels like a snake is wrestling with a stick. Some of my roots pierce through its stone structure. After all, it is made of earth, and my roots are good at going through such surfaces. Elemental advantage, I suppose. Still, the golem and centipede are still mostly unharmed, even though are trapped in a thicket of roots and branches, and the giant centipede all coiled around my trunk. The centipede took a few blows, and it's struggling and trying to crush me with its stone body and gore through the trunk with the horns. But the trunk and bark holds, with all the defense buffs that I have passively and the effects of the demon damage reduction. The tortoise is the only free one, and it then bites through the vines that tangles the golem. Chomp chomp. Sharp bites cut through the vines and roots, and one of the golem's arms is free, and it punches. The punch slams into the dome hard. Wham! The white dome cracks. Crap, that's bad. I need to protect them for a bit more. A few root strikes pop up, hitting the underbelly of the tortoise and knocks it back a little. However, it did not topple. The golem raises its fists and readies its next full power punch. I use a super anti-demon root strike together with the essence edge, and it slams right into the golem's chests. It explodes in a flash of starlight, and a huge hole appears in the golem's chest. It still lives. It punches again, and I create multiple massive wood shields to block its strike. Its punch crushes the shields easily and still manages to hit the dome. But the shield did its job. The dome's only lightly cracked. The giant tortoise rams me instead and tries to bite me with its beak. Scratch. I could feel a gash near my trunk, but it quickly heals. The centipede tries to crush me even more, but my roots are also sucking out energy from its body. The golem's other arms are free, and it throws a few more punches at the dome. Once again, I create wood shields and try to reduce the impact. But only the first punch is weakened. The other few punches land squarely on the dome, and it cracks even more. The dome glows. It seems I have done enough. Now the heroes need to show what their plan is. The dome pulses some more, then the glow becomes brighter. Then whoosh, a blinding light. The dome explodes, and a massive energy wave sweeps outwards like a nuclear shockwave. The wave disintegrates all the demons in its path, the lesser demons all vaporized, and in an instant, only demons surviving in the entire battlefield are the champions. That's just too overpowered. The 3 champions, though, did not escape unscathed. The giant tortoise's shell is half destroyed, revealing its charred body. The golem's arms and half its head that faces the dome is destroyed, and the giant centipede's body is half gone too. Yet somehow the rest of us are safe. It seems like a special ability tuned to demons. The heroes, they emerge from the dome, wielding shining weapons and covered with an armor of light. They dash towards the demon champions, and in just a few flashes of light, all the demon champions are killed. At that moment, the only thing that went through my mind is, what the hell was that? Did I just tank 3 demon champions, so the heroes can activate some kind of Augie power of friendship op ability? Indeed, the heroes in their light armor form make such quick work of the champions that I found it hard to believe they are even demon champions in the first place. The heroes, having destroyed all the demons, regroup. Seriously. Now that they are not jumping or flying from place to place, we get a better look at them, and the hero's new outfit actually reminds me of Power Rangers, or maybe Kamen Rider. Mila, did you guys unlock some special ability recently? Yes, we did. We got this special heavenly form and a few special skills. That big boom thing is our Starlight Nova. Whoa, how do I get that kind of power? Mila, may I ask you dip into the pot again? Yay, sure, Mila says happily. At this point, Alexis and Hendry grabs Mila. No, it's our power. We cannot reveal it. Don't do this. Mila shakes her head. Both of you are being unreasonable. Tree just helped cover our butts because this skill activation has a ridiculously long chant time, and now you want to deny it. Hendry and Alexis pauses. Let's decide collectively, as a group. Seeing Heroes and Interlude 3, Demon King Battle. Seeing Heroes and Interlude 3, Demon King Battle. Eventually, the heroes came to a compromise. Mila's argument sort of won. Here goes. Mila dips in. The rest of the heroes look on, some with a rather concerned expression. Alexis and the fan lady activate some kind of magical ability, and Mila glows somewhat. Insurance. Anything unnatural, we go in. the mage explains, and I deduce it's some kind of magical short-range teleportation ability. Max shakes his head. If this tree saved Mila's life, and Mila has done this before, I really do not see why such precautions are necessary. Henry puts his hand on Max. Yes, he did. But our gift, our burden must be carefully guarded and not put under the knife or risk getting stolen. Precautions are necessary. I sigh these reincarnators are a pain, but whatever. I'm not stealing it, I'm just having a look at it. Mila shakes her head. You guys, stop being paranoid. I want to do this and we voted. I'll be fine. I can dip in a pool. One of the heroes poke in. I don't see the issue too. Our ability comes from the gods, and I highly doubt it can be easily stolen or copied or whatever. Just because you can see the schematics does not mean you have the tools and materials to create a machine. Well, he has a very good point. Mila's fully submerged, and the roots and vines attach itself to her. And I could sense the data flowing into me, so I start to peek into her body. What is most immediately obvious is that the two waterfalls from the ether that once pour normal clear water into the lake of her soul is now pouring a sparkly liquid, and it sparkles with starlight. I think this is what they refer to as star mana. The black whirlpool also disappeared, and so the water that flows down into the rest of her body is strong, thick like that of a raging river. That starlight water pours and feeds every part of her body and enhances her body's strength even more than before. It's kinda like those athletes taking performance-enhancing drugs. Really, only the change in muscle strength and texture is permanent. The star mana is the fuel that powers their tremendous destructive ability, and their exceptionally large and powerful soul is the engine, and the body is the vehicle. Comparing Jura Lofen to Mila, it is obvious to me that in everywhere Mila's soul is just huge, and as a result their displayed potential is just absurd. Is it done yet? Henry asks. It's about an hour in. They seem really anxious, but perhaps they are unaware how long medical procedures actually take. But I think it's enough for me to gather all the data I need. Yes, the hatch opens and Mila steps out. She shakes her body abbot and yawns. That was a very pleasant nap. I felt like your healing energies were all inside me. Mila laughs and she looks at her worried teammates. See, I am fine. Alexis and Max both cast some kind of spell and then nod. Yeah, she's fine. Max then looks up to the tree. Apologies for our reservations. Hope you keep whatever you discovered a secret. Honestly, all I discovered is your souls are exceptionally large. You have huge amounts of star mana pouring into your body, and the huge natural mana from your soul and the star mana changes your body into anti-demon superhumans. All the heroes pause. Really, that's it. Star mana. Alexis pauses and then she blinks. That makes sense. What? The others turn and look at Alexis, the group's wizard. I mean, it explains why we have such success against demons. Star mana is rare, known to be naturally effective against demons who are extraterrestrial in nature, and yet our body overflows with it. It never occurred to me that the special mana that we all get access to is just star mana. It should have been obvious how our recent abilities have star-like names. Alexis then sits in one of the many root benches in the lab. Did you see our gifts? I can't identify which one is a gift without comparing to another body. It's from your differences that I know what is what, else I have to assume all that is the same is the norm for everyone. That is true. You need a control or reference to interpret the results. Alexis rubs her chin. Alexis, Henry walks over. Nothing. Alexis then walks out of the lab, and eventually all the heroes follow. Once they are out, I turn my attention towards digesting the new data I possess, now stored like a medical record. Indeed, I am not lying when I do not know where the divine gift is, and comparing two reincarnators with different gifts would be one of the easier ways to find them, since one would naturally expect different gifts to appear and manifest differently in one's soul. The heroes went back to their camp. Using some kind of magic, they create a magical transportable in that allows them to live in comfort, even whilst traveling. Such a magic would put hotels and inns everywhere out of business, but the hospitality business can count on their lucky stars, as such magic is so far exclusive to heroes. Later that night, Mila came over again. Hey, Tree Spirit, I just want to apologize for my team's behavior. We tend to behave like that. It's all about us and not anyone else. Everything just to further our own aims of beating the demons. If I could nod, I would. On hindsight, the heroes are pretty asshole-ish. You saved my life, our lives, and helped us a lot. So I think we owe it to you, and I am really unhappy with what my team did. Even Henry and Alexis are suspicious, and I don't know why. Mila pauses and sits on one of my many roots. Some of them are flat on top now to serve as tables and benches. Can I make a deal with you? Once we beat the Demon King, I'll come back and help you, even if I am not as magically clever as Alexis. I'm not sure whether that sort of help is useful, but if I had to ask, Tree Spirit, do you have any requests? Except my familiar. I gain experience if they die, so in many ways that helps me. In fact, ask everyone to take a familiar, that'll be enough. These heroes are going to fight more demons in the days after this, might as well profit out of it. Mila nods. Oh, that is fine. Give me one first and I can ask the rest. I activate the familiar contract and Mila accepts. She grins. Ooh, it's like a summon. The next morning, Mila shows off her new familiar abilities to the heroes, and about half of them do end up accepting a familiar from me. The other half have their reservations, though. Oh well, better than nothing. 6 heroes with familiars and 5 without. They left that afternoon. Perhaps it is better that way. Experience from the Demon Champion battle. You are now level 110, plus 6 levels. Secret Hideout Biolab upgraded. Wood Shield upgraded. Steelwood Barrier obtained. Constrict significantly upgraded. Absorption significantly upgraded. Obtain Tree Ability, Subsidiary Tree. Customizable Branches options expanded. The Hero's POV, Alexis. After the defeat of the 3 demon champions, we were feeling quite good about ourselves. We gained on average 10 levels each, and all of us now at least level 100. We felt we were ready for the Demon King, Heavenly Form. We got that power when all of us hit level 90, and now after the Demon Champion, it leveled up, and we gained variants of that power. Max, for example, has Heavenly Barrier Armor, and does not require that stupidly long chant time anymore. And even that chant time is somewhat irrelevant, now that Freya's, our resident lady with a fan, gains a power called Accelerated Chanting Heavenly Form, which allows all of us to enter into the form within a minute. The gods plan on winning, and we are accordingly equipped with powerful abilities and skills. Yet why did so many heroes die in the past? Mila sits next to me, still thinking about it. We left the tree spirit a day ago, and Mila seems fine despite our initial disagreements on what we should do with the tree's request. After all, we do have a common enemy, the big bad that is the Demon King. Yeah, still bothers me. It bothers Max too. We're closer to the rift now, and it almost feels as if we can sense it. The next demon champion is last spotted guarding one of the rifts, and our goal is to destroy all the demon champions. Mila usually rides next to me. Maybe it's hidden in plain sight, something obvious, possible. Some demons attack, we dispose them off easily. We are a group of 11 level 100 plus heroes after all. The journey towards the rift brings us to more demons, and in a way it's good. Teehee, more demons they throw at us, the higher level we get. 2 days later, we arrive at the rift. It's like a glitch in the system, like a damaged LCD monitor. What's a beautiful view is jarringly broken by a large black gash floating midair, and demons are pouring out of that gap like water. Thankfully, just lesser hounds. The demon champion here is a giant cyclops with multiple arms, and it plays a function more than just a guard. It's also a guide for the new demons. It would point, and the hounds would go off in a direction. We attack, and with our newfound powers, we crush the demon champion easily. Max's Star Mana-powered Starlight Smite skill weakened it significantly in a single blow, and a few hits later it collapsed. The rest of the lesser hounds didn't last very long. A few AoE spells and these fragile hounds die. The rift is still pouring demons out. Can we do something about it? Mila nods. I'll need help, but I think so. Mila starts dancing in a rhythmic fashion, and her body starts to glow in a myriad of colors. Mila. I sense the presence of her mana, that special mana, and something. I had a dream. She points both her swords at the rift, and 2 beams of light shoot out towards the rift. When I was in the pod, the light hits the rift, and it looks like the rift's energies start to battle the light. In the dream, I see a rift close when some heroes channel their power into it. The rest of us try, and indeed together our combined powers start to overwhelm the rift's energies, and it shrinks and eventually vanishes in a spark of light. The deserted, destroyed valley suddenly becomes quiet and normal again. Demon King. A sensation in our body like an ice cube just rolled down our back. We feel it, the Demon King. It's coming for us. All of us share a few glances. It's going to happen soon. How long, you think? I felt it again, that presence. I know it knows where we are, and I think I know where it is too. Max and Hendry both sit. I have a feeling maybe 2 weeks. Strange, I had the same number in my head as well. We all can feel it. Strategy, hit it with all we got, at range. It's going to come to us with everything it got too. Then I suppose we should intercept it, take it off guard. I could do that. Indeed, for a long-range homing attack, I think I might have just the spell. It took a day's preparation, but we got into position. We could sense it, and if we can sense it, we can attack it. 11 of us concentrated our energies into a glowing white energy ball above us. This is our opening act. Neutron Comet, a large building-sized ball of light containing our daily charged energy. It zooms towards the Demon King, flying at high speed, perhaps a few thousand miles per hour. The Demon King is far, perhaps 1,000 miles away, but this is tuned to that sense of him, and I believe I can hit it. Impact, and we could feel as if the air shakes a moment, and then a retaliation. A wave of boulders fly towards us. We deflect them easily. Still, it shows we can hit each other, so we resume our daily comet. And the 2 weeks is over. Every day we attack with a comet and it retaliates with the boulders. There are lesser demons too, but we crush the easily. And then we have visual contact. The Demon King Andras takes the form of a large flying fortress with multiple spider-like legs, multiple tentacle-covered buildings as its body, and has multiple spires with eyes. It's as if a tentacle monster merged with a fortress to become this monstrosity. It's angry, and it attacks. Demon King Andros. It unleashes a wave of rocks at close range, and these rocks are magically enchanted with demonic energy. And its spires and eyes shoot beams of energy at us. This is it. Hendry puts up a magical barrier, and yet it cracks when the beams hit it, and we descend into battle. It's faster, stronger, and tougher. The heroes and Demon King is now in close battle, and the deserted valley is instantly filled with beams of light, flying rocks, and our counter magics. A jagged rock flies right past me. I duck. I felt a shiver. The jagged rock breaks up into a million tiny needle-like shrapnels next to me. Fire form. My body of fire burns up the tiny rock needles, and a few other rocks that fly my way. The other heroes have their own ways of protecting themselves. Freya's with her wind magic is able to surround herself with a constant layer of magically enchanted high-speed winds that shred the needles. Help, I turn to look at our gunner. A massive tentacle is trying to crush him. Holy thunderstrike, a thunder zaps the tentacle, paralyzing it for a split second, but enough to let him escape. Max's sword glows with holy magic and he slashes the tentacle. It explodes and the Demon King's blood get everywhere. I thought they normally look like demons. Well, that's what the record says. But this Demon King has been doing strange things from the start. It has elemental hybrids. Hendry creates a huge barrier, and we take this moment to enter our starlight armor form. The Demon King roars, its tentacles and legs flail repeatedly at the barrier. It cracks, and it cracks quickly. Will we make it? I wonder as we chant, the cracks appearing throughout the barrier. Hendry nods, a flash of light. The armor is done, and the barrier explodes, and a white flame burns the tentacles close to the barrier. But still, the Demon King looks relatively unharmed. The Demon King's spider leg stabs Max in the stomach. Max. Mila's light sword cuts the spider leg off, but a stab is a stab. He's hurt. Max's blood drips onto his sword, and he enters a frenzy. He climbs onto the Demon King's spider leg and rushes forward. We should get on the body. Good point. There might be a heart somewhere we can destroy. The fan lady calls the rest of us to her, and she sweeps a fan, and a tunnel of wind appears, carrying us to the body of the Demon King, the castle itself, and the fortress is like a Disneyland turned into a demonic playhouse. Tentacles everywhere, each house covered with eyes, and giant spiders roam the fortress. Should we just blow up this entire structure? We could, and we start attacking everything. The floor, the buildings, everything we see. The tentacles and giant spiders try to attack us, but it doesn't do much. We eventually bore a hole right into the fortress itself, and we found what we wanted, one of the many hearts of the Demon King. Max, in his fury, slashes it, and it blows up, and tons of its black blood splash everywhere. 1. An army of human-sized demon knight appears as we look for the next heart, easily 1,000 of them, accompanied by spiders. They are strong, but in our starlight form we crush them easily. We found the next heart in a tall spire, and it is our gunner who blows it up. The third heart is hidden in one of the many buildings, the fourth in a corrupted church, and the fifth in a barracks. Each time, more and more demons try to stop us. How many hearts are there? 9. We found the sixth and seventh hidden in another set of buildings. The Demon King starts to lose ability to fly and starts to crash onto the ground. More demon knights and demon champions try to stop us, but we destroy them easily. The eighth heart is in what looks like a market, and then the ninth heart is in what appears to be a corrupted garden. That's it. At this point, we are all drenched in blood, and whatever gunk the Demon King is made of. The fortress crashes onto the ground, yet the tentacles are still attacking us. But unlike before, their attack seems to be blind flailing. Then the entire thing starts to shake. All the remnants of the Demon King's hearts start to float out of their remains to pool together into a black ball midair. Mila laughs. This is like a video game. It's not even its final form. The tentacles, the eyes, the legs, they all melt into a black liquid that merges with the black ball. We throw every ranged attack at it, and we manage to incinerate some of the black liquid away, and then an eyeball appears on a black ball. An evil eye. The next form is a massive eye, and it lets out a wave ray of destruction. Max and Hendry join together to put up a barrier, but that ray destroys it instantly, and then starts to burn us. Unlike before, it's not a focused beam, but more of a shining light, and everything that is lit by that light burns. Aha. We attack it and cuts appear in its body, yet it seems to be a partial liquid form that seems to nullify our attacks. Mila uses a special ability and manages to jump onto it, and she stabs it repeatedly with her two swords. The eye closes and tries to turn and twirl repeatedly, but the Mila's magical swords are deeply embedded into its body and sticks even with its liquid forms. Still, it tries to shake her off. Mila flings around like a ragdoll. She's fine though, and she shouts. There's something hard deep inside. I think we need to get it. That is the cue we needed, and our gunner takes out a special harpoon-like weapon. It shoots a chained harpoon and stabs into the eye. I wince a little at the imagery, and he channels a kind of energy through the chain into the eye and it blows up. Mila thankfully manages to jump away in time, a round red crystal, and it pulses, and it starts to glow. Oh fuck, it's going to explode. All of us huddle together and activate all the defensive and barrier spells we have at our disposal. It then blows up with the strength of a huge hydrogen bomb. Demon King Andros has been slain. Next generation. Next generation. Year 73, month 2. A few days after the heroes leave. The subsidiary tree unlocks 30 additional trees, and with that, using my natural tree spirit powers to stimulate plant growth, a small forest now grows out around me, and though all these new smaller trees look separate, but they are actually part of me. They are linked underground via rootnet, and they serve a few functions. Each separate tree is actually one customizable branch, and they collect a few things, such as solar energy essences. The immediate impact is, of course, happier elves. Well, Jura's happy for a few reasons. After his involvement in the battle with the 3 demon champions, though it's mainly dealing with the lesser demons, he gained a level and successfully removed his curse. It seems growth can naturally overcome such curses, but the elves are happy because the additional trees remind the elves of this place, before the humans, and before demonic stampedes that razed this place to the ground. Frika is once surrounded by forests, and the forest was once home to many natural creatures that the elves hunted, and many herbs that the elves used extensively in their cooking. I have been trying to regrow the surrounding area multiple times, but each time a demon attacks, these regular trees do not stand a chance. These subsidiary trees, they inherit my resistances and defenses, and so I think they will last a lot longer. The 30 extra trees form 2 circles around me, 6 in the inner circle, 24 on the outer circle. It feels like a wall. Jura looks around. It is meant to be a wall. Indeed, a layer of demon-resistant trees is my idea of defense. These trees, do they do something? Laufen asks, and Lozan walks next to her. Looking at Lozan, Brislech, and Wallen, I decide to convert one of the inner trees into a playroom. The secret hideout did not have much space, given that it mostly living quarters, the food store, the lab, and the medical area. Oh, and there is a small pool. These elven kids have seen too much, and maybe a proper play area will bring a greater sense of normalcy into their lives. The playroom has a small wooden slide, a few different wooden toys, some racks and small chairs made using my wood-forming magic. Ah, children, what innocent souls. I wonder how a child's soul would look like, and Lozan is too small, so Brislech volunteers for the dip. And a child's soul is the same as Jura's with one notable exception. The earth or the body is soft, and the spring which pours out seems inconsistent. Brislech's soul at times surges and then it shrinks. When do children start practicing magic? Oh, it differs by culture. Laufen and Jura sits around and explain. Some cultures believe it is best to let the body mature before attempting to draw out mana, and so the exposure to magic is late, like their mid-teens. Some cultures believe it is better to be exposed early and let mana flow more freely in the body, and different societies expose them differently. It's not as if there is one standard way of doing it, as the bodies of different people are very different. People may learn the same spell, but the body's elemental preference, stats can change how that translates. In fact, the only so far somewhat uniformly agreed skill that appears the same way is the most basic of spells, Spark, and from what I hear, that does not apply to heroes. I suppose the shape of body, the way that water flows from the soul to the body makes that difference. Wallen's next, and indeed, once he dips in, I get a notification. Obtained passive skill, soul grading. And indeed, it is a skill that sort the souls into general grades, and what I see is that both Wallen and Brislech are graded as a range of rank 2 to 4, where Laufen, Emil, Bell is rank 3, Jura is rank 6. The grade range for the 2 children seems to imply that children's souls are still flexible and subject to influence. Actually, looking at all this, I now wonder, what am I? I'm a tree spirit, but I do have a soul, and I wonder whether it is possible to look at myself, the way I peek into others. Nope, I can't see myself, though I do have a wide array of menus and measurements. Oh well, maybe someday I will get some kind of reflection-ish ability, but menus are supposed to be a lot more accurate. After all, they quantify everything into a number or a status, but this recent experience does draw some limitations of menus. Numbers are rigid, and yet the vision of one's soul, and that notion of a flowing water, it explains how everything is linked, and how the body feeds back into the kind of energy produced. Anyway, back to the children, and my newfound tree mates. With 30 extra customizable branch, and the new options for them, the innermost trees are reserved for elves. So for the inner 6 trees, 1 is a playpen for the kids, 2 is some extra rooms for the elves, and perhaps future visitors, such that they don't get inside me, and I left 3 empty for now, since the process of changing one occupied customizable branch to another type takes a good month, even though the first change from blank takes a day. As for the other 24, I set 1 as a kennel for the woodhound, 10 for essence extraction, 4 as mineral processors, 5 as housing for insect warriors, which as a result spawns an additional 15 insect warriors in my service and 4 unused. Perhaps I'll get some kind of defensive option, which the remaining 4 can be used for. I set a lot of the customizable branches for essence extraction, because Wisp claims that essence is one of the key materials for the Soul Forge. Still, even now it's not operational. The Soul Forge needs a power source. The elves now walk about their expanded safe area protected by the 2 layers of trees. Jura takes one of the extra rooms and the 2 young elves, Emil and Belle, takes the other room. Loffen and the children continue to stay in the secret hideout, and unfortunately the toilet and washroom is still in the secret hideout. Perhaps a common public bath can be made later on. Tree, will these rooms grow? Maybe, I don't really know. Perhaps these trees can level up and I can give them more options, but I think it is quite unlikely as they are connected to me. Oh well. Belle shakes her leg on her new mattress. In the room the 2 girls share, there's 3 single beds and a few cabinets. It's fairly large and there's windows out to the main tree. In a way, these rooms look like they are carved out of the trees themselves. Emil too checks out her new cabinets. For once she can move her clothes out of her chest in the hideout into proper cabinets. You think the heroes will defeat the Demon King? Emil sits on the other mattress. Yay, of course they would. They are heroes. Not as good looking as I hoped though. Well, I guess history paints heroes with a whole lot of makeup. Belle laughs and rolls on her new bed. The mattress is made of old clothes stuffed inside. Emil stands and looks out one of the windows to see a few of the new subsidiary trees. It's home to the giant beetles, and a few of them are resting. The home of the giant beetles, these giant trees are hollow within, and contained inside are nectar which these beetles feed on. She felt a little tingle, perhaps an instinctual fear. It's weird to be so near these giant beetles, but they are minions, creations of the tree spirit. Jura walks in. Ah, the design is the same. Oh, Jura. Settling in already? Yeah. Finally a space outside. Yeah, tree spirits are amazing. There are other tree spirits around the world with similar powers, and some of these very ancient tree spirits manage to elude the wrath of the demons by escaping, by creating mystical forests that are able to disappear temporarily. The methods the denizens of the world use to survive and outlast the demons are varied. Some choose to disappear. Some choose to constantly move. Year 73, Month 3, Week 2. Demon King Andros has been defeated. Maximilian Powell has died. Mila Adams has died. Hendrik Mathers has died. Froyasian has died. Gunnar Forrest has died. Peters Schmiel has died. Fang Wei has died. Omar West has died. Sally Ann Courtless has died. Reese Witherfork has died. You received 10 fragments. You now have a total of 66 fragments. You gained 4 levels. You are now level 114. Tree familiar abilities upgraded. Skill Defensive Dome obtained. Customizable branch option unlocked. Shield generator. Soul tree range greatly expanded. It started with a set of pop-ups, and then I had a very, very bad feeling, and I asked all the elves to hide. They didn't know why, but they trusted me commands. I activated all the defensive measures that came with the higher levels, and indeed there is something. There's a small delay, about an hour, but then it happened. A very strong wind swept across the entire area. It's like a shockwave from a faraway explosion, and with it, searing hot air. Thankfully, it seems to have weakened considerably by the time it came here. What the hell was that? Jura exclaims and looks at the other elves. The Demon King died, and I think some kind of massive explosion happened. Oh, the elves clapped their hand. That's great news. And the heroes died as well. Oh, that's sad, but that's great news too. Jura frowns and then laughs. What? Why? Teehee. Other elves look at Jura. Surviving heroes tend to create political chaos after the demon threat is nullified. Actually, quite a few of the human kingdoms and empires we see today are descended from heroes. So heroes, while necessary, do create a whole lot of wars and fighting. So what next? What would you do to prepare for the next Demon King? The elves pause. Wait, I thought elves being long-lived tend to plan things out. Jura and Loffen glance at each other. Well, we're concentrated on our day-to-day lives, training, or looking after the kids, that we don't think much about the next Demon King. Kings and emperors, heads of priests worry about such stuff. That somehow reminds me of regular people stuck in dead-end jobs, unable to see the bigger picture because it's deadlines after deadlines at work. And even if we thought about it, the Demon King is so powerful that whatever we thought isn't going to work. Well, fair. If it's not something you have the ability to change, you don't worry about it. At this point, it's the children that speak up. Brislech and Wallen laugh and say, if we could be heroes, then we can beat the Demon King. That's actually the ideal. If we could beat the Demon King, then we need not worry about the problems that it creates. And if I want to try that idea, I'll need to get my Soul Forge online. Year 73, Month 3, Week 3. The death of the Demon King takes a while to get out. Not everyone gets a nice notification in their menus like I do. It seems that the place where the demon king perished is warped by the mixture of his demonic magic and the natural magic in the area, and creates special mana crystals known as demolite. Demolite is a valuable mineral, for it only exists at the places where the demon king has died, and the amount of such mana crystals created is finite. But it's valuable for its ability to store mana in large quantities, and is therefore valuable in high mana requirement spells, rituals, and generally as a source of power for large, long-range weapons. Even adventurers also use them as a sort of a reusable mana potion, as they lack of pains of potion sickness, as these crystals merely store their own mana, which they can withdraw later on. And so the period immediately after the Demon King's death is usually a mad rush to the Demon King's site to harvest these minerals. It is for these reasons that some adventurers have a secondary mission given by their countries, which is to observe and inform their benefactors the location of the Demon King's demise. Yet, mining such minerals, which usually appear as crystalline structures on the surface, is fraught with challenges as well. The dense mana pool tend to attract leftover demons and also large monsters. Demolite is valuable, but what gets kings and countries to send large armies to seize control of the area is for a very rare thing. The last remains of the Demon King is a small finger-sized horn, known as the Horn of Eternity. Ground into powder and consumed, it restores one's youth, extends one's life significantly, and depending on compatibility, gains access to a special type of magic, known as chaos magic. In an age where one's life is finite, agelessness and youth is very much desired, and we have our first human encounter again. Airship, oh, a magical airship. It seems those exists in this world after all. It's a small one and it zooms ahead quickly. At this point, Jura looks up. That airship. They belong to the Sala kingdom that attacked us. That's a kingdom I don't want to benefit from this entire adventure. But I can't attack it at range. My root strike doesn't fly so high. If only I have some kind of lasso, but I'll work on that next time. Perhaps flying insects too. But for now, I think my fruits can hit it if I shoot them with it. Perhaps I can create explosive fruits next time, like explosive mangrove seeds. Maybe next time, this system has a way of creating things I think about somehow. I create a bunch of corrosive fruits, and right when it fly overhead, I unleash a huge barrage of them. They hit it underneath, and it shakes midair and starts to crash. The airship shakes and somehow manages to perform a controlled landing, and about 6 men pop out. What the hell happened? One of them came out. He seems like a fairly experienced adventurer. We are attacked. Something hit us with these things. Another guy points at the remains of the corrosion fruit stuck at its bottom. The hull is riddled with holes. There's only that bunch of trees. Something is in there. Yay, let's go check it out. The 6 men draw their weapons and approach the outer trees, and as they come a bit closer, my roots pop out and wrap around their bodies like multiple pythons. They scream, but my roots and vines are able to hold back a demon champion. They struggle. Still, my beetles pop out and bite off their weapons. Weaponless and restrained by vines, I wonder what do I do with them? Kill them. At that point, I wonder whether are all men of the kingdom of Sala the same. Maybe these men are unaware of the atrocities their fellow men committed. Tie them up and interrogate them. Find out what they want. I mentally speak to Jura. Jura takes a bit of my extra strong paralyzing sap and makes all but one of them drink it, and it causes the 5 men who had a taste of the bitter sap to shake and convulse like they are electrocuted. The last man, the oldest and the one who looks to be in charge, stare at Jura. What the fuck are you doing? You belong to the Sala kingdom, and they destroyed this village some time ago. I'm just taking revenge. The man's eye widen. I have nothing to do with it. Really, Jura shrugs. That's what everyone says. But the sins of the nation are shared by every citizen and follower of the nations. I might spare your life as you're cooperative, but otherwise I'll kill you. The beetle carry the remaining 5 men into a wooden cell, one of the extra customizable branches. Essentially, it's a room, but with no windows and a door that only can be opened from the outside, and vines inside that holds onto their bodies. So, do you want to cooperate? Fine. What do you want? Good. The group of beetles then transport the damaged airship into the area between my main tree and the sub-trees. I'll have to take a look at them later. The idea of having my own airship is appealing, even if I can't use it. Year 73, month 3, week 4. The adventurers are alive, and my routine involves putting them under the microscope. There are certain differences in the human body compared to elves, and this is most apparent in the nature of their water. The elves have a very slight greenish tinge to them, and this it seems leans toward a nature-based magics, and makes it harder for them to use magics that contradict this natural disposition, whereas the humans generally have pure, clear, colorless water. After a week of going into the pod, they've gone slightly crazy, and it seems they are hallucinating. Perhaps it's the sleep-inducing elements that I inject into them via the nourishing branches. Are we going to keep them here forever? The younger elves are complain, but put up with it because they are monitored by beetles and restrained by the vines. Well, I plan to dispose them eventually, but for now they are useful. If the soul forge is that powerful, understanding this is key. Jura grins. I would like to fight them one-on-one. Maybe I could set up a match between Jura and them and let them fight for their fate. But what if he loses? No, if he loses, I have a problem. Fine. If they win, they go free. Jura gulps, but he is the best fighter the elf village has with all the additional levels from the recent battles. Let them know one-on-one. If they win, they go free. They lose, they die. The adventurers are more than happy with such challenges, and so they agree. So the next day, the captain faces Jura outside the ring of trees. I'll still be able to easily kill them with a root strike, so I'm not too concerned. The battle starts with a stare down. The captain and Jura stares at each other and readies their weapons. Start. Laufen, flanked by about 6 beetles, start of the match. She shakes her head. This is a silly men thing. The two men starts trading swords, but it's easily clear that Jura is a lot stronger. I figured as much, as my investigations into his body doesn't suggest anything special. The adventurer tries a few dodgy tricks. A poisoned dagger, a random hidden weapon, and it fails. Jura, as an elven warrior, has fought adventurers many times in the past, so such tricks are not new. And a slash, the battle ends. All in, it's mostly posturing and sensing for a good 3 to 5 minutes. The actual fighting is like for 5 minutes and that's it. So the adventurers will die. Year 73, Month 4, Week 2. Some peace and quiet. It's lovely. Rather than killing them with a root strike, I felt like trying something different, so I used absorption on them and drained them into nothing but a husk. With the new weapons and items collected from the adventurers, the elves can now practice different kinds of fighting, which they will need to do eventually. My multiple essence generators are producing well, but I think I'll need new skills and abilities soon. And one alternative to the Soul Forge is to power it myself, but that would require a tremendous amount of energy, and so I'm exploring how to store energy. The solution came in the form of a potato. Tree ability, create tuberous storage. A potato that stores energy. Customization and crops. Customization and crops. Year 73, Month 4, Week 3. 1 tuber for every customizable branch, so for a total of 40 potatoes, given that my main body grown and has 10 customizable branches now, and 30 for each of the subsidiary trees. These standard-sized potatoes is also now my standard unit for energy. The energy cost of my Soul Forge activities will be measured in potato units PU, and we see a group of returning refugees. Dislocated by the demonic invasion, these men and women seek to return to their old home, to rebuild and to see what's left. Their expression a mix of fear, excitement, relief, and worry to return. There is a lot to think about. They probably lost a lot to the demons, and yet they still want to return. They, however, did not get too near and mostly just went on their journey. I wonder how are the rest of our village. Laufen sits at one of the flat roots that link the main tree to the other tree. Jura's opposite her. They are in the Elven Kingdom. I'd like to think they will be fine. Jura nods, but he probably is being optimistic. Not many survive the journey, and to restart in a foreign land is hard. Do you think they will come back if they know what we have? Yes. Jura pats the flat top of the wood. It's like a table now. There's a lot of things to do, though, and one of it is for me to make contact with other spirits. To further extend the range of my local area rootnet, I would need to engage in some infrastructure projects. But of course, it is a difficult exercise, so it's important to locate other spirits first, and then attempt to link up. The elves unfortunately do not remember where is the nearest tree spirit, and it is possible not all tree spirits are known, though it seems that those attuned to nature can generally sense it, and so I wonder whether I can sense it. And I get pulled into the soul realm. It's the wisp. It seems it can pull me in here whenever it wants to. Hello. The wisp floats, surrounded by multiple other floating souls. They glow like little balls of white light orbiting the wisp. Oh, hi wisp. One of the little balls stop and float right in front of me. Tree spirit. Huh, oh, is this like Jua? I take a better look and this ball is different. Its glow pulses and the color is bluish. One of your heroes. Unlike the others, there's something holding it back from returning to the gods. So you are heroes. Ah well, heroes are supposed to be special. They're spirits belonging to the gods. Mila died. How? Her soul's in pretty bad shape. Whatever caused the death is really bad. Souls, even those of the gods, also naturally decay unprotected, and it's actually amazing it made the journey here. The wisp floats. You'll need your soul forge to repair her back to normal. Why? I ask Mila's ball of light. Promise. Help. Tree spirit, my guess is it followed the path of the familiars attached to it, else it would have given up and returned to the gods. She holds rather strong emotions of debt to you, so she returns. Ah, it's a bit like Jua's case, but in this case it's due to her promise. I'll need to figure out how this works better. Okay, will it decay further? Nope. Now that it's in your soul realm, the decay stops. But to repair whatever caused the damage to her soul, you'll need your soul forge, I see. It seems everything related to souls must start with having a functional soul forge. Can I ask what happened? Demon King, explode, die. Mila's soul bobs up and down. Oh okay, I think that's all it can manage for now. The wisp stops me from going further. You can talk to her again tomorrow. Her soul need to get recharged now. The wisp then moves away and the other souls follow. The rest are the other reincarnators. I ask, noticing the other souls, but they do not look like Mila's. They look ordinary. No, just random souls that died within your range. You get a lot of these, kind of like a magnet that pulls souls towards me. Or is it gravitational field? Doesn't these souls have information I can use? I mean, if they can talk like Jua, that means I get a constant stream of information as long as people die. Maybe, but you need a soul forge to squeeze it out of them. Seriously, must everything be dependent on a soul forge? No, you can also get a skill, but you're not there yet. Spend more time in the soul realm, you might learn something. The wisp bobs and then whooshes off. Year 73, month 4, week 4. Refugees and adventurers. They have somewhat aligned interests. Refugees want to return to their old homes, while adventurers want to check out what's left behind. Perhaps from the many demon battles, those who perished leave valuable items behind, useless to demons, and they need the refugees' knowledge of their areas. Perhaps they are here to raid any abandoned castles or stuff. There are about 4 batches of refugee humans, and then 1 odd lizardman. Too bad the lizardman didn't get close. I would love to put him under the scope. And they mostly avoid me. It seemed a gigantic tree surrounded by 2 rings of trees is scary. I did some thinking and I came up with 3 threats which I need to prepare for. The first threat are the nearby kingdoms. Their adventurers and armies will seek to restore their rule over the land, and that will include coming back here and claiming this place. I will therefore need to prepare for an army, easily larger than before. And this will include their adventurers as well, that may see myself as a prize or a bounty. The second threat are the non-demon monsters. I had it easy with my various buffs against demons, but now that the demons are gone, we are back to the regular monsters. I recall I can handle most of the regular ones, but if there are greater monsters, of which the abilities are unclear, there may be dragons or monsters of that level, which may now be attracted to my larger size. The last threat is obviously the returning Demon King. From the past trend, it looks to be a 10-year cycle, and I'm not sure whether 10 years is enough to prepare, so I'll also want to know whether I can somehow influence the return of the Demon King. Perhaps the rift sizes influences the Demon King's return or something. If I can figure out how to push the time back even a year or 2, that may allow more options, maybe even push it back indefinitely. The kingdoms are the immediate threat, of course, and I would like to get back at the Sala Kingdom for what they did to the elves. So, dealing with a conventional army, I would need a large amount of area effect abilities, a standing army, perhaps in the form of a large beetle army, or some converted woodhounds, and some camouflage or ambush-like abilities to take out unprepared forces. It seems the political situation for most nations is held together by the big bad guy, the Demon King, and once it's dead, the cracks in most nations tend to emerge, so the period after the Demon King is usually followed by all sorts of rebellions, coups, power grabs, and so on. I could offer protection from demons that these kingdoms cannot, and that's a strategy to gather supporters and rebuild Frika. For non-demons, it'll be on the elves. I'll need to get them to the point where they can handle monsters, but dragons or other powerful flying beasts, if I ever encounter them, would bell a headache. My anti-air options are limited, my fire resistances may or may not apply against dragonfire, and I hope I don't have to find out. For Demon Kings, I honestly don't know where to start, but first of all, I need data. What has been written about Demon Kings in the past, and that means finding libraries, scribes, historians, other tree of knowledges if there are such things. Tree. Emil snaps me out of my thoughts. They can call out to me anywhere around my main tree and somehow I can receive it. Yes, can you put your smaller trees anywhere or must they be next to you? Good question. I didn't think about it. The moment I got the ability, I just instinctively put them around me. At this point, a pop-up appears on my menu. Subsidiary trees can be placed anywhere within your root network. Each subsidiary tree also extends your root network. It's like a build range thing strategy games have. I should have pylons. Why did you ask, Emil? Oh, I thought it'll be cool if we could have a room to stay at the end of every day's journey. If we were on a journey. I'm just daydreaming. Haha. Emil laughs and rolls on her bed. Or maybe the trees can become a wall or something. Spacing out the trees like electrical pylons is interesting, since my vision is shared by my trees after all. Or maybe they'll be like the magical twin trees of the old Elara. There's this 2 spiritual trees that are apparently twins, and they have a connected portal that allows a person to move between the trees. Year 73, month 5, week 1. I'm trying to find out whether my leaves can act as some kind of energy generator since I discovered the potato storage. In a way, a solar panel battery combination. I mean, in a game sense, I think it's possible, but I'm not sure what I'm missing to upgrade them. There should be a more efficient and higher output design and construction. Leaves, after all, generate food via photosynthesis, and the tubers act as storage of the food, and if the leaves can produce more, it'll be faster to refill the tubers. Maybe I'm missing certain kind of minerals. I'm also stuck with the Soul Forge, but at least I know what I'm missing. To fire it up for the first time, 1,000 potato units PU. Subsequent use depends on the type of forging or change you are making. The wisp floats. I like that he uses my terminology. From what I calculate so far, I have 40 potatoes underground, and each of my leaves and trees generate 1 PU as well. So if I use my existing production and release my stored energy, I can hit 80 PU. 920 PU to go. I need to figure out how to close that gap. The elves, using their mana, can each produce about 1 to 3 PU worth of energy, so their contribution is relatively negligible. And now that I have the potatoes, I'd like to compare against the storage capacity of this demolite that everyone's looking to get. There's a fair bit of souls coming. The wisp bobs and floats. My soul realm lately looks like a firefly park. I wonder whether there's a capacity. No, there's no limit. If I kill someone, do I get their soul? If they are strong and hold strong emotions against you, no. Otherwise, there's a chance you will. Most souls lose their worldly bindings and don't really care which spirit tree or spirit being captures them. Why don't all the souls float back for my familiars? I wonder whether he knows, but I suspect it's a chance thing. Like Samara, there's quite a bit of randomness involved. Proximity, luck, the manner of death, whether there are other soul trees nearby, a lot of things influences it. The ideal situation to absorb a soul is to repeat Jua, i.e., for them to die right next to you, on their own, next to you. Killing them or a painful death reduces that odds. In their case, their actual soul still needs to go on to their next life, but that waiting time is spent with you. So will Mila move on to the next life too? She should, as it is the way of the world, but otherworlders are special. I am not aware of whether their rules are different. In any case, the damage her soul received prevents her from moving on, so you have time to. So there are plenty of souls that are damaged and unable to move on. A gruesome death tends to damage the soul and releases dark energies that may create hauntings or manifest as evil spirits. But the presence of spiritual intermediaries, such as tree spirits, exorcists, evokers, spiritualists, or certain types of places of worship, is able to contain said energies and manage the souls. Year 73, month 5, week 2. It's getting hot. The small patch of crop the elves plant around the trees are doing well, augmented by my presence. Using some wood magic to fashion a set of wooden pots, there are multiple pots hanging around all the branches, and also on the floor, and they contain things like chilies, herbs. There's also a small patch that grows edible potatoes and corn. Harvest should be soon, at least for this batch. Jura's practicing his tree jumping thing. It seems elven archers used to jump from tree to tree to get into position, and previously with only one tree, he didn't have anywhere to jump. The kids want to follow what he's doing, so Laufen keeps them in the playpen. Lausanne's at that mimicry stage after all, and even with her tininess she's trying to climb up the trees. And I acquire a new skill. Customizable branches, harvestable products obtained. Options are cotton, maple syrup, oranges, olives. Expanded options will be available with higher levels, or when new types of fruits are studied in the biolab. Man, I don't feel like using the inner ring trees or the main tree's available branches for this though. So that leaves all the 4 outer ring trees for these functions. For us, we'd like cotton. We'll get to make new mattresses, new clothes, and new pillows. We already have rather tasty fruits. If we'll see more travelers, maybe there will be merchants too. Olives and syrups should sell quite well. We can get money. Money. That would be interesting. I wanted to still leave some of the outer trees available, so I choose one for cotton and one for olives. The 2 chosen trees enter a sort of hibernation stage, and I could sense its inner body changing. In fact, as I reach out to it, a pop-up appears in my head. Transforming to produce chosen products, please wait 3 days. Well, that's not long. That money and merchant thing though, I think I'll scare them if I talk directly into their head. We'll do it. The 3 ladies, Laufen, Emile, and Belle. We used to buy and sell stuff with merchants, so I think we can handle it. All right then, olives for sale. Year 73, month 5, week 4. 2 trees are ready, and it seems each tree products 1 cartload of olives and 1 bale of cotton per week. The elves though need a storeroom, so for now they put in within the secret hideout. The cotton is in rather raw form, so the elves and the kids help with processing them into more usable form, which will take quite a while. In some places of the world, magic is used to process these raw cottons. As for the olives, they are harvested in their fruit form and will be pressed into olive oil later. It seems these oils are rather expensive since they don't grow everywhere. The quality of these 2 produces are average, and I suppose that's because I just acquired the skill to make them. Perhaps I'll get the ability to produce higher quality produces later. With the additional crops, the elves are now a lot busier, and somehow it cheers them up. It seems to remind them of a proper village life where everyone's got some kind of work to do. Even if it is tiring to work on the cotton, or to press the olives with the wooden press I've made with some wood magic, these elves find some kind of comfort and pleasure in doing such chores. Occasionally, there are still some stray packs of hellhounds and other monsters appearing, but they are easily disposed by the beetle group. And then there's an odd bunch. They're like adventurers, but not. Ah, bless the nameless mother. The druids, they seem extremely interested, and so they move closer. These trees. They look untouched by the demon's destruction. Ah, indeed, the gods are kind, for some lands are preserved. The elves hide. Lofin shakes her head. Who are these people? I ask the elves, now all hidden. It looks like there are people living here. One of them mutter as the rest catch up. A man that wears a strange wig with a necklace of multiple tiny bones, claws and feathers look at it and point at my main tree. He reminds me of those shamans or witch doctors, and he carries a wooden staff decorated with small skulls and bones. Spirit sign. Oh, another man comes up next to him. He's got a long flowing white cloak and hood, a bit like priest but not, that explains it. Leave, the shaman asks and the others nod. Yes, yes, this place don't need our help. Wait, wait. The super excited first guy interjects. I think there are elves here. Yes, so, isn't there a bounty on elves? No. The shaman shakes his head. No elf hunting. Don't let the king hear that. Another of his companions chime in and rides up next to him. He no king. Okay, we're not having this conversation. Let's go, let's go. One of them gets in between the shaman and the other over-enthusiastic guy and tries to break up their conversation. We've got plenty more to do. The shaman guy nods and they move on. Year 73 month 6 week 2. Shrubs and small trees grow around my circle of trees now. They've been growing since spring began and now they form a layer outside. Throughout the valley, weeds and small shrubs pop up and so it is now a layer of green. My presence contributes to this burst of nature and vegetation, of course. And roads. Yes, actual roads are being built. A group of 40 men, using a mix of earth magic and fire magic, are building a road across the valley. They're accompanied by cartographers and some guards. Let's mark this in the map. It's Freaka, isn't it? Yeah, what's left of it. But it looks like other than the destroyed forests, the general area is unchanged. At least that's a piece of the map we don't have much to change. Yay. One of the men scribbles on what looks to be a very large floating book. The earth mages keep on forming bricks, and the fire mages blast them, cooking the bricks, and then it is magically arranged on the floor by the other mages. It's a continuous, ongoing process that builds tiled bricks for faster travel by merchant wagons. But we do need to note down that giant tree. It'll be a landmark, giant trees, probably magical, to be investigated further. And that's the end of it. They moved on. In this world, the devastation caused by magic is incredible. Towns flattened, hills destroyed, forests razed. But similarly, the nature's magics also restore the hills and forests at a speed far faster than my own. And despite the really huge deaths from every demon attack, it seems the world's population is still growing rather steadily. Not all continents are affected by the Demon King, though the Demon Kings move and rotate its appearance between the continents. So the destruction is localized and gradually spreads as the demonic rifts open in more and more places until the Demon King is killed. To some extent, the presence of reincarnators and heroes made the natural denizens of the world lazy. Lazy and selfish, because it's not their problem. The heroes will deal with it. The armies from those nearest to the demons are there just to buy time and reduce the destruction, but kingdoms across the other continents would not send armies to aid. I find my thoughts constantly coming back to how the Demon King is a regular disaster. It's like a hurricane that happens every 10 to 15 years, and if what Mila briefly suggested, slightly stronger each time. And that brings me to the next question. What if no heroes come the next time? I hope I don't jinx it, but what if? Maybe I should ask the gods. Can I talk to gods in this world? Maybe I should not think so much. I am a tree, right? Next day. Tree, Lausanne sits on my roots. Yes, I got distracted. Baby duties. When the adults are busy with the olive press or splitting the cotton fibers, Laufen asks me to keep Lausanne entertained. Brislech and Wallen are old enough to be given some tasks, but Lausanne at 3 is still too small. Yes, playtime. Please make a wood ball. Oh, okay, sure. A wood ball appears and she grabs it. She has many wood balls, but she seems to enjoy the newly made wood balls the most. She says the surface is smooth. Ball, yes, ball. Balls are like round fruits, like oranges, but smoother. Yes, Lausanne hops around carrying her wood ball. She walks out of the hideout to the inner circle courtyard. The other elves are working with the wooden press. Can you make a big ball? Yes, how big? Bigger than the tree. Bigger than the world? Well, no, I can't make a ball that big. Oh, Lausanne looks down. Can you make a treehouse so I can throw balls further? Well, I could make a mini treehouse in her playroom. But she's 3. Yes, I can. No, wait, I don't have the skill. But I could create a treehouse-like structure, but it's not secured to the tree. Can you make one now? No. Why? I need to prepare. Can you make stairs? Yes. Where is Lausanne going with this? Can you make stairs between trees? That's like bridges. No, should be possible even though the trees are not linked. Mommy says I am growing. Are you growing too? You are a lot bigger now. I think so. I think I am growing. I can reach for things on the table now. Yes, you are. How much taller and stronger can I grow? Will I be a hero someday? Lausanne kicks the wooden ball. It's hollow and smooth, so it doesn't hurt so bad. The ball rolls onto another bunch of roots, maybe like your mommy. Can I be strong instead so I can protect Mummy and everyone? Why not, if you work for it? Uncle Jura says not everyone has the ability to be heroes. Needs to be born with the talent. Man, Jura's a bit too realist there. I'm just telling her to not pursue the impossible. People are born with a ceiling to their ability. Everyone gets there and they plateau off. Really. Maybe his understanding is incorrect, but then again, I'm not sure either. Is this world so fatalistic that everyone settles at a certain level? Do the mechanism of levels actually form a cap? I can, right? Lausanne looks at me hopeful. She wants to be a hero and I think she can. Yes, of course. She smiles, pick up one of the small sticks and starts swinging it around like she's fighting. She's a bit too young for that, honestly. Laufen shakes her head but doesn't stop her daughter. She then goes back to work, sorting through the cotton threads. They have some kind of basic loom invented, but needs quite a bit of manual assistance to make basic cotton cloth. New habitants. New habitants. Year 73, month 6, week 3. A large caravan passes by. They go along the road made by the earlier bunch. I hope they are sure. No one's sure, but if we manage to get there, we will be one of the first groups to reopen the old trade routes, and that will make us rich. The price differentials is huge. There's easily 200 men in this group, with about 100 horses carrying goods. Wonder why they did not just send airships. You know how expensive the power crystals are, and they take so long to charge. At about this time, their conversation is interrupted. Hello, merchants. Would you like to buy some oils and cloth? They turn and see two female elves, Laufen and Belle, with two baskets next to them, one containing olive oils stored in small wooden bottles and the other containing the processed cotton cloth they worked on for the past few weeks. And they both picked a location well within my route strike such that I can quickly intervene if anything happens. Elf, kill them. We'll get bounty, one merchant says. Laufen and Belle's face turn pale. Shut up. The bounty is worth a lot less than our trade rights to the Elven Kingdom. Apologies, ma'am. Please ignore my guildmate. He shouts out and smacks the merchant on the back. One of the riders, a guard, ride up to them too. He signals to the merchants. Two of the merchants then ride up to the elves, dismount and look at the wares. I am surprised you have olive oils in this area. I don't see any olive farms or groves. Laufen smiles and did not answer. Condition is average and storing them in wooden bottles is not good. The merchant takes the hint and focuses on the goods. Yes, we would like to also buy some glass bottles if you have them. Belle adds, olive oils are usually stored in vases, away from sunlight and kept sealed. Another of the merchants ride up to the two. Oils, your field of expertise. The merchants glance at each other, and it seems this one is one that trades in all kinds of oils. The merchant takes out a small glass bottle. May I? If you buy them, the merchant laughs. Fine, I have 6 large amphoras empty. I'll pay for that much. He takes out some coin and passes them to Laufen. Laufen carefully inspects the coin she received. Would you sell us a few of your large amphoras? The merchant shakes his head. I have no extra today, but I will arrange for one of my men to ship some. You can pay my men then. How many do you want to buy? Laufen looks at her coins again. I think this can afford me 10. The merchant laughs. Yes. 10 is about right once you include the cost of transport. I will get my men to deliver 10 then, to this location. He looks around and jots some notes onto a book. It's probably his order or transaction book. The amphoras pottery used to ship goods, usually liquids, between large distances. There's also wooden barrels or metal containers, but these amphoras made of clay are cheap and quite durable, so are popularly used. Laufen nods. The merchant pours the olive oil from the wooden bottle into his glass one. He inspects the color, smell, and stirs it a little. It's average, but still rather fresh. I can sell them. The merchants make some kind of signal. Some of the men, the merchant's assistants, come and assist to pour the olive oil from the wooden bottles into the large empty amphoras that hang by the side of the horses. How often do you make olive oils? Laufen pause. Maybe once every 3 months, except winter. You will have available supply in 3 months. I know some nobles will prefer fresher olive oils, rather than those imported from further out. Laufen and Belle huddle and discuss a bit, and then she nods. Yes, I think we can have 2 or 3 amphoras by that time. Great. The cloth, however, had no buyers. Superior quality cloth is available around the area, so the one they made won't sell for much. So it's not worth the effort of buying and them attempting to resell these average quality cloth. But strangely enough, one of them asked about the wooden bottles themselves. These wooden bottles are beautiful. The surface is really smooth. Do you have a master woodsmith with you? Well, they are made with my wood-forming magic and not carved. That's a secret. Belle smiles. All right, we should get going. One more, do you have any vinegar stock for sale? Ah yes, 1 small bottle, and that is the last of it. The merchants continue on their journey, and the elves have some coin and a small bottle of vinegar stock. It seems that Laufen and the girls are planning to make fruit vinegar with the extra healing fruits I make. Next time I want to ask for flour. Belle sighs. Too bad we had to buy the amphoras first. Bread. Yeah, I want bread. Jura laughs and eats some potato chips. The inner courtyard is full of potatoes. It's the elven staple apparently, since they don't the vast farmlands the humans maintain. I'm fine with potatoes. They taste pretty good when fried with olive oil. Jura shrugs. Bread. Belle rolls on her bed. Emil laughs. We can trade for that next time, if we can get better quality stuff. The elves kept all the money at first. I wanted some, so after some discussion the elves gave me a fifth of the coin, which I keep in my inventory. Did not realize tree spirits wanted money. The elves collectively asked. It seems it never occurred to them that a tree would ever want money, even though I, a tree, am conscious, sentient, and I supplied the raw materials. I may need to purchase certain items, so I want to start saving some money for it, especially for the advancement of my powers. Oh. Well, I will need money someday, so might as well start saving. I would like to be able to trade somehow. There will be goods or materials I'll need to buy since I can't possibly make everything myself. So yay, can I have a fifth of all the coins received? The elves huddle and discuss. To be honest, I can hear everything they are saying, but they agree. It's really mostly about what they want to buy and why a tree needs money, though in the end their gratitude to me wins out. Year 73, month 7, week 1. The elves are hard at work, mostly doing the olive press. The cloth they made is used to make new mattresses and clothing, but since it doesn't sell, the elves now focus their efforts on the olives instead, so a bit of this week's cotton is left unharvested. A small merchant convoy also dropped by to deliver the amphoras as agreed. It seems the merchants have a means of long-range communication. It's on one hot day, a small group of fleeing men and women, riding horses, 6 of them. Heavily injured, they all have multiple arrows in their backs, and even the horses are injured, and a group, about 10 men in cloaks, chase after them. They seem injured as well, but less than the earlier group. Head for the trees. The group of 6 gallop with all their remaining might. The cloaked men chase, a few trying to slow them down with more arrows. At this point, I wanted to kill all of them, but the 6 look so heavily injured they would probably die of bleeding soon, and I would like horses. Who goes there? Jura, perched on a tree, call out. The 6 yell out some gibberish I do not understand. Jura, though, does, and he shouts, "Tree, tree, target the cloaked men," and he throws wooden spears at the cloaked men. Roots strike x8. 8 roots strike at the riders, faster than they could ever react, killing them instantly. The remaining 2 jerk, trying to pull back, but they are too close. Constrict roots pop out and tangle the remaining 2, and deliver a strong dose of sleeping poison. The 6 riders earlier did not look back, and they ride next to the outer ring. The heavily injured 6 walk in, and it seems they all suffer heavy wounds. It is then one of them reveals a young baby. Jura pauses. Hold him, please. His blood soaks the cloth wrapping the baby, and Jura reluctantly holds the baby. The 6 wounded men and women dismount. Is this Frika? Jura pauses. I suppose. The wounded start to treat each other, and they pull out the arrows from each other's back and start pouring healing potion over it. Of the 6, 2 male humans, 1 female human, 2 male elves, and 1 female elf. It is the female elf who shouted the gibberish earlier, and she looks at Jura, her armor drenched in blood. I am Ares, an aide and guardian of Ivan. Who is that? Jura scratches his head. And why do you know our passphrase? Passphrase. It seems Jura and the men developed a passphrase to identify friendly people before this. Ivan, our mistress, she says her brother is the village head here. Her wounds are recovering, the potions are working. Brother, Ricola. Yes, I believe she mentioned his name is Ricola. Is he around? He's dead. Jura is still awkwardly holding the baby. He looks to be less than 6 months old, and take this child back. Ares pauses and turns back to face the other riders. Do you have clean clothes that we can change him? All of ours is bloody. Laufen, who's eavesdropping from inside the hideout, walks out with some clean cloth from the extra clothes she made with cotton earlier, a bowl filled with paste and some clean water. She takes the baby from Jura and starts to clean the blood-covered baby up. He's alive but weak and exhausted. Does Ricola have a sister? Yes, I met her when we were wedded, but have not seen her since. Laufen nods, her hands cleaning the weak baby. Is she well in the human kingdoms? Ares smiles. The mistress is alive. But it is a challenging period now, with the king suspecting the elves for treason, and the other princes finding every chance to remove us. Who is this child? It is the mistress's baby. What? Ares nod. It's inevitable. With the tension in the capital, the mistress requests that her brother assist to look after her child. One of the humans walk up next to Ares. Please raise the child as your own. We will return to the capital. Laufen shakes her head. I cannot. We cannot. Ares pause and the other human female come up. Perhaps the 2 of us stay back with the child. The guys can head back. She looks around. Will you guys accept us as a refuge? The other men nod. That is a good idea. The child is most attached to you, Ares. This place feels safe and magical. Ares looks around at the trees and then at me. She stares for a while. The mistress has many good people around her. She would want some of them to ensure her child's safety. One of the men say, I will stay too if you want. Can we stay with the baby? Laufen pauses and they both go back into the hideout to discuss with the rest. They agreed eventually. Laufen felt particularly conflicted because if this baby is indeed her nephew, then she felt bad to turn him away. Yes, Ares, the human woman, Saffron, and a human man, Pak, stay back. As for the two unconscious human attackers, they are kept in the jail where the adventurers once were. Level up, level 115. Skill upgraded subsidiary tree, amount increased to 40. Skill upgraded secret hideout has unlocked tree Asuri. Treasury and more trees, so convenient this leveling system. Year 73 month 7 week 2. Two humans under the influence of strong hallucinogens quickly reveal that they serve one of the Prince of the Sala Kingdom, Prince Wargo, the first prince, and the king is aging, dying. So all the princes are positioning themselves to seize the throne. Ares and the mistress Ivan serve another prince, Prince Galan, the third prince. It seems Prince Wargo is a humanist, meaning he is against non-human citizens of the kingdom, and he is recently a target of a botched assassination attempt by elves. Prince Galan, who is surrounded by elvish and other non-human minders, are under tremendous scrutiny from the rest of the prince, eager to eliminate the competition. Ivan is apparently a highly skilled administrator in the inner circle of Prince Galan, and so having a baby is huge vulnerability. The men wanted to capture the baby and force Ivan to defect to Prince Wargo's side. There's also suspicions whether the baby is one of Prince Galan's many illegitimate children. And after extracting everything from the two men, I use absorption on them and drain their life away. It's a slow, painless death with the effect of strong sedatives, and one which leaves no remains as their body turns into nutrients. The elves are not comfortable letting the new people so near, so for the first day, the humans lived in tents, while Roma and Ares stay with Emil and Belle. The next day, I decide to spawn two of my new trees outside the second circle, and so there's two new rooms for the new people. This surprised the new people greatly, especially Ares. But the distance is necessary because the elves are not comfortable with new people yet. This is spirit tree. Yes, Jura nods. They also react strongly to the beetles. All of them jump and almost wet their pants when a group of beetles crawl down some of the trees while they are walking. The beetles have been busy. Non-demon monsters multiplied, and so I frequently send a group of them to kill these monsters. Year 73 month 8 week 1. The newbies are here for a month, and out of boredom, they are now helping with the olive press. The merchants are supposed to be here the next month, so the olives are now stored in the amphoras. The beetles have been very busy too. Every day some monster would appear and they would be sent on missions to kill them and bring back their bodies. So many monsters that my beetles skill upgraded. Still, the beetles are equivalent to about 6 or 7 hellhounds at their upgraded strength. Armored beetles upgraded to war beetles. Anyway, the elves are right to suspect these new people. Ares has been communicating with somebody magically, and perhaps she forgot that tree spirits have vision of everything in the trees. Perhaps her mistress, but otherwise it's coded and in an unknown language. As for the remaining 8 subsidiary trees, I place them like pylons in a circular fashion, each of them as far away as possible in one of the either directions. With this, I can extend my vision to cover the entire valley. And strangely, this led to another upgrade. Subsidiary tree upgraded. You can place a total of 60 trees. The increase in subsidiary tree means an equivalent increase in tuberous storage amount, so at 60 trees plus 10 with my main tree, I have a total of 140 PU. Still very far away from that 1000 PU. There must be a way to do this. Year 73 month 8 week 3. No good, we must go back, we must help. Ares shouts, startling everyone. What happened? The king and the prince, they start ordering mass execution of the non-humans. What? Saffron and Pak both seem surprised. How do you know? Jura asks, his hand on a knife. Ares pauses. She rubs her head and then sighs. I have been magically communicating with Mistress Ivan. And now that the news is out, there is a massive uprising in the kingdom by the non-humans. Pak shakes his head. The king is mad. Prince Galan and Mistress Ivan has not seen the king for weeks. Ares shakes her head. It may be the prince using his name. What is the mistress planning? Escape. The army is too strong and organized, and fighting back is meaningless. She had been making arrangements for the rest of the civilian non-humans to flee to the sympathizing cities or to the other kingdoms, but it seems the other kingdoms have closed their borders. Saffron nods. We can go and help with the refugee traffic. Ares, Saffron, and Pak turn to face Laufen. Please take care of Roma for us. We must go. We will return. No, one of you stay. Laufen insists. Roma's still asleep on the bed. People are getting slaughtered. They need help, and a baby child needs her guardian. Saffron and Pak nod. She has a point, and both of us will be able to disappear easier as humans. Ares, please stay. We will come back. Ares sighs. Very well, and a few skills of mine upgraded after using it all this while. Secret hideout biolab upgraded. Pods increased to 5. Essence collection upgraded. Extraction rate and speed improved. Mineral extraction upgraded. Mineral augmentation obtained. You may use the metals obtained to strengthen your subsidiary trees and insect warriors. I do have a large stockpile of essences and irons from the automated harvesting. More refugees and a baby. More refugees and a baby. Year 73, Month 9, Week 1. Aries has been updating everyone what's happening, almost daily. She just could not keep her anxiety to herself. I kinda stopped following after a week. I mean, it's just people fighting and dying far away. And running, of course. It's kinda like me switching on my television and watching world news about some bombing or fighting in some distant land. It gets tiring, and shit like this happens all the time in this world. I suppose I should feel somehow for them since they are elves, but I personally feel obligated to the 7 elves under my care, and that's it I suppose. Wisp, any idea how do I speed up this powering the soul forge? Isn't 1000 PUs too much? I thought it's quite little. A small forest would have more than a 1000 trees easy, but that implies I have all the trees as a subsidiary tree. Do you have to? What? I said too much. The wisp floats. I cannot give you that answer. Oh, come on, there are some things a tree spirit must learn on their own. Tree, smart. Mila bobs in, tree, good, yes, yes. Okay, so there must be a trick to this. So if I did not have to have all of them as my subsidiary tree, is it via rootnet? Let me try it on a shrubs and trees that now spawn throughout the valley. Local rootnet access connecting to nearby trees. Connected and I hear spam again. Spam, so much spam, spam, filtration activated. But can I extract power out of them? Attempting to connect. Energy drain initiated. Rootnet function obtained, treeenergy.net. Connecting to 645xx grasses, 367 shrubs, and 141 normal trees, producing an estimated 18.4 PUs. Normal trees produce 0.1 PU, shrubs 0.01 PU, and grasses 0.00001 PU. I need 10,000 normal trees to hit 1,000 PU, but it's very doable. The entire valley is within my rootnet. All I need to do is to actively use my tree spirit mojo and grow this entire valley into a forest like it once was. I feel like dancing. Wee. Now I need to work on my mojo. Year 73, Month 9, Week 3. Massive burst in tree growth in the valley. The number of normal trees surged by 300 in 2 weeks. If I keep this up, I can hit 10,000 normal trees by year 75. The elves are especially surprised to see the sudden surge in tree growth, and what is sparsely covered valley is starting to look dense again. But there is a trade-off though. In using this ability, my essence and material extraction slow tremendously. It seems essence and materials are not extracted, and instead used in the creation of these trees. But no matter, I have been hoarding essences and irons since I had the auto-extraction function. Oh, and the olive oil merchant actually came. And I get me some of that coin too. It seems an ongoing non-human genocide does not stop merchants from doing business. Those who worship the coin are probably the most devoted of devotees. So I leave a path of some kind for the merchants, and an area where the trading can happen. There is a small hut made using wood magic at the side of the path. Jura and Lofen helps to make a wooden panel that says Freaka Trading Post. Ares is still on about the chaos in the kingdom, and there's some sparse resistance as most choose to flee. Anyway, distant matters. Year 73, Month 10, Week 1. More trees, another 300 plus trees spawn, bringing the valley's normal tree count to 762. This is the single indicator I follow for the next 1 year until this damn soul forge comes online. Animals appear now. It's actually a curiosity how animals appear when they were not here before, but according to the elves, there is a god that creates animals in the lands where trees appear, in the same manner as how monsters appear out of nowhere. Well, it is logically consistent. If monsters are just magical versions of animals and monsters can spawn out of nowhere, it should be the same for animals. Maybe they're both creations of the same gods, but can sentients spawn out of nowhere? Anyway, Jura's out hunting. Apparently spotted one of his favorite food, a deer or something like that. There is a new mild annoyance. Birds. I mean birds. They make nests on your branches and they poop everywhere. And some of them are brazen enough to attack my iron-reinforced warbeetles, but they are just irritants. Tree using magic. Yes, Lausanne, it will be a forest once more. Lausanne likes trees. She likes flowers too, and some of the shrubs have flowers. She likes the yellow flowers the most. She says it looks like the sun. Wow, teach me please, I can't, I just feel it. It's like a primal urge I just have to let out and it happens. It's true. That spawning trees, this is kinda like something I do naturally, and it's only suppressed by the materials and essence extraction. Once I activate it, it just happens. Weird tree spirit mojo. Lausanne shakes her tiny toddler head. No, do you know druid magic? No, I do not. But best druids learn from tree spirits. I can't. Maybe someday. Did I say she's too young? She's too young. I don't think she should be learning magic at 3 to 4 years old. But I frankly do not know how to teach my kind of magic. Ironic, considering I have learning aura and dream tutor. This valley regrowth boom led to my subsidiary tree leveling up. I think the subsidiary tree ability is just linked to me doing tree-like things. Subsidiary tree leveled up. Limit increased to 90 trees. Progress. The elves gained some skills in olive oil making. Laufen apparently already has trading and coin management from her past experience, so she's the elves' primary treasurer at this point, assisted by Belle. Progress for the elves. Sadly, bad news from Eris. The resistance spreads and the country descends into a civil war of some kind, with the humans overwhelming on one side and the non-humans outnumbered and outgunned. Prince Galan, their benefactor, is killed in an assassination, which is quickly framed on their mistress, so the non-humans are fleeing in large numbers. Year 73, month 10, week 3. RootNet is now connected to 1,000 normal trees. Local RootNet access upgraded, range extended. The valley now looks like a forest, and I am no longer easily visible from afar. On hindsight, I should have done this a long time ago. The tree cover this forest of normal trees help hide my presence. With the increased subsidiary tree amount, I scatter about 20 of them across this new forest and have them as home for my insect warriors. This brings up my total war beetle population to 78, so I have a small army of beetles in my hands. I mean, it seems like my abilities are derivatives of what a tree does in my real life, doesn't it? So I wonder whether I can get an air force of some kind. Perhaps these birds or some kind of bees. The beetles occasionally get attacked by the animals, but they are tough enough to shrug it off. Anyway, Air Force. How do I lure new creatures? Why can't they just give it to me like the beetles? Year 73, month 10, week 4. Elves, dwarves, halflings, treefolk, gnolls, minotaurs, centaurs, lizardmen. A lot. Maybe 2,000. How long do we have to keep moving? As long as we need to, the armies are still after us. The only thing uniting this ragtag bunch of non-humans is the humans. Once things settle down, they will all split up. After this is the old Demon King territories. Safer than being hunted by an army. Lesser demons remain now, so it should be safe. One discussion came up with the elves recently, about accepting these refugees if it ever comes to it. The view amongst the 7 elves is that they are not comfortable with them being too near, and that is defined as the 2 rings of subsidiary trees. That space to them is still their space, but they understand the need of these people, so they are open and willing to share the valley with them. Perhaps these refugees could base themselves at another part of this large valley. After all, with trees now popping out everywhere, it won't be a problem in terms of cover or protection. There's a path, we should take it. Yes, no. In the end, some take the path, some decide to wade through the forest. It took them a few days, but eventually, of the 2,000, about 300 or so elves, treefolk, and centaurs decide to stay in the forest. Being different races, they split up and start to make some housing in their own part of the valley. For the others, a forest is not their ideal place, and so they decide to move even further. Perhaps the army is still a bit too close for comfort. Oh, there are treefolk, elves, and centaurs in the valley. Yup, the treefolk is near the small pond, the centaur near the valley's slopes, and the elves at the far end. Whoa, treefolks. They are part tree, part humans, part insect, apparently a creation of the nameless mother to give trees some variety. Looking at them using my vision of the valley, they resemble insects that disguise themselves as tree branches and leaves. And for them, when they sleep, their legs must touch the floor, so they often sleep upright or slightly tilted, leaning against the wall. Living in multiple stories is a strange and uncomfortable concept for them, and in a way, they are the first to detect my presence. When they sleep, their feet would extend small feelers into the ground, and this would exchange their bodily waste for nutrients. This leads to contact. Foreign entities attempted to connect. Treefolk presence detected. Isolating. Treefolk successfully isolated. They jolt from their first night of proper rest. This place the ground. A group of beetles appear outside their makeshift settlement. The few warriors quickly take up arms, but there's too many, easily 40 of these beetles. Hello, treefolk. It's nighttime and treefolk's vision is rather poor, but an elven voice is strangely welcome. Who goes there? There is a de facto chief among the treefolk. He steps forth. I have been instructed to visit you. Welcome to Freaka, and this is our valley. The treefolk look at each other. We see no Freaka, no settlement. Ah yes, raised by the Sala kingdom, but some of us survive, protected by our guardian spirit. Guardian spirit. The treefolk instantly connect the dots. A tree spirit here. Yes, he's been watching all of you. This valley is under his domain. A few of them gasp, but the leader then asks, does he want us to move away? No, at least not yet. We are just a greeting party. If there's no unpleasant events, our tree spirit will not take any hostile actions. The leader breathed a sigh of relief. As treefolks, we would be greatly honored to live in a land watched over by our ancestors. We hope so. Try not to chop too many trees down, and if you encounter any beetles, please do not attack them. They are the minions of the tree spirit. The leader nods. Certainly. The beetles and Jura disappear back into the night, and the treefolks quickly huddle together to discuss this revelation. Back home, Jura looks at me. Was that necessary? Yes. It is important they know who they are dealing with, and treefolks seem like the ideal candidates to make that first exposure. And I won't want them randomly attacking my beetles. Treefolk and elves have an awkward relationship and are often tense with each other. This is because though they share the forests, they have different ideas of what an ideal settlement is like. Elves, especially the high and sun elf variants, prefer to build tall structures, carved from the trees, whereas the treefolk prefer to have vast sprawling settlements that allow contact to the earth at all times. Elves also have good night vision, whereas treefolk vision is generally poor, and they depend on a wide range of other senses like touch, gravity, vibrations. The elven group are quick to start working, tying their cloth and whatever vines they find to form a kind of makeshift shelter, while a few of them use some kind of magic to bend and shape the normal trees into a house. It's a slow process, whatever wood-forming magic these elves use, and from my observation, it reduces that tree's energy output in exchange for greater structural integrity. The centaur group live near the sloped areas of the valley, where there is a mix of shrubs and trees. Unlike treefolk and elves, they erect large tents and they prefer to be out of the woods. Any trees in their vicinity is used to anchor the massive tents, and one of the taller normal trees become the center core of their chief's tent. The tents themselves are made of their leftover hair, mane and fur, cloth and whatever animal fur or skin they can find. So what do we do with the elves and centaur? Watch them. I've instructed my beetles to stay away from them, and since both elves and centaur are at the forest's edge, it's still fine for now. But once they grow, I will need to make myself known. It would be easier to let them know now, though. Lawfen thinks. If we wait too long, they might feel defensive. True. Let's be proactive then. Jura, can you visit the elves? Certainly. And so Jura goes close to the elven settlement. Everyone is so busy working on their new place that they did not notice Jura walk right through their makeshift gates. Hi everyone, he shouts and everyone turns. They quickly panic and grab their arms. Who are you? Their posture is poor. These are not warriors. They are exhausted from their long walk that they just want to rebuild. I am from the village of Frika. It's a really small village, but thought I'd still let you know we exist. Village Frika, that unused trading post, it's rarely used. Jura laughs and opens his hands. I come in peace and know this, that a tree spirit watches over this valley. It is for his presence that a forest is now here, so quickly after the fall of the Demon King. What do you want? A young elf quickly shout. Even amongst elves, the youth can be rude. Nothing much, Jura smiles and 30 warbeetles appear next to him. The elves all feel a shiver of fear. Just know that this valley is protected and behave accordingly. Something elves should already know in the presence of a tree spirit. An elderly elf appears. I did not know Frika has a tree spirit. That is a pleasant discovery. A younger man appears. He looks like a warrior and he glances at Jura. Are you the chieftain of Frika? Jura laughs. We are so few, so small, we have no need for a chieftain, but our tree spirit guides us and speaks to us. Our tree spirit sent me to greet you. The elderly elf pats the younger man on the shoulder. This is our chief. Well met. How do we find you? Jura pauses. He did not want to answer that. How many are you? Less than 10. Then you should stick with us. We have more. Help us. Your warbeetles too. Jura shakes his head. These warbeetles, they belong to our tree spirit, and they do not listen to me. Our tree spirit is our guide. The young chief shakes his head. I have never heard of elves who obey tree spirits. Tree spirits are our guardian spirits, but we elves are the true masters of the forests. Tree spirits will follow the will of great elves. Jura smiles and he wants to ask why is he running, but then decide that would ruin the relationship a bit too much. You are free to believe what you please. I am here to greet and welcome you to the Valley of Frika, and warn that the forest you see is under the protection of our tree spirit. You are free to test our tree spirit's patience and kindness if you feel that is a hollow threat. The young chief winces. Jura smiles, turns around and leaves with the warbeetles. Tense, but I have more free subsidiary trees now. If necessary, I can place more of them facing both the elves and centaur, so that there is always a beetle group ready to respond to any uprising. But let's see how the centaurs are. An elf, the centaurs spot Jura the moment he peeks out of the forest. Hi, I wish to speak to your leader. 2 centaurs appear, 1 male and 1 female. We are the leaders. Speak, elf. The female one speaks first. I am here at the request of the tree spirit of the valley to welcome you to Frika. The male one then speaks. Are you here to threaten us? Yes and no. Jura smiles. Such negotiations are getting easier. The tree spirit has reasonable expectations of proper conduct from the valley's inhabitants. The female centaur looks at the male and whispers to it. The male centaur nods and then turns to face Jura. A tree spirit, you say? Yes. The male centaur nods. May we meet the tree spirit? Yes. We will arrange a day for the chiefs to meet. Chiefs, both centaur ask simultaneously. Chief of the elves and treefolk too. So there are other refugees that seek to make this valley their home. Greenery in what we thought is demon-wrecked lands is a pleasant development. The male centaur turns to look at the female. If we meet the tree spirit, we will decide whether to comply. Jura nods. Ares, during this time, is still on about the fighting happening in the kingdom. Her mistress is trying to flee too, as her protector, the prince, is dead, but it is difficult to flee when she is the main suspect and the target of widespread human propaganda. Anyway, I'm more focused on the new valley mates, and also wonder how to best use my additional subsidiary tree slots. If there is going to be tension, I will want more beetles to fight off their numbers, and I have no indication of how strong the leaders and warriors are. Maybe they are as strong as Jura, or maybe more. Year 73, month 11, week 1. Normal tree counts grow to about 1,400. The elves and centaur did eventually cut a few trees to build their homes and other structures, but otherwise the growth rate is stable. The new trees mainly grow nearer to me, increasing the density in the middle of the valley, and I didn't want to take away the kind of sloped spaces that the centaur enjoy. Eris is upset. She's been crying for days. Her mistress stopped communicating with her magically, and she fears for the worst. Lawfen, on the other hand, feels sorry for Roma, the baby who's away from his mother. And his body is rather weak, probably lacking nutrients as he is apart from the mother. So Lawfen brings him into the biolab, into the pod, where I can nourish his body and channel nutrients in via the vines and feelers in the pod. Roma's small baby body is frail and needs to be constantly comforted by one of the ladies, and Eris is too attached to the conflict back home to properly care for him. Can you do something, tree spirit? I'll try him. I suppose what hospital have is some kind of incubation facility. Perhaps my medical room or the biolab pods can be modified. Secret hideout upgraded, childcare corner obtained. Childcare corner produces a special infant-friendly syrup, similar to baby and milk formula. Infant syrup can be further upgraded with various kinds of materials and minerals, if available. Ah, the system to the rescue. A meat, a gift, and a root. A meat, a gift, and a root. Year 73, month 11, week 2. The chiefs finally meet. It's their first time in Frika, 3 from each of the 3 camps. The tree folk instantly prostrate themselves before me and sing some kind of song from the moment they see me. It sounds a bit like Aboriginal songs, if that makes any sense. What are they doing? I mentally ask Jura. Some tree folks worship tree spirits. They are like a crazy version of elven tree huggers. Jura chuckles at that. They are everywhere after all. The young elf chief glances at the tree folk and shakes his head. It's just a tree spirit. The elder elf next to him ribs him with his elbow and whispers, "SHH, not so loud. What? It's pathetic. It's just a very large tree with magic and absorb our elvish souls. It can't even protect itself and needs us elves to fight for it." He speaks back to the elder. His voice is a little bit softer, despite his defiant words. The tree folk, though, ignore his words and continue to sing their songs and hymns. It's rather pleasing, actually, once I got used to it. The centaurs, the 2 chiefs and one older centaur that seems to be the shaman or mage of the tribe, are unperturbed by the acts of the tree folk or the elves. Hello, I speak directly to their mind, and please stand. The tree folk stand. It feels like they jumped at how fast they moved. I think their limbs have some kind of spring action in it. Not exactly. Trees. I'm tree spirit of Frika. All of you are here because I'd like to set some norms and processes on conduct between us to minimize conflict with me, the elves, and each other. I spent the whole night thinking what to say without coming off as too asshole-ish. I thought of starting it by saying I am Lord Tree of Frika, but then again, I'm not a lord. The centaurs nod, so the purpose of this meeting is to just tell you all I exist, and as the entire valley and forest is within my influence, I hope we can all coexist peacefully. I have no intention meddling in your respective affairs if all of you do not meddle in mine. The young elf chief shakes his head. My priority as chief is the safety and survival of my people, if it suits us, but no promises. What are your affairs, tree spirit? Would it not be better to set certain boundaries of each of our territories? The centaur male instantly, with a wooden stick, starts drawing on the ground. I can't see it. My vision is after all a spiritual magical one, but Jura helps to explain. In short, the centaur claims the entire left slope, the elf claims the far side of the forest and a big piece of the lands after, and treefolk a circle around the pond. Anything not covered is mine. At this point, I feel like a host that suddenly has guests, and now the guests are demanding a room. Their boundaries will still cross with my roots after the last expansion of the 8 subsidiary trees, and I can extend even further. So carving up my territory feels not really nice. That boundary drawn is nothing more than a designated area for each of you such that you don't unnecessarily create conflict. But this entire valley remains under my care as my roots extend everywhere, and no chopping of trees. The elf chieftain shakes his head. Well, I want to grow the trees in the valley. It won't help if all these new people are chopping down trees, right? That is not reasonable. You are a tree spirit, nothing more. What gives you the right to dictate what we do? The elf chief stands forward. We may need to chop some trees to survive, and we will need to hunt. Restricting us, you may as well chase us away. I pause, so do the centaur and treefolk. Strong words. The elf chieftain turns to face the other chieftains. Look. We are just dealing with a few elves and a tree spirit. I say our needs are more important. There's a few hundred of us. Why should this tree spirit and a few elves be allowed to say what we can or cannot do? I say we do what we want, regardless of what this tree spirit wants. It's just a foggy old tree. We just started the conversation and the elf is already so hostile. Why? The centaur looked back at the elf and then look at Jura and myself. They want to see my response. It feels like the elf's words is intentional. He means to provoke me, to test me, and pretty much force me, so a display of power is necessary. If I back down now, I will look weak, and I will not be able to protect the elves in my home from their ransacking. I cannot allow that, sigh. Although I know force is right, but I still feel a bit reluctant. I wish these elves did not force me. Refugees, after all. I felt like being nice. I mean these elves, centaurs, and treefolk, they are all refugees, fleeing from the non-human slaughter in their home kingdoms. But this sort of entitled behavior is unwarranted, unreasonable. This is my home and these are my people. No, I say no. A root strike shoots out of the groin and it flies just next to the elf chieftain's head. The force of its root creates a loud swoosh and the elf chieftain falls down onto the ground. The elves react in shock. They probably did not expect that, seeing how the elf chieftain's reaction is a mix of shock, horror, and probably fear, a sudden realization that I could kill him. I think, if that is meant to be a test of strength, I think I passed. The root strike made all of them sweat. Jura, though, smiles. He stands and opens his two hands. Our tree spirit here has survived many creatures, including demon champions. If you think you could just walk in and do what you want in this valley, you are wrong. The centaurs share an awkward, uncomfortable glance. The three treefolk instantly prostrate themselves. The elf chieftain stands again. How dare you? He feigns arrogance, defiance, but from my vision, his spirit is uncertain, his body shaking. Should I hit the head this time? I mentally transmit into all of them. He gulps. Everyone also gulps. The centaurs take 2 steps back. The elder stands in front of him, trying to cover for him. No. He holds up what looks to be a wooden buckler, as if that would stop my roots. The roots can come from anywhere. You can't protect him. In fact, I can hit anyone in this valley. They both gulp. Everyone probably realized that if they make enemies, they won't leave this valley alive. Jura then stands up and walks to the elf. We understand that you are refugees and there are many of you. We want to help and we want to share. But you cannot just march in and demand things from the caretaker of these lands. We can let you stay, but on our terms. The elf chieftain grunts. And he walks off. The elder nods. I apologize, he is young and only wants the best for our people. I think I will convince our chieftain to obey your rules and I will try to convince him that as the tree spirit here, this is your home and we are guests. We can decide on the rest of the details later. For now, we will stop any chopping of trees. We will speak again when everyone cools down. As you know, winter is soon to be on us and traveling now is a hazard. May we stay through the winter at least. Jura smiles and nod. He then turns to me. Is that okay? Fine. You all can stay as refugees, but if I see any unpleasant behavior or actions from your people, I will not hesitate to take what I deem necessary. The centaurs nod, and I can see their body language is nervous. We believe that is a good suggestion. We will meet again. The treefolk rise from their kneeling position and walk backwards, their heads still bowing, as you wish, and they leave for their respective areas. That did not go very well. I mentally sigh. I thought it went wonderfully. Jura shakes his head. Power is sometimes a great way to enforce peace. I think the chiefs, all of them got the message that we are not one to be messed with, for a peaceful coexistence to be forged by power and fear. The people need a uniting force. Force, year 73, month 11, week 4. No news from the other camps or further out, but that's fine. Trees are growing even more, and I just crossed 1,600 normal trees within my root net. It seems my growth rate slows down in winter. The winter cold is starting to bite, and all the elves, centaur, and treefolk are hard at work, gather food, hunting, and for the treefolk, collecting fruits. The animals are spawning, even in winter, and apparently some smaller forest foxes and small bears has reappeared again. The refugees try their best to hunt, with some success. Still, they lack proper storage facilities, and so the food may not last them that long. Perhaps some of them have food preservation skills and abilities, and if so, their chances of surviving winter would be better. Anyway, the presence of these newly spawned animals, I wonder how are they just created, and whether they have a soul. So, out of curiosity, Jura captures a few of the new animals for my biolab. In fact, I would really love to see how centaurs and treefolk look in the biolab, but next time. Ares stopped crying finally. Her mistress is still not contacting her, but she got tired of crying, or maybe she just had enough of venting. Roma is responding well to the infant formula, so much so, the elves are also giving it to Lausanne. Adding olives into the child syrup maker produces a kind of nutrient-infused syrup, so I think this machine just creates baby-friendly food, with whatever given to it. In fact, Roma's weight stabilized and is starting to regain some of his lost weight. Now that it's cold, Emile, Laufen, and Belle got down to preparing some warm clothing using a mix of cotton and animal wool, kind of like a basic jacket, first for the kids and later for the adults. They spent so much time at it that they got tailor as a skill. Laufen cried when she got the skill, as it reminds her of another lady in the village that used to make all the clothes. so the start of winter is probably pretty pleasant. The production of the cotton and olives reduced substantially in the last week, but quite a lot of cloth and olive has been made, and for cottons some of them are left unharvested. Year 73 month 12 week 1. Tree growth is really slow this week. I think only 50 trees sprouted in this cold weather. In fact, it's pretty awesome that they still sprout despite the biting cold. It's not freezing or snowing yet, but I think a bit more it will. At this slow tree growth rate, I think my estimated time to reach the Soul Forge is going to be delayed. On the last day of the week, it starts to rain. Cold, cold rain. It rained the whole day, pouring water into every corner of the valley, and some parts of the valley start to flood. And with it, cold winds, so everyone stays indoors during this time. For the area immediately around me, my roots are able to quickly absorb the excess water, and so there's no flooding. But still, it's an unpleasant environment, so everyone gathers in the main secret hideout, because the main tree is the safest, in a way. But I have confidence in my subsidiary trees. They are all large, thick, solid trees, and they share my buffs. I wonder how the others are doing Eris sits about. I mean the centaurs and all, they just got here and it's already winter. It's probably tough. She's the most sympathetic to the refugees, being one who assists her mistress on such matters prior to this. And perhaps helping refugees is how she wants to repay her mistress. Jura suddenly snapped his fingers. Did we just harm them by stopping them from chopping wood? They might need it for firewood. These elves have it good. The secret hideout and customizable branches. External rooms are temperature controlled and contain natural ventilation, and even water drawn from the roots, and so they are quite comfortable and warm all year round. As a result, they have little need for firewood. Any cooking they need to do is with collecting dried branches, which regularly drop from trees, and they have a healthy stock of that. Elven and treefolk societies generally try to avoid using firewood, except when really necessary. When they do, it's usually via a farming method where only branches are cut off. As a result, their conventional sources of warmth is either energy crystal, heating metals, or oils from the trees, either peanut, cashew, palm, or olive oils. Furthermore, thick, mature trees are able to retain heat quite well, so the homes built within them need minimal heating. I pause. I mentally check on the 3 camps. The tree folk seem fine, their bodies naturally able to withstand rain or winters without much additional heating. From what I can observe, they use their natural abilities to shape the trees into a hut-like structure and smaller shrubs into fences, and that seems to be adequate for now. They don't seem to really fear the rain and are quite fine with being outdoors. Of the 3 camps, the treefolk seem to think rain is normal. In fact, some of the treefolk are still walking around in the rain. The elves also use a kind of wood magic to bend the trees into housing, but their constructions are structured differently from the treefolk. They also try to shape trees of the forest into their dwellings. As the forest is relatively young, the size of the trees, and their trunks are small, unlike my subsidiary trees which spawn naturally large that they can fit a dwelling or multiple beetles. As a result, the elves are not well protected from the rain, so they huddle together in the largest of their mixed tree houses and tents, using whatever fur and water-resistant clothing to cover themselves. Some rain and wind still gets into those shelters, and they look uncomfortable. The centaurs, their massive tents are able to provide shelter from the rain, and similarly they are also a little cold. From my tree vision, some of them are running inside those tents in circles to keep themselves warm. The location they picked to perch their massive tents seem to have little issue with the deluge, as the slopes means water run downwards, not into their tents. Do you think they need food? I don't know. I look at the camps and see their spiritual presence fluctuating. Maybe that's a sign of weakness, but then everyone's presence fluctuates. Doubt it, they've just moved here for a month. If anything, what they have is barely enough to get by, and they probably have not built any cold cellars or chambers. Era's muses. Refugees may have some skilled builders, but they need resources and tools and time. Should we help if they need it? I pose this question to the 8 elves now gathered. Of course, the manner of aid should also be carefully considered, but to be fair, we only have a surplus of dried branches, fruits, cloth, oil, and potatoes. The meat supply is relatively short, as the animals are relatively recent appearances. Lausanne is the first to answer. Yes, heroes help people, and I would like to help. This child got her head in the right places. Eris too, while rocking Roma to sleep, they are refugees and my mistress would have helped. Jura and Laufen nod. Very well. A bit of generosity is also a show of strength. Then it is decided. We help a bit. How do we deliver all these things there in this rain? Emil points to the cloth and food. It is a concern if these things get wet. I think I can do something about that. A bit of wood forming magic will do. Using wood shield but point them upwards, it acts as a massive umbrella, and so the elves can then load some of the extra cloth, small bottles of olive oil and food onto the cloth bags at the side of the beetles. There are 3 beetles assigned for transport and utility duty, equipped with cloth bags and compartment at the side. And that is how my first aid convoy went out. beetles carrying cloth, olive oil, some potatoes and fruits, covered by wood shields acting like a massive umbrella. Hello, chieftains. Jura arrives at the edge of the centaur tents. They seem surprised to see Jura pop out of the forest. Yes, we would like to offer a gift to help your people tide through this first difficult winter. The two centaurs, the leaders, ride out and see the beetles. These are cloth, some food, some dried wood branches, and olive oil, which you can use to maintain a small fire for lighting. The centaurs pause. Jura starts unloading them, placing them at the side of the tent. It's a gift. The two centaurs share a few whispers before nodding. Jura departs once all the goods are unloaded, then returns to the main tree, the beetles' cargo reloaded, and once again set out for the elves. The elves instantly draw their weapons the moment they see Jura and the beetles. What do you want? The elf chief shouts, defensive. He brandishes a big sword and wears armor. Jura smiles, his sword sheathed at the side. I'm not here to fight, we have some gifts for you. He didn't want to argue with the other elves or talk, really. The elf chieftain's probably going to argue and shout, so he just unload all the cargo, place them at the side, say what they are, and then leave. The elf chieftain looks shocked, but then the other elves shamelessly start to grab the items. Survival comes first, pride can be decided later on. Lastly, Jura made a similar trip to the treefolk. The treefolk nod and smile. I believe we have little need for such items. We are well used to rain and cold weather due to our heritage. Jura nods. I see, but it is only fair that we leave some for you as well. Actually, we have a request to make, but it didn't seem appropriate to request it in our meeting previously, which is, a few of our children are sick from the long journey, and we'd like to know if the tree spirit has any healing items. We are willing to trade what we have for it. Jura pauses. I need to check. Later on, Jura returns with a basket of healing fruits, and the treefolk promptly administers them to the young treefolk. It seems the long journey causes the younger treefolk to suffer from some kind of movement sickness, a problem that goes away naturally for the more mature treefolk. It's nothing fatal, but it causes a bit of vomiting and slows down their natural growth. Still, as parents, it still saddens them to see their child being weak, so a simple healing fruit is all that is needed to fix it. Inside the wooden box is a root. It's a medicine. Helps boost a person's strength, but only take it if you've never taken it before, else it's not so useful. Jura returns to the main tree with the box of medicine. Have you seen this before? He shows it to everyone else. It's a root. How do we eat it? Yes, that's what the elder says, but we've never eaten it before. Ares looks at it curiously. It looks like some kind of herb. Oh, herb, I would like to make that. At that point, the root goes into the biolab pod for analysis, and after an hour, I gain a level. You've gained a level. Level 116. Essence collection upgraded. Essence infusion unlocked. Essence infused fruits, leaves, and barks now available. Essence infused subsidiary trees now available. Biolab analysis of specimen completed. Specimen is low-grade ginseng root, 2 years of age. No special enhancements. Provides small permanent boost to disease resistance and stats. New unique tree ability obtained. Limited series tree type unlocked. Magical ginseng plant. Ginseng plant is limited to 3 growing plants at any one time, can be increased with level. The qualities of the ginseng depends on the age of the root, overall health throughout its life, essences infused, mana infused, materials infused, the environment, astronomical conditions, etc. Ginseng roots, when consumed, give permanent boosts to various stats, resistances, skills, mana, or abilities. Permanent effect diminishes with subsequent use. Warnings. Cultivating ginseng will slightly increase monster spawn rate. Ginseng does not work on trees. Snow, wolf, and lab work. Snow, wolf, and lab work. Year 74. Month 1, Week 1. Cold compared to last year's warmth. It is much more cold this year. Perhaps it is the Demon King's influence that led to last year's warmth, but whatever it is, this year is cold. And so the rain gives way to snow. Only 3 normal trees are added to the valley in this snowy weather. 3. And I could sense everything is less active in this snowing weather. The energy I receive from my subsidiary trees is half a PU. The energy generated by normal trees dropped to a fraction of what they were. I suppose myself and the subsidiary trees are considered evergreen trees, therefore we can maintain a portion of our energy output. In this cold weather, it just doesn't seem like a nice time to test out my new ginseng tree. Of the 3 camps, the treefolk are best suited for the snow. They seem to have a kind of quasi-hibernation state where their bodies slow down tremendously, and in exchange, they gain a wide range of defensive buffs. In fact, I would really like to look under the bark of those treefolks. The elves and centaurs group and gather together at their biggest camps and burn branches for warmth. The centaur elder seems to have some kind of ability that allows him to fully extract energy out of the branches, such that their fires burn longer. The one of the elven men uses some kind of ability to keep warm air circulating within their temporary building. Among the refugees, some possess other cold resistance abilities, and this allow the elves and centaur to tide through the difficult weather, especially the biting cold at night. I am sure some of them will trade their goods to stay in this warm, cozy rooms. Ares said, while reminiscing her time in the city. In palaces and cities, there are dedicated butlers and maids who possess the ability to manage room conditions to the comfort of their lords. Some mayors and lords, too, have a kind of softened weather effects which reduces their city's heating and ventilation requirements. Well, they had to piss Tree off, so that's not happening. Jura said, it's already very generous of Tree to send gifts and let the elves stay. Are we chasing them away? Lozan asks. I pause. Well, I think they should go. The elves, at least. The elven chief is probably not happy that I attacked him, and I have no clue whether the rest of the elves harbor the same sort of aggression. Still, I have to be wary. They tried to threaten us, Lozan. If they are bad people, they should go. To prison? No, go away. The cold brings about new creatures from further away. White wolves and horned deers, perhaps antlers. The white wolves seeking food in the cold and snow, a pack of them, about 10 of them. They are large, slightly smaller, or about the same size as my already rhino-sized war beetles, and equipped with similarly huge fangs and claws. I try to command my beetles to intercept, and a warning pops up. Beetles suffer significant movement and attributes penalty in snowy weather. Insects are not adept at winter combat. Half of your beetles are in a dormant state and cannot be woken up. Oh man, previously it was just rain, but if it snows, this happens. Oh well, at least I learn about this now. At least I'm producing essences of winter and snow. Back to the white wolves, it seems they spawn in the wild, beyond the valley, and they spot the centaurs. Food. Watching through my various subsidiary trees placed throughout the valley, I feel like I'm witnessing a documentary of a pack of wolves fighting with centaurs. The centaurs, their leaders, fight their best, but these wolves are huge, and some of the centaurs fall from their ferocious swipes. It occurs to me that maybe I should help, and I think I want the experience, and a specimen for the biolab, root strike. Root strike. 2 root strikes fly out of the ground, through the snow, and into the belly of the largest of the wolves, the pack leader. It growls in pain. The root strike clearly hit and shatters a few bones and punctures a few of its organs. The second root strike hits a part, and this second hit actually penetrates the wolf's rib cage and instantly kills it. The sudden death of the wolf leader sends the pack into a panic, and they flee. As the remaining white wolves flee, I notice one particular wolf falling behind, suffering from injuries. Great, for the biolab, constrict. My roots successfully capture the injured wolf, and a paralyzing jab knocks it out, and I send a few of my active beetles to collect that paralyzed wolf. Experience gains come from killing, but also from learning. Although less, I would not be surprised if there are bookworms out there that are reasonably high-leveled. One way nobles have an edge over the poor, I suppose, as their means of gaining levels is wider, through literacy and learning through books. Other than that, each of the camps keep to themselves. Wake 2. It's still snowing heavily, so I turn my focus onto more academic matters. The white wolf in my biolab. This white wolf does have mana spring in its soul, but it is smaller than any of the humans or elves, though still larger than the smaller foxes or other animals captured. Relatively, Mila is like the Niagara Falls. A regular human is like a small waterfall. A normal animal is like a pipe of water. This white wolf is like a water from a fire hydrant. Next is the body. The soul and the body is a symbiotic relationship, a feedback loop. So a strong soul usually leads to a strong body, and vice versa. But in the case of the wolves, their bodies are strong, robust, and full of natural energy, yet a small, almost non-existent soul lives in it. It's a common theme, I think, perhaps a feature of non-intelligence, or their designated status as animals or monsters, strong. A lattice of magic protects its bones and claws. And then some little sparks of energy in its muscles and joints, a kind of residual mana. I recall seeing something similar in Jura's hands and also Mila's hands, but theirs is almost negligible. I zoom in on it. Nothing. Maybe I don't have the right tools or ability to identify it because I feel magic of some kind. As I look at the jaws and their teeth, I get a similar feeling. There is something here that I have not yet figured out. Ah well. After going through every part of the wolf, I decide to leave it inside the biolab under sedation, and put Jura under the lab. Jura's body now no longer has the lingering effects of his trauma, but he says he hit a limit. A plateau, and all the monsters he is fighting, etc., is no longer giving him any new levels, so to speak. Under the soul grading, Jura is rank 6, and he is currently level 65, his familiar level 35, after the familiar's upgrade. His body is strong and his soul too. At first, nothing seems wrong. The body, the muscles and bones all look strong, healthy, well except the left hand. But as I continue to watch how the energy from the soul spring instantly gets drained by the body, I believe Jura's intuition is right. The soul is capped out. The amount of soul energy it produces is just enough for it to be at the current level, but no further. Like a country with an electrical power shortage, the country needs to find ways to have more efficient use of energy or produce more power. How do we change this? The wisp twirls around. The elf can have an awakening and find his soul ranked up. That can happen, of course. He can consider going to a quest out of his league, struggle, and emerge triumphant. Such acts of heroism and pushing against limits are rewarded. The ranking system you possess is just an estimate after all, but reality is an exponential curve, and it is possible to climb up that curve. Still, that implies nothing much I can do at this time. With his strength, it will be quite a long time before you can do anything to his soul. Mila butts in, upgrade, body. That means I get ahead of the soul-body feedback loop and try to first upgrade the body, hoping that somehow drags the soul along. How do I upgrade the body? Stimulants, surgery, or maybe I should try fixing his left hand first. I wonder whether the natives of this world have techniques to upgrade to body, and actually, how does the ginseng interact with the soul body? Week 3. Less snow, yay, some of my beetles wake up from their dormant state, so only a quarter is still dormant. More trees. From a low of 3, I am now back to about 10 additional normal trees per week. I should make preparations for spring, and so I ask the elves to help by collecting any seeds they see, and use the beetles to help spread the seeds around. The elves, with not much to do in the cold, spend most of their time working on some of the cotton. Jura spends his time tinkering with the damaged airship from the Sala Kingdom adventurers, and by some fluke accidentally dismantle what appears to be the power source of the airship, a basketball-sized crystal, the demon residue demolite. It's the first time I see it, so naturally into the biolab. Magical barrier exists. Analysis unable to proceed. The rest of the small airship is made with mostly simple metals and wood. It's really this magical crystal, and a network of enchantments and runes throughout the structure that gives it flight. Perhaps by damaging its enchantments, it therefore loses the ability to fly. The runes and enchantments are incomprehensible to me, sadly. Enchantment familiarity missing. Language not understood. Understanding of runic markings required. Man. The biolab's ability to analyze non-biological items is rather crap. Maybe I can develop a material lab someday. The 3 camps still keep to themselves. Some of the hunters from both the elves and centaur do continue looking for food, foraging and hunting the rabbits, or small rat-like creatures that now also live here. This creation of animals is interesting, and I've been trying to catch it happening. BT so far I failed. Every time I try to take in the granular view of the entire valley, so that I can watch how these animals appear throughout the forests, through the vision from all subsidiary trees, I get a massive headache. If I keep it up, I'll accidentally lose consciousness and wake up a day later. The closest I got is a rabbit that somehow crawl out of the snow. So even if I could see, perhaps the system that spawns these animals have ways to avoid notice. Week 4. A freak snowstorm on day 1, and after that sunny. Snow is melting. My mistress is still alive. Ares shouts and jumps happily. Your mommy is alive. She hugs Roma and jumps. The baby cries. Oh, she's managed to escape with the rest of them and are headed here. They slip past the last of the human settlements in the kingdom's hunters. So maybe a week or so. Laufin smiles. That's good. So where would you go after this? Ares pauses. What do you mean? I mean, since once your mistress comes here, you all should have some plans, right? I think we plan on staying here. Ares rubs her head. Can we? I'll let the mistress know that we have to obey your rules and you are in charge. Maybe a spot somewhere in the valley. Jura rubs his head. No, Tree is in charge. Emil and Belle nod. Maybe this is like rebuilding Frika. How many of them? She did not say. More refugees to deal with. Okay, fine. I'll have to handle this better than the earlier elves. Y74M2W1. The tail end of winter. Tree growth is recovering, and this is the focus from now on. I want to hit 10,000 trees by the end of the year. I mean, it sounds like a big number, but if there are 1 tree for every 5 meters, an area the size of 1 square kilometer would have 40,000 trees, and the world of Earth have somewhere around 3 trillion trees. So, 10,000 trees. The beetles are busy spreading seeds or spare branches they can find, and then I channel all my mojo to boost the growth rate. It's actually an urge, and I get better at it. It even feels easier as the winter lets up. What are you doing, Tree? Lausanne is the one who asks, all dolled and wrapped up in thick clothing. Laufin's not letting her go out without winter protection. Growing trees, a lot of them. Oh, I like trees. Why? I like fruits. They are yummy. And I like leaves. They give shade. I don't recall telling the elves about the soul forge, but oh well. I suppose they suspect something. The refugees and the mistress should be on their way soon. Your subsidiary tree skill have leveled up. Subsidiary tree limit increased to 120. Secret hideout biolab upgraded. Autopsy table and precision tools obtained. Pods increased to 10. Mistress and the Kingdom. Mistress and the Kingdom. Year 74, Month 2, Week 2. The mistress and her band of refugees arrive. about 400 strong half-warriors, half-escapees, comprising a mix of humans, elves, dwarves, and centaurs. Ares quickly stepped in to mediate. I think she probably saw the early scuffle with the elves and want to other elf group and want to avoid a similar conflict. In fact, once they are right outside, she ran out to meet them before they enter the forest. I think she knows I can observe them once they enter the forest. They spoke at length, and of course she took Roma with her. Think they have good intentions? I asked the elves. Nah, I don't think they got good intentions. Jura shakes his head. They just want some cover for a while and probably cover them from their enemies. But they know your secret password, so when we designed it, it's not meant to give free access to few hundred people. True. In the end, the rest of the refugees wait at the forest's edge, and only Ares, Roma, and 5 other come in. 2 elves, 2 humans, and a dwarf. One of the elves is a lady, and I do sense something different about her. She approaches the edges of the trees, and she is the one who speaks first. I am the leader of this band of unfortunate refugees, here to seek the protection of the guardian of this valley. And why should I? We offer you our services, our goods, our knowledge, those that we can give, and we will keep our distance from you and your affairs. And you just seek safe passage and protection from the kingdom that seeks to hunt us down. I want no part in your conflict. The mistress Yvonne sighs. I understand, but please help us, tree spirit. There is nowhere we can turn to, and if you push us away, we may as well die. An army is coming our way, and we're too weak to outrun them. You lure an army here, she gulps. No, when we realized we were already almost here, and you still come here, we had no choice. There is nowhere we can go. Why should I not leave you to die? Yvonne takes a deep breath, because... Nuff, Ares, you lured them here, so you have blame in this. She pauses and she kneels. I'm sorry, I felt it's their best chance of surviving. The humans are slaughtering elves by the thousands, and there's no openly non-human friendly territory in anywhere near the Sala kingdom except here, I sigh. It feels like I've been led into this conflict. How many is coming? 600 or so, mix of knights and archers on horseback. If I leave these refugees out there, will they let us go? Fact is, I do have 3 groups of non-humans already living in the valley, and if they are really hunting down all non-humans, they may very well just set the entire forest on fire. Maybe something I can handle if they don't have someone at the level of the heroes. I mentally reach out to Jura, and he's been listening in. It's not much of a choice. I think we can punish Ares, this leader of the refugees and whoever lured them here later, but the fact remains that a small army trailed the refugees all the way here and would highly suspect that this forest is the non-human base of operations. As we already have other refugees, if we defeat this army, what's stopping a larger army from coming here? That's true. If we can somehow pull of a feint, like distract the army and lead them to somewhere else. These refugees can't outrun this horseback army. True, and the army may not be a conventional force. They may have mages or specialists amongst them since they are chasing after this group. Can you see them, tree? Jura pauses, sits down and tries to think. I try to reach out to the furthest of my trees and my roots. I put one subsidiary tree in that direction and it extends my vision slightly. And another subsidiary tree, spotted, 600 horseback men. I couldn't tell much though, but if a conflict is necessary, I could drag them into difficult ground. They probably are not aware of my abilities as a high-level tree spirit and would march past trees without suspecting anything. So I plan about 20 additional subsidiary trees, all of them with warbeetles, spaced and spread out in that direction, such that it maximizes my route coverage. The army passed the trees. No action as expected. Moment we accepted the first group of refugees, I guess we already have taken a stand in this conflict. Jura sighs. Let me march to the 3 refugee groups and ask them to participate in combat. He's not exactly right. The moment I taken on the promise to protect these elves, when Frika is destroyed, I have made the choice to protect this valley. An army marching on us is therefore an enemy, especially a human army that's going to be burn up this area. Offer them. Jura turns. Offer if they are willing to participate in this battle. I will consider lifting restrictions and conditions on their stay here. This is their opportunity to show their worth to me in this valley and earn their right to stay. Jura laughs. A tree spirit truly is wise. To make these refugees fight. Jura nods and then goes off. I then turn to Ares and Yvonne. Get your men ready for combat. I have very reluctantly decided to join this conflict. Ares, Yvonne, and whoever suggested all of you to come into combat, your punishment will be decided after this battle. Yvonne pauses and she nods. Very well, if we live to see tomorrow's sun, I'll take the punishment. The 3 camps, the elves refuse to participate. It seems they've already decided to leave once the weather improves. The treefolk and centaurs both agree and send about 20 men each. Jura himself, and also about 100 or so men from Yvonne's group, is also getting ready. The rest, the woman, children, all hide in the forest. The army approaches. Those stinking rebels, is that their hideout? Forest. It's so predictable that it is a forest. Elves, they should choose a cave or something. Chatter. They passed by a few of my subsidiary trees. I'm watching them looking for special individuals. I don't feel so good. What you feel like pooping, you can poop on the elves later. Did Lord Rovas say we can take prisoners? Elven ladies are hot. No, he said kill everyone. No survivors, can't leave any of these rebel scums to breed. Aw man, I hate this armor. Why'd they insist we wear military uniform anyway? We're legit now, deal with it. A burly man comes around and smacks a few of them with a cane. We closing in, mages, get ready. A woman rides next to him. Our target is Ivan, Prince Galen's corruptor. It is she who led him into this foolish non-human love affair. She's hot, she's got a way with words. Really, shut it. We can't let this group escape. If this is their base, let's take it all out. Okay, boss. When they just passed the second layer of trees. They will try to fight in the forest, though. No, we burn the forest. Anti-elf tactics 101. Why go into the forest and fight on their terms? Set the forest on fire and we attack whoever comes out. Funny, they just walked past a few trees. They should have attacked the trees then. They have centaurs and dwarves right, and they can run to the other side. A handful, not enough to make a difference. Another group has already went ahead the other side of the valley. Ah, such genius. Mages, gather up and cast a few fireballs into the forest. Let's burn this forest to the ground. Great, that's the cue I'm waiting for. Of the 600, about 20 step forth and they start to channel some kind of fireball. And right when they start to channel, poison field. Root field. Roots surge out of the ground and release a kind of toxic fume into the air. It's not fast acting, but would work. Then 20 root strikes, all at the mages. I hit 18, killing them instantly. Their armors, though metal, didn't hold up very well. 2 remaining had some magical instinct and managed to break their fireball chant in time to dodge the surge. Druids, their horses panic as the roots and the poison is uncomfortable. They want to run. Root surge. I only have 2 use of this ability per day, but it's very useful as an area attack. Sharp roots emerge in the area around 4 subsidiary trees, and so there are roots attacking about half of the enemy force. What? The root surge, though, lacks the punch each individual root strike have. I reckon they are about a quarter as strong. Some of the men activate their defensive abilities, successfully blocking off the surge. But as an area attack, about 100 or so died, so that's pretty good. Run, guys. We'll need to come back with a bigger army. When the surviving mage shouts, using some kind of magic to boost his escape. Whoever is protecting them is a very powerful druid, perhaps one of the great elven archdruids. That actually need not be said. Some of them are already running when the poison field and root field popped up. Well, I can't let mages run, though, so I shoot a few more rounds of root strikes and I kill one. The last surviving mage uses a string of magical nullification spells. He's hurt but not dead. That cursed elf woman, she's got a backer. Must be one of the elven nations secretly meddling in our country's politics. Retreat. I try a root strike at the leader. It hits a magical barrier, breaks through it, but then a metal shield blocks the root strike. You won't get my head that easily. He shouts and he activates a few magical and physical defensive abilities. Then as he is about to turn back, a shout came from the forest. Charge. Ivan and the refugees charge out of the forest. Honestly, if you ask me, that is a stupid decision. Why'd she and the refugees charge out of the forest? Well, since she's charging, I activate all the war beetles hiding in the 20 subsidiary trees. 60 war beetles appear and charge into the chaotic mess that is the kingdom's army. Beetles kill a few, but with the stronger, more experienced soldiers, it's an even matchup. After all, these soldiers have skills, abilities, and probably some enchanted equipment. The leader, though, smiles and shouts at Ivan. Ah, you succubus. Decided to appear and fight, eh? Ivan pulls out a sword, uses some kind of ability, and she vanishes, only to reappear a second later, right in front of the army leader and attempt to stab. He blocks, and his magical barrier is broken. Ha, not so easy. He pulls out a sword as well and leaps out of his horse. Both Ivan and the army leader enter into a sword-fighting match as they trade blows. Meanwhile, the rest of the refugees and the war beetles fight. At this point, I stop attacking and observe the battle. She's pretty good. Jura laughs, still sitting at the side, not joining the battle. Aren't you going? Soon. I'm just waiting for the trigger. Which is, that woman. She's going to try something. She charges up some kind of ability as Ivan and the leader are fighting. Well, sorry, I'm gonna have to ruin the surprise. 2 root strikes impale through her body. She yells in pain. AGHHHH. Both Ivan and the army leader turn to see the woman with 1 root through her chest and another through her tummy. The army leader looks at Ivan furiously. Which country is helping you, you treasonous beast? Ivan shakes her head. None. Then explain this root magic. Ivan pause. I can't. I didn't know of it either. Lies again. The army leader activates some kind of ability and starts slashing at Ivan at high speed. She in response activates some kind of ability as well and they're back at a stalemate. Him slashing and she parrying, dodging successfully. She pants, her breathing heavy. You can't beat me, you know it, I can try. Vengeance demands it. He laughs. I didn't land the killing blow, mind you. It is not I who killed Prince Galen, but you were there, and so you must die. Ivan's sword glow in a greenish hue. Oh, the army leader laughs. I thought I saw a few chances for me to throw a root strike, but eavesdropping the conversation is a lot more interesting. Ivan disappears into a whirl of greenish light, some kind of sword dance ability. The army leader laughs, glows in purple, and he too disappears in a purple glow, and the two appear as sparks for a good few minutes. and when they both reappear, the army leader look unscratched, whereas Ivan has cuts all over her body. See, you can't beat me, and I will make you join that Prince Galen soon. Ivan shakes her head and forces herself to stand. Where's that druid of yours anyway? Ran out of root attacks. Well, I still have about 50 to spare, but I'm interested in watching. My beetles and the rest of the refugees, still fighting, few of the beetles killed, and they managed to hunt down the last mage. So with the mage out of the picture, I'm actually letting the rest of this play out. About this time, 40 additional refugees joined the battle, the treefolk and the centaur. They waited for a chance as they did not want to join the fight until Jura did. Oh, treefolk, that explains the root attacks. The army leader laughs. I'll slaughter them after I kill you. Not if I have anything to say about it. Jura steps in front. Jura, the army leader, laughs. Oh, I'm Waesorius Mofford, also known as the Purple Blade. Jura bows, pleased. Allow me to join this battle, as I've been robbed of my prey. Well, I killed the lady Jura wanted to fight, so. Well, come, Jura grins and activates some kind of ability, covering his body in a layer of wood. They trade a few blows and Jura jumps backward. His wooden armor had multiple scratches, but he lives. Ah, I'm weaker with the sword, but thankfully my defense is a lot stronger. The wooden armor regenerates and the scratches disappear. Waesorius laughs. That armor of yours is strong, but if that's all you got, you won't last. At that point, Ivan steps up, her body fully healed. Well, what if it's both of us? Waesorius pauses. Jura activated a healing ability before they started fighting. He looks around and sees the rest of his men dying or fleeing. He then starts laughing maniacally. I see, I'll be back, you cursed witch. Ivan quickly attempts to stab him, but in a flash of light, he disappeared. AGH should have known he carries a ring of escape with him. There's item like that, eh? And once the captain leaves, the rest of the soldiers did not last very long. It seems without his presence, some buffing effects that he had fade away. Whoever's still fighting is quickly killed by the remaining warbeetles, Ivan, Jura, and the rest of the refugees. So the battle ends. Warbeetles have a taunt ability with tends to cause nearby enemies to attach them first, and that tanking effect helped minimize casualties. Add to the confusion from the root strikes and root surge, the army seemed to be concentrated on fleeing more than fighting. The centaurs and treefolk nod and return to their homes. They're glad that no casualties in their bunch, but they join the battle late. I later overhear that the sight of roots surging out of the ground is rather scary. From afar, it looks like the earth itself decided to fight them. Which reminds me, maybe I should have a giant worm of my own, like the demons. A subordinate giant worm or centipede would be nice. As for Ivan's group, they quickly bury their dead and heal their wounded. Ivan's frustrated though, not that I care. Her punishment is due and Jura delivers the message. You survived. Now face punishment. Jura speaks in a small gathering. Ivan sighs. No way out of this. Speak to the tree spirit. Later that day, after all is done, Ares, Ivan both stand right outside the main tree. So what punishment are we facing? Ares, did you know you're putting everyone at risk by luring them here? Yes, but it is the best decision, I think. You intentionally wanted to get me involved in this. Ivan shakes her head. To be honest, I didn't fully believe Ares when she said there's a tree spirit able to protect us. And from my point of view, we had to escape the human lands. Wherever we go, we are going to be hunted, so since my son is here, I thought coming here made sense. She looks at Jura and Jura shakes his head. Go on, Whatever it is, I didn't realize there is a forest here, and I didn't think that they would suspect this forest is a hideout for rebels. On hindsight, it is obvious, but when we are just trying to successfully escape, we didn't think that far ahead, so we decided to take a chance on whatever Ares said. I sigh. How should I punish these people? She's trying to feign innocence, and that annoys me even more. How? At this point, the wisp appears in my mental realm. Take her soul. What? I mean, what like? How does one do that? I mean, make her surrender her soul to you when she dies. I can do that, yeah. You can mark her soul with a special process. She has to consent to it, of course, and recite a long phrase in agreement to mark that wills her soul to you. That somehow feels a bit extreme, and I didn't know I have that kind of ability. That sounds like what a demon does, I mean, take one's soul on death. Well, it's actually the same thing. The contracts in essence are the same, but demons took the ideas to the extreme, of course. Why would I want her soul anyway? Well, all the souls you see are marked for their onward reincarnation, or whatever the gods have planned for their next phase, and stay in the realm at most for a year, usually 6 months. But if a soul agrees, they drop out of that process and belong to you for 1,000 years. And during that 1,000 years, you may use the soul as you see fit. Like, well, anything. I shake my head. Sounds exactly like what a demon or devil does. Not exactly what I thought a soul tree or spirit tree should be doing. I mean, how does it work? What else are you not telling me? Or if you think taking away her soul is too much, tell her to give you a few of her levels or her skills. What? Another bombshell from the Wisp. This Wisp is hiding things from me. Well, it's actually a fairly common ability amongst the ancients, high nobles, blue-blooded royalty, and high-level magic smiths, artificers, and crafters. There are restrictions by the origin of your power, of course, and in your case, the person surrendering the levels must be at least level 20, and they can surrender no more than 20 of their levels and no more than 20 of all skills. Okay, Wisp, infodump here, but this sounds pretty important. I turn to Ares and Ivan. Rest. I will decide your punishment in a few days. If you attempt to flee, I will kill you. And the refugees, they gulp, but they nod. Having seen the roots, they probably realize I could kill them. Once they leave, I go back to my soul realm to the Wisp. You and I are going to have a long conversation on what else you have not been telling me. Oh, I have plenty of others, but the information I can release to you is dependent on the progress you make on the Soul Forge, and if you want to know everything I know, you need an active Soul Forge. Can you tell me more about these soul contracts and surrendering of levels and skills? The Wisp bobs around and then pauses. Making a deal for the soul is common throughout history. When a desperate man sacrifices everything to protect his family, he is making a request to the heavens or hell, or whatever natural aspects watching at the time, in exchange for his soul. It is then up to the nature aspect to decide whether they want the soul, and balance the costs of assisting versus the benefits. Simplify. Granting souls is super common, and not forever. As a soul or spirit tree, having souls that won't move on is very useful. Just think of it as an employment contract. Can't I just make her work for me? Well, that's harder to enforce than having a contract carved into her soul, no. Oh, true, it's like having a slave that cannot defy you. Well, that is nice, but is that a good punishment? Death feels too cheap. Punishment Soul Forge. Punishment Soul Forge. Year 74, Month 2, Week 3. Spring begins, beetles are out spreading seeds. I've finally decided on the punishment for Ares and Ivan. My soul, yes, your soul, you put us at risk, even when we help take care of Roma, for putting our lives at risk. She pauses and she's too stunned to respond. Then it is Ivan's turn. Your punishment is that you will now have to protect this forest for the rest of your life, and I'll enforce that by not having you leave this forest. If you do try, I'll kill your people. In exchange, I'll allow your people to share and stay in this valley with me, though, as you're probably aware, I have rules that I want followed. She stops. I did not think taking your soul is necessary at this point, and I am of the opinion that your combat and management abilities will be useful to manage the coming refugees, but I will be watching you closely. Ivan pauses, thinking. After about 5 minutes, she sighs, and she then nods. I can accept that. I guess she figured to have me as a protector of the refugees is worth the cost. She dragged me into this conflict. I may as well make the most of it. If this is going to end up into a war, I'd better have more bodies to throw at the enemy. I do want to fight the Salak Kingdom, so this accelerates this entire process. But I was hoping for more clandestine, stealthy methods by way of sneaky subsidiaries trees, but oh well. How? How are you going to take my soul? Ares looks puzzled. Magic ring appears around her, an ability I didn't know I had until recently. Spiritual contract judgment. It's essentially a soul contract, but in the form of a judgment. Demons, devils, and the dark gods get a lopsided version known as unfair contracts, which is unfair but less robust as a result. It has also sneaky abilities like concealing terms and conditions, but all of these result a reduction of the ability grade to a lower tier relative, of course. Except, she shakes. She looks at her mistress and then back at Jura, who's watching her. Are you testing my patience, Ares? I wonder whether there is undue influence in this world. She gulps. I'm sorry. Is there any other way? No. For the fact that you've dragged me into this conflict and the kingdom knows of this forest, you've made life difficult for me. Therefore, this is an adequate punishment for you. You could have told your mistress to meet you elsewhere, but here we are. Ivan tries to defend her subordinate. Her soul, it's too much, isn't it? Can't she protect this forest like I do? No, her soul or everyone dies. I probably would not actually kill everyone, but an ultimatum it is. Ares cries, and she cries for a while. She glances at Jura, but Jura shrugs. After she finished, she accepts the punishment, and the magic ring around her glows, expands, spins around a while, and then enters her body. It is done. Ares Mafrelaz's soul is now leased to you for 1,000 years. Soul lease will commence on death. Lease, isn't that like renting? She looks around. I think she's preparing for something more gruesome and painful, and after a while she looks at Ivan. Am I still here? Ares seems to think she will die instantly. Yes. Ivan nods and she too looks puzzled. That's it, I don't feel anything different. Have you taken my soul yet? Oh, not now. When you die, Ares, I wanted to say so don't die, but then I'm sure she knows that. Now that her sobbing stops, she looks at her mistress. Oh, that's all you know. I'm starting to think on death is not that great a term. After all, it still means this person gets to act out her life for the remainder of her days, which is by no means shorter. It's a painless punishment, nothing's changed, unless they care about their soul. Oh well, I guess I'll take levels next time. Though having seen Ivan's combat abilities, having her around would be useful against the fighters this Salak Kingdom may deploy. For the soul part, yes. Also, from now on, you serve me. Year 74, Month 3, Week 1. I love spring. Other than that, nothing of particular concern happened. The kingdom does not seem to be sending anyone at us yet. As for the refugees, Ivan's group of refugees set up camp along the right side of the slopes. All the refugee camps start building more permanent structures now that winter is over. The centaurs, now given a certain allotment of trees that they can chop down, start to construct basic houses, which resemble stables. Some of them engage in wide-scale planting of a plant known as shrub of the fours, largely inedible to anyone but centaurs, minotaurs, satyrs and their kind. It's their staple food. It seems centaurs can survive on this plant alone, and once the plants start to grow significantly, I would like to analyze them. The tree folk are incredibly fascinating to observe. Their abilities resemble an inferior version of mine in many ways. They enjoy being in the sun, and clearly their abilities are affected by the season, their steps faster, their skin and body more vibrant. Their feet has some ability to connect to the earth, drawing energy, nutrition, and even mana. The tree folk use their innate affinity to trees to weave the branches of trees into more structures, and it seems this is their preferred way of construction, bending trees into shape. It's like large-scale bonsai sculpting. I suspect they have the ability to boost tree growth as well, but I will ask them someday. Ivan's elves, being the most exposed of the bunch, start with building a mix of houses and fortification from the earth. Stone walls, stone houses. I am quite amazed at the speed which they managed to build with the rocks and dirt. They had to cut some of the trees down for the rest of the materials, but with outburst of trees in spring, the loss is acceptable. The last group of elves are split. A group about 3/4 are leaving. They only want to stay through winter. The remaining quarter are going to join Ivan's group. No matter. Year 74 month 3 week 3. No movement from the Sala kingdom. We initially wonder why, but the olive oil traders came. For olives, of course. War breaks out. Kingdom of Nung, Kingdom of Tact have declared war on the Kingdom of Sala. The civil war and slaughter is an opportunity, a weakness, so both of them are trying to take a bite out of the Sala kingdom's territory. Well, that's a wonderful coincidence. Some cash change hands and olive oils sold. The Merchants Guild would be trying to sell information about me, no. Ivan pops out at the trading post. Ah, the mistress herself. The merchants grin. Well, the kingdom is occupied now, but they are offering good money to find out who is backing your rebellion. Oh, any leads? Ivan laughs. The Merchants Guild have our own theories, but if you mean to share. Ivan shakes her head. How is the guildmaster doing? Ah, he is fine. No one would dare touch the guildmaster of the Merchants Guild, even if he is half Minotaur, if that's what you are asking. Ivan nods. That is good. She then hands the merchant multiple letters. I take the merchant still offer delivery services even to me. The merchant smile, grab the letters and shove it into a box of some kind. And some coin changes hands. I take you know the terms. No worries, it's to the other kingdoms. Ah. Sorry, Laughing butts in. Do you mind helping us buy some things? Like, oh, one of my friends want exotic fruits and books about trees. Can you help us procure some? We'll pay you. Ah, I'll look out for it. Year 74 month for week 1. The young chieftain and the elves left. I'm at 5,300 normal trees. The surge is down to an awesome combination. The hard work of the beetles, this wonderful season of spring, and better mastery of this bounty ability I have. Within the inner circle of subsidiary trees, I finally felt confident enough to start growing my first ginseng tree. Life for the refugees are starting to stabilize. With homes built, their focus turns to defense and preparing for winter. Potatoes and all the other plants. Subsidiary tree leveled up. You can now have 180 subsidiary trees. Year 74 month 4 week 3. I spread more subsidiary trees further out as a form of surveillance. And this is when I notice my increasing inability to manage such a vast area of subsidiary trees. It's too far. So although the subsidiary trees are giving me vision, it's not functioning as an early warning system, and I can't camp there to watch over it personally. There's a hill a distance away, and I would like to somehow get my hands more unique minerals and materials. The essence production at this point is still slow, because most of my energy is focused on growing trees, which now touches 6,000 trees. Other than that, there are more refugees, more non-humans, and they all join Ivan's camp. I think about 200 of them. It seems Ivan knew they were coming, and have prepared extra houses and buildings to house them, so Ivan's side is becoming quite lively. There were some centaurs among the new batch, which went on to join the existing centaur group instead, but it's a small bunch, only about 20-30. Year 74 month 5 week 1. Spring is almost ending, and it seems the growth of new trees start to slow down again. It is now about 500 per 2 weeks, so I stand at 6,500 now. Yes, I am taxing the refugees. I call it the cotton tax. In addition, treefolk centaur camps commit to provide 30 warriors each to the valley's defense. Ivan's group naturally commit the most, being the largest. They put 200 of their people for the valley's defense. They mostly focus on the small monsters and creatures that spawn naturally in the region. And Jura, being the chief coordinator and communicator of the valley, gains a new class, envoy working title. Year 74 month 5 week 2. More refugees, seriously. The invasion by the two kingdoms seems to have displaced even more people and more death. I know of the death because with my wider reach I'm collecting more souls. My soul realm is filled with little sparks of light, of humans, of non-humans, all these souls making the journey to the other world. They will stay for about 6 months to a year before moving on, so the constant death is currently adding a lot of little lights to the soul realm. It is good that you are approaching an active soul forge soon. The wisp bobs around. Tell me about other soul-manipulating creatures. I get to the point. I have questions I ask. When you get a soul forge, I'd like to sigh in frustration, but I can't. So do I have a limit on how many souls I can store? Nope. Soul Realm can store as many souls as you can possibly have. How's that even possible? Doesn't that break some rules or something? It just does. The wisp can't answer, but oh well. Magic, like how the secret hideout is far bigger than my actual tree. Year 74 month 5 week 3. More refugees. After 2 weeks of more refugees, Ivan's group is touching almost 800, and they are accepting some humans as well. At first, my initial response is to reject, but then their location at the edge of the valley and the assurance of Ivan and her group, I've relented. More bodies to throw back at the kingdom is good. So Ivan and a lot of the earlier elves and humans now take the role of enforcer, and they seem to have come up with some kind of norms. They also have an unofficial name for their growing part of town, which is located a bit further from where Frika is. New Frika. At first, they wanted to name it after their benefactor, Prince Galen, so the name floated about was Galensburg, but I rejected that idea as it steps on the history of this place, of Frika. So it's fine then. That new settlement they are working on can be the new town, and the area my main tree is will be the old town of Frika. And I gain a random level, after almost 6 months of not gaining a level. Level 117. Timber Farm. Produce average quality timber at a much faster speed. Year 74 month 6. A small scouting party from the Sala kingdom spotted. Their enmity with Ivan has not ended after all. The skirmishes with the Nung and the Tact are just minor distractions. Sala is one of the larger states in the region, and they have sufficient resources to hold both fronts and still pursue their vengeance. For Ivan, this came as a disappointment. Their earlier hopes of making peace in this land is not going to be as easy as they initially hoped. Anyway, I decide to let Ivan deal with it. If they are to make a life in this valley, they gotta show they are up for the challenges, so they captured the scouts, interrogated them, and then killed them. I suppose they'll be suspecting when the scouts don't return anyway. Later in the month, the traders came along, traded some oil, and brought us some exotic fruits. It seems the olive oil prices went up slightly during the wars, so we were paid a little more, though the merchant's share is obviously higher. It seems the Sala's claim over our valley and a few other territories is disputed by the Nung. That abandonment during the demonic wars renders the Sala's claim moot. The past few months consists of a mix of skirmishes and high-level diplomatic meetings, and so the dispute areas has been declared a temporary no-go zone. But that's ending, as neither is budging from their claim, so Sala is coming, and so is the Nung. Peace is but a temporary lie, the outcome of two nations bickering with words. Harvestable products upgraded, papaya and grapes obtained, normal tree count 7,800. Year 74 month 6 week 4. More refugees. Ivan's group is expanding their walls. A second layer of walls is being built to protect the additional houses now. With the help of timber, some of their earlier buildings are being rebuilt taller, more dense. Ivan's group is actually fairly talented. One of them was actually a mayor, has taken the role of mayor of New Frika, and he is in charge of construction and absorbing the refugee influx. With him are few counselors and paperworkers, experts at setting up and managing paperwork. It seems they even got started on making some paper from all the branches and leaves. Another of Ivan's men is a military trainer, and she's in charge of managing the defensive aspects. I suspect the whole conflict stems from Prince Galen's skilled retinue, and this somehow threatened the elder prince. Skill obtained, growth surge. Creates patches of normal trees, shrubs, and grasses, affected by weather and seasons. Year 74 month 7 week 2. There's a fair bit of movement at Ivan's side, people moving in and out. Other than that, everyone's getting ready for another round of winter. The elves, Loffen, and all do drop by each of the camps, though I keep watch whenever they do. Last thing I want is a kidnapping. Though they are new and are strangers, it makes them happy. They are in a society after all, and elves who stay alone for too long lose that social connection, especially the kids. There are more kids to play with, kids their age. Lausanne in particular found another girl her age, and they play catch in the small town of New Frika. In New Frika, multiple subsidiary trees keep watch. These are so that I can look and keep myself aware what's happening, but I am struggling to keep track of so many things happening at once, especially now that it grows to almost 1,200 people, not counting the treefolk and centaurs. Year 74, Month 7, Week 4. Army spotted 10,000 strong. They bear the flags of Sala, a proper army, swords, armors, knights, and mages. They march towards New Frika, and as they approach, one man on horseback yells, "We demand you surrender. No, I have insufficient root strikes to kill that many people. At best, I can take out about 1,000, and that leaves 9,000 men. The refugees are worried, of course. It's a large force. They talk about running, but Ivan somehow convinces them to stay. The past months, they have built a wall to act as a defensive fortification, preparing for this day. 10,000 is a lot, but not all need to die. If I can get a hit on the leaders and deliver a visible smacking to their morale, perhaps they can be convinced into fleeing. I think the core group of about 400 are professionals. The rest look like conscripts, mages. I had in mind similar strategy to the earlier fight. Take out the mages first, but they did see how we fought the first time, so they might know that we would go for that. And indeed, there's no obviously visible mages. All of them wear armor, so the suspected mages are those wielding staffs or sticks. They will probably show themselves once the battle gets into close range. The army closes in. There's not many horses this time. The refugees field about 800 fighters in total, 700 from the camp itself, and 100 from centaurs and treefolk. Arrows start to fly, and the enemy leader activates a shield barrier, deflecting the arrows. Some of the arrows, though, are from actual archers with shield-penetrating abilities, so some still go through. The treefolk use their ability to throw rocks and boulders at the army, and their size and energy us able to pierce the shield. 10,000, mostly soldiers. Something is not right. They enter into some kind of turtle-ish formation to reduce the impact of the projectiles, and they get nearer. Around the walls are my subsidiary trees, and they are walking past them now. I take this chance to take a closer look. Mages. I know some of them are, but with the bodies flanking and blocking, I can't see them very well. A few of the refugees are mages, and 2 fireballs fly towards the army, smacks right into a magic barrier. It's at this time a long-range projectile smashes into the refugee mage, killing him instantly, and I quickly turn my attention to them. Far away there's 3 men, one holding a long barrel gun, a sniper, but it's a lot more crude, made of forged crystal, and it fires magic bullets. Another looked like a mage with the whole wizard gear. And the last man is an old man in knight armor. He looks somewhat like a lord. Did you spot any archdruid? Number 10,000 men is overkill. It's probably those treefolk. The old man nods. I wouldn't count Ivan out just yet. She's probably got something in her sleeves. The fact that she so brazenly set up a physical camp here suggests she has some kind of backing. The sniper shakes his head. Seriously, no unusual mana signatures. The wizard shrugs. Maybe she's just overconfident, or just tired of running. Maybe. Sniper turns his barrel around. All these trees are annoyingly tough. Fires, and the projectile pierces through one of my subsidiary trees, but it slows the crystalline projectile down significantly and softens the blow. The wizard pauses, seemingly realizing something. Detect presence. He pauses and turns to the Lord. We should leave. The Lord looks dumbfounded. Why don't we have good odds? I sense an ominous presence that stretches this entire valley, not something an archdruid can do. The trees, they are looking back at us. The wizard points at the trees. I feel them watching us. The Lord stares. How sure are you? These trees has a faint killing intent. This is no ordinary forest. That explains why the refugees are stuck. They dare not venture through the valley, so they may as well make a stand here. We might still be able to defeat Ivan and her band of rebels, but whatever else it's here, it's not going to fall to us, not to what we have here. If Ivan is somehow working with or trying to control whatever lurks in this forest, we may not stand a chance. It's a trap, my lord. The Lord pauses and looks at the sniper. What do you think? I trust his judgment. If he says we should leave, we should. He fires another shot, this time intentionally hitting one of my subsidiary trees. It punctures a hole through the subsidiary tree and sends a jolt of pain through me. Normal trees would explode on impact. I agree that this forest has secrets. I'll need explosive weaponry. The wizard nods to the sniper. It is best I report this to the Wizards Guild. A deployment of a much larger group of wizards may be necessary. The Lord nods. Very well. There is no shame in retreating to fight another day. Call the army back. If this is a trap, we will not fall for it. We would be better placed if we can tap some rangers and shamans for the next fight. And so the army of 10,000 halts its advance and retreats. It is surreal for the refugees, who thought they would be goners or lose most of their people. The casualties on both sides are relatively small, about 20 to 30, and for Ivan and group, this was a huge victory. Skill: haunted tree upgraded to haunted forests. Did I just scare away an army? I am pretty sure the army cannot kill me, but I probably won't be able to kill all of them too. Still, it looks like they will be back with a vengeance, so I need additional countermeasures. Year 74, Month 8, Week 3, 10,000 normal trees reached, firing up Soul Forge. All of the trees in the valley abruptly emit a faint glow, and it scares the refugees. And I feel power surging into me, my roots, all of them overflowing with power, energy gathered. And then a huge thunderbolt from above lands on me like a constant electrical connection. It causes everyone to jump, and the secret hideout shakes like it is experiencing an earthquake. The ground shakes. My entire body of tree glows in a bluish light. The thunder, like a chain linked to the sky above, shakes and flickers. What the hell is going on? Jura asks. Tree spirit, are you okay? They don't know. The tree folk seems afraid. Is the tree suffering through a magical crisis? The centaurs wonder whether this is some kind of divine punishment. The normal trees push more energy through the roots, and all of that energy flows into the once inactive soul forge. A small blue flame pops out and dances in the middle of the soul forge. The soul forge actually looks like a massive circular jar, and now there is this blue light emitting from within. And then, a shockwave. The outer barks of my body is shredded by the bolts of lightning, as they hop in and out of my body like a short-circuited set of electronics. You gained 4 levels. Level 121. Skill obtained, magic suppression. All hostile magic abilities below tier 3 are absorbed. Skill upgraded, root surge. Covers a wider area and use limit increased. Skill upgraded, subsidiary tree increased to 250. Soul Forge blue is active. Soul Forge, Forge Tree, the physical realms linked to the Soul Forge. Soul Forge abilities unlocked. The power to repair, mend souls, to strip souls apart and put them back together. The ability to add souls to your abilities, familiars, items, trees. The ability to push souls to their limits and beyond. The ability to rank up a soul. The ability to fuse soul fragments whole and create artificial subsouls from ordinary soul fragments. The wisp shakes and he splits into 3 wisps. 2 then circle around the soul forge, orbiting it. You've done it, an active soul forge. Where do I start? I suggest, given your now expanding reach, is to have assistance. Okay, lead the way. Not all souls are suited to make the journey to the afterlife, the ether dimension, whether all souls return. Souls, though extremely durable, do fracture and crack and decay from the presence of the outside world. Some souls are torn by the magic of men, between life and death. Some souls are stuck, lingering, seeking vengeance or salvation. Whatever it is, some souls cannot make the journey. And for these souls, they decay into fragments, but it is not the end. Eventually, in the eternity of time, enough of these fragments will pool together and form a soul body able to make the journey into the afterlife, where the administrator of souls can restore them and send them onwards to continue the eternal duty of souls. To reincarnate into the next life, a soul forge assists in this repairing and renewal process. It fuses the fragments of ordinary decayed souls into a soul body, and the soul body then makes the journey to the afterlife, but it leaves behind a frame, an artificial thing not possessing the limitless self-sustaining life force of a soul, but yet close enough. To use an analogy, the soul comprises of a car an outer layer and a driver an inner layer. The decayed souls are broken cars, unable to continue its journey to the other side. The soul forge forges the broken parts of multiple broken cars together, such that together they can make that journey. But once that journey is made, the inner layer disappears, but the outer layer remains. This outer layer is the artificial soul. Like a person without heart, it is close but not the same. And with this artificial soul, we upgraded one of my very first abilities. Soul Forge is fusing Autopilot with an artificial soul. Autopilot has transformed into Forest Mind, level 1. You may now name Forest Mind. Trevor. I wanted Trevor, but never mind. I am Trevor, level 1 Forest Mind. Greetings, Master Tree. It speaks. I can handle the administrative, defensive, and organization aspects of the valley on your behalf, and as I gain levels, you may select the skills and abilities I gain. Please assign me a duty. Bear and Beetle. Bear and Beetle. Year 74, Month 9. It is as if I am playing a strategy game, and now I unlock the radar and now have minimaps, live indicators, numerical representation of all the things going on before, with much better details. An example would be normal trees. Previously, I have a data indicating how many trees is connect to me via RootNet, but now that data is a lot more granular, like how many of those trees are producing seeds and fruits, the average age of trees, the estimated fertility of the ground, and estimates of how many trees will be added. The merchants are spotted southwest, sir. Yes, I think I prefer sire over master. And my alarm system. Good, the elves are on their way, with the olives. There are certain things innate to Trevor, things that do not need to be taught because they come naturally. Things like tree management, boosting growth rate, checking for new foreign objects, managing mining and essence extractions. Master, I gained a level. Yes, good. And he is level 5 now. Here's a limitation with artificial souls, though. Artificial souls start off with a level limit of 20, and to break that, I need to upgrade the artificial soul or fulfill certain set criteria. As they get upgraded, their abilities grow, but according to Wisps, so will their tendency to misbehave. So in a way, artificial souls generally become less stable as they grow. but this is also influenced by various factors, such as the skill of the soul forger, the power of the soul forge, and various other unknowns. Another is that Trevor leeches off on my knowledge and fuses it with its innate knowledge of tree stuff. So while it can handle forest-related matters superbly, it struggles to even talk about communicating with its inhabitants. In fact, that communication it has with me is due to the fact that it is synchronized to me and therefore can relay its message to me specifically. So in a way, an assistant no one knows about. Well, doesn't matter to the elves, does it? How about me? Mila pops by. Her soul is damaged by the journey, but I have used the soul forge to repair her back. Still, it is not a complete repair. It seems I will need to find additional upgrades for the soul forge to fully get back her power. I haven't thought of how to best use you, and you are due for reincarnation, no. Oh, I spoke to Nobuo last night. He said I can stay for 1,000 years before I return. Who's Nobuo? Oh, the reincarnation god. Huh, I thought his name is Mozart. Or are there multiple reincarnation gods? Why? Oh, he assumed my soul was destroyed by the demons and would take a longer time to get back into the system, so he didn't arrange a subsequent reincarnation for me yet, so he says I can hang around for 1,000 years. That's awfully long for him. Oh, time flows differently in the ether realm, it's like super fast there. Mila's soul bobs around. Really? Well, I suppose it's like saying flies have short lives, and perhaps to these gods our lives are like flies. Trevor, any suggestions? No, sir. Souls are not my area of expertise. Would you like a combat role? Mila's soul spins. No, I did a lot of fighting with the stupid demons, so I can help with defenses if you need it, but something more domestic. What do you like? I like dancing, I like kids. I used to volunteer as a kindergarten assistant and maybe playing games and stuff. Anything else? Mila seems slightly annoyed. Why can't you just pick something? Can't I change if I don't like it? Wisp, is the soul forge fusion reversible? For artificial souls, no. The disentangling process will shred to soul frame outer layer. For normal souls, yes, but the normal souls have a cooldown period. You are right, Mila. Looks like you can change if you don't like it. I was afraid that it's an irreversible effect, in which case a mistake would be terrible. I see. Well, I do like exploring places, eating food, talking to people. You know, like be a tourist. I think that would be nice. A tourist, I can't create human bodies, so too bad. At most I can make a wooden puppet wait. A wooden puppet might be a good idea. Is that it? I also like to draw and paint, and hang out with my siblings. Sorry, I suddenly thought of it. Don't you miss your family or whoever where you came from? I suddenly miss my nephew too. Mila pauses, I do. But like I said, time moves differently for different places. Relativity, interdimensional time-space, and all that mumbo-jumbo. This 1,000 years is not going to be a 1,000 years in my home. Nobuo say he can send me back without my memories to the exact moment before we had the bus accident, and that accident didn't happen. According to him, the only thing I will get from this world once I return is strange, unusual dreams. Yeah, things will be back to the way they were, and all I get is a dream. Like primary school essays, where you wake up and realize it's all been a dream. Exactly. Do you like doing research? No. How about you pick something? I don't know. Seriously? Yay, any ideas? I look at the actual Wisp and he turns around. I take that as a no. Can you just be my secretary then? Sounds lewd. No, year 74 month 9 week 3. There are patches of subsidiary tree, with grapes and papaya in all the different refugees groups, as a form of dietary supplement. The refugees of New Frika swelled to 2,000, boosted by the victory over the large army. So New Frika is bustling with activity, as they try to cater to the needs of a growing town, with Yvonne and her group of advisors as the unelected leader. Most of the new refugees are mostly escapees, as the war with the Nung and Tact continues to devastate that region of land. I bring troublesome news, tree spirit. Jura nods and sits in one of the tables in the inner circle of trees. He sips on the tea made with tea leaves and then continues. Yvonne's group is planning to send a delegation to Sala to negotiate a truce for coexistence. Oh, how is that troublesome? Is it not worth trying? The refugees themselves, though, do not think that is a good idea. Many lost friends, family to the brutality of the Sala kingdom like us. Enmity is not going to accept a truce. Personally, I think Yvonne still wants to coexist peacefully with humans. So the mood amongst the refugees is a bit conflicted. They are aware their options for revenge is limited, but feels injustice and dissatisfaction at peace. And some of them think you should decide whether truce is a good idea. Yes. And besides, do you think Sala kingdom is going to hold on and honor a truce? Well. So a truce is a good idea because it buys time. It gives us just cause to retaliate. Jura pauses and then nods. Yeah, maybe. Now that it's decided, I turn my attention to artificial souls, thinking of making another. The Wisp asks, clearly knowing my thoughts. Yes, but I have much to think about considering I have only sufficient fragmented souls to make 4 more for now. People die, and over the eternities you will gather thousands, maybe millions of souls. Life in this world is so fragile after all. True. Do these artificial souls die? Yes, if they get destroyed, kinda like computers then. It is then we direct our attention to the forged tree, a large tree located on the outer ring of my circle. Black in color, as if the tree itself has been scorched, it's split into 5 from top through the middle of the trunk. At the bottom, there's a big black hole into a pitch-black screen, and Jura gulps, he steps in, soul forge activating. Merging artificial soul, tree familiar and essences of earth, and 50 essences of bear. Familiar has transformed into a bear-shaped tree eidolon, level 1. You may name it, bamboo. Jura walks out of the soul forge feeling a bit dazed, wondering what happened. It is then that a smoke-like things start to appear out of his skin, and it then accumulates, spins and swirls, then transforms into a bear made of branches twirled and spun together. Hi, a loud, hoarse voice breaks the soft rustling of the forest. Jura jumps. What? The bear takes a few steps and stands on 2 legs like a grizzly. I was once your familiar. With the blessings of the tree spirit, I have now transformed into an eidolon. Eidolon, well, I'll let Jura figure it out. Next is a large giant warbeetle. The soul forge took a whole day to merge a warbeetle with an artificial soul, but when it is finally complete, a large warbeetle emerges. Warbeetle has transformed into Beetle Knight, level 1. You may name it, Horns, Master. It speaks to me telepathically. Great, Horns, you shall lead the beetles, as you command. To assign more artificial souls, additional trees needed. It seems each of these artificial souls derive some form of control and energy from me indirectly. You obtained a beetle commander. Each tree with insect warriors has expanded to 5 beetles per tree. You leveled up. Level 122, poison field upgrade. But if a large army of 10,000 comes along again, the citizens of the valley are done for. Year 74, month 10. Traders came by and bring news and money. Sala is winning the war against both Nung and Tact, so they may soon turn their attention back to us again. Traders came by for another load of olive oil. It seems it's a rather popular product, that they asked the elves whether the olive oil production could be expanded, and they only say maybe. New Frika is growing, and a big inflow of refugees resulted in a growth to almost 3,000. Food is a problem, and so they engage in widespread hunting, but Ivan directed them towards the open fields and shrubs where some animals spawn. We need food. Winter is here soon. Jura pauses. Food. Can the tree spirit help? Tree spirit is not the solution to everything. Jura shakes his head. Ivan and another of the senior New Frika leaders look at each other. Surely he can do some things. Jura pauses. Perhaps help with some fruits. Fruits don't grow in winter. Some fruits do grow in winter, especially with my winter resistance. Perhaps someday I will even get some greenhouse-like ability. Sounds like a farming game then. Perhaps sprinklers too. Would I be a farm tree then? I will speak to the tree spirit. Ivan nods, please. If the refugee situation grows even further, we will have a food crisis over winter. Then why are you still accepting more? I can't. I made an oath to the gods when we started this fight, before this, to accept the non-human refugees, to offer safe haven to those who seek us out. A god's oath? Jura asks. Yes, to Moria. Not Gia. Ivan didn't answer, and Jura takes the hint. So please ask the tree spirit for help. I will ask. Just as Jura is about to walk away, Ivan stops him. Also, can the tree spirit create a tree in New Frika? We can cater an area where a quiet sanctuary can be made. Oh, why? The refugees have spiritual needs, a place for prayer, ceremony, and faith. Jura nods. I see. I will speak to the tree spirit. It seems Ivan and team still cannot identify which tree are actually my subsidiary trees. Camouflage. Oh well. Can you let us know the tree spirit's decision tomorrow? I will try. Later, once they left, Jura sits on a wooden stump right outside the secret hideout. What do you think? You heard what they say. I pause. I suppose if we do assist, they may soon expect it annually. There must be a cost to it, so they must bear some kind of price for assistance. Power and abilities should not be given freely, as there are consequences. Potatoes. Offer them potatoes, but it comes at a price. I demand a magical item in exchange. Jura pauses. What sort of magical item? The amount of potatoes I will nourish depends on what magical items they offer me. Oh, as for the tree for New Frika, I am fine. How's the eidolon coming? Jura stands, and then suddenly a wooden armor surrounds him, and that armor looks like a grizzly bear, his arms with claws made of wood. He takes a few steps, and his posture and gait that of a giant bear. This is my new form, Ursa mode. So how is it? Not bad. I feel stronger, faster. But without a real opponent, I will not really know how well it performs. Get Ivan. Jura pauses. You want to show this to her. It is fine, not as if she can do anything about it. Jura nods, leaves for New Frika, and inform Ivan of the decision. Later that evening, a clearing is made in New Frika that has been designated as space for a subsidiary tree, and indeed, overnight, a tree appeared in the middle of that space. Year 74, month 11. The artifacts offered were uninteresting. Rings, daggers, all with mild enchantments. The possessions of the refugees are not spectacular, or perhaps they are not hungry enough to offer what is truly valuable, but they did offer quite a few, about 30, so as a result, they received about 3,000 large potatoes, which spawned right next to their town. This level of precision is made possible by Trevor. Other than that, this month is quiet. The cold is coming again. Winter is starting. Lausanne, now almost 6, is starting actual combat training since she really still is holding on to that hero idea, and Brislach, Wallen respectively, are old enough and yearn for social contact that they demand to move to New Frika, even though Laufen has been a great caretaker. I guess even elves go through that teenage rebellious phases. Belle and Emile, though, seem to remember the destruction a lot more vividly than the younger kids, so they are staying put. Maybe they want to do work other than doing olives. Jura shrugs and lets them go. I give both Brislach and Wallen a regular tree familiar just for protection, and Trevor will help me monitor them. Elsewhere, my beetles explore a bit further just to get a sense of what's out there beyond the valley, once again made possible by Trevor and Horns. Beyond the valley, further down south, is the ruins of Motten, where I once stayed. It seems after the demonic wars it never actually rebuilt. Even further south is a region under the Nung Kingdom, known as Rufas, and it is where the region's Temple of Gia lies. Rufas is also a border city with Sala, and Motten in times past has frequently changed hands between Nung and Sala. A small town with little defenses, they often just surrender when threatened. I suspect the Temple of Gia I once was is here, but I can't be sure. Perhaps there are many, and I wonder whether the caretaker and Jua's body is still there. Rufas is large, heavily fortified, and I have little insight to its interior beyond a spying beetle. To the east and west are large fields, now populated with wild buffaloes, goats, and some animals. There are also monsters, but they do not attack the regular animals. On the eastern side, as we go further, there is the ruins of multiple different forts. Some are being rebuilt, but most remain ruins. The damage in ruins looks fairly new, and the fields are littered with the dead. After that, the eastern terrain deforms even more, and it looks as if the area has seen some really serious demonic battles. On the western side is first the fields, then some regrowing forests, and then some more ruins, and then mountains, some hot springs, then some lakes, and after that, a chain of active volcanoes. On the northern side is where the demonic rift used to be. It's still mostly barren, and the beetles are frequently attacked by rather fearsome monsters that appear here. Horns advised a larger squad of beetles, should I intend to actually explore the areas closer to the demons. Year 74, month 12. Winter, potatoes, beetles sleep. Even Horns is operating at half strength. Winter is even colder than last year, but thankfully most of the refugees are well prepared now. With some decent housing, heat retention from thicker walls, and a good stockpile of firewood, all the refugees are having a much more comfortable winter. The Centaurs over this whole year has constructed multiple large tents, with multiple layers of cloth and skin that help slow down heat loss, and also built, with the aid of the treefolk, some drainages to help manage the rain that occurs frequently during the winter months. Potatoes, of course, as a reserve food. The treefolk apparently also have a habit of storing food underground. Apparently they have a kind of magic that makes a kind of fermented vegetable. It's their version of the winter cache, using cabbages mixed with all kinds of chili and vinegar. Oh, and during this month I gained an additional food variety, harvestable crops, apples. Winter resistance upgraded. The essence generators extract all sorts of essences from the surroundings. So now that my roots extend the entire valley, it seems it extracts from all the deaths in the valley. Essence generator produces, in varying quantities, essences of seasons summer, spring, autumn, and winter. Essences of the animals that die in the valley: bears, foxes, deers, birds, insects, spiders, rabbits, squirrels. This type of essence is the most abundant. Essences of elements, weather. Essences of events, of fighting. As for the material extraction from the roots, as with the various upgrades and dedicated subsidiary tree for material and mineral extraction. Iron, copper, small quantities of gold and silver. Year 75, month 1. Snow, cold, cold snow. Jura had a few sparring matches with Ivan. Ivan is stronger in pure sword fighting due to her past experience as the right hand of Prince. But then once Jura activates the Ursa form, his speed, strength, and natural defenses shoots up, and Ivan is no match. Bear form, a summoner's ability, or perhaps a beastmaster. I have no clue. Jura's being honest. I doubt Bamboo knows that much about his abilities too. Other than this, the delegation from Sala has returned, one of them, and the leaders all rush to meet him. Milady, the kingdom has agreed to a truce. Everyone is happy, but then this is too easy, so they ask further. What? What are the terms? We are to take in all of the non-humans in the kingdom. We have to pay a compensation of 10,000 gold coins a year for the next 10 years. Ivan pauses. All 10,000 gold coins. They are extorting us, these terms. Ivan pauses any more. Your life, madam, they want your head. A ley line and whines. A ley line and winds. Year 75, month 2. Yvonne agrees to the truce with a few modifications. Her death comes after 2 years of peace. She did not see herself as being that valuable, that her life mattered more than the security and safety of the non-humans she swore an oath to protect. In fact, she felt it is a fitting way to die, a martyr's sacrifice, a trade of her life for 2 years of truce. The second modification they proposed is to have the gold payment reduced, paid quarterly, and the first payment commencing after a year of peace. The Sala Kingdom accepts the modified terms. Why? One is that they still manage to get rid of all the non-humans under this truce plan, and giving this space for Yvonne to integrate the non-humans is ideal. In fact, it is probably their main goal to create a human-only environment. There is racial tension, and getting rid of these troublesome elements is worth it for Sala from a unity perspective. If they want to create a united kingdom, this may be one way to do so. The loyalties of these non-humans are always suspect, even though there is no evidence showing non-humans as more disloyal than humans. Money is hardly an issue for a wealthy nation like Sala, and perhaps there are factions within Sala who sees additional benefits of getting rid of the non-humans. Sala no longer has to maintain multiple prisons, detention camps, armies, and soldiers to patrol their lands. In fact, to be able to reduce their logistics load and manpower needs is probably what they want, so they can direct this resources to their currently ongoing conflict with the Nung and Tact. It's a concession they agree to make to deal with what they see as a larger enemy. Thinking it through, Yvonne may have signed herself and New Frika for a tough truce deal, but this is a positive outcome for her, as she gets peace, and she can better ensure the safety of the non-humans. Anyway, it is a decision Yvonne makes for New Frika, and it is probably a good decision. For me, I am initially a little peeved, but then as I ponder the issue, perhaps this will allow me to better investigate the culprits of Frika's destruction and focus my vengeance. After all, if they have less reason to suspect and enter into battle with us, I can keep my abilities hidden, unknown, and I can use that as a surprise attack. If they realize someone is constantly using roots to attack, they may well chop all trees down as a defensive measure. Also, the traders also bring news of the Demon King's corpse. The location has been discovered, but approaching the Demolite has proven to be exceptionally challenging, as the location's gravitational field has been disrupted, and so the entire area is floating in the sky. Add to that, the place is crawling with fire elementals. But most importantly, the traders brought something I have been trying to find for a long time: a register of recorded spirits and magical places in the region, and a rudimentary map where the nearest magical leyline is located. Leyline, I want one. The nearest one is actually near the ruins of Motten, so Horns investigates as Jura refuses to leave the valley. The Beetle Squad took about 3 days to get there, and to discover that it is actually a small dungeon. Dungeon A. Conventional thinking, I'll need to break the dungeon core to get to the leyline, but I wonder whether it's possible to hijack the leyline without having to mount an assault on the dungeon in either case. Having confirmed the location, I start spawning subsidiary trees in a line. This process took 60 subsidiary trees, as the gap between each tree is about 1.5 kilometers, and now I have a string of subsidiary trees that form a link all the way up to the dungeon. Somehow this reminds me of those strategy games where I sent a scout in a straight line, cutting through the fog of war. The dungeon is pouring out a ton of monsters, mostly low-level ghouls, zombies, and skeletons. The Beetles and Horns have to constantly fend off the group of marauding skeletons and zombies, but with a subsidiary tree nearby they are able to regenerate and hold back the horde. This is where I discover I have a problem. My war beetles are big, the size of rhinos, but the dungeon entrance is big enough for only 3 of them side by side, and having so little space also means the beetles lose a few of their combat advantages, i.e. their charge attacks. They do have very strong armor, but if there are stronger monsters in the dungeon, these beetles are kinda sitting ducks. Sire, suggest we stay put and control the area for now. Horns telepathically communicates. As an artificial soul linked to me, he can transmit his message to me directly, though he lacks any mouth that is capable of speech. So even though he understands language, he can only speak to me and the other artificial souls. We can set up defensive positions. Trevor asks, also interested in this new expansion. It's a dungeon. Mila pokes her head in, seeing what I see. It seems she is able to share my vision, not sure how she is able to do that. Outside in the open, the beetles can crush and ram the undead easily and render them useless. But as an experiment, I sent a few beetles into the dungeon anyway, and as expected they die once they're trapped. Dungeons with their narrow passages are not the best places for oversized beetles, so I need a different strategy. Achieved long-distance connected routes. Unlocked new skill, far-reaching routes. Subsidiary tree has leveled up. Limit expanded to 400. Year 75, month 3. The truce between Sala and New Frika signed. Refugees expelled. More than 3,000 new refugees came this month. and new freakasaurs to 7,000 in population. Massive construction happening, but thankfully it's spring, so a huge surge in new tree growth by myself and Trevor, and also the dedicated timber farms which produce no energy, as all of its energy is used to create more wood mass means ample supply of wood. The new people are a mix of elves, centaurs, dwarves, and some humans, as there are some families where the humans intermarried with non-humans, mostly humanoids, as they are the most acceptable to the humans but still not enough. Yvonne and her team are busy, and they build additional town expansion right next to the valley. The forest is off limits to the newcomers as there are monsters appearing. Insect types, but they generally hunt are animals. It's also to prevent the newbies from offending the rules that has been set up, but of course there are those that try anyway, so that's when the warbeetles scare the shit out of them. Anyway, back to the undead dungeon. Stalemate still ongoing. I can't get into the dungeon, but they can't get out either. Using additional subsidiary trees, I created a defensive line outside the dungeon, and any of the undead that appear is instantly killed by Horns and team. How do I upgrade their level limits? For who? Different unit types have different things. Wisp bobs around. Let's say Trevor. Trevor also has hit his limit. A forest mind would require a brain. Unlocked special tree type. Root brain complex. Requires special minerals to grow. Special minerals required are 10x blood crystals and 50x fresh animal heads. Guys, I got a task for you. I tell the elves, as you wish. Jura found some of his skills upgraded recently, and strangely it makes his behavior a little weird. How about me? Can I help too? Lozan asks. She follows Jura everywhere these days. He is her combat mentor after all. Depends whether you'll be in danger. It later emerges that the blood crystals can be bought and isn't exactly overly expensive. But Jura will have to raise some money for it, so we need to either earn it or get it via other means. The olives sold is a good sum of money, but insufficient to afford blood crystals. Is there any loot from the dungeon you found? Loot. Things that are dropped by the monsters or creatures. I don't know. I can't actually see it that well. Trevor Horns is there. My vision is mostly on things, living, things or creatures and items made of mana. Inanimate, monolith objects appear as outlines, and frankly there's so many of these objects I can't tell if they are any different. Yes, sire. There's some of the items dropped by the zombies and skeletons. We didn't pick them up as we don't have hands, but they look like ordinary items, sire. Horns, tell me next time. Well, I later sent Emil and Belle with a protective group of beetles to pick up the loot. It turns out zombies, skeletons do drop some low-quality loot, but loot is still loot and they can be sold for cash. And then I realized I asked the wrong question of the wisp. How do I upgrade Horns? I mean, if I do want to do more things around the valley and the region, Horns is the best candidate. The wisp pauses. I don't know actually. Stumped, I think this is a deliberate challenge. The system wants me to figure it out myself, so when Horns returns to the valley, he goes into the biolab. Under the microscope, the warbeetle knight's body is unlike any other. The body is dry, flaky, and there is a tiny spring of mana in the middle, which I think is from artificial soul. Unlike normal souls who pour out clear mana, the mana from this spring is light blue, as if somebody mixed a flower and blue coloring into it. The body, the vessel of said blue mana, is dry and cold. Body mana type compatibility is low. Body absorption ratio is low. The biolab has tooltips and indicators. I focus on the spring, and another set of tooltips emerge. Mana generation ratio, hampered by low synchronization with external environment. Looks like a lot of work needed. I don't recall seeing so many tooltips, or is it because of the upgrades? Or Soul Forge? I think I could use a lab assistant, so I wonder whether I could fuse the biolab and an artificial soul. Maybe I should do that next. Anyway, back to the body. I recall there is a freshness, a softness when I look at Mila's body. It seemed like the mana pours out of the spring and the body laps it up. Even all the other bodies I have seen, the body laps up and absorbs all the mana it produces. Is this because I forced this creation, that the body does not absorb this foreign soul suddenly thrust into it? If that's the case, do I need to introduce a phase of introducing the artificial soul's mana to the vessel before performing the merge? Soul Forge Annex added, mana soaking facility and compatibility tester. Biolab upgraded. Additional lab tools obtained. Sounds like the answer is yes. Still, I have a problem now. Horns, the body and mana has low compatibility, so how do I fix it after the fact? Is there some kind of medicine I can make? Or maybe I need to find some way to modify the body so that it absorbs and becomes more compatible with the artificial soul it houses. Never mind. At the way things are going, I will find out. I want artificial souls and assistants, and that leyline. Trevor, how many trees are we growing this month? On track for almost 2,000, sire. At the current normal tree count stands at about 13,850 at the end of the month. Sire, we require some precious gems, like emerald or topaz or diamonds. Why? The rootnet will hit max load at 20,000 and needs to be upgraded. There is an energy transmission capacity, and these precious gems can be used to upgrade the roots. Like power cables, damn. I have so many competing priorities. Can I mine these minerals somewhere? Are there any mines, or locations where this is available? The map says there are some abandoned mines nearer to the Demon Rift. No data available on the resources available or whether anyone lives there. How much of these gems do you need? 10 kg worth in any mixture, sire. It is sufficient to upgrade the main 8 directional routes that form the backbone of the root net. We are already consuming copper to upgrade the existing root networks. Fine, let's send horns and the beetles there. But how about the dungeon? True. Damn it. Can I get the refugees to do it? Hey, I am still trying to get money for the blood crystals, so I am busy. Jura shakes his head and he's not keen on the dungeon or the mines either. He's just planning to sell all the loot. Laufen, Belle, and Emile are not fighters, so they are out too, but try to buy them like blood crystals. If we produce more olive oils, maybe we can buy them. I think it won't make a dent. Such gems are expensive, no. As they discuss, hey, Trevor, what's considered a precious gem? Emeralds, diamonds, topaz, rubies, pearls, aquamarine, garnet, almost anything crystalline. I wonder how Trevor knows such things sometimes. I leech off your knowledge, sire. When we are created, we take a snapshot of what the Soul Forge thinks is relevant to our roles, and periodically we get additional knowledge from you and the Wisp. Wait, are you saying the Soul Forge is sentient? How about you? I mean, the Wisp knows shit I don't, so it must come from somewhere. I have inherited knowledge granted to all Wisps of soul trees, from the Nameless Mother herself. The Nameless Mother. I wonder whether I can meet her. Maybe I should dig really deep. Maybe she's hiding deep underground in the heart of the planet. Year 75, month 4. Ivan and the leaders of New Frika came to beg for aid. Their population now boomed to 10,000, and they have a problem feeding and housing, even with the massive building they are doing. There seems to be some observers from Sala to ensure the truce terms are complied with. Well, their problem is multifold, really. Housing, food, how to make money for their truce obligations, and how to control such a large, restless, and unhappy population. As they live on the periphery of the forest, building, farming on the lands that is not yet forested, I leave it to them. As long as they do not encroach on the forest, I can allow space for Ivan's group. I offer my soul. Ivan kneels, begs, really, anything, tree spirit. At this point, you're the only one that can offer us hope. No, I mean one soul to aid so many refugees. What does she take me for a charity? Then her entire council of 15 men kneels. We offer our souls as well. We have fought long and hard together for the dream of Prince Galen and Lady Ivan's non-human state. Here we have a great chance to achieve it, and with the powers of a great tree spirit, we can achieve it. 16 of your souls for more than 10,000 refugees. Yes, is that a good trade? I ask the Wisp. No idea. The 16 kneels. Everything we have to offer and our remaining lives. Please to house to feed, to protect a fledging city. A great tree spirit can do more than we can. Well, that is cause your levels are low. If one is high level enough, one would get tremendously op abilities, do they not? No, not good enough. They look at each other and decide to go back to New Frika. New Frika, at 10,000 sprawls the entire southern valley, essentially blocking off access to the forest which I live in. No matter. As the ginseng grows, it seems stranger, more powerful monsters spawn in the forests. Things harder for the beetles to defeat, on some days, larger groups of monsters. Ginseng has reached stage 1 maturity. You may direct its next stage of growth. Stage 2 growth choices are mana growth and mana pool size. Your mana will reduce by 1 for the entirety of the stage 2 growth period. Physical stat growth tree growth, reduced by 5 during the entire growth period. Grant unique skills. Stronger monsters will appear during the entire stage 2 period. Environmental choice grants title Survivor of the Valley. Title provides high-tier natural regeneration and increased defense. There are 20 stages to the ginseng. Each successive stage increases monster spawn and stronger monster types who will try to consume or destroy the ginseng tree. Is this a protect the tree minigame? I picked unique skills because why the fuck not? Year 75, month 4, week 3. The stalemate continues. There is a dungeon I want to invade, and yet I suck, and repeatedly attempting to charge into the dungeon seems to have created stronger zombies and undead, so if I want to get to it, I better attack with a strong force able to wipe it in one go. Meanwhile, far-reaching roots increase the distance between the subsidiary trees further, essentially doubling it. I am now trying to explore alternative means of locating the stuff that I need to grow. Back at the ginseng tree, a couple of strong monsters appeared this month. They killed a few beetles before they are defeated, so I increased the beetle, defending it to 50 beetles. The treefolk and centaur are relatively content, being like suburbs to the booming New Frika. Ivan and group returns again for another round of begging, and once more I turn them away. And yet in New Frika, it seems quite a few people, elves or humans or dwarves, pray to my subsidiary tree and talk about their issues. Some of these refugees has taken on the role of a priest, limiting and controlling the sessions each one has to talk to that subsidiary tree, even though I do not respond. Strange, but I suppose faith is needed even when one's a refugee. Some of these humans and dwarves have a culture of praying to the deity that controls the land they live in, even though they may not be a devout believer. It's an animistic kind of approach to worship the land, but it is charming. Special tree unlocked, Tree of Prayers. Tree of Prayers has a calming, relaxing effect on its surroundings, has the ability to passively soothe and comfort, comes with a naturally calming background music of rustling leaves and wind. Oh, this is like that time when Brislech and Wallen play hide and seek, year 75 month 5. A massive tiger attacked my ginseng tree. It killed 30 beetles and managed to pull the ginseng tree out of the ground. Then Trevor alerted me to the sudden attack, and I killed it with multiple root strikes. Ginseng tree has been killed. Damn it, well, the ginseng tree is still lying on the ground, but it's dead, this fragile little thing. Well, I later had Laufen brew it into a soup, using tiger meat and ginseng, kind of like traditional Asian herbal soups, and had all Jura, Laufen, Emil, and Bell eat and drink the soup. Tastes like roots. They reported feeling strange, but nothing else. Maybe not so quickly, or the ginseng is too young, year 75 month 5 week 2. Yvonne comes and begs for something again, this time for us to create grapes. The harvestable crops grapes, and the idea is that they will make wine with it to raise enough money to pay the terms of the truce. Good idea, really. So what's the offer? My soul. I am marked for death anyway, so take my soul. Soul for a farm of grapes, it's quite a good deal. 50 grapes trees, only. 50 confirmed grape trees, and I will use my abilities to boost a dedicated patch of land of 4 acres for grapes for the next 10 years. HMMMM, your soul for a grape farm. One of her advisors shake her head. No, it's too little. How about 10 acres? 12 acres then, but I get 10 cut of all wine sales. Okay, the deal is done. Spiritual contract barter completed. The denizens of New Frika builds the necessary grape trellis for the grapes to grow. As agreed, 50 subsidiary trees designated under harvestable crops to produce grapes in an area 10 AC wide, the rest of it just ordinary grapevines, boosted by me and Trevor's growth mojo. A wine industry in New Frika, fairly innovative of them, wanting to make high-value items for sale. Level up, you are now level 123. Skill, reinforced defensive structures obtained. How is that supposed to be a skill I learn at level 123? Sounds like crappy. Year 75 month 6. The New Frika peeps work fast, using the grapes produced from the subsidiary trees. The first batch of wines has been made and undergoing testing and tasting. One of the senior leaders, an old man, is apparently a wine connoisseur, and he has skills in winemaking, wine aging, and so on. With his abilities, wines age 3 times as fast and more resistant to spoilage. The timber farm produces a few variety of fragrant wood types which are usable as wine kegs and apparently can imbue additional texture and taste to the wine. I kind of feel sad that I am a tree now. When I was a programmer, I did drink occasionally to feel better about my stagnant career. Maybe I should get them to pour some on my roots. I might still taste some. Though I doubt alcohol has any effect on trees. Year 75 month 6 week 3. In either case, this burst in growth means Jura can sell the loot collected, and the olive oil can be sold once ready. Benefits of an active market, but we still don't have enough money for the crystals to create the root brain complex. How does a tree game or manipulate the economic system of this world anyway? Aligned to the ley line. Aligned to the ley line. Year 75 month 7. A higher tree count also grants 2 additional artificial souls, but I have yet to think of what to do with it. I do have the biolab assistant idea, and going by the way how Forest Mind helped tremendously in research, I suspect a biolab assistant may end up being an automated testing system, which is cool. It's like having a science officer reporting back with new stuff every now and then, kind of like those RTS games where we select something to research, pass a few turns, and ping. How about me? Oh, Mila. I sometimes forget she exists since she goes to sleep very often. Apparently non-physical souls like herself has the option to put herself into stasis or sleep mode. You actively reject every idea I put to you, and you still ask me for opinions. I could use a secretary, but Trevor might get jealous. Or do they? I frankly have not understood the degree of sentience these artificial souls display, because I really just like lazing around. I have done a whole lot of thinking, and this whole hero thing is bonkers. Maybe Max would be a hero, but me no. You do have a sense of good and evil, do you not? The gods selected her, so she had to. Or maybe the hero power kind of messed with her mind a bit. Not beyond the god's ability to cause her to feel a strong compulsion to fight evil. That's cause of my upbringing. I have great parents, but driving myself into doing hero things, all this fighting demons and monsters, no. I'd rather be a bartender or an artist. Alexis would have been a teacher or a scientist. Too bad she's dead. Too bad they're all dead. Ah yay. Mila makes some kind of noise that sounds like frowning. I wonder whether the rest of them, where are they? If they had a similar experience like you, maybe their souls are still drifting around. Mila pauses. What? I mean, your soul got shredded and damaged so bad that you can't even move to the next world. And somehow you followed the familiars, here your friends are there with you. So it's not strange if their souls got shredded too, don't you think so? So because they have no real attachment to this world, maybe they end up just floating around or something. Though this poses some interesting thoughts about the nature of the fragments that I receive when these heroes die. What exactly am I getting when I get the fragments? Their soul, or something of an attachment or extension of their soul. Mila's spirit bobs around in the soul realm. She does that when she is bothered and has something. What are you thinking? Can you make an altar? An altar? Yes, altar. Okay. I later had the elves do it, since my ability to manipulate stone and rock is fairly limited. It is a simple one, created next to the site of the tree of prayer. Essentially, it's just a flat rock like a prayer or offering table, and a few rocks stacked on top of each other into a totem. Is there a priest amongst the refugees? Where are you going with this? I met a priest once who said that it's possible to offer a prayer to the souls of those still wandering to lighten their load to send them away. I'm hoping to pray to my friends' souls so they find solace and peace so they go peacefully. I relay the request to Jura, and Jura then asks Ivan for it. They need some time though, as there are a lot of new refugees and they do not have a register of their respective jobs. You want to pray so they can move on, eh? Yeah, that's the least I can do to help them along. No, they are my friends. I wouldn't want to see their souls stuck wandering this stupid war-crazy world anyway. War-crazy, eh? You don't think so? Mila sighs. Somehow I heard that, even though she's a floating light. I didn't realize it when I'm alive, but this world is obsessed with fighting, an output of the world they live in. Demons, monsters, if your world had creatures like this, you would invent weapons to kill them too. I wish it isn't. Bet plenty of people do too. The stalemate with the dungeon continues, but if the refugees ask for help again, I'm gonna ask them to help raid the damn dungeon. They can keep the loot for the money, but I want the core. I've actually yet to decide what to do if I get it, but I want it. Lozan follows Jura everywhere these days, and even though Jura is initially reluctant to take her as his apprentice, her persistent and cuteness somehow won through his old man's heart. He is aging after all, and I suppose people mellow down as they age. Tree. Yes, Jura jolts me out of my overhead valley vision. Yes. It's Lozan. Oh, what about her? She's not talented, but she keeps trying. That's good. I like hard work. No, it's bad. Why? Jura pauses and walks a few steps around my main tree, takes a deep breath, and then sits. Combat or fighting requires talent. It's the way of the world. Learn to fight to your strength, not pursue an idol whom you can never match. He sits. Think about. If you're good in fighting with a sword, you learn to fight with a sword. If you have talent to be a mage, you learn magic. So what I'm trying to say is Lozan's wasting her time by doing what she isn't naturally disposed to doing, but I don't know what else to teach her. That seems kind of fatalistic. Mila pops out, she says to me, do people of this world believe that they should only hone their talents? Jura continues, unaware of Mila's comment. Maybe I can test her for other things and teach her for self-defense, but perhaps she is best suited for more non-combat chores like her mother. Yuwa. Mila groans, so Tree, can you talk her out of her silly dream of becoming a hero? She may lose her life pointless pursuing a dream that is futile. Isn't she too young? How does one know of talent? I retort. In most societies, by age of 6, it is already possible to identify what one is talented in. In Lozan's case, she's displaying a total lack of talent in fighting. I didn't like this conversation. At all, please Tree. I'm trying to look out for her, so I think she needs to find something else to do, something with a better use of her time. One does not teach a fish to fly or a bird to swim. Lozan's trying, and I too admire that hard work, but it'll set her on a path she's not meant to walk. Really, I'll think about it. I feel terrible even saying it, but I want to speak to Lozan first, even though she's just a child. I want to hear her thoughts, and I think it's not right. Just because one isn't talented doesn't mean one cannot pursue their dreams. But I do recognize Jura's comment that if she is classed in a way that does not fit her natural abilities, that is a bad thing as well. What do you think, Mila? No, the girl has the right to do whatever she wants, even if she can do better elsewhere. Yes, and can't you help her along? When Lozan returns home later that evening, I speak to her as she lays on her bed. She gets her own bed now that Brislech and Wallen has moved to New Frika, where they found work. Lozan, Tree. She rolls and squeezes a bolster. How's your training with Uncle Jura? It's hard, but I like it. Really, do you ever wonder you should be doing something else? You're really asking her. Mila pokes in. I like it. I want to be a hero that can save everybody. A hero must know how to fight so I can protect everyone. Did Lozan's experience with how the reincarnated heroes create this sort of desire? Is it because she still does not fully comprehend the nature of the hero's divine gift? I see I chickened out. To tell her to stop, I just don't have it in me. Is this my idealism that will somehow cross with the reality and cruelty of this world? Good, encourage her. Ah, is that not making it worse? Maybe she will realize as she grows older. This is perhaps a phase. Mila stops you. You're kicking this problem down the road. Look, we don't know what the future holds. Maybe Jura is right, but maybe he is not. I think it is too early to tell. He's wrong, maybe, I hope so. But what if he isn't? This world can be brutal, and mistakes are costly. She's 6. I didn't know what I wanted when I was 6. Lozan leans back. You know, Uncle Jura says I should learn how to do other things, and I think he is also right. Do you think there's a way I can learn everything? But mommy say I should not be greedy. I pause. Mila pauses and after a brief moment laughs. She's right. Do you have any skill? If maybe my dream tutor then it's settled. So much to think about. I wonder whether trees losing their leaves is a result of overthinking. Year 75, month 8. A dungeon raid, yeah. Ivan explains the group gathered is about 150 strong, comprising the best fighters, mages and healers the entirety of the valley has to offer, even Jura, who after some convincing, finally agreed to participate. Even adventurers are not spared from the whole non-human eviction notice. Sala is not taking chances, all non-humans, no buts, no exceptions. In a way, adventurers have it better than the other refugees, since their skills are needed everywhere, and some neighboring nations are willing to accept non-human adventurers into their lands. They are skilled, mobile, usually self-sufficient, and are already somewhat nomadic, so this eviction hardly stung. If there's one less country, there's still many others. Are you our employer, Mistress Ivan? Ivan pauses. I guess you can say so. Our goal is simple, grab the dungeon core, and if we can't, destroy it. The dungeon core, whether whole or broken, as you know, is worth a fair bit of money, and will help us with our truce obligations. The gathered fighters chatter, prepping themselves for the raid, and then off they went into the dungeon. I had no idea what happened the moment they went inside, but I waited my beetles outside in case anything happened. To be fair, I could not do anything if shit went down inside, but hey, I could cover them externally. Dungeons, from what I can sense, have similar space distortion abilities like I do, so just because I have them surrounded, does not actually mean they are surrounded. So in a way, all I could do is pray. A full day and a half later, I get a ping. Through pause. Master, the dungeon core has been obtained, but the dungeon space is crumbling. It seems that after the dungeon core has been dislodged from the dungeon itself, the barrier that shields the dungeon from the space beyond disappears, so Pause is able to then telepathically communicate with me. How much time do you guys have? No idea. We might be trapped in here. Oh no, you're not. The entrance to the dungeon starts to vibrate, shake like an earthquake is happening. Are they going to die inside? Mila seems worried, starts to butt herself in. How far are you guys? It's a lot deeper than expected. It'll take us at least 3 hours to get out of the main chamber. No, this isn't going to work. At the rate the dungeon is crumbling, they won't make it. What can I do? What can I do? Ah, Rootnit attempting to connect to dungeon space. Trevor, help me out here. Yes, sire. Synchronizing roots into the walls. With the dungeon core out of the way, the invisible barrier preventing me from spawning subsidiary tree within the dungeon's area of influence and entrance is also gone, so I spawn a few trees next to the entrance, and on top of it, and guide my roots into the dungeon. It sort of works. As the roots mix in with the walls that is crumbling, it seems the roots are taking over the distorted spaces, giving it the stability it needs. The vibration is stopping. Pause pings, and as my roots reach deeper and deeper into the dungeon, I soon cross paths with the escaping adventurers. The walls, Ivan says, now I can hear her, as my roots now cover the entirety of the labyrinth. Dead. There's dead bodies. Adventurers, not all survived. As they stream past, I see some carrying some injured, some carrying the dead. My roots can now extend into the labyrinth. You guys can calm down now. I speak to Jura directly as he comes into range. He's fine, bleeding in some places, but relatively speaking, unscathed. He immediately slows down and tells everyone that the tree spirit's roots are now stabilizing the dungeon and so it'll not collapse. And with that, they took the chance to turn back and retrieve the dead bodies for a proper burial. Ivan too has got her hand on the dungeon core, which she will let me examine in my biolab first, before she arranged for a sale on the magical artifacts market. New structure obtained, Root Dungeon. Root Dungeon, leftovers of a dungeon that happens to be stabilized by the roots of a tree spirit. Does not spawn monsters or loot. New skill obtained, Root Tunnels. Root tunnels, as what the name says, are tunnels made out of roots, good for smuggling, transporting, and various tunnel things. Sadly, the dungeon core is unscannable by my biolab. It's a biolab, not a everything lab, so dungeon cores don't register. So oh well. But anyway, that's not the purpose of me getting the dungeon core. That's the prize for Ivan's group as they get to sell it. Of course, the agreement is such that some of the proceeds go to the treefolk, centaurs and Jura, who also contributed to the expedition. The objective for me is the leyline, and so, with a few subsidiary trees now above the leyline, I extend my roots, attempting to reach for that leyline. Well, it's my first exposure to a ley line, so I don't really know what to expect, but according to the Wisp, it's like some kind of fourth-dimensional thing, so it pops up in some places, disappears, and then pops up somewhere else, but still all part of the same line. Every time it pops up, the things in its way would then be influenced by it, and thus forming things like dungeon cores, and the dungeon cores then anchor the ether line, such that they don't move elsewhere, though what's more likely to happen is that a new dungeon core would often reappear nearby. Leyline connection initiated. And I felt dizzy instantly. It's as if I drank a whole keg of alcohol and the entirety of its punch just hit me in one go. Is this magic intoxication? Yes, the wisp pops in. At least you didn't knock yourself out yet, but you are quite high-leveled, so this is to be expected. Leyline connected. The subsidiary trees above the leyline is merging. The 3 subsidiary trees has merged into a special structure 3 trees of mana. 3 trees of mana. Created when one subsidiary tree couldn't handle the energy of a leyline, so 3 of them merged. An artifact of the leyline, this structure serves as the conduit of the leyline, so protect it, as it is your connection to the leyline, in place of the dungeon core. Serves no other function. 3 trees, did the skill just did what I think, and seriously, why did they make that tree so visible? It's like a big blue tree growing out of nowhere, telling everyone of its presence. Come on, first the ginseng tree, now this. The system is trying to paint me as a target. Or is this some kind of subliminal messaging the system is saying, that trees are always targets and we should always protect our trees? I feel the dizziness slowly drain away from me, and my mind starting to regain its senses. Then even more updates. Leylines are awesome after all. Due to the additional energy types supplied, Soul Forge Black unlocked. Soul Forge Black allows for the conversion of undead spirits back into regular soul, reversing the effects of necromancy, and the removal of the dark energies of a soul. Additional repairs of damaged souls, now possible. Creation of soul harvesters, now possible. Soul harvesters. Some call them the Grim Reaper, some refer to them as Valkyries. These are traveling collectors of souls. They extend your soul harvesting reach and can be directed to specific places, such as battlefields, graveyards to collect souls. Souls collected are of a higher chance to contain transferable experience. Due to the presence of 2 colors, the following fused abilities are now available. Nightmare Collectors. A special ghost type that steals nightmares. Memory Collection. Using the dark arts, a small of memories of the dead will be converted into skill essences. I'm already losing the leaves on my branches thinking about so many things, so now I have more to think about. First of all, the Soul Forge has different color types which supply different types of abilities. I have blue and now black, and that's like pure control deck archetype, isn't it? But I'm a tree, so does that make me a blue-black-green deck? Anyway, let's ignore that little snippet about trading cards. How many colors are there? And if I am to hazard a guess, the black comes from the fact that this is specifically an undead dungeon, so there's probably some linkage. If I go to the volcano, do I get red? And a magical glades or something, do I get green? Adds to to-do list. Next is to further repair Mila's soul. This second repair didn't do much, other than allow her to stay awake and active more often. Also, I'm really tempted to fuse her soul and a soul harvester. She'd be a Valkyrie. Or a ghost, but she said nope, I'll think about it. She should be a nightmare collector then. Kind of the saw guy, no? Or is that the guy with the spiky nails? Once again, she vehemently rejects the idea. I'm a cute little girl. I ain't becoming your haunted ghost, but cute little girls make the best scary ghosts. 3 Tree Defense Initiative. 3 Tree Defense Initiative, Y75M9. The month starts with rain. Rather heavy rain, though nothing damaging, as there is natural drainage within the valley itself. As the clouds dump water into the valley, the roots rejoice, the trees all crave water, so the roots lap it all up, absorbed by the growing number of normal trees and subsidiary trees, and it sated for a moment the valley's ever-increasing demand for water. For New Frika, they had to work harder. Ivan and team had to quickly repair and set up additional drainages. They expanded so quickly to accommodate the large quantities of housing that the existing drainage is just not adequate. Flooding occurred in a few spots, but with some construction-type magic, temporary drainages could be built rather quickly. The centaurs had some tense runoff in the sudden downpour. Again, because one lives on hills and slopes, they are trading off flooding for mudslides and rock slides. Still, a few of the refugees drowned at the sudden flash floods. Nothing like a bit of death and destruction to teach a lesson about infrastructure planning, as morbid as it sounds. And after the event, there's usually some kind of death ceremony, a burial or cremation, or for the first time, I witnessed a real oddity, the death ceremony of a treefolk, where the treefolk is cut up into many pieces and served as a kind of soup for the kin to consume. For our loved ones live forever in us and as a part of us. We are tree folk and we carry the memories and lives of those who passed away before us. Strange, but I suppose the ceremonial, ritualistic aspect of life is very much well preserved. Lately, I have been getting more prayers. It's a bit like the conversations I used to have in Frika with the elves, where they would come and sit next to me and talk. It's got to do with the tree of prayer and their belief that soul trees are a way of communion with their ancestors, or gods, or whoever they worship. So in some societies, a soul tree, a shamanic totem, or a spiritual rock has a similar function as a church or a temple, like some kind of merger between druid beliefs and conventional religion. O tree, make me rich and make me free. A refugee praying for money, as if the trees have the power to grant fortune. Actually, you do have some limited power to do so. The wisp interjects, and I brush him off. I'm not going to make somebody rich. Else I'd have people praying to me for winning lottery tickets. O tree, let me be free of my stupid husband. One of those. Do I have powers over domestic happiness? In some ways, if you are creative, you do. Damn it, wisp. O tree, make us safe and stop all of this running. Let us find a home where we can live in peace of the rest of our lives. The common prayer of refugees, sick of running away, and finally finding a place to stay. I totally sympathize. I recall being evicted as a tenant, and that's a horrible experience. O tree, kill the humans. Kill those who make us go through this suffering. The vengeful too. Such is the anger from those who lost their families or friends. Vengeance is a common prayer topic. After all, refugees all have plenty of grievances from the experience they go through. And my tree of prayer responds to such energy, absorbing some of it and converting it into essence of mercy, essence of hope, essences of anger, and essences of vengeance. And in doing so, it also helps to reduce that anger and emotion in those who pray. That said, the rate of conversion is really low. Perhaps as it is just a prayer, the energy within that prayer is minimal. Or maybe the absorption ratio improves as I level up this skill. Who knows? Maybe I should consider merging a tree of prayer with an artificial soul. Maybe that'll create a tree priest. This month, THS traders also bring in slightly concerning news about Sala, their ongoing wars with the Nung and Tact kingdoms. Sala is winning, and so Nung and Tact now form a coalition, with possibly other nations that have historical grievances with Sala. Of course, in Sala's eyes, this is treated as an escalation, and Sala is now trying to get its own allies in, so there are hints of a bigger regional conflict brewing. If additional nations join into the war, New Frika may end up being smack right into the middle of the war, instead of being on the other end of the battlefield. This is of little concern to me. If Sala gets owned in a battle, that's not my problem. This worries Ivan, so Ivan and her council scrambles to send people to all the nearby nations to declare some kind of neutrality to this conflict. New Frika, as a young nation, still trying to comply with its truce terms and safeguard its new citizens, is deeply concerned with any disruption to its growing trade and food supply. Personally, my ideal outcome is for the battles to be fought around me, without affecting me, such that I gain the souls from all this conflict. But this conflict also exposes the 3 trees of mana, as it's a big blue shoot-me sign in the area. It's huge, it's obvious, and it does nothing else. It's also quite far from me, as that is where the ley line is. At this moment, I am uncertain whether anyone will react to the presence of the 3 trees of mana. Perhaps the nearby nations will ignore it. Perhaps they will think it's some kind of strategic asset and seize it or anything, really. So if a conflict does happen, protecting the 3 tree will also be something I need to do. If the nations turn hostile, defending it is my priority. I mean, theoretically speaking, the location of the 3 trees of mana is already contested territory. Abandoned during the previous demonic battles, its last owner is the kingdom of Sala, but historically that plot of land has changed owners a few times. Unlike the Valley of Frika, which is somewhat legally, under the truce arrangement, a part of this new nation of New Frika, even if Ivan manages to get some kind of neutrality declared for the valley, that neutrality would likely not extend to this newly claimed area of mine. In fact, it may even be seen as a hostile act from New Frika for claiming that dungeon, so I may have invalidated the truce already, but I would not part with the ley line. That's fact, so if a battle does pop up, I will defend it, and unfortunately for the New Freakins, I'll have to drag them into the battle if I have to. So many moving variables, though so many ifs. If only I have eyes and ears into all the nearby nations. You're overthinking. Mila pops up, poking her head into my thoughts. Why? I'll end up dragging the refugees into battle, which is a bit too bad for them. So I should be thinking about what to do next carefully. No, it didn't happen yet, right? That's not how I see it. Not planning for things is how I got into trouble the last time. I should do better, right? I think you're getting a bit too into that whole long-termist tree thinking. And that's wrong because, how about the here and now? Oh, come on, don't tell me that. It's reality that I have to plan a bit more into the future. I'm a tree, I can't just wing it. I also discover that Mila did experience some change from the additional repair from the Soul Forge Black. She gains a bit more awareness of my thoughts and to some extent knows what I think. It's unnerving as I don't enjoy having my mind read. But she denies it. She just says she has a very good innate sense of what my thoughts are, but she's not reading my mind. But all souls do get their minds read. A little. According to the Wisp, a soul tree can very well read and rummage through the memories of the souls that pass through it, if certain conditions and abilities are met, and this exchange is mutual. Of course, for most souls, this doesn't really matter because when they reincarnate, they forget them. Heroes, however, retain their memories, and if they carry knowledge of a soul tree into their next life, that makes them rather dangerous. Frankly, the mechanism is still confusing. Apparently, some reincarnation gods will wipe the memories clean, but some don't. Someday, if I meet Mozart again, I need to ask him about this memory wipe thing. How does it even work? Ah, Mila, so what would you do? If this war happens, my leyline is under threat. Fight them off then. So you agree with me? No. How does anyone know that bunch of trees is anyway related to New Freaka anyway? Most people can't even tell two trees apart. Mila's spirit bobs around and twirls, so act as if the two sides are separate, unrelated camps, so find a way to delink the two visually. If they look different, nobody's gonna suspect the two tree groups are related. Don't you have some kind of ability to make it as if they look different or you don't? Some camouflage or illusion skill? And do you have a way to remove the straight line of subsidiary trees so that it's not so? Obvious. I pause. That's a good idea. When were you this smart? You've always given me the happy but slightly mentally retarded hero girl. I'm a designated reincarnated hero. I get like super boosts to my intelligence stats. Really? Yes, apparently all of us heroes get like tactical genius as a perk. Really, that sounds like rubbish. I don't recall them being tactically smart at all, and in fact, often rely on their cheat ability to get out of tough situations. You sure don't act like it all the time. Mila pouts. Okay, I lied, there's no such perk. But I mean, I can think if I want to. We're not exactly idiots. Then, that's me rejecting the need to work hard and refuse to think too hard through my solutions. I live life with the Pareto theory. If 20 effort is sufficient to get an 80 score, I'll do it and leave the 80 effort for fun stuff. Anything that pops up, I wing it with my natural talent and ability. Mental slap, please. I mean, that's the best you can do. Cut the connection, and if they are under attack, defend it. They might not even pay attention, and the location of battle may not even be there, and you've just prepared for nothing. So do what you can and then not worry about it. Fair. Are you still considering my offer as a secretary? No. Trevor, did you catch Mila's suggestion? Are you able to alter the look of the forests around the three tree of mana? Yes, sire. The energy and mana from the three trees of mana contain certain specific aesthetic variations, courtesy of the Soul Forge Black, that we can apply to the flora in that locality. Good. Next is, how about that hiding the line of trees that link this valley to the ley line? We can create subsidiary trees that are mostly hidden underground, like a kind of small tuberous plant, with only a small shrub appearing above. That way, while there is still a portion of trees that is above ground that can be spotted, they would not stick out as obviously and can be easily disguised by a thick overgrowth of other shrubs and weeds. But the trade-off is that they lose their customizable branches function, and our line of sight in that area is significantly reduced. Well, it's worth it, I think, so do it. Things are going smoothly. Yes, sire. As you command. Wisp, your turn. Are we able to merge an artificial soul with the three trees of mana? The logic of me doing this is simple. If it can level up, it'll be stronger, and with some sentience, that three trees can defend itself better. No, that is actually a connection with your Soul Forge Black, so you cannot merge it. It's like a forge trying to forge itself. That makes sense. Fine, so I need some kind of defensive unit at that location then. And I turn to Mila. Since you have so much to say, mind being some kind of defender. Come on, you're the best. Besides, you can still talk to me. Master, Trevor and Horns both butt in. Yes, riders spotted on the horizon, heading towards us at speed. They will probably close in on the Treefolk village soon. They all have rather significant magical presence. Ah, how strange. It's as if they are advertising they are powerful mages to everyone, so I hover over to check it out as they pass by some of the subsidiary trees. How far is it? I hear them say, riding. It's a group of 5, all on horses. No idea, but it's ahead. The horses are exhausted, and I am out of vitality restoration. We'll arrive by nightfall. Hang in there, horses. One of them pats the horse, trying to encourage them to keep riding. Should we interfere? Trevor asks. Wait, watch. I think they're not hostile, at least not yet. They soon arrive at the forest, but the treefolk was not their focus. They head straight to New Freaka and demand to meet the leaders. Are they some kind of magical emissary? Hi, who are you people? A man asks one of Ivan's inner circle and one of those involved in the dungeon raid. He is armed and stands in front of the rest of them. He's the first to appear from the leader's house. We are representatives of the King of Baruch. We come in seek of a great healer, wizard, and magician to aid our ailing princess. Oh, there's no. The man was about to respond. Ivan steps ahead, signaling the man to let them keep talking. The Baruch man, the leader of the 5 of them, continue. The princess is gravely ill, and we seek the aid of the great healer to come to our capital and heal our princess. Yes, we heard that. But why would the great Baruch come to our town in search of such a great healer? Surely the great cities have far more talented mages, wizards, and priests. I am afraid the disease our princess has is unique. Our great oracle has a vision that here lies the cure, the solution to that disease. I am afraid there are no such great healer here. Yvonne shakes her head. You may ask every one of us if you do not take our word. You may walk and explore our town and knock from door to door, but we know not of any great healer or cure. The man pauses, perhaps thinking of some kind of retort. Is that so? Never mind. May we rest in your town for a few days or weeks. Perhaps among the refugees are some hidden genius in the art of healing. Yvonne smiles. Certainly, please do feel free to make use of our guest house. Later in the guest house, the Baruch men talk. Once again, courtesy to a conveniently placed subsidiary tree, I can catch some of the conversation. Is she lying? No. My truth detection did not trigger, nor did my detect false statements. They are being honest if they say there are no great healers here. Maybe they don't know, exactly. This place is a hive of refugees, so many that run here, a few thousand of them. Some of them may be hiding their talents, and the leaders know not of their talent, but Sala never had a great healer either. Indeed, it is strange that the oracle guides us here. You know how oracles are, they will answer your question, but it may be because our question is not correct. One of the men speak while munching on some potato salad. Maybe it's a trick answer, and we need to look for something else. Whatever it is, we can't go back without the healer. We'll get our heads chopped. We start our search for the healer after we rest tonight. Year 75, month 10. My ginseng tree got attacked by a flying creature. It pulled it out of the ground before a root strike struck its head. So once again, I had to restart my ginseng tree. My constant failure to cultivate and protect my ginseng tree reminds me I still have a problem with airborne monsters. Maybe I can get flying leaves as a weapon, kinda like Pokémon, right? Or shoot seeds as a projectile, like a rapid fire machine gun in PvZ. I already have fruit bombs, so launchable fruits would turn them into fruit artillery and fruit flak cannons. Come on, system, give me something similar or a skill like that. A fruit cannon. A seed cannon is fine too. Something to shoot at all these flying stuff that's starting to really bug me. System, give me a skill, please. Insect warrior variation unlocked. Web trap spiders. New customizable branch option. Web trap spider nests. Home to 3 web building spiders. Web building spiders have little direct combat abilities except for their poisonous fangs, but are able to build webbings between your trees, laced with paralyzing poisons, and build trapping cocoons. Not exactly what I wanted, but I suppose a spider able to build traps is still better than nothing, so I designate one. A spider crawls out, and it's really rather tiny, about the size of a small dog. Each of the spider can build and maintain 3 sets of webs, so one branch has 3 spiders and so 9 webs. The first spider quickly demonstrates its ability, building a massive web between the branches and trees, about 10 meters across and wide, and it counts as 1 web. For anti-air, it's not exactly ideal after all. If a dragon or something came up, a trap like this isn't going to work, is it? A tree can't pick the insects to decide to live in it, so fine webs and spiders. There's a spider. Jura shouts and pulls out his sword. He just came out of the hideout and is surprised to see a spider so near the main tree. I guess having a bunch of webbings right above his head kinda shocked him too. No, stop. It's my minion. Really? Yes, the girls are not going to like it. At least the beetles kind of look like a giant armor, but this spider looks like a fuzzy monster. And it's dark brown and black. I frankly did not realize it's creepy. Eep, Belle screams when she 2 steps out of the hideout and spots the spider. It's my new minions. They are my anti-air defense. Can we not have them near here at least? Laughing too comes out after hearing Belle screams. I mentally command the spiders to build their webs higher up, perhaps between the canopy layer of trees. That way they don't come across the refugees or elves so often, except for the ginseng tree area, which I will cover in multiple layer of webs, just to prevent airborne monsters from pulling the tiny ginseng tree out of the ground again. With that, the spiders hide away on the treetops and the elves go about their way, except Jura. Paws has been rather talkative lately, since he hit level 20 and capped out. Oh, how is he? A bear made of wood appears next to Jura. I am fine, master. I recently acquired this wood form summon, which allows me to take this rather weak form, but at least I can act independently. Yeah, he's been telling me about having to upgrade as Eidolon to unlock more powers. Yes, Master Tree. Paws walk up and stands next to the forge tree, and as he does, a prompt appears. Paws, Woodbear Eidolon has reached his level cap. To upgrade IE to level 30, the following options are available. Blue armor path 50 small copper ingots 5 medium red rubies needed. Black claw path 50 small iron ingots 5 medium onyx needed. For artificial souls, they start off at level 20 cap, and if I have a single color soul forge, I can unlock 1 upgrade IE level 30. Each extra color increases the upgrade by 1, so if I have all the necessary resources, I can upgrade twice to level 40. It seems the colors of the soul forge represent something lacking in the artificial souls. Each color adds an affect and makes a more robust artificial soul. Tree, I'm afraid we need to acquire some resources. Can you get 5 medium red rubies and 5 medium onyx and a lot of copper ingots? Jura pauses. Is this like the blood crystal thing? Yes. Where are you on that anyway? Ah yes, Trevor too needs an upgrade. All 3 of my first artificial souls have reached level cap. It's being shipped here. After the dungeon raid, I've gotten enough money to buy it, but the trader says the supplier is really far away, so it'll take some time. Maybe next month we'll get it. Fine then. Are the visitors bothering you? Yeah, they seem to be looking for some great healer or some great magical cure, but we don't know of any. But they are still here, claiming that their oracle never lies. Should we be afraid of them? Lausanne then pops out, asking the question to Jura. Well, not really. But Baruch is one of the larger kingdoms around, at the same level as Sala, so they are a respectable force. Making allies of them would be ideal for Ivan and gang, but we really do not have healers to offer. Jura's response is actually meant for the elves, but it's also an education for me, because the names of all these nations kind of slip past me. Trey uses heal. Trey uses heal. Year 75, month 11, week 2. A great battle broke out in the conflict between Tact, Nung, and Sala, and a great cursed spell was cast, one that sacrificed the lives of 25,000 soldiers, and with it created an exceptionally harsh winter in that area and beyond. So powerful that spell that summons a vortex, a magical vortex of ice and frost, and then the region transforms into a snow-covered land, one of blizzards, snowstorms, and strong gusts of wind. That spell extends to the entirety of the valley, overnight, from what is normally a light rain into to snow and ice. Thick snow, a terrible cold snap. A few of the smaller streams froze. This stunts the growth of the region's crops, already reeling in the earlier mild winter. Everyone's prepared for winter, so a huge stockpile is already there. Even New Frika, their efforts to vastly expand their farmlands and crop cultivation, meant they are facing this intense cold with at least a few warehouses and silos full of harvested, preserved vegetables and grain. What was meant to be their solution to a migrant surge becomes a solution for exceptionally bad winter, though I wonder how long this stockpile will last. Since it is great battle, I figured that there must be a lot of death, a lot of souls still lingering in the battlefield, so I decide to send my many soul harvesters there. They are like faint ghosts, and so they can travel really far, but it'll take a while for them to come back. I think with the soul harvesters, they expand the range of my soul absorption to almost the entire continent, which is massive. Massive. Also, the group from Baruch expanded after about 2 weeks. I am disappointed, apprentice. A wizard steps through the portal, escorting the sick princess and followed by a healer and a paladin. They are surprised by the sudden cold, but they come well prepared and put on thick jackets and shawls. I suppose their princess waited a bit too long. My sincere apologies, teacher. We have tried to ask every single one, and yet we could not find one that we think has potential. That's why we asked the oracle whether the healer had moved or went away. Excuses. Wizard is old. He has flowing white, wrinkly hair and a typical wizard's hat with a pointing tip. The man bows and doesn't respond. The princess follows behind. She's got a very faint presence and her steps soft, light, and the healer supports her every step and movement. I also notice the healer using some kind of potion on her at regular intervals, especially when she starts shivering. The wizard talks with the existing group for a while and then he stops. Well, let's find that healer. He casts some kind of strange magical spell, and then from a small metal case, a magical arrow appears and it starts spinning in circles. And it keeps spinning. It even points downwards at times. The wizard then pauses and looks at the man. The man looks equally dumbfounded. The wizard seems stumped and the paladin steps up next to him. Wizard, what's the meaning of this? This artifact is the compass of oracles. It links and augments the oracle's ability, so that we can locate whoever or whatever the oracle learns. Get to the point, wizard. Why is it flying everywhere? I don't know. Yet the wizard's initial confusion turns into a strange smile. The earlier group looked puzzled. Whatever, it's cold. Let's continue this conversation indoors. The princess cannot take this weather for very long. The healer insists and they retreat to the warmth of their guest house. So what's with this cold? The healer asks as he tends to the frail princess in the guest house. Aftermath of the Sala Wars. Someone used a great blizzard vortex spell with blood sacrifice. The wizard, though, seems laser-focused, analyzing the compass of oracles. It spins everywhere, and it might as well be absolutely confused. Any ideas, wizard? One of the men finally dares to ask the wizard. Maybe the land is a nourishing factor. I will need to test it out. The land, this freezing place. The wizard ignores the man, and the wizard runs outside and then starts casting a few spells which I could not quite identify or observe. He did that for a good half a day, constantly casting spell after spell, though nothing in particular seems to be happening. At this point, I'm feeling a little bit defensive. A wizard comes to New Freaka and starts using a whole bunch of spells that feels a little too close for comfort, so I keep watch. A group of high-powered people in search of something and casting weird spells. That is just ringing all the bells. That's really odd. What's odd? One of the men, who seems to be the wizard's apprentice of some sort, comes out to accompany his master. The readings and compass, it all points through this entire valley, and yet I don't detect any kind of magical presence from the earth, or is it muffled? Or suppressed somehow because of this stupid blizzard effect on the weather of this entire place. The apprentice shrugs and shakes his head. I did tell you this place is rather unusual. That cannot be. Magic still flows in this entire valley, and yet there is something that also envelopes this valley, like a large piece of cloth hiding furniture. If it is so, then the healer picked the best place to hide. No, I doubt the healer knows. There is more to this. Tell me any magical structures. Is there a holy relic of artifact here? You know, if you say it's the entire valley, that kind of reminds me. Some of the people here worship a tree, you know. You want to go and see it. The wizard nods. At this moment, there are a few other leads. Let's go. So they brave the snowstorm. That's actually almost perpetual now, to go to the tree of prayer, the courtyard now coated in a layer of white snow, which actually isn't the only color of snow, surprisingly. In some parts of the world, there's a kind of magical aberration which turns snow into different colors, like green or blue or yellow or purple. Anyway, I digressed. So this is a tree they pray to, the apprentice said. The wizard then casts a spell, detect magic, and nothing happens. And then the wizard pauses and casts Firespark at the prayer tree, and nothing happens. There's a hostile magic suppression aura here. It's present throughout the entirety of the valley. That's why a few of my spells seem to be not responding, particularly those of the probing type. The wizard explains to the apprentice. But it is no denser here, so I doubt this tree is the source of it. Maybe that's because the tree is everywhere, the apprentice shrugs. I hear the locals say the entire forest belongs to the tree that rules this valley, and entry is at our own risk. The wizard smacks the apprentice. So that sounds exactly like where a healer would hide. Did you check out the forest? Yes, we have, master. There's just a whole load of trees and a lot of monsters. Oh, wait. At this point, their earlier conversation about the magic suppression rings a bell. Is that me? When I leveled up and unlocked the Soul Forge, I did get an ability called Low-Tier Magic Suppression. The wizard looks at the apprentice, shaking his head. Anyway, let's do more tests on the type of suppression here, whether it is tier restricted. He then casts fire. Once again, nothing happens. Then he casts blue fire, and this time a blue flameball appears in his hands. And tier 4 spells are not suppressed. So does this mean we can find the healer? I think we already have a good clue. Whoever powerful enough to create a tier 3 suppression aura throughout this entire city is probably the one able to heal the princess, or would at least know the person that can heal the princess. Yup, these guys are looking for me. So this is interesting. If that is indeed the case, I think I could use this as a bargaining chip, and so I quickly summoned Jura to explain the plan. And the next day morning, despite the snow outside, Jura and Ivan went to the guest house. Oh, Lady Ivan, what brings you here? I have good news for you all. I think we finally discovered who the healer you were looking for. Really? Have you been lying to us the past few weeks? The apprentice is not happy. Ivan shakes her head. I thought you were referring to a person. What? The wizard though cuts the apprentice out. Never mind that. The princess comes first. Bring us to the healer, not so fast. Jura pauses. There are a few things the healer wants to know and wants from you before the healer is willing to have a look at your princess's condition. Name them, quickly. The paladin and healer insists. The princess's condition worsens by the day. Jura hands a list I had him write, and he passes it to them. The paladin and healer look at it and then passes to the wizard. This is extortion, isn't it? Jura smiles. I could tell he is enjoying it. It's the terms the healer proposed in exchange for his aid. You can choose not to, and he did say if he can't improve the princess's condition, he won't take payment. Fine, we'll give these things. Great powers do not come cheap after all. The wizard says, bring the healer here. Good, but I am afraid you have to go to him. All of the Baruchians look at each other, but then they nod. It's not as if they have a choice. So together with the princess, all of them venture out into the snow and make the slow walk through New Freaka into the forests. Where are we going? They did not like walking in the snow. We'll reach there soon. Anyway, what's the princess's diseases? I'm afraid even I don't know. All we can do is keep supporting her body so she doesn't die. The healer shakes his head. It's almost as if her body wants to kill itself. And then they arrive at the main tree, where the beetles and spiders are sleeping dormant. Wait, the wizard turns to Jura, a spirit tree. It's as if he struck a realization. Yes, this spirit tree rules over the entire valley. The wizard nods. That explains why the compass is confused. I am guessing this massive spirit tree extends its roots everywhere. Bring the princess inside, Jura says. The healer carries the princess, and Jura then stops the rest of them. I'm afraid I can only allow the healer into the tree from here. The rest of you must wait outside. The tree's rules. The wizard pauses, looks at the paladin, and the rest of them nod. Fine, I can trust a spirit tree. and so the frail princess is escorted into the biolab. Once I start examining the princess using the biolab, it's immediately apparent what her problem was. As with all living beings with mana, there is a spring in their body, and in the princess's case, that spring is almost entirely destroyed. That spring appears like a regular fountain to most, but the princess's spring is charred, dark, and the structure around it has somehow turned into rubble. There's still some mana flowing out, but it's irregular, inconsistent, and at times corrupted. And when the corrupted mana flows out, it interacts with the body and creates a rotting effect. It's as if the tap that supplies water to a body is broken, and because of that, while there is water flowing out, it is polluted water, and that polluted water poisons the body. The body tries to fight back that corrupted mana, and as a result her body turns blue, kind of like a mana gangrene. So I look deeper. My biolab is of a higher level now, so I get more visibility, tools, and even pop-ups to explain what I am looking at. She did something forbidden, or perhaps not her level to do. The wisp somehow pops up. All this points to an attempt to summon a higher power. Oh, as I look into the spring, a small indicator appears. Outer shell destroyed. Outer shell destroyed. This seems to mean she is like the reverse of an artificial soul, or perhaps similar to Mila previously. A regular soul comprises of an inner and outer layer, an artificial soul only the outer layer. So she had somehow managed to destroy her entire outer layer. This is really strange, and I asked Jura to ask the men what did the princess do. The spirit tree wants to know what the princess do. She has somehow destroyed a large part of her soul. The wizard and healer seems really shocked and they turn to each other. The healer starts first. The princess was last spotted in the wizard's tower. What was she doing? The wizard stares back. I don't know. She was going through the ancient tomes and then. At the same time, I kept looking into the princess's body, and then I discover another thing. Exposed to void mana. What the hell is void mana? Oh, I can answer that one. It's raw mana form. Primordial mana, so to speak. It's the most powerful of mana types, but the most dangerous. The normal body of mortals is not fit to handle void mana. Even heroes can handle it in small degrees. That's why they only get the second-tier form, star mana. If one distills and processes star mana further, one would then get the normal kinds of mana. This sound like the Big Bang and then the formation of stars and then the heavier elements. If mana is an element that exists in the birth of the universe, it's akin to primordial quarks, and then they would form protons, neutrons, and electrons, and those would then fuse into regular atoms. This surely begs the question, why would this princess somehow be exposed to void mana? Ask them what was the tome that the princess was studying. I mentally speak to Jura. The wizard pauses. I think she was looking into a tome on. He stops. I don't think it's relevant. Can the tree heal her or not? The healer and paladin turn to face the wizard. I think it is relevant. What was the princess actually trying to do? She might be looking at a tome about otherworld heroes and theories on how to summon them. It's one of the crazy tomes left by the mad hero, Arsene Amir. The paladin then grabs the wizard's hand. What? Why is the princess allowed to be anywhere near to tome by the mad hero? I was doing research on it, and I didn't realize the princess snuck in. Excuses. So all this was your fault, wizard. The paladin is rather mad. Well, I let the Baruchians continue their argument, as I turn my attention into figuring out what can I do about this princess's damaged soul. The soul forge would be able to fix most of destroyed outer layer, but the exposure to void mana is going to be harder to remove. In a way, it's like Mila's demon poison, but only from another source, a more raw source. It took about another hour, but I've looked at all I could, so Jura and the healer helps to carry the princess to the forge tree. She rests inside a platform inside the forge tree, and once ready, both Jura and the healer had to go out. As I attempt to repair her damaged soul, I got a prompt that some items of the princess needs to be sacrificed. Does the princess have any items or personal belongings that she cherishes? The paladin takes out a small hairpin and passes to Jura, and Jura throws it into the forge tree. Not enough. Another one. The paladin checks his backpack, and the healer checks a bag that contains the princess's belongings and pulls out a small comb. Her mother, the queen, gave her the comb, and into the forge tree it goes. The logic of it is essentially, to repair a soul, especially one still in a bodily form, one would need to harvest remnants of the person's souls that are sometimes residing in their cherished items, to then use it and patch the soul. It's like soul organ transplant surgery, but with personal belongings. Unlike Mila's case, who's not constrained by a body any longer. So the quality and relationship one has with the item determines the value for the repair, and the comb qualifies. In fact, the comb itself is sufficient, so the hairpin flies back out. The comb itself will do, and it's melted by the soul forge, and it then fuses into the princess's body. And while a snowstorm blows outside in the immediate vicinity of the forge tree, multiple lightning bolts rain down on the forge tree itself, each creating a connection of lightning to a branch. This is rather scary. I've never seen anything like it. Men waiting in the snow watching lightning strike the forge tree multiple times whilst their princess is inside. And about an hour later, Jura and the healer goes inside the forge tree to retrieve the princess and put her back into the biolab for monitoring. Under the biolab, the spring itself has been repaired, but an indicator still exists on top, still saying exposed to void mana. I'm unable to remove this status, as I don't have enough power to do so. It seems that I need access to a few more Soulforge color types before I can. At least I actually get to see an explanation of what it does. Exposed to void mana will have occasional nightmares of otherworldly horrors. Overuse of mana will result in fainting. Cannot use mana potions, as will result in a void mana flaring and will cause hallucinations and seizures. And indeed, it seems this is as far as I could go, so the princess comes out of the biolab and back to the worried Baruchians. The spirit tree says this is all it can do. Teehee princess's body should not be killing itself anymore, but she will still have nightmares, and do not give her mana potions. Overuse of mana also will cause fainting. The princess's hands and legs, once blue in color, now gradually regain some color, and she no longer feels an intense weakness and pain through her body, so much so she is actually able to talk. Food, that's the first word she said. The healer and paladin quickly take out, from their pouches, some kind of bread for her to eat. They seem happy because she is visibly recovering, and so, rather than eat in the snowstorm, they walk back to the guest house to rest. What did you do back in the tower? I tried to summon a hero. It seems the princess had not been able to hold a proper conversation, or even explain what happened because of the intense pain she was in. Why? I wanted a hero to be my husband, rather than that stupid old duke. At this point I stopped eavesdropping. Their conversation went on about Baruchian court politics, international relations, political marriages, and power balance stuff, which frankly is not my cup of tea at all. Later on, they all use some kind of portal magic to return to Baruch. They say they will find some way to deliver the promised goods. You leveled up, level 124. Subsidiary tree limit increased to 700. Biolab leveled up, external biolab unlocked. Customizable branches can now create biolabs. Winter resistance upgraded. You learned a new skill, winter adapted crops. So I gain crops that can grow in this stupid snowstorm. Year 75, month 11, week 4. Trevor, forest mind level 20. Upgrade choices. Blue root brain complex requires special minerals to grow. Special minerals required are 10x blood crystals and 50x fresh animal heads. Black skull shell requires special minerals to upgrade. 10x bone of a wyvern, 1x heart of a lion, and 50x bones of a lizard. Oh well, let's go with the immediate upgrade. The blood crystals and the heads of the animals were put together in a pile, and then I trigger this upgrade. A few dozen roots appear and drill into each of the heads and then the blood crystals, creating a rather messy haze of blood in the area. They twist, they turn, they tangle, and sparks fly. It's a bit like watching a dozen snakes mate with fireworks, and when it's done, a brain-like jumble of roots is formed. It's really just roots folded and twisted many times until it looks like a brain. Trevor's level limit has been increased to 30. Trevor has gained a unique passive ability, Hive's Guardian. Hive's Guardian gains limited control over the lower-tier monsters and beasts that spawn in the valley, does not override their natural instincts. Fairly useful then, but then as I turn back to my usual view of the valley, I notice some changes. The interface is now more game-like, and the minimap extends further and there's more layers to the views available. The granularity of the view is also much better, and I can see more colors. If you desire, Master, I can customize the views for your viewing pleasure. Each of the trees in the valley send back a ton of data through their roots, and it's a matter of processing them into usable information. With this upgrade, my processing capacity has increased. I will be able to provide better alerts and better forecasting ability. Sadly, the area of effect is centered around that new root brain complex, so the further I go, the data available shrinks, but it is still sufficient to cover the entirety of the valley. When I go as far as the 3 trees of mana, the data available in that region is close to none, and still lacking in terms of defenders. Therefore, it is time to create my second forest mind, one for the 3 tree of mana's area, which I will call the Southwest Forest. In order to house your new forest mind, 3 subsidiary trees will be merged. New forest mind has been created. Do you want to name it? Dimitri. Greetings, Master. Dimitri responds with an accent. Is that intentional? Well, if it is, please continue. Russian-Ukrainian voice presets, please. You're tasked to defend my connection to the ley line in the vicinity of the Southwest Forest. Ask for help if you foresee difficulties. Acknowledged. Afterwards, I set up a few dozen subsidiary trees in the area, all with war beetles, and place them under Dimitri's command. Still, because of the freaking unnatural cold, there's practically no army movement in the region. Instead, this harsh winter brings a lot of deaths to the region. Even in New Freaka where there's housing, it's insufficient protection and the treefolk had to construct additional barriers and actually start a fire indoors to keep themselves comfortable. So cold. I feel like my branches are getting frostbites. It's just your imagination, master. Year 75, month 12. The cold just gotten colder. Some parts of the terrain turn almost ice-like, as if it's an eternal winter. If such a spell is possible, and I think it is, this feels very much like it. I suppose this is how Arendelle feels when Elsa did her winter thing. I think Elsa would be a rather fascinating reincarnating hero. Nothing much happens this month, because everyone's just really trying to wait out the cold. The effect of the spell, added to the natural turn of the seasons, make this so crazy cold. The elves all end up hiding in the secret hideout, where it's warm and temperature controlled. The New Freakans attempt to build underground structures at this time, as a way to get a bit more comfort out of this ridiculous weather. Year 76, month 1. Well, I thought last month was cold. This month, it somehow proved me wrong, as it got even colder. There were days where all that happens was ice flying in the air, as any water freezes instantly. It even causes my tree barks, that are normally winter-resistant, to feel brittle and flaky. It'll be bad if I lose my normal trees, so this is when that energy is consumed from tuberous storage to create a warm flow of nutrients and energy, supplied to the normal trees, prevents freezing and kept them alive. This little episode with high-tier magic also reminds me of my vulnerability to such powerful magics. If, say, somebody cast a meteor or a magic of that caliber, what countermeasures do I have? I mean, a way of saying is, if I am a tree stuck in the blast radius of the Tsar Bomba, what do I do? Winter resistance upgraded. Winter resistance aura obtained. All trees connected via rootnet are more resistant to the effects of cold and ice. Beetles and web spiders also gain some winter resistance. Warm winter fruit obtained. A fruit that helps to keep the body warm. That helps a bit, I suppose, with the winter, but not the Tsar Bomba. Or wait, is the system saying this is the magical equivalent of a nuclear winter? This winter is unbearable. We need to do something. The villagers are now trying to get Yvonne to do something about the winter, but what can they do? Good news is there's absolutely no fighting in this sort of weather. Sort of bad news is people are still dying. Bad for them, not me so. My soul realm is packed with souls. Souls that are due for their reincarnation within the next 6 months, from the returned soul harvesters and just generally from all the death in the vicinity. And from the fragments of the souls harvested, I obtained quite a fair of interesting essences and my first experience seed, a product of the soul harvester's ability. The experience seed is used to create a level fruit, each seed to create 1 fruit. The effect is to increase one's level by 1 up to the level cap of said person. Yes, a fruit equivalent of rare candy, but the creator of said level fruit me cannot use it. Again, it is similar to that soul contract where I take a person's level away, or where they surrender their experience to me. It'll get converted into transferable experience, which can then be processed into experience seeds and skill seeds. In fact, even skill essences can be further processed into skill seeds. A single level isn't much for those the lower levels, but I would imagine such an item being more useful and valuable to those at high levels, since it's harder for them to level. Year 76, month 2, week 1. The cold is letting up by a tiny bit. I've actually gotten a little positive out of this. I mean, at least it's just ice, right? I can still keep the trees alive by giving them warm energy by consuming the stored energy. It's kind of like winter and summer. You can constantly add layers of clothing to keep yourself warm, but it's kinda hard to strip down to cool yourself down when the air itself is cooking you. If, say, the entire air is cursed from a massive heat wave, I would need to find ways to cool down the forest, and I think the only way I know at the moment is to pull up cool water from deep beneath the ground. And there's not much of that. Here's a fair bit of thermal energy coming from deep beneath as well. This is despite I'm being fire resistant, but drought or prolonged heat wave, I'm not sure. Maybe I need to find some kind of cold water source from far away. A massive root then supplies that cold water from there to regulate the temperature of the valley's trees. And the opposite would be to find a hot water source. Maybe that volcano that Horns surveyed a while might be able to supply that. All this talk about the cold. What? I don't feel it. That's 'cause you are Blob, a floating soul with no ability to sense temperature. But some of the souls were telling me about how cold they felt. Or maybe that's just their final moments carried over. Wait, you can talk to the souls. I didn't know why I had the impression that only hero-grade souls can talk, but I suppose I'm wrong. Only some of them. There seems to be a few that still retain their ability to talk, but all they do is repeat the same thing. Kinda like machines. Oh, this soul thing can be confusing. Why can some talk, some can't? Anyway, New Freaka is in a state of emergency. Food supplies are running low, as they did not expect such severe weather and much higher consumption of their stockpiles. That led to rather ingenious solutions, as some of their farmers actually have rather interesting skills. One such ability is indoor farming, and that led to multiple greenhouses being built and a few attempts at underground homes. Speaking of underground, Dimitri, have you taken over the labyrinth? The leftover labyrinth of the dungeon, now supported by roots located in the southwest forest. Yes, the inner labyrinth remains warm, though the entrances are covered in snow. I think I could propose that as an alternative location for the refugees to live, protected from the cold. But it is too far. The journey there takes at least 2 days, maybe more in the snow. Then there is the old tunnel, left by the giant demonic centipede. It's located quite deep underground, so as to minimize tremors and detection, but because of its relative depth, I have found little use of it. But now that I have the root tunnel's ability, I can think about creating more feeder tunnels to connect to that big underground tunnel. Suggestion: speak, Trevor. There are certain kinds of vegetation that grow in tunnels. We can grow those there, would provide additional energy output, variants of subsidiary trees. There's no sunlight in there. Can the subsidiary trees survive? Not trees, more of fungi. My powers extend to that of fungi. No. But if we extend our roots into the underground cave, we can create an environment for symbiotic fungus to grow, which can produce energy. Is the output worth it? No. Fungus produce minuscule amounts of energy, but it has the effect of creating the base of an ecological system that supports certain kind of farmer ants and insects. Underground fungus, but I do want ants. I think ants would be interesting warriors. Are beetles insufficient? Horns then poke in. That is not my point. There are many kinds of beetles. I am sure you could have some kind of facility to research beetles that would help. Biolab Beetle Unit Research Tree. Obtain this massive tree allows research and development of various beetle types, such as flying beetles, armored beetles, poison beetles, fire beetles, water beetles. Yes, I think beetles are better than ants. I get the point, horns, but I still want ants. No, beetles are the best. We are already sharing the space with spiders. Please do not neglect us, beetles. Ants, beetles. We have dung beetles. We have dancing beetles. We have colorful beetles. Beetles are superior, I sigh. Okay. T-Rice Search. T-Rice Search. Year 76, Month 2, Week 3. How long is this stupid blizzard going to last? Forever, until someone manages to disable or dispel the vortex. Not forever. Such magics have a natural decay to them. Over time it will go away, but we are talking about years. Troubling news from Ivan's informants and diplomats. None, not Sala, not Nung, not Tact has claimed responsibility for using a blood sacrifice spell. And in fact, all of them are now not so secretly launching their own internal investigation into the cause of this catastrophe that brought severe blizzards to an area the size of a country. All 3 nations are affected by this massive spell, and all 3 capitals within range, though Sala, being the largest of the 3 nations, are least affected. Well, to be honest, if that was all there is to it, it's not really that troubling. I mean, a hurricane is a country-sized disaster, no. Nobody jumps when a hurricane or a massive earthquake rattles the world, right? Though I may be wrong, a perpetual hurricane would be equally horrible. The troubling thing is some of the more sophisticated intelligence claims that it is a secret demon cult at work. A cult that aims to summon and to control the Demon King. They call themselves the Circle Breakers. A demon cult that, as the rumors start to emerge, manipulated the nations and took advantage of the massive battle to somehow sacrifice at least 25,000 to test out some kind of blood magic. I mean, it sounds bonkers. I mean, which nation would want to publicly admit it used such a drastic measure, one that involves blood sacrifice? So naturally all of them will deny involvement, even if they did do it. Besides, I presume everyone in that battlefield is dead, and any evidence they can gather by magic is being corrupted and distorted by the presence of that blizzard magic vortex, and with each passing day the evidence vanishes. Perhaps if some of the souls and spirits can talk, I can find out a bit more, but until then this theory sounds absurd. So, I still think of the countries did it, or maybe a mix. One of the countries collaborated with the cults to activate such a spell. Anyway, those are distant affairs that unfortunately affects me. Goes to show that turtling strategy doesn't work when there are large area of effect spells and abilities. The merchants are quick to adapt though. Money really has ways of making the world go round, even in magical worlds. This month we had the first visit of the cold-resistant caravan. Essentially, they are a delegation of about 100, with dedicated mages and special carriages that are magically reinforced to provide protection from the cold and snow weathers. Of course, the goods are expensive. They need a markup on such special services after all. Oh well. The Baruchians, though, the wizard at least, came back to New Freaka. With the agreed rewards, most of them the upgrade materials I need for the root system, and also for Horn's paws. Apparently the wizard's punishment for exposing the princess to forbidden magics is exile, and the delivery to New Freaka is his last task by the king. Surely, the wizard cannot take responsibility for the princess's recklessness. But such are feudal societies. You get your ass handed to you even if you don't have anything to do with it. Surely we would welcome a wizard like yourself to our town. Ivan is quick to bring him over to her side. He sighs, nods, reluctantly accepts Ivan's offer of hospitality. I guess I will stay for a while, and they soon get him to work on some kind of anti-cold weather spell. Meanwhile, I am expanding my territory towards the volcano that Horns surveyed. Most of the beetles are inactive in this weather, and that's a weakness with having insects. But as we approach the volcano, my subsidiary trees are slowly dying, so I could not extend them further. This is despite my own heat resistance, but the death is not due heat alone. The surroundings of the active volcano is filled with sulfur, and there are active lava flows forming rivers in the area. And at every eruption, a blast of energy sweeps out from the caldera, and the shockwave creates a gust of wind. All this cumulatively create a hostile environment for the trees. One of the external biolabs, only one so far, next to Inner Ring, had a menu prompt. Kind of like those alerts when I unlocked a secret mission. Biolab research option unlocked, volcanic adaptation. Estimated time required 3 months. Materials needed to start research, 100 pieces of sulfur. Okay, now I'd like to check all the other kinds of environmental adaptations. That kind of put my plans to use trees to crawl into the volcano on hold. Thankfully though, the area around the volcano is still relatively warm, such that I can still deploy my beetles, and task them to venture into the volcano area to harvest the sulfurous minerals. At about the same time, I created 2 beetle research tree to research winter adaptation. It's annoying to have so many of my beetles going into hibernation in this weather, and I was hoping to have some beetles which have ability to function in the cold. It is really hard to do much when my beetles spend so much time hibernating in their cozy trees. Year 76, month 3. The nations are now starting their work on dispelling or weakening the blizzard vortex. With spring returning, the intensity of the blizzard is reducing slightly, because it is still snowing, and that means crops are not growing. Luckily for the new Freakins, their indoor farming experiments are working, so they now intensify their efforts to build additional indoor farms in an effort to combat food shortages. The cold also means my timber farms are not as productive, so they very quickly used up the entirety of the timber farm. We've got a problem. Food supply is low, we probably have enough for another month, and the indoor farms are not producing enough food. We hunt for the foxes and winter creatures. Okay, let's do that, but we are talking about almost 25,000 people in New Freaka. Are there sufficient meat to feed that many? Maybe not, but better to have meat than not. Some of our watchtowers spotted a large group of yaks, that spawn that would be ideal for us. Their furs can serve as warm clothing for the men. Ivan pauses, nods. Fine, take a 50 men and go hunt. The warrior nods. Still, we need other food sources. Meat is good, and we still have storage. Perhaps the truce is suspended. The hell with the truce, Lady Ivan. Sala won't be able to retaliate in such circumstances. Sala may well figure out how to dispel this magic. Another of Ivan's advisors chime in, though depending on how we word it, we can perhaps get some leeway. Ivan ponders that for a while. Can you arrange someone to visit them to convey our intentions to suspend the truce requirements, given this disaster? Certainly. Back to topic. Food and warm shelter. We had 68 of us die of cold last month. We need to get a solution or something to stave this cold off until summer. Hopefully we have some plants growing then. The discussion is held in one of the large halls in New Freaka. All the leaders are invited. It comprises mostly of Ivan's comrades back when they were with Sala, but they have also gradually brought in the refugees to join the leadership team. After all, with 25,000, voices of rebellion and dissent will rise quickly, especially when it is cold and people are hungry. Can we buy them? The merchants do sell food, but their prices are extortionary. They know we need it. Still, if we have to, then we will, but let that day come only when we have exhausted other means. Our coin is our hard-earned money. We should set up our own merchant corps, get out there and buy food from the unaffected nations. Ivan nods. That is a good idea, though the merchant guilds won't like it that we bypass them, but they'll come around. Anyone willing to volunteer to lead this task? A few men and women raise their hands, and Ivan nods. This level of eavesdropping is partly facilitated by Trevor's upgrade, which allows him to process the data coming from within the valley and New Freaka in greater detail. So one group to hunt food, one group to buy food. Anything else? Magic. Would Baruch be able to send help using that portal magic? That is worth exploring. Ivan nods and assigns Ares to the task. Alternatively, is there no magic spell that create a warm barrier to keep out such cold? As far as I know, we don't have wizards at the level of entire towns here. We have been doing them at the building level, but the spells expire relatively quickly. Indeed, there are mages, using their spells to create fire or generally warm up certain places, but spells like this last short periods, sustained by mana, and they do run out. The warming effects of certain skills, such as comfortable house or slow-burning fire that some of the refugees have, last a bit longer, but that does not work on a large scale and cannot house everyone. Does the will of the forest have any way to aid us? Ah yes, will of the forest. It's one of the ways the refugees have come to refer to me, after the recent assistance of the potatoes. Apparently, those who visit the tree of prayer are those that would end up using this particular phrase. They have been seeing my presence in their sleep, of a tree that somehow appears in their nightmares and eats them. Ivan did not respond. I mean, the will of the forest is the one that somehow managed to heal the princess. Perhaps it has some way to aid us. Ivan sighs. As you all have known, and I said this that day, the tree spirit does not give its aid freely. There is a cost to borrowing its aid, and is there anyone willing to sacrifice their souls for it? Asked the elves. The will protects them. Perhaps they can figure out a way to sway his views. One suggests, referring to Jura, Lofen, and the elves. Or Miss Ares. Ares was protected by it. Ares shakes her head then. The tree has punished me for bringing all of you here back then. I doubt it would listen to me now. If enough of us prayed to it, perhaps it might. That is what the churches tell their believers to do in times of hardship. Ooh, oh, the religious kind. And add to that fruits. I have the warming fruits and the winter-resistant healing fruits, which only my main tree can produce, and I can produce about 100 each for the two kinds of fruits. That is maybe another 100. If I had the entire valley's trees, then yes, I can then tap on the normal trees to create food, but now the normal trees in the forest are consuming energy, not creating them. So yeah, this weather is horrible. Perhaps they can make use of the tunnels, Trevor suggested. Maybe they can grow mushrooms in there, if they have the right kind of mushrooms. And don't they need time? True. Mushroom as fungi, they benefit less from your bountiful growth effect. Well, looks like the new freakins are on their own. Too bad for them. Beetles near the volcano report they have collected sufficient sulfur to start the research into volcanic adaptation, which I do. Immediately. Thankfully, research still functions under such cold. Trevor, are there ways to research winter resistance? As your forest minds, we are able to perform research with the aid of external biolabs, though our research functions are relatively limited, and a dedicated research-focused artificial soul will be needed for high-tier research. Oh, so if I assign you to do so, does it come at the expense of anything? I see. What other research options do you have? Well, you'll have to tell me. There's no list to choose from. Hey, that's not how I expect games to work. There should be clear tech trees, not I think of something and the biolabs figure it out. That's how it works in real life. Inventors do that. Mila chimes in. You want to volunteer? Can I fuse you to a biolab? I actually know the answer already. Fine, why not you work on winter adaptation as well? Sure. Oh, my ginseng tree died from a pile of snow that somehow fell onto it and crushed it. Damn it. Beetle winter adaptation stage, I 2 months remain. Tree volcanic adaptation stage, I 3 months remain. Tree winter adaptation or a 3 months remain. Year 76 month 3 week 4. I had a visitor, an uninvited one. A strange man appeared in my inner courtyard one day, right in front of my original main tree. How did this guy get here? Right in front of me. Strange. He holds a strange stick in his hand and it bends towards me in a certain way. It looks like some kind of prospector's stick or a diviner's item, perhaps similar to the compass that the Baruchians have. He looks up and I see he is alone, but he has a big cloak and hoodie kind of set up like an assassin. Somehow if I had skin I would get goosebumps. Something about his presence just scares me. I get a feeling that he is perhaps a level 100 assassin or something of that nature. I wake Jura, who's asleep at the time, and he comes out armed and ready. Hello, the assassin dude glances at Jura and shrugs. Sorry, I think I got lost. Do you know where New Frika is? No, you didn't. Jura says no one stumbles into this inner courtyard from being lost. This inner courtyard is actually specially guarded and protected, with the effect of my illusion and camouflage ability. So walking here from being lost is close to nil, so by way of elimination, that means he is deliberately here. The inner courtyard has the forge tree, the root brain complex, and the other large upgraded subsidiary trees that is converted into housing. He glances around looking, his eyes trying to find something. Perhaps someone other than Jura. The assassin dude smiles. Yes, you are right. I happen to be looking for heroes. Do you know of any? Jura laughs and decide to joke to lighten up the mood. None here, they're all dead. You gotta wait till the gods summon them again. Well, that's what the gods want the public to think. The assassin looks at me and the stick keeps bending in a strange way. He keeps the stick into some kind of magic pouch and takes out a different kind of item, a metal divining ball. Jura exclaims. He is alert, but he too can sense the tremendous pressure from the man before him. The metal ball doesn't react. No heavenly blessing, so you certainly are not a hero. Oh, of course. The assassin turns and suddenly Jura falls to the ground. Alive, but it's as if his leg suddenly lost strength. 2 very tiny needles almost instantly pierced his legs, and it is laced with some kind of poison. But before Jura could scream or I could do anything, the assassin is right in front of him and taps a strange golden metal rod into his head. Sorry, this won't kill you, but it'll make you forget all about me and this entire thing. And Jura falls to the ground, unconscious, but I detect that he is still very much alive. I calculate my chances and speculate that my chances of killing this person is slim. I feel this assassin probably could dodge my root strikes easily, so even if I tried, I think it would take multiple shots for it to work. I would need an AoE ability to get him, or some way of slowing him down if I want to hit him on my very first strike. The assassin then looks and walks around my main tree. The otherworlder locator points here though meh. Too many false positives with all the things the heroes leave behind. I continue watching. I suppose he might try something on Jura, but my instincts tell me to wait. Jura's unconscious body shakes a bit and the assassin walks over. Ah yes, it's still freezing cold. He covers Jura in a thick blanket that he pulls out from his pouch. Sorry. He looks around. Then he gives a big sigh. Guess he did not come here then. Damn it. He lifts his fist against the sky and shakes it, and the assassin vanishes. Just like that, without a trace, and despite me and my roots covering this entire valley, I did not pick up his presence since then. I still wonder how he just slipped in and out of the entire valley like that. Apologizes master, I have no idea how he slipped past all our detection and patrols. Trevor apologized, but I can't blame him. He could walk in a straight line at me and I still won't see him coming. That's just how absurdly powerful his ability is. A skill, obviously. Very, very high-leveled stealth and camouflage, but add that to our list of weaknesses. I somehow suspect my own camouflage and illusions also worked on him, so he didn't suspect much. He feels like a friend, though. Mila speaks. Really? Year 76, month 4. All good over here. Dimitri reports explaining the status of trees in the southwest forest. The cold is less severe there this month, benefiting from a strong warm current. New Freaka managed to buy some food from neutral nations, so they staved off a bit of the hunger situation. And as the seasons change, a bit of the cold and snow from the blood spell is counteracted by the natural warmth of the spring. Still snowing, so the crops are still not growing. I also learned that actually I overestimated the refugees' dietary requirements, as they actually have skills which make them better able to withstand cold and hunger. Some of them have skills like minimal diet or high-efficiency body or endure hunger, which allowed them to make the most of what little food they have. Their experience being on the move, frequently with little food as well, given the survivors these skills which made them tougher. Some of the most impressive of such abilities, possessed by a refugee ascetic diet, survives on 1 meal per week without looking worse than a normal person. In fact, if the refugees possess such abilities, my potatoes actually would be able to feed a lot more than I initially calculated, perhaps by a multiple of 5 times. It's hard out there. Belle sits, all snugly in her bed. Tree, is there not much we can do to help them? Well, there is, but let them figure it out themselves. I think some of the refugees are jealous, Emile explains. They wonder how we can still be so comfortable here and not extend a hand to them. They think we are being selfish. Wallen told me they have been getting weird stares, and some of the men actually cursed them openly. Well, I'll let it slide, but if any of them make a move, I will not hesitate to punish them. I mentally make a note to Trevor to put increased surveillance on Brislech and Wallen, who now live in New Freaka. It is the way of the world. Laufen sits with Lausanne, working on some cotton clothes. Our luck that Tree watches over us. Well, some of them were driven out of their homes too, so they feel that they have suffered much. Belle responds. She's really cozy with a thick blanket wrapped around her. It's actually warm in the room, as the main hideout and the nearby subsidiary trees have temperature-controlled spaces. Lausanne then pouts. Tree, maybe you should help them. Give them potatoes. I think they will like potatoes. I don't want to assist them so easily. Aid breeds complacency. But they are in need. Heroes help people know. Well, how do I tell Lausanne that I honestly do not care about the new Freakins all that much? Sure, they are useful, but that's about it. How is your practice coming, Lausanne? I try to change the topic. After all, she's been receiving dream tutor from me for quite some time. Oh, it's okay. I have been learning a lot, and those dreams where I learn strange skills is really, really cool. Why can't we get those dreams? Emile and Belle complain. Because Lausanne's young mind is surprisingly receptive to it. We are not old. I mean, her mind is still growing, so the skill dreams seem to work better. Then Lausanne nods and she runs around for a while. Tree, are you going to help the refugees? Ah, damn it. I thought children easily forget the topic. Why does she recall it so well? Lausanne, I cannot use my powers so easily, and there is always a cost for any other ability that I use. If the refugees ask for help then, depends on what they offer, then I will consider it. Lausanne pauses and somehow she nods. She seems to accept that power is not something used so freely. Maybe you are right. Uncle Jura likes to say that power needs to wait for the right time. That is surprisingly insightful from Jura. Perhaps that new diplomat job has given him new mental perspectives. They must first help themselves. A few days later, Tree Spirit. Mila speaks to me, her voice is serious. The wisp is next to her and we are in the soul realm. I have a strange dream, or well, maybe it's not really a dream, but like some kind of mental whisper. But I think it means something important. Important? What could be important? Oh well, let's go with it. So tell me, I saw Alexis. Okay, what about her? She's not dead. Oh, that is good, I suppose. Somehow my prayers to the heroes reached her. Then again, that doesn't sound good. Her body is currently consumed by demon fire. After she used fire form to avoid the destruction of the Demon King's core, she is battling it every moment now. It seems the demon fire, when there is sufficient amounts of it, it gains some kind of consciousness, or some kind of innate instincts. Oh okay, doesn't sound good, but so. She's really far away, right? And, I think the demon fire that consumes her body thinks that a hero is still around, and so it thinks the source of the prayer is a hero. Oh no, I kind of figured that is what Mila meant. It is just so typical of communications to lead to such actions. She's headed this way. How does a demon know where to go? But I guess there are ways for that to happen. Yeah, when will she get here? I don't know. What else did she say? Not much. She mumbled about how she is a fire elemental, since she's stuck in her fire body form, and that fire body is controlled by the will of the demon fire. Well shit, let's see what measures can I take against a fire-crazy demon. Spazer next chapter 28 March. I'll try not to be late. A valley burns. A valley burns. Year 76, month 4, week 4. Fire elemental in a perpetual blizzard. Not exactly what I imagined to face, but here I am. The demon fire Alexis arrived a lot later than expected. I initially thought she would arrive perhaps within 2 to 3 days, given the hero's overwhelming cheat powers, so I scrambled to prepare myself to face a hero. But then again, her body is controlled by demon fire, and that demon fire isn't exactly intelligent. But yes, her arrival is easy to spot, as the demon fire is a lot more flashy. Despite a snowstorm that engulfs everywhere we can see, her glowing, flaming body just shines through all that snow like a lighthouse in a storm. Her body is a huge glowing fireball shaped like a woman. She reminds me of a female version of the Human Torch, or perhaps Phoenix, but there under all that fire is something that looks like a solid core. And she arrives with a bang, shooting fireballs and firing beams of fire throughout the entire valley. This is the monster the tree spirit warned us about. Ivan's immediate reaction is, well, shock. After Mila had the revelation, I quickly cascaded the alert down to the people that a probably powerful monster is coming our way so that they can prepare. But I would realize all my preparation was for naught. Jura nods. Yeah, some kind of fire creature. That is a whole lot more than just fire beast. Alexis floats in the sky, surrounded by a dark, maroonish fire that rages violently. The remnants of the Demon King's fire, it looks unaffected by the effects of this magical blizzard, or even if it did, whatever effect it had is probably minuscule. Ivan looks back at Jura and shakes her head. Whatever that is, it is flying. There's very few ways to engage that thing unless it comes down to the ground. Our arrows are not going to hurt it, and I doubt fireballs from our mages will either. As Ivan and Jura discusses, Alexis clearly does not consider them threats. Instead, she still continues to shoot fireballs at the forest and blast up a whole bit of the valley, one fireball at a time. The first impact vaporizes any snow or ice that is built up, and the second impact instantly sets the normal trees on fire. Indeed, given the monster is a fire elemental, the best option is to use opposing elemental weapons, or some destroy the elemental's core. So, Jura looks at Ivan. He enters into the bear armor mode. A black-colored wood wraps his entire body, and it makes him look at a giant bear, and he leaps into combat, charges in the general direction of Alexis. The fire elemental notices and directs the fireballs at Jura, and each time he activates a wooden shield to parry those fireballs. The shields are only able to absorb 2 fireballs, so Jura had to constantly reactivate the wood shields. Well, how are you going to hit it? Ivan wonders and activates a magical arrow. The fact that it's a fire elemental meant Ivan quickly reorganized the team she prepared for this. Not everyone is suitable to face a high-tier monster of this sort, so some of the guys retreat back to New Frika and set up defensive positions. Jura's bear-shaped legs contort, the wood armor twirl into a spring-like structure, and propel him high into the air, close enough to come into contact with the fire elemental. And he gets blasted with a point-blank inferno. It exploded right in front of him, and he gets chucked super far away into the ground, the wooden armor already black but now charred and smoking. The impact is enough to knock Jura out, but thankfully not kill him, as the armor took the most of the damage, as I sense Bamboo going offline. But I think he'll probably need to be in bed for a few days. Jura. Ivan shouts, but she quickly turns back to face Alexis, who now notices the rest of the men and retaliates with a few more fireballs. I activate my wood shield to protect them from the fireballs. Well, that went horribly well. I think to myself, as I activated multiple wood shields to block the fireballs. Their effectiveness is pretty good, blocking multiple hits before getting destroyed. Master, they won't be able to harm that monster. Trevor quickly summarizes our problem. True, with enough wood shields I can significantly reduce the damage Alexis deals, but we can't hit or hurt it that much. And this is when I notice horns charge towards the monster. For the master, what? I shall defeat the foe. I think he somehow forgot that he can't fly, so I am not sure what possessed him to attempt such a move, and what is he attempting to do? What's he doing? I think he may have some skills, master. Really. Let's see it, but I think he's gonna lose. Alexis is a hero, and that fire is from the Demon King itself. Horns charges towards Alexis, his beetle shell coated with some kind of resin, which is actually pretty good at absorbing the fireballs. And then when he finally gets beneath her, he digs into the ground and shoots spikes at Alexis from his shell. Spike attack. Oh, I didn't know he can do that, but it's too low tier a skill, and the spikes burn up before they even actually harm her body. And so, Alexis lobs a few fireballs at Horns, and he would have been crispy fried beetles if not for a few wood shield. Retreat, Horns, not your match. Alexis waves her hand and shoots out a continuous jet of blue fire, and it incinerates everything in his path, including the wood shield. I instantly try to activate a few more shields to protect Horns, but it's not good enough. The blue flame burns through the wood shields rather quickly, and also burns half of Horns' back body before he manages to run out of range. Master, I failed, and I sense Horns going offline. He's probably not dead yet, but I'll need to repair him after this. It's fine, hibernate mod. Yvonne very smartly chooses to retreat all the way to me. I guess the fact that she survived so long out in politics is no fluke. We're no match for this monster. At this point, I know. Alexis has a fire aura that burns any lesser object that gets near her, and she almost limitless quantities of fire-type magic, and that blue flame is really powerful. Any suggestions? No, sire. I think our chances against is quite slim. Even now, her very presence is melting all the snow into water, then steam, and then the trees are catching fire. It's ridiculous how she can be a one-person weather changer. Is there really no way we can reach her? Mila sighs. She feels upset that Alexis is burning up the forest, and she has created a path of destruction that leads her right to me. Root strike. A root flies up to her and it hits her. The damage is low, as the fire aura incinerates the root partially, and so reduces the impact. I thought I could do a repeat of my earlier strategy by using multiple root strikes, but then I noticed that fire soon regenerates the damage. The root strike barrage would need to deliver a fatal strike, or I may just be wasting time. Mila tries the friendship route, and so she prays and attempts to mentally communicate with Alexis, to convince her to stop attacking it. I try a few more root strikes, just to be sure, and like the earlier ones it does hit, but the damage I deal is not much. I throw a few fruits at her just to be sure, but they burn up midair without achieving a thing. Yvonne, can you evacuate the elves and stay out of this? This is not going to be easy, and I suspect the mages will be useless. Ah yes, certainly. Yvonne, quickly take the elves and run. A few fireballs go their way, but I block it with the wood shields. The shield generator trees also have been trying to block the fireballs, but not as the shield generators are independent of me. Their strength is inferior and can only block 2-3 fireballs. She's in there and she says she's in great pain. Mila actually manages to communicate. How? It's a thing heroes of the same generation can do, a kind of telepathic link in short distances. Anyway, she can't help us. The demon fire is too strong, and her soul is too weak to resist or take back her body. Okay, no friendship, no jutsu root. Alexis burns up a few more of subsidiary trees and sends a few fireballs direct at my main tree, and it explodes right on my trunk. My historical experiences with fire has made me very resistant to them, so the fireballs don't even leave a scratch on my main body. My main body, unlike the skill extensions, enjoy the full benefit of my tree heart, and this prompts Alexis to aim blue flames at me, and they don't hurt. The blue flames can't burn me either. This seems to be a stalemate. She can burn up the entire forest and I will still be standing, and I can't hurt her. This outcome is not what I want, so I need to find a different strategy. Irritated, Alexis sends out a wave of fire from her body, and pretty much burns almost all the normal trees immediately around my main tree. The subsidiary trees, Forge Tree and Root Brain Complex share quite a bit of my fire resistance abilities, but the flame is strong enough to let Trevor experience pain. Master, I don't feel so good. Trevor is housed in the Root Brain Complex, and the blue fire is slowly getting to it. It inherits a smaller of my godly fire resistance and would be invulnerable to most fires, except one from a hero or a demon king. Shut down and hibernate. Horns, you too. Acknowledged. Rather than lose Trevor and Horns from the constant barrage of fire, it's better to pull their artificial souls back from their bodies and house and hibernate their souls within me. This isn't ideal. I shake my head. Alexis is still blasting the forest, and I'm doing my best to block as much of the fireballs as I can, which works and as a result irritates the demon fire Alexis more. Mila shakes her head. Alexis is trying to take back control, but it's not working. The demon fire's will is too powerful. At this point, the elves have managed to evacuate to the relative safety of New Frika, and it's just me, the spirits, and Alexis. Yvonne managed to haul Juro away from the battlefield as well. It's strange to be feeling so hot when just a bit further away, it's the cold blizzard. Too bad I can't channel the blizzard's power and direct it all at Alexis. We can't defeat her. Mila sighs. All you can go is stall her, but she's free to run elsewhere. I pause and I try to think. If I can't defeat her, then I will attempt to contain her. The logic to me is simple. She can't hurt me, so if I contain her such that she can't hurt anyone else, that's a win too. Alexis lobs a few more fireballs and releases multiple fire waves, and what is once a green valley turns into a blazing inferno, with me, the sole untouched tree, in the middle, as the blue flame is strong enough to burn even those with higher fire resistances. What's your plan? Mila asks. Well, remember my extremely crazy demon and fire resistance. I am going to exploit it. How? I am going to eat her. I'm not sure whether Alexis gets the point that it's not working, but hey, if all it wants to do is keep trying, go ahead. The FJRE worked to a limited degree on the roots and vines. Her fire aura burns up a few strands of roots and vines, but there is enough of the constricting vines and roots to form a thick net. I had taken inspiration from Horn's body to coat the roots and vines with a layer of fire-resistant resin, and as they touch her fire-formed body, some of them burn. With the resin-coated fire-resistant net around her, I begin to pull and manage to grab her flame body and pull her towards me, into me. You actually going to? Mila looks surprised. Eat her? Yes, I am. Alexis's body seems to panic, and so released a continuous stream of blue fire, and even stronger black fires but closer to my main body. The root and vine's fire resistance increase, so she's trapped. Fireballs after fireballs explode as I pull her ever closer. Alexis's body now almost touches my trunk, and she releases a huge chain of fire waves, the axe of a drowning man, flailing in an attempt to escape, but she still could not break through her vines. However, that fire scorched the surroundings. The forged tree in the root brain complex burned, the ground charred black. Then as she closed in on the trunk, the main body of my trunk open up, reveals a biolab pod, and the vines push her inside into the biolab. The demon fire attacks the biolab, and now I feel like I'm in a sauna, or like an Arctic monkey sitting inside a hot spring in winter. That doesn't stop Alexis. She keeps trying, releasing wave after wave of fire. Perhaps she thinks my resistance is due to an extreme regeneration, and so I will run out of mana, or somehow she hoped that the fire will eventually get through. But it doesn't. I am kinda thankful that its only power is fire, and so its only response to any threat is to burn the shit out of it. I mean, if it had Alexis's brains, she'd probably try lightning or perhaps ice. So yeah, when you're a hammer, all you can do is hammer. This is insane. Mila says, clearly rather amazed to see Alexis dragged into me. Well, it works, and I begin the next step, trying to battle the demon fire's presence. It's strangely familiar. Like the fires of Baal that used to burn on top of my trunk, the fire even feels rather pleasant. This time, I'm not the same tree I used to be, and so I will defeat the demon fire myself. My mana, and I draw on all the mana I have, from the ley line, from the normal trees, from the storage, from everything, and with it, I flood Alexis's body with my mana, and drive out the demon fire and the demonic mana that now runs through her body. It is like attempting to do a blood transfusion, to drive out the dirty demon blood and replace it with my clean blood. Unbeknownst to me at this time, from New Freaka, by putting Alexis's body into me, it seems like the entire valley's trees appear to be on fire. The heat generated from the trapped demon fire is released through my roots, my branches, like how a kettle vents out hot steam, and throughout the valley, my branches and roots would periodically spit out the trapped demon fire. And from afar, my main trunk is like a furnace. There's reddish glow from within, that trapped demon fire, a fire inside a paper lantern, and this lasts for weeks as I battled. Single-mindedly focused on beating the demon fire, I had no idea what happened other than my long, laborious battle for control of Alexis's body. I kept at it and continuously flooded her with my mana, and gradually I made progress. Like my experience with the hellhounds, on how they, after I overwhelmed its body with my mana, it transforms into a woodhound. Everything I had I poured into Alexis's body. Though I doubt I can take control of Alexis, my theory is that it's all I need to drive out the demon fire. After a week, I gained ground and pushed the demon fire, perhaps by half. The demon fire tried and gave its all, releasing all the fire it could and tried to destroy me from within. After the second week, even more progress. The fire elemental form is starting to subside, like a body that's finally stopped burning. And in my biolab, I begin to see something resembling a soul again. Its black color body, a charred body, is starting to emerge from what was once a body almost wholly made of fire. But that doesn't look good for Alexis, as it means she is probably going to die anyway. So as I fought the demon fire, I also now begin to look into her body and see a spring that's tainted red, burning. A body that's parched, cracked like a baked dirt, like a lake that is drained of water. A bloody red mana that flows out from everywhere and my mana flowing into it, slowly pushing it out into the beyond. and after the third week, I finally drowned the demon fire with all the mana I had. I won, year 76, month 5, week 3. You did it, Mila nods. The demon fire is gone. Finally, and Alexis has got her body back. Well, what's left of it. Could not have happened soon enough, as all the ejected heat from the demon fire meant the entire valley is literally like a minefield. Any second a tree would emit fire or hot steam, so all the inhabitants of the valley tried to stay as far away from trees as possible. But this meant the tree folk had to go out in the open, to New Freaka. Anyway, Alexis's body has been in the fire form for too long, and her physical body is completed burnt, and now it is crumbles right before our eyes like a collapsing sandcastle. It is evidently not an ability that is meant to be used for so long. Help me, connect to me. What? Please, just do so. Alexis coughs. Her body, even though there's no demon fire anymore, is no use. To be honest, something strange about that request. But I did. My roots and vines enter her body and attempt to provide her with nutrients, the way a feeding tube would. But her body is a goner, unable to receive nutrients anymore. And then Alexis mumbles something, a spell that I couldn't quite understand. It causes her body to crumble, then turns into a paste, and then it mixes into the vines and roots in her body. And that vines and roots mixes with the rest of the biolab, and that pod transforms into a chrysalis of some kind. What? New subordinate consciousness, Hamadryad Alexis detected. Integrating. Integration failed. Soul condition is in extreme damage. Extensive repairs required. Attempting to repair using Soul Forge. Soul Forge is offline. Expected downtime 2 weeks. Subordinate consciousness will be put into stasis. Alexis has died. You gained a fragment. You have 67 fragments. You have gained 4 levels. You are now level 128. Biolab upgraded 3 times. Biolab resistance to attack increased. Biolab modification options increased. Soul Forge linked abilities increased. Constrict upgraded. Vines now are able to drain mana and life force. Vines now able to ensnare magical creatures. Natural mana overwhelming upgraded. New tree variant obtained, carnivorous plants. New ability obtained, heat transmission root systems. Year 76, month 5, week 3, a day later. With Alexis defeated, I can finally take stock of the damage, and it's quite bad. From all the fireballs and the inferno that raged afterwards, the valley lost about 7,600 normal trees and about 100 of my subsidiary trees. Both the forge tree and the root tree complex is damaged by the blue flame and need about 2 weeks to regenerate their damage. Horns is also in a kind of repair mode and is holed up in one of the beetle's subsidiary trees, recuperating from the damage. Trevor is also offline, and it'll be 2 weeks before he's back on, so my range and detection ability is back to what it once was. The elves and New Freaka and most of the refugees stayed far away from the forest, and so when it finally stopped, everyone looks incredibly cautious. Horse, I went and check on the elves first and find Loffen, Jura and gang resting in one of the rest houses. It's finally stopped. Loffen looks out the window, noting that the fires had stopped for a full day, and with it that means the snowstorm is going to return as well. From snowstorm to blazing inferno and now back to snowstorm again. Yeah, Jura's awake, but his entire body is suffering from burns. He's recovering though, as the healers tend to his wounds. Wonder how Tree is doing. The monster is inside Tree. Bell nods. If so, do we still want to go back and stay there if Tree is still there? Loffen nods. I trust that Tree will take care of us and keep the monster separated from us. Hi, I mentally speak to the elves. Oh, they all shout in delight. What I missed. Loffen paused and then soon elaborate how the entire valley is on fire for a good 3 weeks. The heat from the burning forest helps warm the entire area, but also makes it dangerous for anyone to get near the forest as there's all the periodic firebursts from my roots and trees. But other than that, all else is normal, as the refugees are still hungry and cold, so I turn my focus back to the forest. I'm still around, boss. Dimitri speaks, reminding me that he's spared from the damage because he is just so far away. Ah yes, great, all well in your part of the world. Yes, boss. You've been draining a lot of mana for the past 3 weeks, so we're on low activity mode. Now we can get back to our usual routine again. Well, that's good, so I then turned to the research trees. A few of the biolabs were damaged during the entire battle, and with me draining all the mana and Trevor being out of commission, the research on the volcanic and winter adaptation is all suspended. Beetle winter adaptation stage I 2 months remain. Tree volcanic adaptation stage I 3 months remain. Tree winter adaptation or a 3 months remain. Dimitri, can you continue the research? I mean, I do have another forest mine, so he can continue the research, right? Certainly. Please create a few biolabs in the southwest forest. Ah yes, that makes sense, as the lab should be near to the forest mine for it to conduct research. Once Trevor wakes up, I wonder whether it's possible to get both of them to do research. Does that speed things up, Spazer? Anyway, some explanation of the elemental resistances. Tree enjoys extremely high fire and demon resistance from his 66-67 fragments of heroes that forms his tree heart, but the resistance does not extend 100 to his subsidiary trees or his skills. Depending on the type of subtrees or skills, some of them get 75, some get 50, some like the ginseng tree gets none. There's also a small distance modifier, i.e. a subsidiary tree really far away doesn't enjoy as much resistance as a subsidiary tree right next to the main tree. There will be future skills that alter this, of course. And indirect vor, I only realized after I finished writing, then I had to add the carnivorous plant skill. Venus flytrap incoming. Also, I'm early. Yay, I hope to do next chapter around 4th or 5th April. Hot water. Hot water. Year 76, month 6. Ah, good to be awake. I'm back. Seems like I've slept. Yes, Trevor, time to fix our valley. Indeed, our valley's heavily damaged by the fires, and Trevor's restoration abilities will be much needed. Trevor's presence sends an update to my entire point of view and interface, and more data floods in. He is clearly getting into it. I could sense him checking on various trees and quickly using his abilities to regenerate some of them. Well, this fixing thing will take some time, since the cold weather is making it hard for us to do much. Next, I checked on the elves. They are back now, living inside the secret hideout once more. I think they actually just missed the warmth of my secret hideout, where the temperature is always constant and there is always some fruits or potatoes to eat, and they were delighted when I told them they could return to the secret hideout. The girls are exceptionally happy to get their beds back and quickly snuggled in. I am so tired of this cold. Belle jumps on her bed, so glad that my bed's still here. The blizzard's gonna just get stronger after this. I wouldn't want to be out there. Emil sighs, I hope the rest of them are doing okay. I feel kinda bad hiding in comfort here. That sucks, but oh well, Belle shrugs. It's kinda amazing that all this is undamaged despite how crazy the fighting was. That's partly because the secret hideout is pretty much fire resistant. Meanwhile, New Freeka's new hunter corps and merchant arms, they successfully acquired food in exchange for furs and wines. The underground and covered farms are also in full swing, as more and more of the refugees acquire skills necessary to manage their underground and indoor farms. But politically, things are not going so well for New Freeka. The three nations resume their mudslinging, as talks break down on who is responsible for the blood sacrifice blizzard spell. So Sala has came up with a strange ultimatum to New Freeka. Side with the kingdom of Sala, and the truce conditions are waived. Choose not to and bear their wrath. This is an insult, the advisors say. I know, but what choice do we have? We have no military power to stand up to Sala. Yvonne sighs, but they expect us to forget that we were expelled from them, that we were massacred, our long escape from Sala, and the countless lives lost as they go about their bloodthirsty ways. Our people will insist we have a bit more spine. The advisor shakes his head and try to convince the rest of the advisors. They too feel really mixed about this. Is the lives of our people less important than some principles? How do we know? Sala may well be the one that cast the spell, then if we side with them, we would be wrong too. If so, the answer must be to insist that Sala prove their innocence, then we stand on their side. One of the advisors suggests, and it's quickly attacked by the other advisors. That still won't go down well with the people. Remember, we are expelled from Sala, many of us. Now they demand us to stand on their side. Even if they are truly innocent in terms of this accursed spell, I speak for many others, cannot accept it. We'd rather go to war with Sala, but war leads us to a lot more death, and that's what we're trying to avoid. We shouldn't go to war and put our people's lives on the line, another advisor says. Our people are tired and are finally starting to rebuild their lives here. Do we want to throw them into the fire again? Tough choices for the New Freakans, so they could not come to a decision. Year 76, month 7. Mila, Alexis. The two girls jump happily when Alexis's damaged soul is finally received its first layer of repairs. I had to wait for the forged tree to recover, and some of my energies to return, before I could get to fixing her and knocking her out of stasis. Like Mila, the damage her soul has taken is enormous, and it speaks of the incredible resilience of souls that after a layer of repairs, she is already able to speak. The kinds of damage is a mix between Mila's and that princess who experimented with void magic, so I'm more than able to repair quite a bit of the damage her soul suffered, but there's still some which needs different colored soul forges to fix. I'll hug you if I could. Alexis shrugs, her soul now appearing in my soul realm after the repairs. Mila laughs, I don't think ethereal spirits can have hugs. Yeah, I feel a lot better after the tree fixed me. None of that crazy demon voice anymore. Mila's soul bobs, the demons have been reading my mind. Well, that's a bombshell that came from nowhere. That means they know what I know. Of gods, of our technology, of home. Oh, nothing worse than the magics of this world has to offer. I doubt it's their first time. Mila shrugs. Heroes has been summoned to this world time and time again. Pretty sure a few times demons have captured heroes before. Alexis sighs, well, that's out. Feels good to finally say it. Seems to be a sigh of relief, of a weight finally released from her shoulders. Having my brain read all the time isn't a pleasant feeling. Well, you're sort of dead, so I doubt that's any better. I'd rather be dead, honestly. I'm really relieved that the tree spirit is able to defeat me. I initially fear being the vehicle for more of the demon's destruction. Well, luckily, I have just the set of abilities to counter you. I jump in. Yes, interesting set of operations you're starting here. Alexis muses. You like it? It's not bad. Alexis's spirit bobs around. See, someone appreciates it for a change. Mila shrugs. Anyway, what spell did you use in the end? Oh, it's a reduction to spiritual form spell, something I learned from being stuck in the fire form for too long since my body is disintegrating, and then a merge self spell. Merge, that's when I realized Alexis might have tried to hijack my body. Yeah. I tried to merge with you, but your soul is far too strong, and instead I got absorbed. Don't do that ever again. Ah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to still somehow live. Anyway, I still have to figure out alternatives, so I speak to the Wisp separately. Wisp, anyway I can control what the souls do against me. Well, in their soul form they have no ability to harm you, at least directly. They are after all souls that exist with your soul realm, and the soul realm is a contained other space. Once confined and merged into a vessel, their ability to harm you depends on the vessel. Lots to think about there. But there are safeguards you can perform, such as entering into a soul contract. Such act will constrain their actions for the next 1,000 years. Ah yes, I am an idiot, but I suppose I have to if I ever want to give them a vessel. There's a vessel already developing inside the pod, which the Lady Alexis used. It seems to be a woman made out of wood, but will be some time before it is ready. How'd Alexis do that? Her spell managed to only take control of the pod, and so she used it to become a cocoon to grow herself a new body. But because her magic is decayed, the new body that is growing is now under your control. I therefore take a chance to have a look at the body she's growing. It's essentially a body made of wood, but the limbs and the joints are all made of some kind of soft vines. But at least this body aligns hers and mine, as she dies when I do. But then she could just hop bodies, and she might still try to take over me rather than become attached to me. For now, though, she's still in my soul realm, so I need to think of some precautions. She failed previously, but that's because her body and soul is in terrible shape. If she's in her best shape, might she succeed? Alexis. I return to the two ladies, who are happily chatting away. Yes, tree spirit. Do you plan to stay in this world, or do you plan to move on? The soul realm is where souls prepare for their onward reincarnation after all. If she leaves, then my fears will be less. If what Mila tells me is right, I might see Nobuo in the next few weeks. They're a bit slow to catch up on such matters. I'll see what he says first, but I think I'll stay. Oh, that's a disappointment, because the price of my failed attempt to merge with your body is that my soul is now subordinated and shackled to you for 1,000 years. And just to be sure, I checked. Alexis. Status soul contracted to tree. So the variant of her attempt to merge with me ends up backfiring and turning it into a soul contract. That's rather weird, so I go back and ask the Wisp more questions. Can a body have two souls? Maybe, but one is always the master. In your case, you're the soul tree, and you're the undisputed master of your own soul. The lady is reckless to have attempted to take over as master of your body. After all, there is nothing in the world that can remove a soul tree able to manipulate the souls of others from its own body. Nothing. Even a god can't touch a soul tree's soul until the soul tree dies, in which your soul then becomes any other soul. Think about it, how can a being able to repair, create, and upgrade souls lose control over their own body to another soul? The power to manipulate souls comes from the soul tree's innate structure, and to kick you out involves tampering with that innate structure. But you said early she could harm me. Well, yes, she can cast spells at you and physically attack you if they desire to. Both Mila and Alexis, if they are combined into a vessel, are their own persons and they can attack you if they choose to. But chase you out of your own body is not one of the things they can ever do. I misunderstood a bit. I suppose that changes the types of precautions I have to take. Year 76 month 7 week 2. Everyone is busy doing farming, especially of the underground or indoor type. Those that can't are busy hunting. It's going to enter into the really cold months soon, and if the magic behind this snowstorm does not weaken, it'll just mean colder days ahead. So although there is the threat of a re-escalation of the war between the three kingdoms, the people of New Frika are just single-mindedly focused on preparing for more harsh winters. It's really the only thing on most of the people's minds. On my side, I do my part by growing potatoes. I can grow a lot of potatoes, so that's what I do. And those fruits of healing and warming fruits as well, which I get the elves to store in the secret hideout. The elves purchased vinegar from the traders and used them to create pickled fruits, so these pickled fruits, kept in large wooden containers, are what they store for winter. It seems the effectiveness of Thea healing and warming reduced by half, but in exchange we get much more longer-lasting fruits that don't rot so quickly. By now, the valley's damage from the fires are gone, but of the many trees destroyed, only 20 rejuvenated. After all, the weather is too cold for trees to grow. It seems that there is actually a few groups of wizards attempting to dispel and weaken the blizzard. After all, for some wizards, this is a chance to level up, try to do something that few other wizards have done before, at the same time earn some good brownie points with the rulers of the three kingdoms. I hope they are successful. This stupid winter has gone on for far too long. Fear not, master. The winter research is going on well, and once that is done we will be able to regrow even more trees. Trevor and Dimitri both try to comfort me, but I still feel a bit annoyed. Aside from that, my soul harvesters return. I get a lot more souls. It seems the winter is really killing a lot of people, so I have enough to create one more artificial soul. The only problem is I don't have enough power for it. Year 76, month 8. Beetle Winter Adaptation Stage, I completed. Tree Volcanic Adaptation Stage, I 1 months remain. Tree Winter Adaptation, Aura 1 months remain. Ah yes, my beetles can move now. With the first stage Beetle Winter Adaptation, I noticed the beetles now have some kind of internal warming system, where there is some kind of warm sap which gets pumped to their joints and limbs to keep it warm. However, the sap is produced only in the subsidiary trees' beetle nests, so they have to periodically return to the trees to restock on the saps. This gives them an effective operation time in winter of about 2 hours, which isn't that great, but at least they can move and function in winter, which is a whole lot better than them sleeping in their nests. I wonder if this gets taken to the extreme. Would the beetles actually gain functional hot blood pumping hearts? Still, the fact that she tried to merge with me makes me a little defensive around her. You're feeling suspicious of me because of what I did before I died. And I can understand that, and I would like to apologize again. But let me be useful to you. After all, there are still many ways you can use me. Well, in this respect, Alexis actually wants to be useful, but Mila just seems rather happy loitering around. But you know, this little incident does make me wonder how loyal Mila would be. Paranoid. Mila chimes in. Yes, but so long as we are in our soul form, we are stuck. Here, as souls, we have no ability to take action. But if we are to earn your trust, you need to first invest that first leap, to let us be of assistance to you. Well, Alexis is right there. Ah, it's a risk I have to take. All I can do is task my artificial souls to keep an eye on them, and use the existing spells and contracts to keep them under control. But for now, I will put that idea off. The weather is experiencing some oddities. On one day, the weather suddenly got better, but then it got a lot worse the next day. I suspect it's the wizards trying to meddle with the magic of this snowstorm. The new Freekas are still busy digging in, building large storage facilities to store the hunt, and they have even started curing meats so that they can be stored for longer. To be honest, I think this blizzard's proving to be a boon for them, because they are developing more unique food storage abilities, which would last them through future hardships. Politically, they have yet to decide who to side with on the whole Sala ultimatum, and that's gotten them a rather stern warning letter from Sala, who insists that they pick a side and do so soon. Or else. Anyway, as I turn my attention back on the elves, how are you feeling? Better. I started work on Jura's wounds after the elves returned to the secret hideout. His wounds are mostly a whole lot of broken bones and a bit of burn marks. Bamboo, being wooden armor that protected his body, absorbed most of the damage from the explosion, but that meant Jura still had to deal with the fall damage. Good. His burns are now fully healed, but what is left is the broken bones. The bones have fused together, but are in the healing process and will take some time before they regain their past strength. I foresee Jura should not join in any combat-related activities for at least 2 months, or those repairs may break. Year 76, month 9. Tree Volcanic Adaptation Stage I complete. Tree Winter Adaptation Aura complete. Hell yeah, my trees are growing in the motherfucking winter. With the completion of the Winter Adaptation Aura, trees near me all gain some resistance to winter and are now able to grow in it. This means a return of growth. This feeling of finally being able to grow after not growing for so long kinda feels like being able to taste food after losing your taste buds for weeks. Ah, how glorious it is to be able to grow after being stunted for so damned long. At this point, I do realize that I am somewhat a growth addict. I really enjoy watching another patch of snow-covered dirt have a bunch of green shoots, which then transforms into proper trees. And the central trees, those closer to me, are even able to feed energy back to me. It's kinda like being sick for so long that you kinda forgot how being healthy felt like, and now whoosh. Hell yeah. Grow, grow, grow. Is the tree always like this? Alexis asks. I think he's gone a little crazy. Mila shrugs. Also, there is still the volcano thing. The first stage of the upgrades means my trees can now approach the volcanic area without dying, but I am still a distance away from the volcano itself. There are, however, a lake that is being warmed by the volcano's magma, and since the valley does need some hot water, I place a few subsidiary trees next to it and activate my heat transmission system. It's essentially a kind of root system, which pushes the hot water from the heated lake to the valley. Secret hideout upgraded. Hot water now available. Hot volcanic bath obtained. Oh, did I really have to go that cliched route of getting a damned onsen inside my own secret hideout? Although there is some transmission loss. It's good enough such that I could get the valley's trees a bit warmer too, so there's a bit of steam and mist now emerging in the valley, as the hot water interacts with the cold weather above it. You've acquired the skill, mist. Oh, I like hot springs, Alexis shrugs. Now I want a physical body. Me too, I haven't had one in ages. Mila also comments. Which one, the hot springs or the body? Why not both? Are these two ladies going to commentate on all my actions and achievements? I find their banter amusing, master. Horns too finally recovered from his injuries, and he too shares a bit of the winter upgrades, so like the other beetles, he has a sap in his body that acts as a heater. Will they be useful? Anyway, the main volcano itself is still further in, and to get there I need to work on my next stage of the volcanic adaptation research, which also involves getting more materials from the volcano. Beetle Winter Adaptation, Stage II 6 months remaining. Volcanic Adaptation Stage II 8 months remaining, requires 200x sulfur. Tree Winter Adaptation Stage II 8 months remaining. I think the higher stages are going to take more time, or so I'll need to increase the number of biolabs working on them in the future. Assign me. Alexis volunteers. I volunteer to do research. Her dryad body is fully developed by now, and if I'm not mistaken, is designed with herself as the template, and so it's going to be making her a dryad, which then undertakes research in the biolab. I'll think about it. Oh, come on. You can cast spells on me if you want to keep watch. I won't do strange stuff, I swear, Alexis pleads. Year 76, month 10. Oh, more growth. I love growth, and I hide all my potatoes, using beetles as my carriers. There is really no need to let the new freakas know there is a huge stockpile of potatoes underground. This makes me think of the poor chap so many years ago that asked me for a healing fruit, but I could not give him one because I still didn't have winter adaptation back then. Ah well, speaking of which, when did the Demon King die again? About 3 years ago. Is there going to be a 10-year gap this time? Generally 10 years. Was not asking you. I know, but I want to answer it. I think she's a bit of a smart aleck and maybe a bit chunny, and I think it's important. When I was researching the ancient text, it seems the 10-year cycle is just a rule of thumb. There has been occasions where the demons choose to delay their invasion although the supposed time is up. That's a whole lot more long-winded than I thought it would be, but I suppose it would be useful to know somehow. I still don't know why though, and what exactly does the otherworldly demons want? What do the demons want? Don't they just behave on instinct and act out their directive to kill all lives? I mean, so far the demons from the other worlds can't be reasoned with, so we don't actually know what they want unlike the local demons. Oh, there are factions in the demons too. Well, when I think about it, it figures. Creatures of evil are not equally evil or evil in the same way. Anyway, back to the growth thing with the warm waters from the volcano. Areas where the hot water is released turns into a bit of an oasis in the cold, and the area there is a bit more fertile. The hot water is also mineral rich, so I notice the potatoes I cultivate are a little bit larger and different in color. Actually, master, if we use the minerals extracted by our roots and infuse them into the potatoes, we can achieve a similar effect. Reyes Arch Trees. Reyes Arch Trees. Year 76, month 10 continued. So now that things are returning back to normal for me, somewhat, is to focus on the volcano. The volcano clearly is a point of great interest to me, as it generates so much heat and energy, something I would need for my valley. But the next phase involves defeating the magma monsters that spawn near the volcano and protecting my trees. And from the initial skirmishes between the beetles and the magma monsters, they didn't do well at all. It takes about 5 beetles to beat one magma monster, because the magma monsters are able to burn the beetles when they get near, and the beetles attack by ramming the magma monsters with their horns. So, bad matchup, really. And that's one problem I need to fix. I can't manually go in and use root strike on the magma monsters. Okay, actually I can, but it's just that. If I do that personally, then I don't have time to do other stuff, so I need the beetles or whatever solution I come up with to be able to act somewhat autonomously. Horns, any ideas? Research fire-resistant protective shells and magical horns for more power. That'll take 3 and 6 months, master. Trevor giving the numbers, but that'll delay our other research on further enhancements to the tree's resistances. I want all the research. This feels like playing those games with huge tech trees and you just want to choose all of them available options because in some ways you do need them all. Recommendations. We could spread out our time on both of them. Trevor and Dimitri said in unison. But it'll be a 2-month delay for the other 2 projects. No, I want them too. So the next step is more forest mines, but clearly I am limited in this aspect. Are you willing to consider my help now? Alexis speaks up. I'll think about it. Year 76, month 11. The new Freakins are doing well, fortifying themselves, and they did manage to build up a large stockpile of food. It seems their indecision led to Salad denouncing the truce, and now they even accuse the new Freakas of collaborating with the enemies. so the truce is off. But even though the truce is off, it did not descend into war directly. After all, Sala is still tied up in their conflict with Nung and Tact, and the winter also severely impairs their ability to wage any assault on New Frika. It's actually a norm in the world that war is declared, but actual fighting does not happen until some time later, and for certain human nations, there are even rules of engagements that the rulers follow, or they find themselves having awarded cursed titles for falling out of favor of the human war gods. Gaia, apparently, is one such god that demands certain rules of engagement. That battles are fought on open fields. Each battle starts with a commander leading the charge. There is clear publicly declared casus belli behind the conflict, and that a large prayer is held before each large war. Strangely enough, despite how restrictive it sounds, Gaia as a god participates rather directly in terms of larger conflicts, often granting commanders tremendous gifts. It is said that if heroes, the singular most powerful humans in the world, failed, they would turn to the commanders of Gaia to defend the world, though in reality there is still a huge gap in their power. Gods in the world interact with it in a few ways, one through gifts, and there are rules around such gifts that all gods follow, even the dark gods native to the world. Well, I partly learned this from Alexis, because Alexis's first acts when coming to this world is actually to figure out how to go back, so she went on head on diving into books on gods, magic, and all that. But of course there are restrictions on going back, and one of those restrictions, placed by the million-headed Hydra that watches over Earth, is that the souls return clean. In short, they return without their powers or memories, though they may still experience dreams which reminds them of their past lives. So back to war. The new Freekas are of course annoyed by the development, but knowing that Sala's engagement won't happen so soon, they decide to fortify themselves to prepare for the coming conflict. Despite the cold winters, New Frika's population is a respectable 35,000, and so they have the ability to field close to 13,000 fighters to the battle, which is a decent fighting force. Sala may easily send 50,000 or perhaps 100,000, but they are a far larger state with more competing priorities and an ongoing war with the Nung and Tact. So unless Sala really provokes them, they may just let this little conflict carry on for a bit more. Yvonne, though, is still trying to avoid war, so her negotiators now are instead focusing on who's the real culprit of the Blood Blizzard, which, increasingly, is pointing towards the acts of a terrorist group that infiltrated the senior army leadership of all three nations in order to carry out such a large sacrifice. In short, even if they did find who was behind this, the emerging fact still points to all three nations contributing to the Blood Blizzard, and none of the three nations will want to implicate themselves in the spell, so the war is just going to go on. So too bad. This week, I converted one of the large subsidiary trees into a training room at Lausanne's requests. The weather outside is now far too cold for combat practice, so their sword fighting practice goes indoors. She's going to turn 8 soon, and despite her earlier lack of talents, she somehow managed to pick it up. Perhaps through a combination of dream tutor and power leveling, she did acquire sufficient sword fighting skills to have simple spars with Jura, and she has also started to gain levels. There seems to be some kind of barrier from gaining levels for very young children, but this level barrier is inconsistent and varies across races. Out of curiosity, I had her dip into one of the biolabs just to check on her. I had a theory previously that young children, where their spring that connects their body to the soul, and vice versa, is not yet fully mature, then that person is unable to gain levels. I mean, prior to this I could not even have an assessment of Lausanne's estimated soul rank, but now I could, and my intuition is right. Indeed, her spring, the fountain which produces mana, now has a consistent shape. This raises a big set of questions, as in, what exactly influences the size and shape of the fountain? I also have a few thoughts about this. One is whether all souls are the same, but there is some other thing which acts as the link between the soul and the body, and that then influences a person's full potential, or if the souls are different, then there should be a way to manipulate and change the qualities a soul have. Master, you're using my root brain to augment your theories again, Trevor grumbles. Ah yes, it seems I sometimes unknowingly tap into the processing power of the trees to think, but this has the effect of taking away processing power from Trevor, which then impairs his performance. Think of the root brain complex as a computer processor, and if I'm using it, Trevor can't. I should have more root brains. It's logical, no. I come from a world of quad cores and more. It would be fascinating if I somehow stitch all these root brains together into some kind of collective super brain. No. Special project unlocked. The Grand Mind Tree significantly boosts tree-related research output and grants wider understanding of soul magics. Gains additional psychic-type magical abilities. Requires 10x root brain complexes and 1 ton of gold and 1 ton of quartz crystals. Once all prerequisites are complete, construction will take 1.5 years. Ah, my own supercomputer. Well, kind of. Alexis, you're redundant if I get this. New woo 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 woo. Alexis sighs, but then she pauses, but you're not going to get it so quickly. It'll still take time. So assign me to a biolab, please. You're going to have to wait probably 2 to 3 years before you achieve it. Maybe more. She's right, though. It's going to take a while. Construction of the root brain complex itself requires 10x blood crystals and 50x fresh animal heads, and so 10 root brains means a whole lot of blood crystals, and that means money, which we probably do not have. You're right, Alexis, but I still don't really trust you, so I've decided that I will merge you with a biolab someday, but you will be watched and observed. That's okay. I rather tinker in the biological structure of trees and beetles than being stuck in this dark and dreary place. Can't you do something about how gloomy your soul realm is? A biolab it is then. It's a transit lounge for souls to reincarnate. Not helpful for it to be a pleasant place to be. I can't have too many souls not wanting to move on. Well, to be fair, the souls only linger around for 6 months to a year, and after that they will move on. The soul realm, whether pleasant or not, has no influence on this. I got sidetracked again. I mumble to myself and resume watching Lausanne. Her body's really young. After all, she's only 7 turning 8. All the Dream Tutor has given her a rather varied set of skills, and so she's actually pretty versatile as a person. She still wants to be a hero, but lately she's starting to understand that there's a gap between herself and the true heroes that could change the world with their power, though some days she still believes she can stand up there. She'll have to gain a lot more levels if she wants to. Only with levels can she even think of standing up to a hero who's blessed by the heavens. Tree, do you have powers to make me stronger? I do. The ginseng tree, and it grants a permanent boost. But the problem is that they just keep dying, usually after their first unlock. If I grow a ginseng tree inside me, maybe that'll work. And it doesn't help that they die within 2 to 3 months in this cold weather, so I'll have to wait till the wizards actually manage to weaken or dispel this cold weather before resuming my replanting of my 3 ginseng trees. I do, but you'll have to wait. Okay, I'll need all the help I can get. Lausanne raises her hand like hurrah. Uncle Jura says heroes are super strong, and I'll need all the blessings the world can give me to be as strong as them. That's actually possible. Perhaps throughout the world there are various permanent blessings similar to ginseng trees. If a person could gather enough of them, they could be as strong as heroes. I think I should go on a journey someday with Uncle Jura and Mom to get those blessings. That's a good idea, Lausanne. Jura's healed, but his bones still need to fully recover, so he's just doing simple exercises and relying on Bamboo to provide training to Lausanne. Bamboo and Jura actually managed to achieve some kind of bond, and Bamboo now manifests itself as a flexible wooden arm for Jura, so Jura's back to being two-handed, kinda like a prosthetic but with a summon. Quite a cool outcome actually, I frankly didn't think of that. It's not as good as a real arm, of course, but as workarounds go, it's pretty good since Bamboo and Jura as a familiar has a mental link. Bamboo is due for upgrade too. Yes, so is Horns. I think I'll go on a journey when I turn 15. That's when they say we're old enough to start traveling. Then Uncle Jura can go with me. I nod. Lausanne talks to me a lot, and that means she listens to my thoughts about the future. Strangely, I think this means I've influenced her to think about what she wants to do, unlike the rest of them who tends to look at things at a shorter time frame. How's Brislech and Wallen doing? They're working in New Frika. I think Brislech is working in a shop selling potato breads. Wasn't she doing something else? Well, not everyone has ambitions of the grand kind, and that's not a fault. Wallen's working in the treasurer's office as administrator. He's learning how to read and write too. Literacy, it's a mix and match in this world. Most of the time it is taught by a village elder in the small villages, and to some extent it is a valuable skill, useful in government matters and trade. Some cultures have stronger emphasis on reading, some less. Elves surprisingly do not have much emphasis on writing and reading, as their long lives tend to mean they will pick it up over the years. They also seem to favor oral traditions, having an appointed old one in every village to remember the traditions and ceremonies. Certain subtleties that the written word cannot capture. I should learn to read and write too. A hero must be smart. Knowing how to read does not make you smart, Lausanne. Is it? But at least I'm not stupid. Not knowing how to read does not make you stupid. Less stupid, she mumbles. I can work if I know how to read and write. Good for traveling. Good point. Writers are useful. They are often paid to write letters and messages. Some writers double up as messengers and sort of mailmen, and this is usually a relatively good way to gain admission into a merchant association or guild. Ever thought of being a merchant? That's a good way to travel the world without involving yourself in too much fighting. A hero as a merchant. Lausanne slumps, but then she is actually thinking about it. Yeah, why can't heroes be merchants? She's seriously thinking about it. To be fair, I haven't heard of a merchant hero before. Their neutrality kinds of make it hard for them to play the role of a hero, which has to take a side. A hero as a merchant, it's still on her mind, but then she stands and rejoins Jura in the middle of the training tree. Essentially, it's a large, empty room in a tree. As Jura and Lausanne resume their regular practice, I then turn my attention to the volcanic area once more. Some of the magma monsters are getting a little bit aggressive, and I have to periodically kill them to protect the subsidiary trees there. The volcano is an active volcano, its caldera partly blown apart, so there's a part where there is liquid lava flowing out of it. As is the norm in the world, this leads to magma monsters spawning, and from what the beetles have seen further inside, there are larger magma monsters closer to the caldera. So far they are territorial, so they don't seem to attack us if we do not approach. Master, it is time I get an upgrade, Horn suggests. He's fully recovered now, so he is due for an upgrade since he capped out at level 20 earlier. Bamboo too, so I took the chance to review their upgrade requirements. Horn's level 20 Beetle Knight. Upgrade options available. Blue Baron Beetle 5x blue crystals, 30x almost complete skeleton of a large animal. Gains commander effects, which grants nearby beetle increased abilities. Black Beetle Dark Knight 10x obsidian rocks, 20x large claws. Gains combat skills. Bamboo level 20 Woodbear Eidolon. Upgrade options available. Blue Armor Path 50 small copper ingots, 5 medium red rubies needed. Gains defensive abilities. Black Claw Path 50 small iron ingots, 5 medium onyx needed. Gains offensive abilities. Trevor level 27 Forest M Ind. Will be unlocked at level 30. Black Skull Shell 10x bone of a wyvern, 1x heart of a lion, and 50x bones of a lizard. Gains a ghostly projection. All these upgrades impose a lot of resource requirements, so I'll need more resources. You require more minerals. Dimitri chimes in with a Russian accent. It reminds me of a wraith, or is that a Terran Goliath? Ah yes, you've been taking in a bit too much of my game references. Ah whatever, if I want these resources, I'll get them from New Freaka. The tree spirit demands what? The advisors look concerned when Yvonne shares my resource demands with the rest of her council. Blood crystals, gold, quartz crystals, copper and iron ingots, rubies, onyx, blue crystals. Yvonne repeats, but she clearly understands their concern. One of Yvonne's closest advisors then clarifies, it's more of a request than a demand, right? Yvonne shrugs. I'm not too sure if I understand the tree spirit correctly, but I think it sounds more like a demand than a request. Should we? One of the advisors look really worried. It feels a bit like extortion. I believe most of you have seen the tree spirit's combat abilities, and its incredible abilities throughout this valley. The recent hot water spring around the Tree of Prayer is a recent addition. It's hard though, those goods are not regular stuff. They are jewels or crystals. I mean, even the cheapest of those are the blood crystals and the quartz. The tree's asking for a lot. Well, the recent burst in natural growth, and the hot water in the valley helped us a lot too. And it quickly seems clear that it's divided into two camps, one who thinks that my demands are reasonable given my assistance to their survival, and there's a bunch who thinks it's excessive, and they should only give what they can manage. Yvonne mostly stayed out of it, asking the council to decide. As her soul is contracted to me, she says she is not a neutral party to the decision. Of course, from my point of view, I know that these people need a bit of encouragement. Year 76, month 12. Monsters slain, you've gained a level. Level 129, you've gained a new skill, Training Treehouse. Training Treehouse improves experience gain, skill gain chances, and reduces injuries significantly. This sounds like an extension of my training room. Seriously, this system leans heavily of the nurturing, growing side of things, but really sparingly grants me offensive abilities. I suppose if I want to work around the tree, I need to think like the system. If I was designing a system for a tree, what would I think about? My suspicions is that a system in which a sole tree is at the center of, focuses on a few core principles. Again, this is just a theory that I have, based on what I experienced so far. Grow, nurture, and endure, enhance and adapt. A tree that expands would need to adapt to various environments and react to the challenges that are unique to this world. This is the evolutionary research side of what I suspect is a natural inclination. If trees are unable to react in a world where magic is native, then trees would quickly go extinct. So I believe the trees in this magical world have natural adaptation abilities superior to that of our world, and the system supports them. Then there's the soul abilities, which arise as a soul tree. These are not natural tree abilities, but exist because I am a soul-related kind of entity, and so the system has to grant me abilities that are natural for a soul tree to have. Thinking along these lines, if I intend to get more offensive abilities, it would grow as a result of working towards more enhancement and adaptation, as a result of a tree being forced to defend itself. In other words, to game the system to give me offensive abilities, I must put myself into a situation where self-defense is a required adaptation. Now how do I go about doing that? Never mind, I quickly upgrade that empty training room into this training treehouse so that Lausanne can benefit from it. Oh, and I begin to test out those carnivorous plants that I got. They function more like traps, really, and they spring out to eat anything about the size of wolves, which is pretty good. But the drawback is the digestive period is quite long, so essentially, if a huge swarm of demon hounds come along, they'll be full very quickly. So useful under certain circumstances, but its use in a large-scale combat is probably limited. If anything, what I would need is a fire-breathing tree. I mean, imagine it, if a tree can breath fire or even poison, that would be pretty useful. And such options are indeed available on my research options. Being frustrated at how slow my research is, I eventually decide to take a chance on Alexis. If you try anything funny, I will kill you. Understood, but I am soul contracted to you, so don't worry about it. We're aligned, trust me, I can't, but I'll give you the opportunity to prove me wrong. I initially would have preferred Mila, but the soul contract is an additional layer of protection I have, so after some thinking it's actually better to use Alexis first. If Mila gone rogue, I may find that I have less means of retaliating. Initiating Soul Forge. Combining Alexis with an external biolab. Combining. A bolt of thunder strikes the forge tree, and from it emerges a glowing blue seed. It's as large as a dog, and it floats over to the external biolab that I've chosen, and that blue seed embeds itself in it. Alexis has successfully merged with an external biolab. Alexis is now a laboratory spirit, level 1. Oh wow, she mumbles. She manifests herself as a glowing blue ghost inside the laboratory. There's so much data, so much data. I'm fine, this is amazing. She seems to be looking at some kind of interface, tapping into my stored records of all the biolab scans I have done in the past, including herself. Even my own records are here. I've never realized what you've been looking at. At this point, I decide to just observe her for a while. This is amazing. The external biolab which she now possesses, and is part of her, is actually a tree with a hollow interior, filled with pods and various equipments for testing. It has a transportation system in which a beetle delivers any of its required materials for research. Your visual way of representing the soul and the body-mind connection is incredible. I've read books on the theoretical basis of magic and how the souls interact with the body, but this is mind-blowing. It's amazing how intuitive it is, representing it as a spring in a field which that spring nourishes. All those magical theory books make life difficult by overcomplicating the terminology and using difficult-to-understand words. This is concise. Oh, okay, she's really dived into the deep end. I honestly didn't think of it as that unique, but I suppose humans with no access to the biolab would find it that way. Alexis, are you okay? Mila asks, sounding a bit concerned. Oh, more than okay. This is amazing. This is exactly what I've been trying to find when I was trying to research magic. You should see this. You know I don't like that kind of stuff. Mila shrugs. Ah yes, but I'm fine. I'm really fine. Mila sighs. I sometimes forget how much of a nerd you can be. Hey, Alexis floats and looks at other stuff. The representation of the demon's presence as a parched fire with a dried field is also fascinating. It seems to imply the demonic energies is antithesis to our own and opens up so many options on how we can counteract their presence. What's this? A data set on our star mana and those floating vases pouring out star mana. Holy cow, this is like mind-blowing too. What else do you have? Alexis is constantly floating about the biolab, looking at more and more interfaces. Mila turns to me. When she reads a great book, she can't stop talking about it. I think she's in that phase again. Mila. Seriously, this information can advance magic research by decades. At this point, I decide to cut in. Alexis, your task is to research the beetles and the countermeasures necessary to conquer the volcano. Don't get sidetracked. Ah yes, but can you give me a week? Let me just have a look at this huge pile of data you have. I'm sure there's some other amazing stuff in here. No, I will not tolerate disobedience on your first day as a biolab spirit. Get to work. She sighs and then she nods. Okay, I'll do it, but give me daily free time, all right. I work 8 hours a day, all right. The remaining hours are mine for rest and my own activities. I really want to look at all these data, 12 hours, and you will be monitored. Ah, fine, I know, and she gained a level. Although her god's blessing is lost when she died, she still retains quite a fair bit of perks, one of which is the experience perks. Beetle Winter Adaptation Stage II 4 months remaining. Volcanic Adaptation Stage II 6 months remaining. Tree Winter Adaptation Stage II 6 months remaining. Beetle Volcanic Battle Forms 3 months remaining may complete earlier. Beetle Volcanic Defensive Armors 2 months remaining may complete earlier. On the New Freaka front, they had an envoy from Nung and Tact. It seems that Nung and Tact now wants to aid New Freaka in their resistance against Sala, but the person sent by Nung is slimy beyond belief, so Ivan and the advisors found it hard to agree with them. There are no good guys in this war between the three nations. All of them have their own goals, and all three wants a piece of each other. though Nung and Tact are now allies as a result of their mutual enemies. Under other circumstances, they would probably attack each other. So once again, New Freeka's council cannot decide. They don't really want to turn down their aid, but at the same time, these two nations aren't the most upstanding and honest of nations. Well, one of the key skills a leader needs to have is to decide. Sometimes picking a choice is more important than evaluating which one is right, but Yvonne's style seems to be more concerned on what's right. She has a need to be morally correct, at least from her perspective, and that clouds her ability to sometimes make tough, probably cruel decisions. Ah well. Volcano Expeditions I. Volcano Expeditions I. Year 77 Month 1. A new year begins, still as cold as ever though, not like the wizards gotten to the point of weakening it yet. There is still a fluctuation in the coldness, so I suppose whoever they sent to undo that cursed spell is still tinkering with it. That little moment with Alexis and the whole database of my past research brought up a point about my data access rules. As a tree, I share the information freely with my artificial souls and all the biolabs, so it initially seemed natural for me to do the same. In fact, I did not even think about this data security issue until Alexis did what she did, but I guess it's a bit too late now. Oh well, she's doing all right as a research spirit though. I think I'm near a breakthrough. Alexis mumbles. I think I've figured this whole lab work thing out. All I got to do is press some buttons and the lab itself will just keep trying different combinations of materials to change stuff. She's already level 10 as a lab spirit. It's rather unfair how these hero reincarnators still retain some of their perks, even after death. Alexis floats over few beetles, each in one clear pod with a light green liquid, kind of like how most people imagine large glass preservation cylinders to look like. The lab itself does most of the work, as in, doing changes to the beetles which it experiments on, and then producing the results for Alexis to then interpret. The length of the research essentially is an automated number crunching exercise, derived from an estimate of X likelihood of a favorable outcome divided by time taken per test per biolab. In a way, since we're on the security topic, it's really like a machine trying to break a password by trying to key in a combination. Therefore, by adding Alexis, a sentient mind of the mix, Alexis can look at the data and make educated guesses, which narrows down the options the biolab has to crunch to, so we're more likely to make progress on a research topic. So when a biolab is tasked to research volcanic endurance, it'll try different combination of trees and then see what works. As such, my own guess is that providing the correct environment and sufficient resources would actually enhance the research output of the external biolabs. It's a lot more mechanical than I thought it would be. It's really all about looking at all the output and datasets and just deciding where to go as a next step, and the biolab just does it for you most of the time. Alexis frowns. Now that she's a spirit confined in the biolab and its immediate surroundings, people can see her, and they see her as a blue apparition which haunts the biolab. What are some of those words? Mila frowns. Mumbo jumbo. Alexis laughs. Really just talking about research results and choosing what's more likely to work based on the testing results. I know you understand it, don't act dumb. No, Mila sighs. You're just trying to avoid my fate of being made into a research spirit, aren't you? Isn't so bad, actually. I get to float around and look outside of the tree. Have you noticed how starry it gets at night? Mila didn't answer. The moons are gorgeous at night, and one of them never truly turns dark. And I think the other one's on some kind of 3-month cycle instead of the 1 month we're so used to. Well, the moons are different after all. Mila, seriously. Take a leap, do something, see the world with me. Again, don't just hide there in the comfort of Tree's soul realm. No, Alexis pauses, and she floats up to the top of the biolab tree. She sits on one of the branches, and she looks out. Well, the sunrise is going to be gorgeous. There are some things I cannot see, given the limitations of my tree vision. And what I cannot see, those in my soul realm cannot see either. I too wish to see how the sunrise truly looks, instead of an augmented version pieced together by the collective data formed through Trevor and Dimitri's gathered sensors and receptors throughout the valley. Maybe I should actually have eyes. Tree stage research option unlocked 24 months needed. Whoa, I mean the word itself kinds of scare me, and I try to image myself a tree with eyes. No matter how it still comes out as a little freaky, probably the kind of stuff that belongs in a Lovecraftian epic. Why don't just give me the eye tree, but I suppose certain kinds of abilities now go through research. I mean, I'm a bit confused actually. Does the system actually have a way of saying what I can research, or what I can get through my skills? There's discussions that say leveling grants skills on a random basis. Essentially, there's a big pool with skills in it, where skills you're more likely to get have a higher probability, and then you essentially draw. Research is what happens when you fail to draw the skill you want, and as a consolation, you could still work towards the skill. Anyway, mysteries of the system. For all you know, it's just one person up there deciding what to give me, and what not to, and just rolls a die every now and then for the fun of it. Year 77, Month 2. Strangely, I think the wizards succeeded. On the eve of the second month, a strange lack of cold sweeps through the land and the cold didn't come back. It's probably just a reduction, not a complete removal. Trevor spoke. We can still faintly detect the presence of the spell, just in much lesser amounts. Probably a reduction in the power of the spell's effects, so the valley being so far away experience a significant improvement. You know, if you have some lab that focuses on magic, you could find out Alexis butts herself in. It's a biolab with magical sensors that focuses on living things. It's not a magic lab. Okay, but why not make a magic lab? It will help since there are so many magical unknowns out there. It's not as if I desire for a magic lab, then I will get a magic lab. Research. Alexis taps a few screens in the biolab. Alexis floats onto the middle of the lab and uses a skill research planner. We'll need to first unlock material testing, then materials lab, then into magic attunement, and then into magic sensitive equipment, and then a basic magic lab. Probably about 1.5 years worth of research, but you'll get material lab within 6 months. I'm thinking, what do you say? I think it's a good idea, I'm thinking, after your volcano research. I want to be able to secure the volcano first. Oh man, come on. I think magic can help you fix the volcano problem too. No, biological solutions first. I have horns to help me manage the beetles if I can get those upgrades. Alexis sighs. Okay, she pouts and she goes back into her biolab tree. Somewhat unnervingly, this biolab tree derives its energy from Alexis, not me, and so it gains new equipment and abilities as and when Alexis levels. Alexis is now level 14, and her most recent skill is probability charts, which produces an estimated likelihood of outcomes for a test before actually going for it. In short, her skill simulates testing a bit. Her biolab tree has a small chamber which functions as her personal room, where there's a bed that actually interacts with her spiritual form, so she can sleep. Actually, the entire biolab tree seems to be able to react to her as if she of a solid, real person, and at the same time she can switch it off and then pass through things. Alexis goes back to her room and decides to take a nap instead. Maybe she's not that happy with my decision. Anyway, now that the snow's stopping, it's a great chance for me to boost my growth. Grow, expand. I think my tree instincts are driving me a little crazy. Expand, yeah. The trees are also now starting to feed energy and resources back to the tuberous storage. Tuberous storage upgraded. High-density tubers unlocked. Tubers will be naturally upgraded. Oh yay, they store 2 units of energy now, back to expanding and food, and so I decide to try my luck with the damn ginseng tree again. Alexis, can you also keep watch? The ginseng tree's right next to the biolab with a lot of beetles and web spiders protecting them. She covers her head in a pillow. Didn't hear you. I know she did, and I know she will, because her soul contract compels her to. Anyway, new freakins are happy. Warmth means a return to regular farming, stockpiling, and less burning through their stockpiles. Yet it's also bittersweet because the opportunity for Sala to now attack them is returning. The winter sort of gives New Freaka a natural, terrain deterrent from war. Even in a world of magic, not everything runs on magic, and so terrain still has huge influence on logistics, resources, and even petty things like warm clothing and all. The council decides to reject the Nung and Tact offer, as they've decided to state that they have no claim in this war, and would prefer to stay out of it. It's a way of not pissing Sala too much, as this gesture would suggest that New Freaka is genuine in not participating in any conflict. If Baruch were to endorse New Freaka's independence, do you think that'll go well? One of Ivan's counselors speaks to the exiled wizard of Baruch. They seem to be rather close acquaintances, perhaps even friends. Knowing my king, I doubt that'll ever happen. He has never endorsed or supported any allied nations, what more one as far away as New Freaka. He is not a man of many friends, and believes each nation should stand on their own strength. But I suppose you could convince some of the lords to lend some assistance from their private armies. The fiefdoms themselves act mostly independently of the king, anyway. The counselor nods. I'll need to get this message to the trading corps. Let's start with a trade. That's a good idea. By the way, I heard about the tree spirit's demands. Yeah, it's kind of extortion, isn't it? I don't see it that way. Strangely enough, I now come to view the tree spirit as the guardian beast of this valley, and supporting it is probably the best insurance you can get against Sala. Really, you think the tree spirit is willing to step in? From what I hear from Lady Yvonne, the tree spirit is flighty, inconsistent, and acts rather irrationally at times. Such are beings of another plane, their minds are different. True. Can't expect it to think like we do, and I doubt it ever will. Its concerns are different, and my view is New Freaka best aligns itself to the tree spirit's desires. I think from the fire demon encounter alone, the tree spirit demonstrates far greater destructive power than it usually lets on. Some of the counselors will find that a hard pill to swallow, since we're supposed to be an independent state, not a puppet of a tree spirit. Convince them not to see it that way. Think of the tree spirit as a potentially friendly dragon. It has its own thing going, generally lets you do what you want, and if you make it happy enough, it can sometimes help you. Perhaps get the treefolk chieftains to speak to them. They revere the tree spirit after all as their deity or some kind. It'll just sound like preaching. The other counselors will hate it. Maybe you should speak to them. You know well enough that they look at me with the same eyes of suspicion. I'm an exiled wizard from another country. What weight does my words carry? The counselor sighs. There must be another way. Maybe you don't actually need to give the tree spirit actual jewels, you know. It's a tree spirit, right? Perhaps all it wants is a nearby location that contains those jewels, even if it's hidden or buried under mountains of dirt and rock. Or maybe it doesn't even need it in the processed, polished form we are so familiar with. I highly doubt it wants it for the same reason as our nobles and royalties do. Maybe it just wants raw jewels. So be it if it's mixed with rocks and whatnot. The counselor rubs her chin. That's actually a good point and worth clarifying with the tree spirit. We've gotten so used to nobles' expectations to have jewels in a certain condition that I didn't think that a tree may not need it in a similar state. Certainly, raw unprocessed gems are worth far less than processed ones, which need special equipment and skilled gem craftsmen. Yes, tell Lady Yvonne we would require more information. If we can glean an understanding of the tree spirit's intent, we can act accordingly. Year 77, Month 3. This room is awesome. Lausanne jumps. Apparently she leveled up. Indeed, Jura nods, holding a set of wooden weapons. The passives to your training reminds me of the effects of a skilled military drill master. Such rooms would be useful in any preparation for war. Lausanne blocks the wooden sword. She's gradually getting better at all the combat skills that Jura is passing on to her, and Jura's complaints has been getting less. It seems the term late bloomer is real, or perhaps it's just the influence of Dream Tutor, constantly feeding the combat skills to her. They practice for about 2 hours. All right, enough for now. How are you feeling? Sore. Lausanne talks about her muscles aching from all the blocking. Jura's pulling his punches. After all, Lausanne's only just turned 8, so her physique isn't comparable to Jura, who had years and years of training and has a body of an adult. Lausanne's at least 10 years away before her body could stand up to Jura at full strength. Jura passes her an ointment made of preserved healing fruits. Loffin's experiments in preserving the healing fruits granted her some basic ointment-making skills, as it seems the juice from the healing fruits mix with the vinegar to form some kind of basic pain-relieving liquid. It's not a potion, though. Lausanne sits on one of the chairs in the training room and applies the ointment to her sore joints. I expected to find you here. Loffin walks through the door. Hi, Mom, just finished practice. I spoke to some of the merchants in town and found out there's a proper teacher for Elvish writing. Do you want to? Lausanne nods. Oh, really? Good, can he come here? This training room has training boosts. Maybe I learn better here. I'll ask the teacher about it. Anyway, come, we need to go work on the olives now that we're finally getting some fresh batches. Aw man, Lausanne pouts. Jura pushes her along, making hand motions, chasing her away. Next stop, Volcania. Okay, I came up with that name, but the volcano area is a mouthful, so I decided on Volcania. Volcano research is complete, so I task Alexis to research more volcano-related countermeasures. Beetle Winter Adaptation Stage II 1 months remaining. Volcanic Adaptation Stage II 3 months remaining. Tree Winter Adaptation Stage II 3 months remaining. Beetle Volcanic Battleform complete. Beetle Volcanic Defensive Armors complete. Beetle Anti-Magma Weaponry 3 months remaining. Beetle Basic Magical Lances 6 months remaining. With the completed research, the beetles near Volcania gained a special armor, and their head changed significantly, such that it's enveloped in the new special armor. With these changes, 3 beetles could take on 1 magma monster. So with the improved status, the beetles attempt to head further, closer to the volcano, and find a bit more information about the inner volcano. Failed, too many magma monsters. Undeterred, I create more subsidiary trees, all designed as beetle nests. Each beetle nest houses 5 beetles, and with an additional 30 subsidiary trees, I send the larger beetle army into the volcano. And still failed because there's just way too many of those magma monsters inside. Fine. If it's a game of numbers, I'm a tree spirit with the ability to spawn multiple subsidiary trees, so I spawn another 70 subsidiary trees. Subsidiary tree limit increased to 1,500. Hell yeah, power to the tree swarm. I'm an invasive species of trees about to take over this volcano. Horns, you take command of the beetles and do some recon. All right, got it, boss. The next few days, Horns mounts several expeditions into the inner volcano area, only to encounter stiff resistance from large swarms of magma monsters. It seems the inner volcano area is crawling with giant magma monsters, large enough to be buildings on their own, magma golems. If not for their rather lack of horns, they would actually look somewhat demonic. We can't get past the magma golems, they are far too powerful. I see. It seems the upgrades are still insufficient to take on the larger monsters, so I will have to wait for more upgrades. If Alexis could do some research. I am already doing them. Ah yes, it'll take time even with my skills. Well, she's not lying, and I foresee materials to be my next bottleneck, as higher tier research requires exotic materials, which will be harder to get. An expansionary approach is necessary, at least to secure additional materials that I will need. My current root extraction, mineral refining, essence harvesters, reactivated now that I no longer have to be in winter mode, are producing iron, copper, and a few other commonly found materials, and for essences, the common ones. The nightmare and soul harvesters brought me 2 experience seeds, so I have a total of 3 now. It seems this is an incredible rarity, a gift that even kings desire, a fruit that guaranteed a level. That's worth a ton, and I think it is something I should use to make a trade someday, for something of equally great value. I wonder whether I can detect the Demon Kings coming. Alexis muses, tinkering with the lab. You sure you don't want magic labs and sensors? You still hung up about it. Yes, there's so many things I want to know. Can we reliably predict the Demon King's arrival? Is there a magical fluctuation in the world that we can pin on? What are the kinds of magic that create the demon rifts? Don't you ask yourself those questions? I do, but my priority is the volcano. Why? Because it is a volcano. I want to expand there. I want to gain the volcano's powers. My instinct tells me a volcano, as a natural force of nature, is similar to a ley line. Okay, that makes sense. Alexis pauses and then floats onto some branches. Her biolab grew over the month. It added another branch which houses more pods, smaller ones, which is used to run smaller experiments, which then helps to speed up the entire research process. I mean, that's what I think. My gut feel is there are natural energies in the ley line magic of the world, and perhaps I need to find ways to tap it, gain new research. Perhaps its raw form is not so easily accessed as a ley line, but it is a kind of native ley line, so I want it happy. Help, huh? Alexis pauses, and I think she buys my explanation. So you want some kind of permanent establishment on the volcano, which allows you to tap on its strength like some geothermal power plant. Yes, well yeah, at least I now understand your obsession with the volcano, and I see why it takes priority over magic sensors. Good. I am a tree spirit, and gaining more powers for my soul forge is logical. I could even say it's something that drives me. Research planning. Ah, I checked. It's not clear yet. I can't see a clear path to it, but it seems having magma-tolerant roots, tremor resistance, and natural energy harvesters seem like the few basic precursors to collecting energy from volcanoes. What else you need, it's still unclear. That's a good start. We can start work on that after we are able to reliably expand and hold a position on the volcano. We are in this for the long haul. Still, you're not worried a Demon King pops up and ruin your project. I think he's about 5 or 6 years away. The first of the rifts should open within the next few years. I am betting on the chance that he spawns on some other continent. Demon Kings don't always appear in the same place. Then, the heroes will come along and save the day. As they always do, I hope. Alexis sighs. I guess you have a point. Even heroes just gears in this system. That just keeps churning. So much for heroes. I think heroes are a stopgap measure to solve the Demon King problem. Well, that's how I see it. Maybe the gods hoped some heroes become so powerful that they could beat multiple generations of Demon Kings, but so far that has not happened. The best is a generation of heroes surviving 3 Demon Kings, according to Ivan's knowledge of history. Has it always been this way? Ask the gods. I mean, that's really the way, right? They don't say shit. The reincarnation gods know nothing about the history of this world. All they know is the gods of this world ask for reincarnators. Their job is to give it to them. What's in it for the gods? What's their stake in keeping the world this way? Can't gods just snap a finger and make things back? My personal guess is they can't. Perhaps their abilities of intervention are limited, so they resort to heroes. I have no idea. Year 77, month 4. I am level 129 a few months ago. When am I getting the next one? So I decide to go to the volcano and root strike on a lot of magma monsters, and it proves to be less effective than I thought it would be. I mean, they still destroy the magma monsters in a single hit, but near a golem, it still took like easily 15 shots of the root strike to kill it, and that's way too much. I wonder whether it's because my super effectiveness against demons, so I previously did not feel my root strikes were that weak, or is it these magma golems have special defenses against root strikes? Might just be a passive that goes, reduce damage from nature or tree-based sources by 50, or perhaps it's some pierce damage reduction, or perhaps I am really so weak. You know, rather than constantly theorize what exactly is the problem, you could just consider to use inspect, Mila suggested. That's what Alexis would do. I pause, I feel like an idiot. Idiotry. I mean, it's seriously basic, no? Use inspect on monsters. I even have the inspect skill. Have I been a tree for too long that I forgot such basic monster hunting basics? Did I lose common sense somewhere along the way? Starzl. Year 77, month 4, continued. Inspect. Damn it, the magma golems have pierce resistance, nature element reduction, and physical damage reduction. So all those skills together mean my root strike is less effective as it would be on any other monster. Less effective, but still, 15 root strikes. Okay, actually any other monster of a similar tier would have skills and passives that provide a similar level of resistance. It's how higher tier monsters, just like how higher level people, are exponentially stronger because the cumulative effects of stacking different abilities. So any other monster of such tier would be as difficult in their own ways. So, research more weapons of course. May I suggest killing the golems anyway, horns butts in. You know, because they killed so many beetles I would like to see them die. Ah, I would like to have vengeance, master. When did he learn the concept of vengeance anyway? You know what? Yes, let's go hunt golem. I need the damn level. And off I went. I spent the next few days attacking every golem I see with root strikes and then crawl up to another golem to continue. It's kinda like how a Zerg base uses creep colonies to get close to the enemy and then attacks them with then sunken colonies. And I did that many times. Spawn subsidiary tree near golems, unleash a rain of root strikes, kill golems, repeat, and I see horns crying in joy. Seriously, I think he gets enjoyment from having a bigger badass kick the butt of the badass that kicked his butt. Actually, I have no idea whether that is a cry or a shout because it just sounds really insecty. Anyway, kill golems. And after maybe about 50 golems, I level up. You gained a level. You are now level 130. Upgrade initiated. The entire valley shakes as a thunderstorm suddenly appears out of nowhere. Lightning hits each and every subsidiary tree and each and every branch on my main tree. Is this like the starting sequence of some superhero transformation? A hole opens in the sky and from that darkness, massive black lightning strikes my main tree. What is happening? The elves seem afraid as that massive black lightning continues to strike my main tree. I suggest all of you leave for a while. Indeed, they all ran as fast as they could to the town of New Freaka, and well, it seems they too can see what's happening from their distance, because there seems to be a massive hole in the sky. Any idea what's going on? I ask the rest of the souls in the wisp. Not a clue. Alexis shakes her head, but she looks rather amazed by it. And how are you still talking when that black thing is striking you like that? Good point. Am I supposed to feel pain or heat, or I don't know anything? Lightning after lightning strikes down on the trees, but yet they don't do any damage. It's as if they are just making a connection. Is this the fate of trees in the storm? Are you evolving or something? Alexis asks. Yeah, I think, man, level 100, secret. I think some things should be a secret, no. The lightning continues, and then all of them stop. The hole in the sky widen a bit further to reveal something that looks like a rift, a small fissure in space. And a black lightning emerges, larger than any other, and it zaps my main body. Void energy collection completed. Oh, now I feel pain. It feels like every single part of my body is cracking, like a snake trying to change its skin or a sea creature replacing its shell. The branches, barks, trunks start to swell, and the leaves all drop from my main tree, leaving me looking like a bare but bloated-looking tree, all the bark expanding to reveal cracks and seams like stretch marks. Upgrading. And then those cracks expand as a new layer of skin emerges from underneath, a glossy dark-colored bark. This cracking, expanding, and then the older layer falling off happened throughout my main body, and it took about 2 hours. The hole in the sky is gone, but the ground is still constantly rumbling as my body expands. I believe the same is also happening to my roots, and that causes the ground to constantly shake for those 2 hours. And then I'm done. You have now transformed into the Starsoul tree. Starsoul tree able to tap and access to the wisdom of the past. From exposure to ancient bones and fossils, gains access to a special type of leaf able to collect starlight and produce star mana in small quantities, maximum amount of leaves capped. Also gains access to a star mana storing organ and special star mana abilities, stats improved, various collection, various skills upgraded. Soul management and access rights and restrictions unlocked. Yay, star mana. As I read that update coming across that word, I just had to pause and take a moment to realize what just happened. Star mana, the supercharged fuel of the heroes, and I can make them. In small quantities, perhaps incomparable to that of the heroes, like that massive amounts that Alexis used to have, a gift she now lost since she died. An odd thing, of course, since I thought heroes can resurrect with the right spells, but as it turns out, it's only a gift that unlocks under certain conditions, and it expires when the Demon King dies. Anyway, star mana, I can make them. What does this mean? Have I taken a small step towards being a hero? One chosen by the gods to do battle with the Demon King? I can't wrap my head around that. I'm a tree, and if a Demon King, if Alexis's description of its power level is true, I am still very far away. Just because I have star mana does not make me a chosen hero. So no, I don't think so. And somehow a part of me rejects the idea of fighting the Demon King. So that is also not the path I want to go. It goes against my natural strengths as a tree. I am a tree, and a tree is a nurturing, protective force. So how do I use star mana? Do the other great spirit trees have star mana too? I think so. Maybe with star mana they manage great escape feats like an entire vanishing forests. Star mana, a great power, and a secret. Year 77 month 5. A small branch grows above me at the very top. A few leaves of them, almost black in color, the star leaves. They are even shaped like stars. A secret experiment in star mana gathering, and I'm excited to see what I can find at the end of that path. Then I move my attention to the research happening through the biolabs throughout the valley. Well, beetle winter adaptation is complete, but it's not cold anymore. Maybe I should direct my attention to volcano research as well, together with Alexis. Right now with Alexis, Trevor, and Dimitri, we can do about 6 research topics concurrently. Indeed, volcano is the biggest priority at the moment. The resistance to the volcano's inner area is indeed much higher than expected, so we do need stronger or at least more specialized beetles to counter the stronger magma golems. Giant beetles. Golems are big. If beetles are big, beetles can win. That's a good idea, sire. Our small size is a weakness. A large beetle may be a good solution. Trevor, you're agreeing with that idea. Giant beetles. How giant are we talking about? As big as the golems? Are there some biological rules in this world on the size of insects? I mean, there should be a limit, right? Though I kind of felt stupid. Even my current war beetles are the size of rhinos. So actually, I think there's probably no rules on that. Probably if we had the right materials and components, a massive beetle would be possible. Alexis, any input? Sure. Once again, she uses her research planner, and I think I see her smirking at the corner of her face. A short moment later, she nods and she comes over to join the conversation. Presently, there are no obvious paths to beetles the size of golems. Giant beetles, maybe half the size of the golems. Horns sound a little sad. I wasn't finished. But beetles about half the size of golems is possible. We would need to research enhanced exoskeletons and enhanced interior structures, and then we would be then able to research a large beetle pod and then a large beetle. Large beetle, not giant, but bigger than what it is now. So large is a good word. Horns nods furiously. Seems like everyone's keen on the idea. I still think magic is better. Giant beetle. Yes, sire, giant beetle is a good path. I believe massive war beetles can do a great deal of damage on the battlefield. Very well then. Let's go with it. Beetle winter adaptation stage, II complete. Volcanic adaptation stage, II 1 months remaining. Tree winter adaptation stage, II 1 months remaining. Beetle anti-magma weaponry, 1 months remaining. Beetle basic magical lances, 4 months remaining. Tree stage I research option, unlocked 22 months remaining. Enhanced exoskeletons, 4 months remaining. Enhanced interior structures not started. Large beetle pods not started. Well, I already have 6 concurrent research topics, but next month I can add enhanced interior structures to it once the volcanic adaptation and anti-magma weaponry complete. Anyway, with that, I then return my attention to the elves and the new freakas. The evolution I underwent last month, that one day of a great black lightning storm fade from memory of the elves, after all to them. It's just one of those scary days, and to them, I do not appear any different than I did before. That's because of camouflage. My true appearance is unseen by anyone except the artificial souls and Alexis. A sense of gradual normalcy is returning, now that the effect of the blood blizzard is slowly fading from the air itself. Crops massively growing throughout the farmlands, and the valley's trees are surging in number, surpassing the number of trees destroyed. For New Frika, it is war preparation time, as Sala issued a formal war declaration, and they consider New Frika as an enemy nation. As a result, all direct trade routes between Sala and New Frika is cut legally. And then posturing, nasty letters threatening, demanding the surrender of Sala, which are all ignored. Although that is the collective decision of the senior leaders, the counselors, leaders of the standing army, and the higher-ranked mages, it's still a stressful, highly worrying for them. The town is now fully gearing up for war, their magic builders working overtime, building massive walls and other defensive positions. Guards on full alert and all visitors of New Frika thoroughly screened, as there are also fears of assassinations. Jura, it's not a good time. Jura stands in the middle of the council room, Ivan and the rest of the counselors around the table. The tree spirit wants an update on the demanded jewels, which was agreed earlier. We are in a state of war, Jura. A counselor stands, and the tree spirit is your best chance of defending New Frika successfully. Jura glares back at the counselor. And what exactly would a tree spirit bring to the table if Sala invades with a large army? The counselor responds, some trees, potatoes, hot water. Ivan almost intervenes, but another counselor next to her stops her. The councilwoman next to Ivan leans in and whispers, the tree spirit needs to know where we stand. It's about time we make it clear our position to its representative. Ivan sighs, but these are tough times. Resources, whatever we have, is all focused on our existential threat, the Sala kingdom, who recently threatened to wipe us off the map. We need all our resources into more men, more weapons, not the whims of a tree spirit who claims ownership over the entire valley. Jura listens and then laughs, and he laughed like a maniac. I think Jura laughed for a good 3 minutes before all of the counselors, all of them staring at him like he is some kind of a madman. When he stops, he looks at Ivan. Ah, Ivan, are the counselors aware of the extent of the tree spirit's powers? She paused before responding. I did tell them. What did you tell them? Perhaps your knowledge too is incomplete. A tree spirit has the powers of an archdruid, many very powerful healing powers, some ability to repair soul damage, abilities to absorb fire, abilities to control beetles, abilities to create hot water, spawn various trees and use root attacks, ability to boost growth rates and spawn different types of trees. Jura nods, not bad, but let me ask you. How many beetles does the tree spirit control? 300, maybe 400. Ivan answers. Any other guesses? 700. A counselor decides to humor and says as a joke. As more recently advised, the actual number is about 3,000, lead by Beetle Knight. The counselors all stare at each other. Tell me, if 3,000 beetles go to war, how many men would Sala need to field? One of the army leaders, a captain sitting in the council room, does some mental math. 12,000, perhaps 15,000. Do you all believe for a moment that New Frika can protect itself from the tree spirit's wrath? Should those 3,000 beetles turn against you? The counselors look at each other. Would 3,000 beetles be an existential threat, I wonder? One of the counselors stand. Are you threatening us? No, I believe from the tree spirit's point of view you all are threatening him by challenging his dominion over the valley. So counselor, you better retract such words, and pray the tree spirit does not hear it directly. The counselor pales and sits. Ivan, I believe you recall the agreement when the tree spirit consented to your new settlement in New Frika. One of the older counselors stands that our presence is at the tree spirit's grace and mercy, and we are to acknowledge the tree spirit as the rightful master of the valley. We are not to encroach on the forests more than the tree spirit allows. It is but a phrase, no. Another counselor, a younger one from the refugees, stands. Such phrases exists in the founding documents of many nations, a formality to acknowledge a benefactor. Not when the phrase refers to that of a tree spirit, an actual magical being who resides and controls the valley. A silence in the room as everyone stares at each other. Back to the jewels. I have been authorized by the tree spirits to let the council and everyone else in the room know the jewels are meant to fulfill the evolutionary requirements of the beetle champions and various other beasts that live in the depths of the valley's forests. Obtaining them will further enhance the combat abilities of the beetles. If we get it, can the tree spirit lend us his aid with those 3,000 beetles? Yes, he's prepared to summon the 3,000 beetles, deploy whatever other beasts he can gather from the valley to do battle, and various other abilities at his disposal, but only in a defensive battle against Sala or any other attackers, and not an offensive attack. That's simply because it's easier to control beetles when they are nearby, as Dimitri and Trevor can both assist in coordinating the beetles' movements. We need some time to discuss this. You've been given a week to talk it out, but the tree spirit expects a positive response. Acknowledged, Jura walks back to the valley with an air, a kind of smugness around him. I think he is rather pleased how that went. Also, Jura understated the number. I told him 3,000, but actually, with my most recent evolution to a starsal tree, the maximum subsidiary trees I have increased to a mind-boggling 4,000. So with 5 beetles per subsidiary tree, the actual maximum beetles I can deploy in a 100 beetle allocation would be 20,000. But of course I am not going to have them all beetle trees, since I do need essence harvesters, material processors, crop producers, biolabs, homes from the elves, surveillance trees, and so forth. So the actual number of free trees is about 2,500, so that still represents a massive army of 12,500 beetles. There are already about 2,000 beetles full-time defending the volcanic area from the magma monsters, another 2,000 in the south forest around Dimitri and the ley line, and another 2,000 hidden throughout the valley and its forest. The actual deployable beetle force is 6,500. And I like to have some unused subsidiary tree capacity to spawn additional subsidiary trees as and when I need to, as an emergency response to any possible changes, or to reinforce new areas when necessary, so that would mean setting aside about 400 trees. So 4,500 beetles is the actual end number, 900 subsidiary trees. How did the discussions go? I believe it will be positive, tree. Glad to hear that. Bamboo is asking for an upgrade. I am aware, but it needs those jewels. Ah, yes, I guess I have personal interest in wanting those jewels too. Jura laughs. I think he is rather happy. Back at the meeting room, do you think he is lying? I think not. 3,000 beetles. That's a massive number. Indeed, my initial projections factored in 400 beetles in any defensive fight against Sala. 2 army advisors turned to take the stand, captains, both of them. How does this change the battle? A councilman asks. A warbeetle, as Jura refers to them, is actually equal to 2 elite soldiers. Sala would have to deploy specialized forces to deal with the warbeetles, as their thick armor and massive horns make them difficult to kill using regular weapons. It's possible to swarm one of the warbeetles and then attack its weakness, their joints and the gaps between their armor if they are scattered throughout the battlefield, but at 3,000 there is a very low chance of catching any of those beetles alone. Captain, I understand none of the technicalities of combat. What I want to know is what does that mean in a war for us, and would the price of the jewels be worth it? I believe, if the numbers are true, it is our #1 chance of beating Sala, multiple times. 3,000 warbeetles essentially means Sala must field at least 30,000 men, just to even hope to have a good chance of winning against the warbeetles alone. You said 12,000, 15,000 in the earlier meeting with Jura, and 2 elite soldiers in your earlier sentence. I fudged the numbers with Jura to understate the value of the warbeetles. Then the 2 elites. Sala's conventional army composition comprises of 1 elite for every 10 regulars. 30,000 men is then reflecting 3,000 elite soldiers and 27,000 regular. It's what I would need to deploy if I am asked to defeat warbeetles of that number. And mages. At least 100 mages. Ivan, pause. Remember our first battle here against Sala. The one lead by Waisorius Mofford, the purple blade. Ah, why? The beetles back then hides underground or in the trees. They then spring up behind enemy lines. The captain's nods. If so, that makes their defensive value even higher, and I believe there isn't much to discuss. I strongly request the council fulfill the demands and get assurances from Jura and the tree spirit that those 3,000 beetles will assist us. I would pay 10 times the demanded amount to get the defensive services of 3,000 warbeetles. The councilor look at each other before they eventually nod. The Wizard of Baruch nudges the lady next to him. As I predicted, the tree spirit is truly the guardian beast of the valley. The councilwoman turns and shakes her head. Certainly, even I underestimated the number. You're right, I should have brought it up earlier. The wizard smiles smugly. Glad to be proven right. The councilwoman shrugs. Year 77, month 6. Tree volcanic adaptation stage, II complete. Tree winter adaptation stage, II complete. Beetle anti-magma weaponry complete. Beetle basic magical lances 3 months remaining. Tree stage I research option, unlocked 21 months remaining. Enhanced exoskeletons 3 months remaining. Enhanced interior structures 4 months remaining. Large beetle pods 6 months remaining. Beetle anti-magma armors stage 2 12 months remaining. It's time for more volcano smash. With the volcanic adaptation and anti-magma weaponry, the odds of beetle versus magma monster is now 3-2. So with the 2,000 beetles in the area, I attempt another round of volcano invasion. And yes, I'm a little bit closer. With upgraded weaponry, we can easily take on the regular magma monsters and claim additional territory, since less beetles is needed to successfully defend one area, but I still can't hold the areas with the massive magma golems, so I have to avoid those areas, but that's about it. I'm a step closer, and the trees in the volcanic area are black, reddish in hue, reflecting their adapted trunks and roots, which are highly heat-resistant and able to extract their resources from the dried magma that forms the earth around the volcano. Progress, but now consistently holding position against the magma golems, will be the next hurdle for an actual volcano base, and then to move on to finding ways to extract the energies from the lava beneath it. A part of me realizes that's probably the point I do need a magic lab of some kind, since extracting magic from lava is probably out of the scope of the biolab. Oh well, Alexis will be happy then, and the first batch of the jewels from New Freaka arrives, and a request for a demonstration of my 3,000 beetles. I guess seeing is believing. Spazer. Clarifications on labs. I spent quite a bit of time thinking about the labs and about what they can or cannot research. So for biolabs, their research essentially is only on physical attributes, physical properties, and biological adaptations of plants, and living things, i.e. how strong their skin is, their size, shape, what they are made of, what sort of operating environment they're most suited in, the range of that operating environment, i.e. tolerance, the size of their horns or roots or leaves, etc. What the biolab can't provide are skills and active abilities. Third skirmish of New Freaka, third skirmish of New Freaka. Year 77, month 7. I got to level 20 yesterday. Jura pauses and looks at Lausanne. Laughins next to him, and the little girl then says, I got a passive ability, it's called Blessed by a Soul Tree. The two adults glance at each other. In a way, they are now like her father and mother, and there's a mix of pride, worry, and confusion when Lausanne says she hit level 20. Most children never level so fast, at most around level 5 to 10 at age 8, and it is most likely due to the presence of my continuing involvement, the constant essence-infused dream tutors, power leveling, and most recently the upgraded training tree. Well, what does it do? It doesn't say much, it just says I'll get certain blessings. Tree, any idea? Well, the first thing that is clear when she gained that ability, now I can see her much more obviously than everyone else. It's as if she glows in my vision. She's got a constant tooltip hovering on her that just screams, look at me. Well, rather than conjecture, would you mind going into the biolab and we can all find out? Yeah, good idea. As Lausanne walks to the biolab inside the secret hideout, Laufen and Jura both look at each other. She's growing very quickly. Jura said with a sigh, I fear for her, me too, but I feel I should be proud. It is what Ricola would have wanted for his daughter, to be strong. Jura pauses and then he nods, I suppose so. Ricola would want his daughter to be competent, even though he himself wasn't much. Laufen ribs Jura. Hey, I mean his talents were in being a village chieftain. Combat was never his strong point. I suppose it's Tree's influence then. Well, I have been giving Lausanne every single combat-related essence I generated through Dream Tutor, so it did, over a long period of time, give the necessary improvements in her understanding of combat tactics. Lausanne walks into the pod and the vines wrap around her body. She goes in and I take a look. May I? Alexis asks and I shake my head. Sorry, let me have a look at it first. Alexis sulks. Okay. And well, frankly, Lausanne's body is normal. She is a regular elf after all, though I could see right next to her usual soul spring, there's a small flower, blessed by a soul tree. Due to long-term exposure to soul tree's abilities, the body is naturally accepting of its influence, grants additional compatibility with various soul tree abilities, spells, and skills, and so they last longer and has stronger effects. Oh, sounds okay. At this point I think this isn't much, and I can't see anything else being different, so I let Alexis in on the view. She too looks at Lausanne's young body. Her soul spring is normal, and the water coming out of it is clear and smooth. Her body is well normal, the shores covered in a thin layer of grass nourished by the mana from her soul spring. It looks like there is still some ways to go. It's generally normal. I say the skill isn't much. I think it's not a bad skill. How so? I think her growth rate will be even faster, since it means your training room, dream tutor, and power leveling will be more effective on her. Oh, that's a good point. You have plans for her, don't you? What do you mean? I mean you have been investing a lot of your essences into her, more than any other elf. It feels like you want her to be something. Or are you preparing her for something? Well, frankly, I didn't know why either. Somehow I got sucked into the narrative that Lausanne wanted to be a hero that I just went along with it. But thinking about it, I think it's worth trying. Maybe a hero will be too hard. To stand at our level, she would need access to a lot of star mana, gain the various divine blessings, and unlock a cheat ability. Well, yeah, that's way too high a wall. It's like trying to climb Mount K2 after a successful hike up a gentle hill. I'm not a fool to send Lausanne up such unreasonable walls, but I think creating a champion is a good idea. Reach the level of the demon champions. I think that's a realistic target. Perhaps she can get there when she's 30. I think she needs to learn magic next. A magic lab will do so. Alexis trying to sell the magic lab idea again. To be fair, I do appreciate the need for one once we make progress with the volcano, but I'll keep that to myself for now. You want to be her tutor. I don't mind. I think I'll gain different skills compared to all these research-linked abilities I have now. It will help that I regain my magical abilities somewhat, and I feel a little threatened by the idea of giving Alexis magic again. She did, though it is not her, burn down slightly less than half of the valley. Oh, volcano occupation is at a stalemate. I will attempt again, once we unlock the large beetles, twice the size of rhinos. Hopefully then the odds are better. At present it takes about 200 beetles to kill one single magma golem, and I only have 2,000 in that area. 200, and there are a lot more than 10 golems. I am hoping the odds change to about 10 or so large beetles versus one golem, then the chances of a successful occupation of the volcano increases. Also, back to New Freaka. They asked for a demonstration in exchange for the jewels. And well, let's just say they have never seen 3,000 beetles march out of the forest before. Year 77, month 8. Sala is coming, with a force of 50,000 men. That is quick. Jura mused, but to be honest, I think I know why that happened, and it also why I held my cards back. I suspect there is a mole within Ivan's council, or maybe close to them there is a Sala informant. I don't know who exactly, but among the 25 of the senior leaders, all of them are talking about the beetles. Apparently none of them could keep their mouths shut after seeing 3,000 beetles, and somehow this news got to Sala, who obviously feel highly threatened by 3,000 beetles. Maybe they now saw me as a threat they needed to crush, and crush me before I got even stronger. Well, it could be there is just some kind of surveillance magic happening. Alexis, though, posits a different theory. As far as I can tell, there are no scrying countermeasures or spell barriers in New Freaka, except the forest itself, which gets some scrying protection, your massive camouflage, and mist ability. Juro, on the other hand, thinks that, I think they just wanted to fight New Frika, and this is a convenient time, since they are still in the stalemate with Nung and Tact. I doubt they know about the beetles. The traders and merchants I speak to seem to say Sala has been itching for a fight for some time, since the blood blizzard is significantly weakened. They just want Find Aemion to suffer for the punishment and misery of the blood blizzard. 50,000 men. What are our odds? I think we can win. Jura shrugged, but it will be a hard fight, and it also depends on who is the general. Well, during this time, Trevor pings me personally. He is my surveillance officer anyway. I see the enemy army in the outermost tree rings. I don't think they are suspicious, as they left the outer trees untouched. Also, they have siege weapons, master. Are you sure no suspicions, or are they just playing the part? Any mages? Yes, sire. I counted a mage corps of at least 1,000. There are multiple individuals exhibiting a rather strong presence as well. Okay, bring me there, certainly. And indeed, a large army is marching, comprising mostly foot soldiers of about 40,000, some cavalry, about 2,000, and the rest being a mix of the mages, healers, siege weapon operators, and their elite forces. Good. It seems we can go with our initial plans for now. Bombard the town with our siege machines, mages, and force them out of the town, into the open where we can slaughter them. Another man rides up to the general, and the general just smiles. Heh. I have the countermeasure for that. We spotted the beetles that Waisorius fought during the last battle. How many? 500 perhaps. They are really well hidden within the trees, and only our rangers can spot them with any accuracy. I recall Waisorius suspects the presence of an elvish archdruid. You agree with that assessment, General? Ah, the chief is a general. Lord Rossel's earlier expedition claims the presence of a living forest. His wizard says there is a presence that stretches the entire valley. I never heard of that. The men around the general seem surprised. It's something Lord Rossel shared only with our senior leaders, and it is why we have been treating Sala with such caution, and why there are 1,000 mages. A realization appears on all the senior leaders around the general. Perhaps they suspected 50,000 is overkill. Yes, now that the battle is near, it is time I tell you the actual strategy of this army. A gulp. Now we're going to try to talk to it. First, it is then a ranger appears. He looks really old. This is Master Ranger Falkley. He's very good with magical beasts. He has the ability commune with magical beasts, locate magical creatures, beast talk no jutsu, and charm magical beasts. He'll sneak into the forest first and find the magical beast. Our invasion of New Frika is only after he gives us the signal, if he can convince the magical beasts to withheld or ignore their defensive pact. Else, one of the alternatives is that we will have to bomb the shit out of the forest as well, then fight the beast. But we will weigh our chances when that happens. Siege weapons against magical beasts, a captain asks. Not ideal, but if we have to fight it, we best weaken it first. High-tier magical beasts are powerful, but siege weapons and magic will still hurt. Now that we are near, what do you think, Master Falkley? Confident that you will succeed. I think our chances are good. There are magical creatures, I sense a few in the forests. My senses tell me of a fairy of some kind or a forest sprite. Charming fairies will be a huge challenge, but I think I can succeed in convincing it to break the pact. Ooh, Ranger. Interesting. How will we know? Falkley will fire a flare. Green flare for go, red flare for bomb, blue flare for run. Run. If the magical beast is a lot more powerful than we currently suspect, we better retreat than attempt an invasion. No point wasting our lives, right? What if there's no flare? Then we wait. We wait for a week if we have to. Communion with magical beasts is going to take time, and we will give Master Falkley the time to talk. But after 10 days and Master Falkley is alive, we will expect a flare. If Master Falkley is dead, we will run. But that's unlikely, right? Master Falkley grins. His face is really wrinkly. Run, one of the younger captain asks. Of course, we must know exactly what we are facing. I will take calculated risks, but magical beasts are a category of monsters that is best dealt with by powerful adventurers. The rest of the men nod. The general is a highly conservative man. Falkley made his way towards Tavali, under the cover of various stealthing abilities, such as hidden amongst trees and other such effects, which makes him close to invisible to other men trying to spot him except the tree itself. So yeah, I see him sprinting alone into the valley despite his age. He's still clearly a high-level ranger and has the stats and abilities to back it up. And as he got closer, I noticed he would stop every now and then to use some of his abilities. Strange, the reading is confused. He touches the trees, some of which are subsidiary trees. As he makes his way into the valley, he comes across a few beetles. The beetles, though they spot him and attempt to attack him, he has a skill where when he just lightly touches them, they fall into a kind of sleep. I think that's a kind of disabling ability he has. He has an ability to make us docile. Horns is shouting in my mind. We must kill him. Kill him. He is a threat. On the other hand, I'm very curious about this Falkley, and I want to see exactly what he's got. Horns go hibernate. Beetles retreat as well. With that, the beetles quickly hide and stay out of his way, which the ranger noticed. The beetles are gone. It's watching me, a king beetle with some kind of domain abilities, or a fairy with glade watch, he says loudly. I think he wants us to know. He walks closer, his senses are sharp, and as he follows, it leads him right up to the main tree. He looks around, wondering what he is seeing. The beast is asleep, and he then turns his eyes on Alexis's biolab. He glances up and down, and then he uses an ability, Identify. A forest spirit of the academic kind, his face pales somewhat. Something's not right. Eye of the Ranger. He looks around and looks puzzled. Then he looks at my main tree. It's not a magical beast, he withdraws his arrows. Now this is a lot more complicated. At that moment I too use Inspect on him and it gets repelled. It seems he has some kind of skill protection. He lifts his bow and arrow and aims it at the sky. It's going to be a flare. I wonder whether he is going to bomb the forest, but then again I have countermeasures, so I wait and see. I won't fire that yet if I were you. Jura steps out of the main tree, ready for combat. Oh, the ranger looks like he is about to shoot, but then decides not to. So who are you and why are you here? The ranger pauses. May we settle this over a cup of tea instead? Oh, tea. A set of 4 chairs and table magically appear before the ranger and he sits down. Then he starts to brew a pot of tea. Yes, tea. Clearly the proper way to speak to magical beasts is invite them to tea. No, magical beasts. Jura's turn to be confused, but somehow he sits down on the chair. Worry not, elf. The tea is laced with a fragrance that magical beasts will enjoy but does nothing to us. I mean you no harm, so here I'll drink it. You can use Identify and detect poison too, I won't feel offended. He swaps teacups with Jura and takes a sip. Jura laughs. So, Ranger, what magical beasts are you speaking of? The forest spirit there and the beetle lord hiding somewhere in that tree. The ranger points. And these trees right around me. He then points to the root brain complex and then my main tree. He then pauses and he shouts, I know you are watching. You can join me for tea if you want. They're good stuff, made with the tender young tea leaves collected from the Sifar Mountains. He's dangerous, sire. We should kill him. Horns shout in my mind. We should, I agree. But I have my curiosity piqued, so I will humor him and watch what happens. I feel a bit of a headache, Alexis complains. I think he used some kind of skill on me. Sucks when I lose some of my magic resistance. Hey, you retained your overpowered ability to level. That counts, right? Anyway, we focus back on the little tea party between Jura and the old ranger. Jura actually decides to take a drink. So, old man, what do you want? I work for Salah, and I am here to help with General Akbar's destruction of New Frika. Jura, strangely, didn't react to the news. I think his diplomat levels has been rising, and such news just doesn't faze him anymore. Oh, why? Well, Salah and New Frika is at war. I am a servant of the king, a soldier of Salah, so I am here to help Salah win. I see. And so how does that lead you to this little forest? Well, can you not interfere if we attack New Frika? Unfortunately, no. We have an agreement with them, and they are under our protection. Why? Perhaps there is something we Salah can offer you. Jura grins. Ah well, do you know the tale of the original village of Frika? I still remember the day, almost 7 years ago. Has Salah transgressed Frika in some way? Well, yes. Salah's army burnt this village, killed a whole lot of elves living here, and if I remember correctly, the soldiers skewered the bodies of the dead onto this tree behind me. Those who survived fled far and wide. He pauses. Ah, I see, that's how it is. Surely it is time for bygones to be bygones. Jura's face contorts. I still remember the faces of those burnt to death. The screams, the shouts. The loss of the village scarred me, haunted me for years, and it is only with great blessing that I stepped out of that shadow. He sips a bit of the tea, so I believe I am not wrong to say my grudge rightly runs deep. The old ranger sighs. The acts of a vast nation like Salah cannot all be attributed to the nation. There are many actors in any country, and not all are aligned in terms of our values and principles. You're an old man, I'm sure you have seen many battles, and know very well such statements does nothing to my grudge. A grudge, anger, and hatred is not something a talk can relieve. And now you and that large army of yours are here to destroy New Frika. Does that not sound like Salah intends to repeat of that incident? The old man pauses and nods. Well, you are right. But in war there are no good sides, only victory matters. It is as you say, only victory matters. This is not the first time Salah has tried this, and we won the previous 2 battles. Do you think you can win this one? The old ranger nods. Indeed, that is why 50,000 warriors are here. Well, you've made your intentions clear, so you may leave now. The old ranger grins. Well, I am deep within enemy territory. Do you think I will leave without taking out all of you? Root strike. That's the moment a few root strikes surge from the ground. He dodges and shoots a few explosive arrows, but a few wood shields block them. I follow up with a few more, as Jura, transforming into his bamboo armor form, gives chase. Trevor releases a poison field that covers the entire forest, and frankly, there's no chance of him running. Unlike the assassin from before, I know exactly where he is, because his hidden by trees ability don't protect him from a tree. He runs and simultaneously fire numerous magical arrows at Jura. General, This is Falkley. Please arrange bombing of the forest. Bomb the forest. I repeat, bomb the forest now. I am engaging with the inhabitants. He runs into some spiderwebs. Ah, damn it, it seems the spider's hidden presence natural ability is a bit harder for him to detect. He cuts through the webs, but it slows him down enough for a root strike to hit him, which is parried by a small buckler shield. I suppose it's magical since it actually manages to absorb the impact. Ah, roots. He ducks from the arrows Jura shoots at him, but that gap allows Jura to catch up. So why not stand and fight? I reckon we are about the same level, but given my skill mix, I will lose. The old ranger shrugs, so no. He smashes a potion of some kind on the floor, and it releases a bright light and then a thick smoke. A flashbang, essentially, and it stuns Jura briefly. A few arrows hit Jura's wood armor, and the old ranger resumes fleeing. General, where are the bombs? He messages. No, you do not have to worry about me. I'll find a way out. And so the siege machines and the mages get in position and they start to hurl rocks and spells at the forest. They started the bombardment. Ivan looks from the new walls they built, but as they brace for it, they notice the curvature of the projectiles drive the boulders and fireballs toward the forest. The forest. Right before the projectiles are about to make impact with the forests, my subsidiary trees, of the 100 or so designated as shield generators, kick into action. Massive wood shields surround the trees, so the boulders and ordinary fireballs just collide against the shields and leave some scratches and burns on the shields. I mean, compared the Demon Fire-powered fireballs of Alexis, these fireballs and boulders are really basic, so some damage is taken, but well within our limits. The army tries again, and the second, third volley of attacks similarly left only some damage on the shields. What do you mean the bombardment is not working? The ranger shouts through his message as he flees. He seems to be getting caught in more spiderwebs as his concentration strays, but he is much faster than Jura, so Jura struggles to catch up. The old ranger is halfway out of the forest now, and frankly, I don't plan to let him live. So the moment he slows down, as a bit of spiderweb catches him, I would unleash a few root strikes at him. And it would be blocked by that small buckler, or some other leg guards that he has, or the magical chainmail he has under his shirt. Nothing fatal, but it's wearing him down. Each of my root strikes are filled with paralysis and poison, and the entire forest is releasing a kind of poison, a mix of Trevor's abilities and my poison field. It's nothing lethal, especially over such short periods, but every little bit of the poison and paralysis is slowing the ranger down, and he takes in some antidotes, which rejuvenates him momentarily. General, it's not working. Strong wooden barriers are blocking our attacks around the forests, and those shields can take hell of a beating. Ah, a slight panic in the camp as a group of beetles, about 300, emerge behind, attacking the siege machines and mages. They manage to destroy a few siege machines, but it is a trained army. Some soldiers are already on site to protect them, and so they quickly reorganize. The mages redirect their attacks on the beetles instead. Each beetle, with their thick armor and the recent volcanic adaptation, which grants tiny amounts of fire resistance, can endure one fireball, so the mages need 2 shots to kill them. Additional fighters rush to protect the mages and siege machines, and the numbers are sufficient to overwhelm the 300 beetles. However, it is enough, as that delayed and distracted those ranged attacks, and gives Trevor and me some breathing room to regenerate some of the weaker shield generators. There are some variation in the enemy, siege machines operated by higher levels men and some stronger mages who accordingly deal more damage. Back to the old ranger, Falkley. I send more spiders after him, and he demonstrates his competence as a forest ranger, cutting through the spiders as if they were nothing. But he is increasingly exhausted, and he realizes it, knows what the plan is. Every time he slows down, a root strike would appear somewhere, and I know I am gradually wearing him down. Going somewhere so soon, old man, Jura finally catches up again. Tell me those root strikes from you. Ah no, Jura attempts to slash his head off. He ducks, that's a shame. He somehow dodges and puts some distance between himself and Jura and throws some small knives. It hits the wooden barriers around Jura and then explodes. They're not going to stop, are they? It knocks Jura back a little. I really hate explosive attacks. Keep getting them. He jumps and tries to close the gap with the old ranger, but the old man is still too fast. And no, you'd be a fool to assume those root strikes will run out. He shoots a few arrows, but Jura gave me the opening I needed. 2 root strikes fly towards him as he tries to aim midair. He manages to react in time, but the root strikes breaks his shield buckler and armlets. Oh dear, the old man flinches from the impact of the root strikes and he smashes into a tree. Before he manages to recover from the impact, I quickly activate Constrict. Vines emerge from tree he's on and entangles his legs and then injects a poison through his skin. Oh no, he then realizes he is done for as the vines quickly wrap around his entire body. Jura lands right in front of him. Well, looks like the bombardment stopped. I think they are busy now. Kill me. The old man said, as a soldier, this day will come eventually. Oh, that's not for me to decide. He stares at Jura. You deny me this right. Oh, come on. Your country burnt my village and you want to play honorable. Please, did you somehow think I am in charge? Then who is? Jura thinks for a while. I almost answered you there, but that is a secret. A root appears with the strongest paralysis and sleep poisons I have and stabs him right above his heart through the damaged chainmail. With that, the poison spread quickly, and he loses consciousness within a few seconds. The mages and soldiers, after a long 2-hour battle, defeat the group of 300 beetles but with quite a few casualties. General Akbar, Falkley lost consciousness. An adjutant reviews the magical artifact linked to Falkley's arm. What? The general is deep in thought. Should we resume bombing? Another of the general's assistants ask. My gut feels tell me it is no point. You saw those shields. They take just a little damage from regular attacks and ordinary fireballs. We'll just wear ourselves down doing the same thing. Get the mages to group together for a grand fireball and fling some oil barrels into the forest. Well, that's no good. So before that happens, I activate my attack. Multiple tunnels appear throughout their camp. It's a function of my root tunnel ability, and from them, thousands of beetles stream out, horns blazing, charging into the soldiers. From above, they appear like a horde of ants that just got triggered, and a black tide sweeps out of those holes. Then root field, poison field, and then root surge. The field of roots slow down the soldiers, the field of poison weakens them, and the sudden surge of a wide area skewering of sharp roots from beneath the ground kills hundreds of unprepared regular soldiers while harming some of the elites. General, we are under attack by a massive beetle force. How many? Maybe 3,000. It's throughout our position and I have not gotten a good count. Even our lookouts are under attack and they've not responded. Before he finished the sentence, a root strike emerges from underneath the camp that pierces the man through the chest, splashing some of his blood onto the general's face. The general is armored with enchanted gear and probably has numerous abilities to protect himself, so I decide to first pick off the rest of his men. It's probably too much effort to kill the general now. He draws his sword and lifts it up, and it glows with lightning. And he then pierces the ground with it, and I feel some electrical zaps. It stings a little, maybe like a small numbness, but no matter, I have plenty more to go. Another adjutant runs over. General, the siege machines are under heavy attack from the roots emerging from the ground, and almost all of them has been destroyed. Together with Trevor and Dimitri, we unleash multiple root strikes on various positions of the enemy army, picking on the mid-tier, elite forces who are stronger than regular soldiers, but has limited defensive abilities against multiple root strikes. Retreat and stay away from trees. The general shouts with some kind of skill, carries his message to his entire army. General, our elites are falling. Another root strikes pierce this assistant's legs, but fail to deliver a lethal blow. I know the enemy's targeting those stronger than the beetles. This is a trap, and the longer we stay, the more we are going to lose. He shouts and activates some kind of skill. The skill spreads out to the entire army. All the soldiers, those lightly wounded and even the heavily wounded, experience a sudden rejuvenation in their energy. Their bleeding stops temporarily, although the wound remains, and their steps turn into large, quick strides, unhindered by the rooting field or the poison field. They retreat. Our kills, mine and those of the beetles combined, is probably about 3,000 to 4,000, though many more are injured. The beetles got most of the kills and also suffered the most casualties, as I focused on the mid-tier forces, and I think I got about 400 or so kills. Frankly, if the battle went on, it'll probably result in heavy casualties on both sides. The beetles are less effective than I expected, and that's due to the general's passive buffs for his entire army. They flee for as long as the general's ability lasted, and that brought them quite far from New Freaka. And for now, the battle is over. I think the general will return with more firepower, but that is a worry for another day. 2 levels gained. You are now level 132. You gained a new skill, Serpentine Root Strike. Poison Field and Rooting Field upgraded. Shield Generators upgraded. Oh, best part of any battle, Spazer. Layers description additional notes, Soul Core the true immortal entity that gets reincarnated and lives life. Artificial souls do not have this core shell inner soul memories and very few skills are stored here, and depending on the condition of the soul, this means some PPL get reincarnated with them. Most inner souls do not survive the reincarnation process, so in the case of heroes, special protective measures by the gods are necessary. Soul contracts are at this level. Memories of spells and rituals are here. Inner soul, outer soul barrier, represented by the soul shell. Outer soul where experience, levels gained are stored, produces life force and mana. Some rare skills are stored here. Titles are stored here as well. Also contains a blueprint of the soul spring. Demonic soul contracts exist at this level. Heavenly blessings also exist here. Level caps also exhaust at this level due to restrictions in the size of the outer soul of artificial soul's soul inner body barrier. Represented by the soul spring takes life force and mana and releases it into the inner body. may have certain filters or amplifiers which alter life force and mana released into the inner body. Most learned abilities exist here, as something either a brick, a runic alphabet, etc. on the soul spring. Destroying the soul spring is like sealing one's abilities, as it means the body's production of mana and life force slows to a trickle, and the skills learned are disabled. Inner body, mental and spiritual realm, a personal space. This is the mana pool and the life force pool. It's usually a mix of both, and the size of this grows together with levels. AMD also the experienced gain. Some passives, curses, abilities exist in this space. Gods may create special wellsprings that grant extra mana. Certain personal tragedies and burdens, nightmares will also manifest here. Familiars, summons, eidolons make a connection at this level to borrow, or share the mana and life force with the host. Inner body and physical body barrier, represented by the shore absorption, challenges manifest on the shore. It may suggest why certain organs are more adept than others, as it takes in more life force naturally. Certain skills, such as disabling abilities, exist in this level, such as disable hands or chakra sealing abilities here. Mana drain from enemies creates leaks at this level. Physical body, represented by the land which borders the shore. The part which actually interacts with the outside world. Experience, foods, and what the person experiences in life is then absorbed here, and it is then carried by the inner body to then be absorbed by the outer soul. Physical damage, taken here: skin, physical body, external environment. Extending vines. Extending vines. Year 77, month 8. Few days after the battle. First things first, loot. Since the beetles did most of the fighting, New Freaka had no right to any of the loot and remains, so the beetles collected all of the remaining armor, weapons, and stuff, which is stored in my tree Asuri. I'll trade them for something someday, though there seem to be some magical items in there. Next is my prisoner. Frankly, I didn't think he's going to talk, and actually I personally didn't really feel like interrogating him, which I feel is a waste of time. After all, Salah is an enemy and we're playing defense. The things he can tell me, my prediction is, will be quite worthless, so I didn't waste time interrogating Falkley, as my interest in him was more academic in nature. After stripping him of his remaining magical items and storing them in my tree Asuri, I turned to my main objective. Drugged with all kinds of paralysis and sleep, I put him inside a biolab where I can investigate him, and eventually I will suck him dry with my vines and feelers. I like to see how a high-level person looked under the hood, just to compare. I have seen the heroes, Jura, Ivan, and now I have this ranger, and I wasted no time to have a look under the hood. And there are some notable differences, mainly in where the mana and life force is strongest. The eyes, nose, and ears are more pronounced than others, probably due to his need to be sensitive to his surroundings, and his soul spring with all the stones around it combined to create a nice fountain. Taking a good look at the fountain, there's a kind of wooden frame around the fountain, in between the stones, and as I reach out to touch the stones, little tooltips come up, telling me what skills he has. And I try to yank the wood and stones that has this. I mean, it's just something I always wanted to try, but did not do with people whom I consider my allies. I had always wondered what could happen if I took one of those rocks out, so I yank it, and it doesn't move. Ah well, I keep trying, but instead it just hurts the ranger. It seems it's magically tied and intertwined with the soul via some kind of force. So I stop and rest of a while. Maybe I just need more power. And after drawing a bit more mana and energy from the trees around me, I try to yank a rock on the fountain again. It shakes and I could tell that sense a huge amount of pain, but he remains unconscious and strapped in. Thank goodness of paralysis. The rock shakes, but then something pulls it back again. It's as if I'm trying to pull a piece of metal away from a very powerful magnet. I could a bit, but then the magnet pulls it back once my strength lets up. Not working. Borrowing the root brains for some processing power, I calculate that the amount of energy I need to break that magnetic pull of the soul spring seems really high, so I decide it's probably not going to work no matter how many times I try. Maybe this is like the atomic bond of souls. That's why I need shit amount of energy to break it. Well, I let the ranger sleep a day inside the biolab, and then I resume testing the next day. There's been quite a few other things I wanted to test, and it so happens I have a high-level person whose body is suitable for it. Once again, I enter the person's inner realm, and this time I flooded the body with my mana. It's been something I'm curious about since I did it with the Hellhounds, and then with Alexis's body when she's contained within me. What if I did it with a living, normal person? What happens then? His body vibrates intensely, struggling in the biolab, as my mana, like a green tide, washes into the inner realm. Specimen's compatibility with injected mana is low. Specimen body is resisting. Prolonged exposure may result in mana poisoning. Did this happen before? Anyway, I keep it up. I still want to see what happens. The body flails inside the pod, kinda like a fish struggling to escape from an octopus. Specimen body is experiencing mana poisoning. Okay, let's see what happens when I heal him. Mana poisoning reduces magic and ability effectiveness. Really, I try injecting his body with the healing liquids from my healing fruit and also the paralysis poison. A conundrum, I suppose, but the healing just repairs damage but does not cure the status ailment. Mana poison is still in effect. Specimen body's organs are starting to suffer damage, heal, but I notice the healing is slower. 2 full days passed as I constantly drown the ranger's body with my mana. He's not dead yet because one of the vines continue to supply his body with nutrients and air to stay alive, so I can continue to observe what's happening. I'm actually curious, does the body actually gain compatibility over time? Or does the body continue to naturally reject my mana? Specimen body's organs are failing. Heal. Healing effectiveness is significantly reduced due to high levels of mana poisoning in the physical body. Specimen's body is dying. Oh, I couldn't stop it. The decay in the body is surprisingly quick, as the mana poisoning somehow makes the body turn on itself. It's as if the body is rejecting itself, and strangely, I kept watching. A part of me was like, this is a rare opportunity to witness death under a microscope, and where I paid attention to most was the soul spring. I see the land surrounding the river and like that forms the person's mana start to break apart, as if a great earthquake is shattering them into small pieces. Then the water in that river and lake start to leak out into the nothingness, and it reveals a crumbling riverbed of some kind, filled with unusual marks. I couldn't see much as the crumbling went on rather quickly. I wonder is it because he is dying too quickly, but I didn't wonder long because I had to focus. I want to see what happens to the soul spring then. As the crumbling riverbed closes in on the soul spring, the spring starts to dry up, the height of the spring falling and eventually stopped. Then the rocks in the structure surrounding the soul spring start to break up too. This is something I waited for, so I reached out to it and tried to grab hold of the rocks. As I touched them, they vanish and poof ed into dust. All of the rocks did. And all that's left is a bare, empty hole floating in the nothingness. As all the land and riverbed has crumbled away, the background changed into that of a bare emptiness. In a way, it's like a black hole sitting solitary in space. Perhaps at that empty hole there was once a star, a soul here once. The soul has gone. The wisp whispers to my imaginary ears again. I see. You've managed to salvage some of the decaying skills. Due to the decay of death, the salvaged skills are of a lower quality than the original skills possessed. You've received the following, which can be used to create seed-infused skill fruits. Class Seed Ranger, X3 Class Seed Beast Tamer, X2 Skill Seed Archery, X2 Passive Seed Spark of Brilliance X1. Oh man, all these skill fruits are useless to me, but I guess I'll find use for them somewhere. Maybe Lausanne. You've witnessed death as it happens in the inner realm. Familiar contracts upgraded skill salvaging chance increase. Biolab upgraded post-mortem equipments, death sensors, death-delaying equipment, and body preservation added. Hey, that's something good. Finally, the physical body of the ranger stops flailing like a puppet with their strings cut off. Lifeless, the body is pale, greenish from the damage of the mana poisoning over the past few days of experimentation. I later arranged for the corpse to be burnt. Meanwhile, the victory over the Sala army had made a lot of new freakin' devotees. A few days after the victory, they held some kind of feast in the courtyard of the Tree of Prayer, where the leaders of the new Frika thanked their lucky stars and the protection of the valley's spirit for their victory. It has free food, drinks, dances, and performance, some kind of prayer and worship led by the treefolk, things like that. I mean, well, I feel somewhat flattered that the citizens think that way, but the words of the leaders do feel quite hollow. Despite all the praise of their guardian and the so-called will of the valley, they somehow manage to worm in a word or two on their supposed contributions. Perhaps it's a thing with politicians, even in this world. Year 77, month 9. Tree spirit, Yvonne speaks. It is rare for her to come alone to the main tree's courtyard, but the fact that she did means probably there are changes in the way things are organized in the new Frika Council. She presents jewels and other items I had previously requested, stored in some kind of a magical bag. As you requested. What is it that you want? Jura sneers. For Lady Yvonne herself to deliver the jewels, surely there is more to just delivery. The freeloader, horns shout in my mind. Only to me, of course, even I know that. She sighs and nods. It is as you say, Jura. After the victory over the Sala force, we have been receiving letters, messages, and envoys. She then shows a few of such letters and passes them to Jura. Some of the smaller nations nearby are greatly impressed by our successful defense and would like to form some ties. Jura somehow seems to be synchronized with horns, and he sneers such opportunistic behavior. Only after such a grand display of power that you get offers. Yvonne nods, that's how anyone would see it, but look from their perspective. They wouldn't dare anger a country the size of Sala, so naturally they would avoid any association with us. But that changes when that 50,000 army retreated. Now we're like a new power in the region, a force able to stand up to Sala, and so these smaller nations now view us more positively. Us, they had no casualties in combat. Put your men in combat, then you can say us. Horns is rather grumpy, I think. He's not too fond of the new Freakins, mainly because he feels some of the dead beetles did not have to die if new Freaka lent some help. I mean, I personally think the beetles are just a self-replenishing mob, but Horns clearly cares for his hive. Jura sneers again, also somehow synchronized. I don't appreciate the we and us being thrown around. New Freaka did absolutely nothing. We only assisted once we found out they were first targeting the valley. Well, Jura's hiding some details about our own checkered history with Sala there, but hey, he's the guy with the diplomat job. Ivan gives out a long sigh. Indeed, and that is why I'm here. We are in an awkward position, as New Freaka is clearly relying on Tree's ability for defenses to hold Sala off, and yet to the outside world, our neighboring nations and Sala don't know that. They are under the impression that New Freaka is the one controlling all the forces. Master, they are freeloaders. Horns, I think you need to stop shouting, I get it. Then clarify. Tell them New Freaka did nothing, and it is the valley's protector who did. Jura retorts. You do not want to overstate your military prowess and face the consequences later. Ivan sighs, I wish it was so simple. But the people of New Freaka too wants to believe that the tree spirit is on our side. Ivan, you of all people should know that Tree cares very little of New Freaka. It's a transactional arrangement, one out of favor. It is about time you let the people of New Freaka know as well. I can't snuff out their hopes like that. The tree spirit is their newfound pride, their source of stability in this world. If I tell them that I am afraid a riot may break out, then crush it. Permission to let them run riot. Then we may have beetles running riot too. Horns interjects in my mind. Even the counselors want to believe it, and they want to believe that Tree will protect them. It seems it is my mistake for being vague and unclear about the real relationship of New Freaka and Tree. So, can Tree officially be our guardian and protector? Shameless. Horns commentates freeloaders, and these beggars want to demand our master's protection. Oh, shush now. I'll think about it. What do I get in exchange? I spoke into both their minds, and Ivan pauses. Our loyalty, rejected. I care not for that, and you have no way of ensuring loyalty. I demand servitude. I have need of minions to carry out my demands. Make Jura and the elves royalty of New Freaka. Jura and Lofin will be my two spokespersons. They will play the role of as the new joint rulers of New Freaka, and the rest of you as advisors. From henceforth, the one who rules will be Jura and Lofin. All citizens of New Freaka is so acknowledge their position as your new joint monarchs. They will be the voice of my will, my elven avatars. Jura seems surprised by that, Tree, that I think he didn't expect that, but seriously, I have been wanting to give Jura direct ruling powers for some time. The arguments and issues we had with New Freaka over the past few years, especially the last few months, really solidified that view, that Jura deserves a seat at the council, such that my demands are heard and known, my needs are respected and complied by these people. Unlike the treefolk, who seem perfectly content living in their small villages, or the centaurs who are similarly happy to have their hillside slopes, these New Freakins have been creating the most problems. Ivan herself too seems shocked, and her mouth just gasps, a little too dumbfounded to respond, and she takes a few deep breaths while just staring at Jura and my main tree before she finally manages to respond. We are founded to be a council, a collective rulership, such that everyone has a say. To return to a monarchy would be against our founding principles. If the council and the people will not accept it, then be gone. New Freaka stands alone. I respond, not like I really needed them. It's really more of a mutual coexistence since they have the ability to partake in trade to acquire materials that are not available locally. Please wait, Tree Spirit. Let me have some time to discuss this with the wider council. Such a crucial decision, I alone cannot make this decision. I will summon a meeting immediately. Jura too seems to be taken aback. Tree, we may need to discuss this later, and then I turn to Ivan. Go, gather your council. And so Ivan runs back, leaving the jewels behind. Horns, we got the jewels already. Let's break your first level cap. Tree, wait. About that proposal earlier to make us king, are you serious? Yes. Well, not really, but if New Freaka agrees to it, I don't mind at all. Please reconsider. Jura shakes his head. It is a position I'm not willing to bear, a weight I cannot carry. I must have my position heard and respected on New Freaka. Let's see what they are willing to give. Jura gulps. Surely there is room to compromise with them, something that does not involve usurping the entire ruling council. Even I think that sounds a bit too much, although they've been absolutely deadweights in the past 2 battles with Sala. Well, I am willing to compromise, but let's see how sincere they are in their counter-proposal. Meanwhile, Ivan quickly gathers her council for an urgent meeting. The tree spirit wants to make Jura and Lofin monarchs, kings. Ivan gulps and nods. No absolute monarchs and kings. Quite unanimous, the decision from the councillors. None of them want to have a king over their head, and New Freaka models itself after the Elvish republics. Then we lose our protection. We're all on the walls when the battle happened. You've seen the fury and damage the tree spirit can bring. I still can't help but think this sounds a lot like a criminal gang's extortion. One of them says, "The tree spirit has no reason to help us, so quash that thought." Ivan glares at the rest of them. But at the same time, I too disagree with having a king over our new nation. It is not something our people wanted, and I believe most of them are happy with the way things are. New Frika organizes itself into multiple districts, and each district elects 3 councilmen to the High Council. So in a way, there is a fair bit of representation by the people, which does help in making the locals feel somewhat connected to their rulers. It's a partly democratic structure, though the title of councilman does often seem to pass from father to son, due to the family's influence, even in such a young state. Then. So what are we willing to give? Ivan. Give. Look, if we are to negotiate this with the tree spirit, we better be prepared to offer some meaningful concessions or give some rights away. Without the tree spirit's protection, New Frika's chances of survival is rather slim. The tree spirit's annoyance at us was very clear in that previous meeting. I frankly do not want to have that annoyance turn into outright hostility. I hope everyone now understands why this meeting is so urgent. All the counselors glance uncomfortably at each other. Unfortunately, I agree with Lady Ivan's assessment, and so. King is totally out of the picture. The people like the leaders the way it is now. Even if the tree spirit turns against us, I think none of our people will agree to having a king, if we tell them this is to secure the tree spirit's protection. No, I know our chances are slim without the tree spirit, but we are a sovereign nation. If we agree to have someone else rule over our heads, that's against what we have fought for all this while. Oh, cut the political bullshit. We didn't fight a bit. One counselor says, all the fighting so far has been done by the tree spirit's minions. I meant the fighting figuratively, as in, our struggle so far. Anyway, are you on our side or the tree spirit's side? You really want a king to rule over us. That's not what I meant. We must know what exactly we are dealing with here, and to do so, we must recognize we are very vulnerable. The other counselor rebukes. It's a messy argument with a lot of side conversations. So can we have some consensus? I believe it's clear we will refuse having a king. But are we willing to give Jura and Lofen a seat and accordingly authority? Ivan tries to steer the conversation back to the topic. These councilmen tend to go off tangent sometimes. There is an awkward look among everyone as they shrug. It took one of the more daring counselors to finally say yes. Then all the others started agreeing. Fine, now that we agree to give them a seat, what will be their authority? Remember, it must be something concrete with actual powers, else the tree spirit will not agree. Then what are we willing to give? Administrator of the valley, forest master. The tree spirit won't accept that. It's no fool. It's already master of the valley and does not need us to grant it that sort of authority. It must come from something only we can give. Our men, our money, ability to directly intervene in our affairs. Fine, let's go about giving Jura and Lofen combined voting rights over the military, diplomatic affairs. They also get a share of our tax collection as tribute and smaller voting rights on domestic, trade, and policing. The counselors went about debating the finer points of the proposed rights and powers of Jura and Lofen, as politicians are often inclined to do. Okay, so those are their rights and powers, but how do we give it to them without making the rest of the population feel that this is something arbitrary and without basis? As it is, some districts are already uneasy over their representation and are demanding for more councilmen. One of the rare centaur counselors then speak up. I believe the tree folk worship the tree spirit, do they not? The counselors turn, mostly out of surprise. If so, we can follow how some elven kingdoms have special positions for the senior members of the church. Are you suggesting elevating the tree spirit to a god? In principle, yes. From the powers we have seen, he might as well be a local deity. So a spokesperson of a local deity, surely, can be given a formal position in the ruling council, with special rights reflecting the local deity's influence in the area. No. There is precedent. The dwarven nation of Pramesh far north gives the great forge serpents chosen a special position in their advisors' council. What matters is then how we convey this decision to the people. If the tree spirit accepts it, if it doesn't. Have to figure it out. And with that, Ivan's meeting is over, and Ivan returns to meet us, this time with 6 other counselors. So have you agreed? My voice speaks into their mind. The 7 exchange glances before Ivan takes a gulp, and she steps forth. Tree spirit, we are truly humbled that you've assisted us during the defense of New Frika, and our words cannot describe the gratitude we have for sparing us from the bloodshed of battle. Ah, the freeloader has finally learnt gratitude, eh? Horns seem to be happy. Spare me the flowery words. I take you've decided not to accept my proposal. I've been in enough meetings to know that what starts flowery often ends in a refusal. They pause. I wonder how I sound in their minds sometime. Ah, we have a counterproposal, something that would be more aligned to our own founding ideals. We would propose to create a special religious role for both Jura and Lofen, whereby the tree spirit is elevated to that of a local deity. Jura pauses, he seems to be thinking. In this way, Jura and Lofen gains a position as the voice of the tree spirit, which will have similar rights and authority to that of a religious leader. As the voice, they will have significant authority in areas of the military, diplomacy, and external trade. We also commit that our military will be split into a few divisions, with 1/3 of it will be under the command and rule of the voice, and to enforce the demands of the tree spirit within the framework of authority that the voice has. A third of New Freeka's forces. They will be given a special name of your choosing, such to differentiate them for the regular military. There's a silence, perhaps for a few seconds, before Ivan continues. And we will formally now set up a new institution under the voice, and we will contribute a sizable portion of our tax collection to this institution, which will also fund the force. Oh, and tax revenues too. 1/3 of all tax revenues and collections. I speak into their minds and they freeze. The 7 counselors exchange glances and then they nod. Yes, 1/3, anything else. At this point, New Freeka is willing to offer 1/3 of their military and their tax money to me, so I'm actually quite satisfied with the offer. Ivan shakes her head. That's all we could give. Well, in terms of land, I do control the valley, and that's been my right since day one. New Freeka only controls the unforested areas further south, the large farmlands, and the town itself. Never mind. An awkward silence. Perhaps they are waiting. Even Jura, he looks a bit worried. I agree to it in exchange for my participation in New Freeka's defense. My thoughts behind this is fairly simple. I do intend to somehow rule over New Freeka eventually, but at the same time, I do realize that putting Jura as king over New Freeka is extremely sudden, and most likely, the New Freakans themselves, the 50,000 non-humans, are going to resist it, and I would have a rebellion on hand. Not that crushing it won't be an issue, but that would delay my ability to gain the necessary resources to further upgrade the rest of my artificial souls and research. So this sort of transitory arrangement helps, and I think it will give Jura and Lofen the necessary experience needed. Let them learn about managing a town before ultimately usurping the entire New Freeka. It'll be easier to boil the frogs of New Freeka gradually, so let them get used to having Jura as a member of their ruling class before, one day, taking over them entirely. Ruling the New Freakans by proxy isn't a bad idea anyway. At least the nitty-gritty of people management is left to the appointed proxy, and the world would look at the town, not at me directly. And really, the tax revenue will help. I can buy more jewels and weird artifacts. I'm really eager to test out that ability I gotten when I evolved to a Starsoul tree. A few days later. Beetle Basic Magical Lances complete. Tree Stage I Research option unlocked, 18 months remaining. Enhanced Exoskeletons complete. Enhanced Interior Structures 1 months remaining. Large Beetle Pods 3 months remaining. Beetle Anti-Magma Armors Stage 2 9 months remaining. Fruit Bombs Increased Range and Power 3 months remaining. Tree Volcanic Adaptations Stage 3 18 months remaining. I'll need to start working on the volcano again. The enhanced exoskeletons grants the beetles stronger, faster bodies, but at the expense of consuming some of my harvested metals and some essences, and also longer regeneration time if they die, while the beetle magical lances, even though I completed the research, is not immediately usable as I need to obtain some kind of mines before they can be infused into the beetles themselves. So let's recap. Guys, what are our priorities? I call on my artificial souls for a meeting, take over the volcano, kill all the golems, Horns say. He's just had his upgrade as a Baron Beetle, increasing his level cap to 30. The upgrade grants the beetles around him extra strength, armor, and speed. Still, it's not sufficient to take on the golems. They are just far too large and tough. And locate additional minerals, resources, and ley lines. Trevor's turn. We're actively sending some beetles to scout on the faraway locations. Upgrade. Spiders, fruits, healing, all require upgrades. Were you not working on it the last time, then you broke it apart and then dumped it into your treasury? I think you got stuck when the biolab couldn't look into the materials or decipher the runes. That's Trevor, digging through my memories faster than I can remember it myself. Really, was it that long ago? I try to dig through my own mind, oh God, it's already 3 years ago. I think I'm also getting more forgetful. Trevor, can you do me a favor and help me track all my outstanding tasks? Certainly. I'll create a task manager in your interface and a calendar. We'll do so, then mark when the date of the 10-year anniversary from the Demon King's death. I want a countdown timer in my interface. I fear I may forget, as I move on to all these lesser missions. Spazer. Side Stories 1, Alexis and Mila. Side Stories 1, Alexis and Mila. Side Stories Alexis and Mila. Sometime around year 77, month 9. Looking at the skies again, Mila's soul pops up in Alexis's mind. It seems there's a kind of shared network that exists for all the souls and artificial souls under Tree Tree's care. Perhaps it's the root in its ability. I always do. Alexis sits on the branch of her biolab. From the outside it looks like a very large tree, but inside it's filled with all sorts of unusual equipments. I really like the sky. It's orangey today. I can somewhat imagine it. Isn't it nice, not having to run here and there, fighting all the time, just to gain levels? It's not a bad change in pace, but her face is a bit sulky. But it's not enough for you, isn't it? Alexis looks up. There's a small orange cloud floating overhead. Yeah, why? Alexis shakes her spiritual legs. For those not attuned to magic, she'll appear as a wisp, a faint blob of blue light on top of a branch. For those with the right affinity to spiritual magic, she appears as a young girl, but ethereal, that is bonded and lives in that biolab. She is in a way the biolab, and this ethereal body is just a form, a projection from that biolab. I always thought we'd survive, like heroes in all those stories, a happy ending for all of us. Hey, you're the one doing the most research and saying we'd almost likely die. The rest of us were just winging it. I mean, I had the data staring at me telling me otherwise, but a part of me still truly believed in that fantasy that all things will end well. You're just like all of us after all. Perhaps there's a smile somewhere in there. Yeah, Alexis looks up again. The sun is gradually setting and there's just a few clouds. One of the moons is already visible. Its glow is faint, but as the sky darkens, it'll get clearer and clearer. I thought of what I'd do after the war, after the Demon King. Oh, I'd go on a holiday, a world tour properly this time. Not our rush city to city killing big monsters kind of tour. Take the time to hike the highest mountains and see the uncharted lands, explore the world. That sounds like being an adventurer. Alexis pauses and blushes. Ah, yeah, I guess it does. But here I am, stuck here serving the tree spirit as a research assistant. Hey, that's what all of us end up doing if we're still at home, working in dead-end jobs. They both laugh. Well, that's a good point. This is a dead-end job, isn't it? One that you have to work for 1,000 years. Man, that's depressing to think about. And look at me, I'm this tree. You should ask for a holiday. Ask for normal employment terms, leave days, and sick leave. I highly doubt Soul Contracts has allowances for leave days and sick leaves. Alexis laughs. I think everything can be negotiated. Perhaps some kind of arrangement can be made. Look at Yvonne, she's still out and about even though there's a soul contract in her. That's cause she's not dead yet. Mila's probably making an embarrassed face. She doesn't comprehend soul magic all that well. Anyway, I'm stuck here. And Tree doesn't trust me. Of course he doesn't. You tried to take over his body. Now that I think of it, he's being generous to give you this dead-end job you're complaining about. It's my survival instincts. Yeah, an awkward silence. We probably should talk about something less touchy. Yeah, what were you thinking of doing after the war, Mila? Me. I didn't think about much, but I thought I'd be a princess. Have high tea in some fancy palace, eat dessert, walk in pretty gardens and stuff. Doesn't that mean you have to marry some prince? I suppose so. I'll have first choice, won't I? I'm a hero after all. And doesn't that mean you have to, sleep with them? Mila pauses. I didn't think of that. I'd pick a handsome one with no body odor then. But yeah, I'd like to be a princess. This is another world, and being a princess like those fairy tales would be something I'd like to do. But it'll be you that's rescuing the prince because you're the hero and he's not. He'll be the dude in distress. What's wrong with that? Nothing, but it's strange, I guess. You're kooky, Alexis. You too, Mila. I still really like one of the princess's gowns. It's so pretty. Remember Princess Elena's of the Faroe Isles? I really liked her seashell dress during the reception they threw for us. It really captured the essence of a mermaid. All I remember is her trying to hit on Max so hard. She was really trying to give herself to him. Oh, I remember that. What, were you jealous? Wait. You liked Max? No, I didn't, but I just remembered how ridiculous the princess was. Alexis shakes her head. All the touching and flirting, it's just so horrifying to watch. It's like a train crash in slow motion happening, but she's really pretty. And if Max doesn't have immunity to charms, he'd fall for her. I don't think it's the charms, though. Alexis shrugs. Notice how none of us ever eyed any of the good-looking men or women we meet throughout our journey. I think it's the effect of the hero title. Until our quest is done, we won't be sidetracked by such stuff. Oh man, Mila sighs. Did that mean I missed all the good men that could have been in my life too? Maybe. You could have been a princess if you're not a hero. Oh well, it's not fair, Alexis sulks. We spent years fighting demons, hunting them throughout the world, and we killed the Demon King. And what did we get? No special reincarnation from the gods. No post-battle reward to thank us for our sacrifice, those years of constant gruesome fighting. Isn't the gods just using child soldiers in a way? I never thought it like that. I thought it a privilege, a responsibility for those with our gifts. And we are no longer the teens we once were. Just a few years, Mila. But we have a second chance here. We're still in this world. We can still reap the rewards of our sacrifice. Mila's spirit bobs. I don't like the sound of that. No. I mean, I don't have to be trapped in this dead-end job forever. The soul contract's on you. Maybe Tree can release me from it. Then we can travel the world. We can travel the world if we wait 1,000 years. We could just go and sleep in the soul realm and wake up 1,000 years later. You can do that, I can't. So these 1,000 years will be a lot longer for me. If I have to keep doing research for the next 1,000 years, I might go mad. Well, talk to Tree Tree. A bit of honesty, and maybe you can achieve something big for him. Then he can free you from your contract. I certainly don't plan to serve Alexis winces in pain. It's an intense one and sends Alexis into a kind of fidgeting shock. Oh dear, you triggered it. The pain lasted for a good 10 minutes. Mila, a floating soul, could only watch as her friend is in intense pain. Man, that was a bad headache. What was I saying? Where was I? What were we talking about? Alexis finally recovers from the pain and seems to be having some kind of amnesia. Mila pauses before deciding not to remind Alexis of the discussion. Oh, nothing, we were just talking about dresses. Remember Lady Alice's silver bling dress? Spazer, here's a short story since I got more Patreons. Yay. Side stories 2 Lausanne. Side stories 2 Lausanne. Side stories. Relax and be focused. Tree Tree whispers into my mind. A small wolf. That's my real opponent today, and I felt a bit intimidated by the idea of fighting a small wolf as my first non-sparring opponent. But it's a monster that appears all the time in the forest, so Tree Tree says it's probably the easiest one around. Still, not easy for me. It's still bigger than me. It growls, baring its fangs. At the back of my mind, I know Tree Tree's watching. So his horns, the giant fighting beetle, and maybe Jura somewhere. So I try to relax, but it's different. There's real anger in the wolf, a real presence of true hostility. Perhaps it's hungry. It growls again and it changes its posture and it looks at me with those angry eyes. No, I must do it. A hero must do what a hero musts. The wolf charges, our eyes meet. My grip on the spear tightens and I wait for the moment. It feels instinctive. I'm one with the spear. It's a small one, so I can't use a full-sized spear yet, but it's enough. The wolf enters range and it pounces. I duck and instantly activate my ability Power Strike. It feels natural, like the times I practiced with horns and Jura. The spear's tip pierces through the wolf's hide and it whimpers in pain. Our eyes meet as the wolf tries to take a look at the stab wound, blood splattering out, and I see the pain in the wolf's eyes. This might be the moment it dies, and it whimpers one of sorrow like a dog. A part of me wavered that instant, and my spear's direction shifted slightly. It's enough to change it from a fatal strike into one that will only leave a deep cut. The wolf falls behind me, but because it's not fatal, it manages to get up and then run away, leaving a trail of blood dripping onto the dirt floor as it flees. And yet, I didn't give chase. I froze. My mind somehow replays that real pain in the wolf's eyes, the whimpering voice, that almost dog-like sound. You're okay? Tree Tree whispers. I couldn't do it. A part of me curses myself then. Is this how my dreams of being a hero ends? Am I not meant to be a hero? Heroes kill monsters. The first time you draw blood says a lot. Jura walks over, still holding his bow and arrow, ready if the battle went bad. How do you feel? I am disappointed. I'm angry. Why couldn't I do it? I look at Jura and he smiles. His big hands holds me on my shoulders and gives me a shake. Why are you disappointed? Because heroes are supposed to slay monsters. But I failed. Didn't you tell me that some heroes started fighting monsters when they were 6 or 7? Does that mean I can't be a hero? Jura shakes me again. Are heroes mindless fighting golems? No, I mean, heroes are supposed to be like gods in the battlefield, no. The power of the heavens made flesh, the fury of a hurricane made into human form. So why are you disappointed? Is it really the right thing to feel? The question is this: why did you have to kill the wolf? Because it's a monster. Why do you have to kill monsters? Because monsters hurt people. Did it hurt you? Well, not yet, so why do you have to kill it? Because it could hurt me. Then you'll be killing everyone. It's very likely to hurt me and shows aggression. If I didn't, I would be hurt. Good point, but in this case, you've wounded it and chased it away. Is that sufficient? Uncle Jura, you're giving me the moral answer again. I can sense it when you're lying and don't believe what you say. I'm young, but I know it when I hear it. Uncle Jura will kill anyone that even scratches us. Maybe only Tree Tree can stop him. Jura shrugs and rubs his head. Heh, well, it actually comes with experience, young Lausanne. When you meet more people and meet more monsters, you will be able to better judge who do you spare and who do you kill. So that was the morally correct answer. I think the standard education that all elves, all parents try to give is to be morally just. But I live in a world of wars. Even 8-year-old children like myself know the morally correct is just words. I live in a world where might makes right, where heroes can order nations because their powers give them that right, where demons can crush nations overnight because their might is stronger. Jura pauses, kneels next to me and rubs me on the head. Yes. I have to tell you what is morally correct to do. When you deviate from them, you must be able to answer to yourself. Why did you deviate from what is morally correct? I may not truly believe in them, but that is because I know what is important to me. Well, a hero should do what is morally just. Do they? Maybe there are other ways of thinking, or I am trying to take the easy way out. I sometimes think being a hero is really hard. All these types of justice, fairness, how do they think about these kind of things in the heat of battle? A week later, I asked Tree Tree to let me fight the forest monsters again. I thought long about it. I mean, it's hard to think about it. I'm only 8 and I get headaches when I think for too long, and when I do, I feel like going to the playroom and just play with my wooden toys again. So why do you want to fight again? Jura asks. Maybe a part of him wishes I stopped this hero dream of mine. I sometimes still hear Uncle Jura say that when he talks with Mom. I don't know, I just want to. Maybe I will get better, that's not a good reason. I just want to, I insist. Just because you want does not mean you can get. Uncle Jura frowns and gives me that look when I am being a bit difficult. Okay, but I still want to fight monsters. I want to level up, gain experience. Jura sighs, and he probably knows I'll run to the forest myself anyway, since Tree's always there looking out for us. Fine, be careful. So I found another small wolf to fight. There are lesser animals like those giant rats or big squirrel-like stuff that live in the forest, eating whatever fruits and leaves that grow here. This time I want to beat it, but maybe I don't have to kill it. Do I still get experience that way? We spot each other and the wolf sizes me up. I think that's what it's doing when its eyes seem to roam. Hello, wolf, I'd like to fight you. The wolf growls. Well, I growl back. Naturally, my growl isn't really threatening. It enters into a combat stance, so do I, my spear and dagger ready. It charges again, same movement like the earlier wolf. Somehow the animals have movesets that we can learn. I duck, power strike, but this time I aim somewhere in the side. It won't kill it instantly, but it'll do some harm. The wolf winces in pain and my dagger on my left hand swings in and lands a few cuts. It swipes and its claws manage to scratch me. Oh, that really hurt. I'm bleeding a gash right on my left arm from my wrist up till my elbow and it's bleeding. Pain, I feel like my entire left hand stings. Mom won't like that. I better get back and hope it doesn't fester. The wolf is injured too. The cuts and the stab from the spear is causing it to bleed. I think it did to me. Lausanne, are you all right? Tree speaks into my head. Fine, bleeding. Can you help me later? Okay. The wolf charges, trying to take advantage of the time I am still talking to Tree. But my instincts, born from years of dreams and constant practice, manage to react in time, and so I duck and stab the wolf again in the abdomen with my short spear. It whimpers as it falls onto the dirt floor, and its voice weakens. It's defenseless. The second stab drained its strength, and it could only limp. It still looks at me. This time, its eyes a mix of anger and fear. Should I kill it? I wonder to myself. My left hand is bleeding, blood's dripping, and yet my grip on the dagger remains. The wolf takes 2 steps back, limping. Should I? It hurt me. What would a hero do? Depends on which hero, isn't it? Some would kill this wounded wolf, some would spare it if it shows no further hostility. If I were a hero, what would I do? My eyes meet with the wolf again. It growls at me as it steps back. I think I'll take its life. I thrust my spear at the wolf. A loud clang. My spear, blocked by Jura's sword. He pushes my spear back, turns, and then shoos the wolf away and lets the wolf slowly limp off. Lausanne, he turns and notices the bleeding on my left arm. Why'd you stop me, Uncle Jura? Why did he block my spear? I think you're not ready to take a life yet. Is it? Why? Because you are not. Now don't argue with me and let's go back to Tree and get that gash patched up before your mommy nags me for not looking after you. I sigh. Oh well. Stats page. Lausanne Ricola, level 20 cumulative. Elf girl, aged 8. Elf warrior, level 11. Skills: power strike, basic evasive steps. Spear experience medium. Dagger experience low. Basic pain endurance. Improved reaction basic. Shadow stab. Villager 4 levels. Skills: disease resistance basic. Cottonwork basic. Olive work advanced. General 5 levels. Skills: basic endurance. Advanced reading and writing common tongue. Blessed by a soul tree. Spazer. Okay, next regular chapter. Next